With a tremendous boom, the whirlwind shook violently, and the collision point burst into blinding white light. The whirlwind, like a shattered balloon, dispersed its spiritual energy instantly. Centered on the whirlwind, the spiritual energy transformed into a fierce gust, sweeping across the entire grassland. Such a powerful spiritual energy storm, the crane man expressed shock. His body was instantly blown away, utterly powerless against it. The surface of the grassland was lifted by the storm, leaving nothing but bare earth in its wake. Everything in sight was sent flying by the intense wind. Spiritual masters who were not strong enough were directly knocked unconscious. Long after the storm subsided, people gradually crawled out from piles of grass and sand. The sky grew increasingly dark. The whirlwind had vanished, and the grassland was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a desolate yellow sandy terrain. Looking at the changed landscape, everyone was speechless. Given this power, we should go back early, someone muttered from the pile of sand and grass, feeling lingering fear. Cough cough, where's Old Huang? Old Huang, where did that guy get blown off? Gigantic blue beasts gathered in front of it. These blue beasts had ox horns, tiger heads, horse bodies, and tiger claws, emitting a blue glow all over their bodies. They towered with arrogance, eyes bloodshot and glaring fiercely around them. The man with the crane could not stop trembling, while the golden white tiger instinctively crouched down and slowly retreated. The people from Joan Palace looked on with expressions of despair. Hawk had not been seen since entering the whirlwind. Could he have? Everyone held their breath, the atmosphere suddenly becoming dead silent, no one daring to move. I didn't expect such formidable creatures to be hidden within this formation, the man with a folding fan from Blood Alliance muttered. These 10 giant beasts did not emit any spiritual energy. They simply sat there, glaring at everything around them, like statues. Yet, their presence commanded an undeniable authority. Is this what is known as overwhelming pressure? The minds of Qingzhou's people trembled. Even their breathing became restrained as they silently quaked. It felt as though these beasts could see through every inch of them. Before these behemoths, everyone felt minuscule like ants, as if they would be obliterated into ashes at just one fierce glance from the beasts. The scene was eerily quiet, with everyone seemingly frozen in place. The sky grew increasingly. Only then did they slowly gather closer, still not daring to get too close, only forming a circle far off. What is going on? Someone finally asked aloud. Why did you emerge from the light barrier? I'll explain what happened, Abel spoke loudly. Come closer, as using spiritual energy in this space will make you a target for the beasts. So, I can only use my voice. Please come closer. People exchanged glances and gradually moved closer. Abel explained, don't use spiritual energy here. Otherwise, you'll become targets of the formation. Without using it, even walking around the beasts is safe. If you do use it, the formation will attack you. Upon hearing this, some immediately halted their spiritual energy. Instantly, the oppressive aura from the beasts vanished, making them seem like mere stone statues. So, it's like that? The crowd gazed at Abel with astonishment. Lord, how did you know this? Someone bravely asked. Did you decipher the formation's secrets after coming out of it? Abel replied, at the lake bottom, we were told the truth. This formation is indeed the legendary water burial seal, used to imprison the demon. This revelation shocked everyone. The man with the crane seemed to realize something, his face instantly turning pale. So, by entering the Eris Shui steel, we sealed ourselves inside the formation. Abel raised his voice. The man with the crane, the girl, and those from Joan Palace showed shock and clutched their fists tightly, trembling. Water burial seal. They had sealed themselves within this powerful formation? Abel continued, you've been fighting over treasures, but you overlooked one thing. Even if someone gets the best secret treasure, they cannot leave without knowing how to open the seal. After all, this formation has sealed a demon for over 4,000 years, making escape impossible for ordinary people. This statement struck everyone like thunder. They stared dumbfounded at Abel, unable to speak for a long time. As realization hit, some began trembling, screaming in terror at the desolate landscape around them. It's impossible. We can't be trapped here, someone screamed, running towards Abel in a fit of madness. Lord, is this true? Another asked anxiously. On what basis do you say this? How can you determine this is a sealing formation for a demon? More voices questioned urgently. The mountain spirit attendant remained silent, looking at the man with the crane who wore an extremely troubled expression. Before entering, he and Hawk of Joan Palace had already told them about the water burial seal. It seemed highly likely this was the truth. Abel suddenly shouted, if you don't believe me, search for an exit. If you can leave, then I'm wrong. Everyone paused again, realizing there indeed seemed to be no exit. They had never seen any gap in this small world. Even possessing 10,000 bones wouldn't let them escape. A person collapsed, staring hopelessly at the ruined landscape. Food would run out soon, turning this place into a living hell. It's him, he let us in. Someone lunged at the Jaden, eyes red, shouting hysterically. Rhett brought us into this dire situation, but he was stopped by the burly hands of Wildman Eben. Hold it, hear me out. More people lunged at the Jaden as Abel seized the moment. We're not in absolute despair. There's still hope. The crowd halted, all eyes on Abel. Rhett now radiated a messianic aura. This Jaden is our hope. Rhett knows the water burial seal well, and will lead us out, Abel declared loudly. The scene grew silent once more, everyone's gaze fixed on the Jaden. Can he be trusted? Someone asked loudly. I vouch for him with my honor, Abel affirmed loudly. The Lord's honor? Was his honor valuable enough compared to their lives? Yet, there seemed to be no other way. People had given up on obtaining 10,000 bones. Even the man with the crane and those from Joan Palace lost interest. Now, getting out was paramount. Eyes flickered between Abel and the Jaden, filled with intense anticipation. The Jaden now spoke. At dusk, I will set up an array to reveal the door that leads out. During this time, no one should use any spiritual energy to maintain the stability of the spatial energies. Rhett continued, maintaining stable spiritual energy within this space is crucial. My array won't open the seal. It merely reveals the door. The door within the sealed world changes constantly. Large movements of spiritual energy could cause the door to disappear and close. So, please do not use spiritual energy while I prepare the array. In reality, small-scale usage of spiritual energy was still permissible. With their strength, unless they engaged in a full-out battle, it wouldn't significantly affect the array's stability. Nevertheless, the Jaden reiterated his instructions before beginning the preparations. Everyone stayed close to the Jaden and Abel, watching tensely as he arranged the array. The Jaden's array wasn't large, only spanning about 5 meters in diameter. As evening approached, the weather grew increasingly gloomy. The Jaden triggered the array, and a faint blue light emanated from the ground. As soon as the light appeared, the 10 giant beasts' eyes brightened, all turning toward them, sensing the spiritual energy fluctuation. Quickly, our time is limited, the Jaden shouted. The door's location and speed are always changing. Once the array forms the shape of the Eris-Shui steel, we must quickly jump through. Time is of the essence, don't delay. Everyone gasped, gripping their fists tightly, eyes wide, staring intently at the array, trembling with anticipation. Soon, a vague outline began to appear within the array. Everyone held their breath, watching closely. However, at that moment, a much larger array far away suddenly lit up, its light piercing through the clouds like daylight. Spiritual energy surged wildly, dark clouds swirling around the large array, even making the ground tremble slightly. What's happening? People whispered, hearts pounding in shock. Who activated such a powerful array? The Zhou and palace members were greatly alarmed. Stormy winds and earth-shaking power overwhelmed the scene. Suddenly, a more intense beam of light shot up from the large array, piercing the sky. The 10 giant beasts' eyes flashed with intense light, roaring loudly, shaking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, they vanished and reappeared before the large array, clawing fiercely. Don't worry about them, the Jaden shouted, redirecting everyone's attention back to him. The image of the Eris-Shui steel became clearer. Go quickly. The spatial spiritual energy has drastically changed. This is our only chance, he urged. As soon as he finished speaking, someone reacted, rushing towards the steel. Whoever activated the large array didn't matter to them. What mattered was escaping the sealed array. But just then, a figure flew out of the stone steel and crashed heavily into the person running towards it. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. What happened? Did the array fail? Instead of someone leaving, another person had come out. The man quickly stood up, looking surprised. You're really here. This is wonderful. Now everyone saw clearly. It was a man in a fiery red robe, one of the kits who had fainted by the lake earlier. So, that Eris-Shui steel is indeed the entrance. The kit excitedly jumped and shouted. It dawned on everyone. They wanted to leave, while the kits wanted to enter. The Jaden grew anxious. Hurry! The door won't stay open long. Let's go. People rushed angrily, shoving the kit aside, preparing to leap into the Eris-Shui steel. But another figure in a red robe burst out again from the steel. Bam! Another kit flew out. Almost immediately after exiting, the kits were kicked back. Yet despite this, the exit remained blocked. A Hua Lin elder came in and faced a barrage of weapons. Though skilled, he barely deflected the attacks, glaring, "Why attack as soon as I arrive?" Before he could finish, the Jed kicked him away. Rhett stood beside the entrance of the Eris-Shui steel, holding the girl's hand, but couldn't cross over. His heart burned with frustration. After several Hua Lin members passed, the Jed, being the strongest, attempted to rush on while shouting, "Move out of the way!" The enemy's attacks intensified. Clenching his teeth, Nigel channeled his spiritual energy into the black sheer scythe, managing to block another strike from the crane man. The scythe emitted more black mist, completely covering Nigel like a dark armor, gleaming ominously. This black mist seemed to give him boundless courage, allowing him to stand firm even against intense sword light. 2 failed attempts left the crane man glaring ferociously. Rhett roared again, "Move out of the way!" If not for his fear of disrupting the formation, his attack might have been powerful enough to destroy the shadow before him. Noticing that Chandler and Carter were moving away, Nigel began retreating in their direction. This place could not be lingered in for long. As he retreated, he glanced back. The mystic water steel behind him wavered violently, its form becoming fainter. At the same moment, the spatial barrier erupted with deafening roars from massive beasts. 10 gigantic creatures appeared at the edges of the formation, roaring and charging at it with thunderous power. The blinding light beams flickered and the formation nearly collapsed. A tempest of spiritual energy raged through the heavens, but no one paid attention. All they wanted was to escape. The storm disrupted the mystic water steel, making it blur gradually until it faded away entirely. The mystic water steel had vanished. Everyone stared at each other in shock, turning their gazes towards the Jaden. The Jaden's heart sank. Looking at the distant formation, he said, "The spatial rules have changed due to the turbulence of spiritual energy. I can no longer predict when or where the mystic water steel will reappear." "What do you mean? What does that mean? Can't we find the exit? We're trapped?" Despair filled everyone's eyes as they looked at the Jaden, hoping for a different answer. But the Jaden remained silent, frowning deeply and shaking his head. "We might have to stay here." "No. How can this be possible? How can this be?" Someone screamed in despair. Blame fell upon the Holuan sect members. Furious, people blamed them. "You added chaos in this critical moment. You are all trash." Frustration turned into aggression as people attacked the Holuan sect members, chasing them around. "You're all cowards," someone shouted amidst the chaos. Even some started attacking Nigel, but were quickly repelled. One person recognized the trio, shouting, "They are the ones who tricked us into crawling through that passage for half a month." Uttering this, the crowd halted, then turned their murderous gazes toward the Chen brothers. Without hope for survival, despair turned into rage, and weapons were raised, charging at them fiercely. The formation's light shot skyward, illuminating the gloomy sky. 10 spirit beasts besieged the formation, but now the light screen was empty. A Blood Alliance member flew into the light screen, grabbing the golden armor from the stone table and darting out quickly. Clouds above responded, gathering thickly, followed by a thunderbolt striking viciously towards him. The thunder exploded with deafening force, causing the ground to tremble. Within 100 meters, everything was obliterated, leaving only scorched earth and black smoke. Amidst the destruction, the Blood Alliance member stood unharmed, holding the golden armor. This is what supreme physical prowess feels like, he murmured madly. No sensation from such thunder, indeed a precious treasure. Rhett was about to put on the armor when a sword light rushed towards him, accompanied by a roar. A golden-white tiger appeared, spewing a purple lightning ball from its mouth. Unfazed, the man wore the armor and let the attacks hit him. After the dust settled, he remained standing, undamaged. Ha 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 ha, this is the power of 10,000 bones? Rhett laughed maniacally. Who in this world can now challenge me? Ha ha ha, you mere ants, remain ants. The formation, under the combined assault of the 10 beasts, was nearly shattered. Inside, shouts echoed, Parry, I can barely hold on. The Blood Alliance member leaped towards the beasts. One beast clawed him, but he stood unfazed. Did you open this formation? The crane man demanded angrily. Do you realize your actions have trapped us here? Not able to leave? The man released a burst of spiritual energy, unaffected by the beast's attacks. With the 10,000 bones in my possession, what can stop me? Freak. People trembled in anger. Freak? Rhett laughed hysterically. When have we ever acted normal in front of you? Blood Alliance? So, they were Blood Alliance members. Inescapable doom, especially encountering these lunatics, deepened their despair. These madmen. The spatial turmoil worsened, stirring up uncontrollable internal spiritual energies. The sky became darker, adding to their sense of impending doom. Rhett's very clever. The Holy Maiden suddenly spoke, gazing at the clouds. Abel, watching Chandler and Carter, paused, startled by her words. Who? Abel asked instinctively. Many. The Holy Maiden replied. Translation completed while preserving the original tone, style, and structure of the Chinese text. The Jaden was taken aback by this, suddenly recalling something. Rhett stared wide-eyed and stammered. Could it be? The demon? The Holy Maiden raised her head to look at the sky. Look at the clouds above. The clouds churned violently, black clouds gathering, vortexes swirling, and thunder congregating over the grand formation. If my guess is correct, the Holy Maiden lightly touched the spiritual energy in the air. The ceiling formation can no longer detect the presence of 10,000 bones. The Jaden listened intently, but Abel was left confused. What does that mean? This means, the Jaden felt cold sweat breaking out, his body involuntarily shivering. There's something inside 10,000 bones, and it has completely suppressed its aura. The Holy Maiden narrowed her eyes, looking at the folding York outside the golden light formation, and said, and it intends to use that Blood Alliance member to escape this seal. Abel jumped up in shock. The demon. He's still alive. Chapter 190. Unsealing? But all of this is in vain. Darlene sat on Lucas's shoulder, raising her hand and letting it glide gently through the air as if capturing the breeze. Her voice was clear and Montagueful, like a fresh bamboo shoot breaking open in spring. If merely erasing traces could allow one to escape, would the water burial seal be nothing but a name? Abel felt relieved and asked, your meaning is that even if the demon Retad still remains and has hidden his presence, he cannot get out? Darlene gazed into the distance at the unyielding fan-carrying man and said, if the water burial seal were so easily dealt with, how could it be one of the 5 great formations? If you can't find 10,000 bones and the demon Retad, the seal loses its target, and the spiritual energy in the air will become restless. Darlene looked up at the sky, which grew heavier with rolling thunder echoing within the clouds. Clouds gathered slowly, signaling an imminent downpour. The Jaden excitedly exclaimed, with the turmoil of spiritual energy, the seal will block every gap in this small world, ensuring nothing can leave. Then, this world will be completely destroyed by the violent spiritual energy, turning into chaos before regenerating into a new world. If no trace of the targets can be found in this new world, it will face destruction once more. Upon hearing these words, everyone held their breath. But then, Darlene nodded and continued. No matter how powerful the demon Retad is, enduring destructive forces repeatedly will not last. Ret will eventually reveal himself and be sealed again. But, Abel shuddered at the thought. Putting aside the issue of the demon Retad for now, they faced the immediate problem. You mean this small world is about to be destroyed? Darlene nodded. Abel yelled in shock. Doesn't that mean we're going to die here soon? Lucas also seemed to understand and cried out in alarm. Alexa, what are we going to do? Everyone stared blankly at Darlene. The Jaden dejectedly said, it's useless. This is set up to prevent the demon Retad from escaping. The water burial seal isn't just a name. Lucas hesitated, then anxiously pleaded, Alexa, what should we do? Seeing everyone's tense expressions, Darlene chuckled. There is a way. Why are you all so anxious? What? There's still a way? Everyone perked up and looked expectantly at her. All we need to do is restore the formation to its original state. Darlene laughed easily. Restore the formation? Is that even possible? The Jaden looked at Darlene incredulously. Who can do that? Darlene glanced strangely at the Jaden. Doesn't the Tomb Guardian know how to restore the formation? The Jaden remained silent for a moment before replying, I didn't receive the true inheritance. Darlene said, oh, then turned her gaze towards the fan-carrying man. Force the demon Retad to reveal itself. Force it out? The demon Retad? How exactly should they do that? As the clouds changed color and the spiritual energy trembled violently, everyone felt the increasing intensity of the turbulent spiritual energy, akin to waves in the ocean. Giant waves began to rise, and the spiritual energy in their bodies fluctuated wildly. Everyone struggled to suppress their internal spiritual energy to keep it stable. Those with lower cultivation levels felt their chests churning, causing continuous dry heaving. Blood Alliance's great formation, which had flickered on and off, stabilized again. The fan-carrying man stood before it, single-handedly blocking attacks from 10 colossal green beasts. Red appeared as if a demonic god had descended upon them, invincible. The crane-carrying man watched in horror as the fan-carrying man clad in golden armor forced the giant beasts to retreat and wail miserably. With such power, Rhett clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth, a storm of emotions raging inside him. Even if he joined forces with the elders of Joan Palace and the White Tiger, they wouldn't be able to stand against him. Now, even if they tried to run, there was nowhere to go. What should they do? Rhett glanced back at the girl and inwardly cursed. Being trapped in such a perilous situation wasn't bad if it was just him, but Perry was right beside him. Placing Perry in danger, he couldn't redeem himself even if he died 1,000 times over. Rhett had to find a way to send Perry out. Hawk of Joan Palace crawled out of the sandy soil far away, his face filled with shock. So, he's the Blood Alliance Ronnie. Hawk had just emerged from the whirlwind when he encountered the crane-carrying man and the White Tiger breaking the wind together. Being close to the whirlwind, he was thrown out by the blast of spirit wind and sustained severe injuries. In an instant, the fan-carrying man stood alone as the 10 monstrous green beasts lay scattered and moaning. Everyone looked at the fan-carrying man in despair, unable to speak. The wind blew fiercely, and the clouds grew darker, leaving a dead silence in the air. Suddenly, a roar echoed from the sky as a red shadow flew straight toward the fan-carrying man. The fan-carrying man turned around indifferently, raised his fist, and met the red shadow with a direct punch. With a bang, the red figure was thrown backward. At this moment, someone dared to challenge the fan-carrying man? Who was this person? Everyone looked curiously. The 3-meter-tall Lucas landed, extended his thick hands like carrots, and shouted at the fan-carrying man, "You fool! The water burial formation isn't easy to break. Even if you conceal your aura, do you think there would be any gaps for us to escape?" Everyone was astonished. Indeed, a truly brave and wise individual to insult the fan-carrying man directly. When did such loyal and courageous people appear in the martial world? At this moment, even the crane-carrying man didn't dare to make a sound. The fan-carrying man coldly looked at Lucas, pointing at the crane-carrying man, and sneered, "Earth-level strength? Haha, you're just like them, a bunch of trash. Do you know who you're talking to?" Lucas shouted, "Fool, imprisoned for 4,000 years. Don't you know the power of the water burial seal? Continue like this, and if this small world doesn't survive, neither will you." Anger flashed across the fan-carrying man's face. "You're asking for death." Golden light burst from his fists as he prepared to attack, but then he froze, staring intently at Lucas. A faint green light emitted from Lucas's fist. Green? The fan-carrying man gradually calmed down, staring at Lucas, losing all vitality in his eyes. Everyone watched in stunned silence, too afraid to utter a word. After a long pause, the fan-carrying man moved. Frowning, he looked up at the darkening sky, then slowly removed the 10,000 bones golden armor, holding it in his hands. Everyone froze. Did he take off the 10,000 bones? The fan-carrying man looked at the crowd and said, "Redder, no one is my match. Even if I just hold it in my hand, you can't harm a single hair on me. How about this? Let's give it a try so you can be convinced." Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Are the Blood Alliance people all crazy? In a clearly winning situation, why would they deliberately seek death? Lucas did not hesitate. He roared and stamped his right foot, launching himself like a cannonball. His right fist glowed with a faint green light, infused with all his strength as he hurled a punch. The crane-carrying man's eyes flashed with sharpness. His figure blurred into a streak of sword light, charging rapidly. The long sword in his hand shone brightly as he unleashed all his power, swinging with full force straight at the fan-carrying man. The golden white tiger roared, its mouth containing thunderous power, purple light flashing, charging forward swiftly. The heavens and earth erupted with a massive boom as the 3 Earth-level experts' all-out attacks converged in an instant. A thunderous roar shook the ground violently. For a moment, the sky darkened, and storm clouds surged wildly, sending waves of energy outward. Unable to withstand these tumultuous waves, everyone was blown away. Dust and sand flew everywhere, obscuring vision. At the center of the explosion, more deafening sounds emerged. Then, everything fell silent once again. After a long while, when the dust settled, only then did everyone see the situation at the center of the explosion. Scorching heat baked the ground, distorting distant views. Lucas, the crane-carrying man, and the golden white tiger warily eyed each other. On the ground lay the 10,000 bones golden armor, but the fan-carrying man stood far away, naked and covered in injuries. However, neither Lucas nor the crane-carrying man, nor imbued with spiritual energy, carried far across the prairie where all could hear. "The spiritual power in this small world is starting to become chaotic," the wild Gaston said. "Our most pressing task now is to find a way out rather than fight over many." The crane-clothed man stopped and asked, "Is it still possible to find a way out?" The wild Gaston had followed Abel, and the Jaden was now with Abel. Thus, his words carried some weight. The wild Gaston shouted loudly, "If we can restore this small world sealing technique and stabilize its spiritual power, we can escape. But this requires our cooperation." A brief silence ensued before cheers erupted loudly. "Is it true? Can we really leave?" Everyone called out excitedly. "What must we do? Just tell us," someone cried, brimming with excitement. "Can we really get out?" Someone else called out to the wild Gaston, tears in their eyes. The wild Gaston looked at the apparently calm crane-clothed man and the attendant of the mountain god nearby. "We must abandon Minnie." "Do you mean to hand Minnie over to you?" The Humbert walked forward coldly. "Why should we trust you?" "You have no choice." The Jaden stepped forward and said loudly, "Can't you feel the violent spiritual energy in this small world?" Spiritual winds blew everywhere, crossing the entire sky, whistling. Black clouds slowly rotated clockwise, and within them, purple lightning flashed intermittently, rumbling ominously. The Jaden continued, look up at the black clouds, where the spiritual energy gathers. If we don't restore everything, this place will be destroyed by chaotic spiritual power. Everyone fell silent, looking at the Jaden with varied expressions. You deceived us inside, the Humbert shouted. You told us you found a way out, but not a single person got out. Instead, a Blood Alliance member took Minnie. Do you doubt me? The Jaden frowned, unyielding. But what else can you do except believe me? Rhett didn't completely lie, the crane-clothed man added. Although we didn't leave, he indeed located the Arashwi steel and set up an array to reveal it. If not for unexpected events, we might have left already. I agree with what he says, the crane-clothed man said aloud to the crowd. His primary duty was to ensure the safety of the young master. Anyone opposing opening the exit is against me, the crane-clothed man declared firmly. The Humbert glared at him, and then looked at the wild Gaston. Seeing the attendant's gaze, the wild Gaston responded, please cooperate. We want to leave. What does Minnie's secret treasure have to do with us? The crowd from Qingzhou shouted. They finally realized the treasure was beyond their reach. Yes, we need to get out of this hellhole, they shouted, rousing the masses. It seemed this was the prevailing trend. The Humbert reluctantly glanced at Minnie on the ground. After searching for decades, was it really unattainable despite being right before their eyes? Attempting to seize it would make them enemies of everyone else. Rhett hesitated. But if they could get Minnie, why fear these people? Thinking this, he looked suspiciously at the man with the folding fan. Was he showing off recklessly, holding Minnie, only to drop it during the attack? Could it be? Seeing the crowd's reaction, the Jaden felt reassured. Alright, since that's settled, let's start restoring the array. The Humbert glared at the Jaden, realizing any attempt to take Minnie now would make them public enemies. Moreover, with the wild Gaston and crane-clothed man around, they might not succeed. For now, he would follow their lead. Rhett would wait until they found the Arashwi steel and plan accordingly, perhaps learning from the Blood Alliance's man with the folding fan. The crane-clothed man walked to the young girl and asked, what should we do now? The Jaden scanned the area, seeing everyone watching him. Rhett announced, this sealing array is designed to imprison Minnie and the devil. Now the devil has hidden itself, causing the space's spiritual energy to grow chaotic. To restore the array and find the exit, we must first expose the devil. Everyone was shocked. The devil? What devil? The crowd exclaimed. Do you mean the devil is in this small world? The crane-clothed man quickly asked. And it's hiding? Hawk of Joan Palace, trembling lips and wide eyes, asked, how do you know? Everyone turned to see Hawk standing at a distance, disheveled hair, torn clothes, covered in wounds, and trembling. Joan Palace members rushed toward him, calling out emotionally. Elder, we thought. They wept and blubbered. Hawk waved them off, pushing the closest Darwin away. Fixating on the Jaden with tired yet sharp eyes, he asked, explain how you know this. The Jaden replied, hasn't everyone felt the abnormal spiritual fluctuations here? What do you think caused this? Why? Isn't it because of the big formation? Someone from Qingzhou asked. The Jaden gave a cold laugh. Though the Blood Alliance created a formation, they're not powerful enough to cause this chaos. The crowd gasped. The man with the folding fan entered the formation, hearing this and looking back at the Jaden with a cold smile. The Jaden declared, this water burial seal is meant for the devil. We thought it would have been eradicated after so long, but if that were true, the formation wouldn't be this chaotic. The reason for this chaos is only one. The devil is still here and has hidden. What? Everyone was alarmed. Hidden? Where? Among us? Hawk swallowed hard, suddenly understanding something. Excitedly, he shouted. Are you saying that the devil's presence was detectable before we arrived, but disappeared after we entered? Exactly, the Jaden nodded. Was the spiritual power so chaotic when we first entered? When they first arrived, everyone started to recall. When they first entered, aside from the gloomy weather, there was no other strange sensation. Moreover, the vast prairie then was far better than the yellow sandy desert they had been staying in for months. But now, the Jaden continued, this seal was originally prepared to imprison the devil. It has become chaotic because the devil has caused a disturbance within the formation, not due to our actions. Why? Why would this happen? And why particularly after we came in? Someone asked incredulously. Isn't it clear? It has been sealed for so long without breaking free. Now that we have entered, it indicates that this seal has a way out. The Jaden nodded at the person who spoke. Yes, the devil wants to use our strength to get out of here. Boom. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck, illuminating the Jaden's stern face. The spiritual energy in the air grew more restless under the lightning. We don't have much time left, the Jaden frowned, watching the black clouds and shouted. Tell us what to do. The crane-clothed man looked nervously at the clouds, gritting his teeth and shouted. A powerful force slowly gathered between heaven and earth, gradually coalescing into the cloud layer. That bolt of lightning seemed like a tiny crack in a dam, hinting at the terrifying force behind it. Once the dam broke, they would all be instantly turned to ashes. The Jaden knew they couldn't delay any longer. Rhett immediately stepped forward and loudly ordered, use all our strength to attack Minnie. The devil is within Minnie. Boom. Another bolt of lightning struck, causing the ground and distant mountains to tremble faintly. No, even the spiritual energy in the air began to shake uncontrollably. As soon as the Jaden finished speaking, the crane-clothed man raised his sword. In an instant, the sword light soared into the sky. The long sword transformed into a 50-meter-long gigantic beam of light, ruthlessly cleaving down towards Minnie. Everyone reacted quickly, raising their weapons and unleashing their strongest attacks towards Minnie. In the distance, the Blood Alliance's formation suddenly lit up with white light, emitting a burst of spiritual energy. A powerful beam shot out from the formation, heading straight for Minnie. Even the Blood Alliance members were attacking Minnie? The Humbert narrowed his eyes. Did the man with the folding fan discover some secret about Minnie, thus giving it up? In an instant, various spiritual techniques exploded around Minnie, converging into a white orb before exploding violently outward. Huge thunder force accumulated near the cloud end closer to Minnie, gathering into something akin to a massive drop of water. Not good, run quickly. Hawk of Joe and Palace yelled frantically as he ran backward. Realizing the danger, everyone started screaming and scrambling away from that place. Soon, thousands of lightning bolts smashed down near Minnie, causing the entire small world to tremble violently. Suddenly, time seemed to stop, everything froze. In this world, there was nothing but thunder. Fierce power surged as if a tear had opened in the sky, unleashing destruction upon the world. An overwhelming force rumbled and surged, the intense spiritual power making even their souls shudder deeply. Thunderous light mixed with roaring sounds illuminated the entire small world, yet everyone felt it had become utterly silent. This eerie sensation gave rise to the illusion of time and space standing still. After what felt like an eternity, a massive clap of thunder broke the silence, restoring the sense of time. Awakened by this thunderclap, people fell to the ground in a daze. The air smelled intensely scorched, and the ground was charred and blackened. Hawk of Joe and Palace plopped onto the ground, staring blankly at this small world, unable to speak coherently. Such a spiritual power eruption. Hawk felt dizzy. It took. The Jaden stood beside Gaston Savage, taking a deep breath, saying, "There is one last step." Red hadn't expected this small world to draw such tremendous thunder power. Everything he did previously was as per Imogen's instructions, but this final step was the hardest. All were mentally and physically exhausted, but trying their best to stay focused. The final step is to find the location of the Arashwi steel, someone asked. That's great. I've really had enough of this place, said another person who still had some strength left to complain. As long as we can leave soon, anything is fine. Many looked at the Jaden with pleading eyes. Everyone looked at the Jaden, who in turn looked at Imogen. Imogen sat on Gaston Savage's shoulder and patted his bald head. Gaston Savage set her down, then in front of everyone, Imogen gently floated up. Upper stage earth rank. Everyone was startled. This frail-looking little girl, who always followed the Lord, was actually an upper stage earth rank expert. They always thought Yanis Rexon was the strongest here, never realizing this little girl far surpassed them all. Yet, she never fought for Minnie. If she had the intention, no one would be her match. Floating mid-air, strands of spiritual energy slowly seeped out from Imogen's body. The spiritual energy, tinged green, drifted slowly and softly, carried by the breeze of the small world. Dark clouds above slowly gathered. The Alexa once said it's best not to use spiritual power in the small world. Otherwise, you become the array's prime target, Gaston Savage explained earnestly, looking at everyone with widened eyes. The Alexa has sacrificed so much for you. If not for our Alexa, you fools would be sealed in this array forever. Alexa? So, she was the Alexa. An upper stage earth rank expert being carried by a high-level earth rank expert. The thought alone sent chills down their spines. Certainly, if they were outside the array, it would stir much gossip among the people. Now trapped inside the array, they only wished to leave as soon as possible. Green spiritual energy scattered by the wind fell into the soil. Then, sprouts began to grow visibly from the earth. Green, life, vitality. It's vitality. Hawk of Joe and Palace stared with wide eyes, trembling lips wanting to say something but swallowing it back. Rhett looked at Abel with a complex expression, glancing at the Blood Alliance members far away, his face full of doubt. What's going on? Does the manor have any connection with the Blood Alliance? But this question stayed in his mind for less than 2 seconds before he dismissed it. Now wasn't the time to think about this. After a long pause, the Alexa slowly descended. Gaston Savage stared in shock at the Alexa. Alexa, your hair. The grassland within the small world slowly restored its green color under Imogen's spiritual power. However, Imogen's hair changed from gold to white. Imogen waved her hand. Unperturbed, overused spiritual power. Excessive consumption? Gaston Savage felt incredibly sorrowful. Alexa, does that mean? Nothing serious, Imogen waved her hand, turning to the Jaden. This small world has mostly recovered. Soon, you will be able to locate the Arashwi steel again. The Jaden nodded with difficulty. Rhett didn't expect Imogen to possess such unbelievable power. To restore the grasslands in the small world almost instantly? Not just the Jaden, but everyone present was stunned speechless by Imogen's actions. The crane man gripped the girl's hand tightly, eyes wide, swallowing hard. His arrogance from before was gone. Such power, only a few elders in our sect could possibly achieve, the crane girl mumbled in awe. The mountain god Dover watched the changes in the heavens and earth, feeling the spatial spiritual energy slowly stabilize. Yet, he still gazed somewhat wistfully at the whirlwind. The low-hanging clouds above Imogen slowly dispersed, seemingly not regarding her as an enemy. Imogen explained to the Jaden, the array won't treat the Tomb Guardians as intruders. Tomb Guardians are also part of the sealing array. Are you a Tomb Guardian too? The Jaden was. Abel understood that man referred to the Yanis. Blocked his sword? Abel asked, then what now? Nigel shot a cold glare at Abel. I'm not injured. Abel paused, knowing how competitive his brother was, then turned back to Chandler for clarification. Chandler added, brother, when we came out of the tunnel towards the valley, we heard many people shouting by the lake. Upon approaching, we found kids being mauled by fish in the lake. We helped them out and later dived into the lake together. Those fish in the lake were very troublesome. So Davin used the black chopping sickle to drive them away and discovered the Arashwi steel at the bottom of the lake. Abel nodded. Did Nigel get injured then? Didn't I say? I'm not injured, Nigel protested immediately. Just overexerted myself. Abel didn't believe him and turned to Chandler again. You mentioned it was because of the black chopping sickle. What does that mean? Chandler explained, big brother, you don't know. Though the black chopping sickle is powerful, it drains the user's physical strength and spirit power every time it's used. Unless there's no other choice, Davin wouldn't use this scythe. Each use causes considerable damage to the user. Not only that, Carter interjected, previously, Davin was nearly an upper stage earth rank practitioner. After using the black chopping sickle several times, his current level is only upper stage yellow rank. Abel stared in shock at Nigel, hardly believing it. A weapon that could drain one's cultivation? Such a ruthless weapon? Abel felt pity for Nigel. Rhett knew that Nigel's strength wasn't obtained effortlessly, but through countless hours of hard training, sword by sword. Although he was gifted, he never slacked off, cherishing his talent immensely. Yet now, his cultivation was siphoned off by a mysterious weapon. An upper stage yellow rank and an upper stage earth rank, worlds apart. Don't look at me like that, Nigel snapped. Even if I'm only upper stage yellow rank now, getting back to my former strength would be a piece of cake. Abel nodded. Rhett believed Nigel had the talent and ability to do so. However, what had led Nigel to repeatedly use the black chopping sickle? Nigel clearly didn't want to continue this conversation. Who's that girl next to you? The girl, Abel paused, then smiled bitterly. Rhett's identity is connected to this array. Connected to the array? Nigel asked, puzzled. To know her identity, did they need to study the origins and history of this array? Nigel pressed. Can't be said? Abel nodded. Too many people around. I'll tell you later. The three brothers understood. Indeed, she appeared younger than all of them but possessed upper stage earth rank strength. An upper stage earth rank was only a Nigel looked over. A large group surrounded something, their excited voices filling the air. Does that mean we can leave? Abel nodded. Let's go back to town for a good rest. Carter laughed. Big brother, since we ventured deep into Dahuang Mountain to help you, you should reward us. Abel chuckled. Of course. Chandler frowned. Big brother, this time. We've led so many people astray in the underground palace. We've offended quite a few. Abel thought for a moment. That was my oversight. If anyone gives you trouble, send them to the manor house. Shifting responsibility to the manor house by directing others to come to the manor house? Chandler shook his head repeatedly. Big brother, that's not right. If they come for your trouble? Nigel snorted and glanced sideways at Abel. If we can't handle it, you think the manor house can? Abel understood his second brother's stubbornness. Davin, that's not what I meant. Abel pointed at the crowd and said, our ability to leave this small world depends entirely on Imogen and Daryl Liu. Imogen walked with me, indirectly receiving our favor. They would be grateful to us and wouldn't make things difficult for the manor house. As long as you let the manor house take the blame, they probably won't give you a hard time. Humph. Nigel snorted coldly and said no more. Chandler asked in amazement, Imogen? The powerful girl is Imogen? To have such strength at such a young age was truly inconceivable. That girl's spiritual technique is really magical, Carter added. Rettering Chandler mentioned Imogen, Nigel's dissatisfied expression showed curiosity once again, and he perked up his ears to listen. As they were talking, cheers erupted from the crowd in the distance again. Someone had already successfully passed through the Arashwi Steel and left this world. Chapter 193, Thunderclouds Approach. Under the Jaden's arrangements, everyone lined up and entered the dark water steel one by one. The excitement in the queue was palpable. Everyone hoped they would progress faster. Rosie sat on the shoulder of Lucas, her expression haggard, trembling slightly. Lucas watched the crowd sternly, his face ugly with displeasure. Even after 1,000 years of dedicating her strength to the clan within this underground cave, the Stacy had never appeared so drained. These martial artists didn't deserve the favor bestowed upon them by the Stacy. Rhett felt a rage bubbling up as he glared fiercely at the queued people, his expression grim. As the group continued lining up, a sudden loud laugh rang out nearby. Ha ha ha, it looks like we can finally leave. Leading a troop, the Blood Alliance man with the folding fan emerged from the Grand Array, heading toward the dark water steel. Everyone turned their heads towards the sound, instantly becoming tense. Were they coming to cause trouble again? Did these lunatics not wish to leave? Suddenly, those at the front of the line lunged toward the dark water steel, disappearing into it. It was better to leave this chaotic place as soon as possible to avoid being caught in further disturbances. The crowd began to grow restless and noisy. Since the gateway is open, let us proceed out first, the man with the folding fan said with a mocking smile. Otherwise, his words sparked anger, but no one dared voice it openly. Among the earliest to leave were the Muhammad and girl from Yinha sect. Now, only Zeke Elder from Joan Palace, the Assad, and Rosie could prevent the Blood Alliance from causing chaos. Otherwise what? Someone from Joan Palace stood up, glaring angrily. The Assad also joined in, encircling the Blood Alliance members. Right now, it's best not to argue with us, the Blood Alliance man smiled confidently. If we engage in conflict, the unstable spiritual energy might close the gate that took such effort to open. You wouldn't want that to happen, right? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. What scoundrels! The Blood Alliance wasn't just cruel, they were shameless bullies. After a long silence, the Assad Rani shouted, let them go first. With that, he stepped aside, making room for them. The others hesitated but followed suit, letting the path be clear. In this crucial moment, it was better to let the Blood Alliance members leave rather than risk further complications. The man with the folding fan laughed heartily and led the Blood Alliance members through the dark water steel, pushing aside the original frontliners as they strutted out arrogantly. Such arrogance! Joe and Palace members clenched their fists in frustration. However, the priority now was to leave this place, settling accounts later. Once all the Blood Alliance members had left, the line regained its calm. The members of Joe and Palace sighed in relief. Fortunately, they did not cause any more trouble before leaving. They must be eager to leave as well, another Darwin commented. The minor disturbance caused by the Blood Alliance ended, and the line resumed its quiet order under the Jaden's guidance. Within moments, most of the people in the small world had left. Use your scythe less often in the future, Abel couldn't help but advise. Nigel glanced at Abel, replying coolly, I know. This scythe significantly boosted his strength, allowing him to easily defeat higher ranks. Though the temptation was immense, using it depleted both his cultivation and stamina. Despite its tempting power, he knew it couldn't be discarded. The giant beast's eyes seemed oddly familiar to Nigel. Rhett felt a deep connection between his recurring dream and this dagger. That dreamt of giant beast felt uncannily familiar too. The absorption of human cultivation? Nigel suddenly recalled how the dagger's owner, encountered in the shady Cloud Mountains, was not particularly powerful. Though he ambushed Chandler, he still lost to Nigel. Why would someone using the dagger's power be defeated? Perhaps the original owner had been drained by frequent use. With this thought, Nigel's face changed drastically. A refreshing breeze swept through the small world suddenly. Nigel narrowed his eyes, sensing something. A figure appeared in front of the vortex, charging towards the myriad bones. Everyone was shocked. The vortex burst open once more, revealing a figure clad in golden armor rushing towards the dark water steel. It was the Rani of the Assads. His face was contorted in rage, riding a golden white tiger, ready to make an escape. Anyone blocking his path was an obstacle. Reluctant and filled with regret, he had searched decades for the myriad bones, and it was now within reach. How could he leave empty-handed? After dedicating his life to this pursuit, he wouldn't return without success. Bloodshot-eyed, he roared at the crowd, "Step aside, all of you." The golden white tiger lunged forward, colliding with anyone in its way, directly targeting Abel and company. Holding the myriad bones, emitting brilliant golden light and immense divine power, he rode the tiger, unstoppable. Dark clouds gathered in the sky again, shaking the air with intense spiritual energy. "Little thief, you dare." Lucas bellowed in fury. Peace restored by the Stacy. Someone now aimed to ruin everything? Lucas placed Rosie down and charged at the Assad like a cannonball, his large fists generating fierce gusts of wind, striking fiercely. Red light radiated from his fists, imbued with hundreds of wild beasts' powers, creating violent ripples in the air. Boom! Lucas was sent flying backward even faster than he came. Everyone froze. Another Blood Alliance member with a folding fan? The Assad, red-eyed, charged towards the dark water steel, determined to escape with the myriad bones before the small world reacted. Nigel watched as the Assad sped toward him, with the stunned Chandler and Carter standing behind. Rhett gritted his teeth, unsheathing the black scythe, slashing viciously at the Assad. Clang! A thunderous sound echoed, akin to a massive bell. Unexpectedly, Nigel did not get knocked back but held ground against the Assad. All eyes widened in disbelief. Even the formidable Lucas was struck away by the myriad bones-clad Assad, yet Nigel held his ground? Nigel's eyes turned blood-red as the black smoke surrounding the dagger enveloped him, remained unaffected, continuing their standoff. Unbelievable. He's actually this powerful. Everyone gaped at Nigel in astonishment. It turned out that he was a hidden expert. Chandler and Carter watched Nigel incredulously, gritting their teeth. The black scythe possessed such incredible power, yet it was an extremely malevolent weapon. Enhancing one's strength too much with it would come at a tremendous cost. Could Nigel endure such a massive power surge? Dark clouds rolled ominously, and another bolt of lightning struck, this one thicker than the previous by more than double. Rosie frowned and spoke calmly. Just like before, the small world's array has been shut off. Now, all the spiritual energy in the small world is targeting the myriad bones. The Assad watched helplessly as the dark water steel closed, regret gnawing at him. Red had intended to take the myriad bones out, but Nigel blocked his way. This delay caused the dark water steel to vanish once again, leaving them back in the same dire situation they had been in earlier. If they couldn't leave the small world, what good was having the myriad bones? "It's all because of you." The Assad glared at Nigel with fury bubbling up inside him, almost setting his whole body ablaze. "You meddling obstacle, running out to cause trouble." The Assad screamed hysterically, "Get out of my way!" Terrified by the approaching storm, saw the growing fear among the crowd. At this moment, the myriad bones was no longer a treasure but a harbinger of destruction. Rhett quickly retreated, but the black vortex followed him closely, impossible to escape. Fearful and clenching his teeth, the Assad glared fiercely at Nigel, enduring immense pain and distortion on his face. Rhett yelled, "Enjoy the power of this thunderbolt." As the dark clouds approached, a beam of golden light shot out from the Assad's hand towards Nigel. Nigel caught it and found it was the myriad bones. Rhett threw the myriad bones out. Startled, Nigel held the myriad bones tightly. Dark clouds swiftly engulfed him, and thousands of lightning bolts cracked down amid roaring thunder. ##### Chapter 194. The Wheel of Fate. Nigel! Abel exclaimed in shock. Rhett waved his hand, and a massive, striped python appeared out of nowhere, darting into the black clouds at lightning speed. However, the moment it entered the clouds, the system urgently notified him. The snake devourer has been defeated. Abel's face was filled with astonishment. Rhett stared blankly at the black clouds that pulsed with strong light, feeling the supreme pressure brought by the thunder, but completely powerless to resist. Elder brother, Carter and Chandler's cries of despair echoed in his ears. Abel's tears fell. "Nigel," he murmured. From childhood to adulthood, he remembered that stubborn kid who always wanted to compete with him. Having an adult soul, he naturally didn't take this seriously, finding the child endlessly amusing. Nigel worked harder than most, strived more, and excelled more, except, perhaps, for having an overpowered older brother. Indeed, that brother was his source of pain. Now, this person had been killed right before him, under the watchful eye of that excellent, overpowered elder brother. What good is such a useless brother if he can't even protect his own kin? And so, the Tanchursura, snake, was also lost. // And so, the snake was also lost. In this context, Tanchursura is a name for a type of creature or entity within the story, possibly previously introduced. If it's meant to be a specific name or term within the universe of the story, it should be translated consistently or explained earlier in the narrative. For fluency and natural reading in English, we avoid using Chinese characters mid-sentence without introduction or necessity. Redder, Tanchusura can simply be referred to as snake, assuming it has been previously defined or doesn't need further explanation for the ongoing context. System promptly notified, Wheel of Fate, changes the destiny of the target, surrounding them with a protagonist aura for a period of time. This effect allows for cliff diving survival with high-level guidance, see immersion without drowning while gaining secret treasures, and immunity to thunder while obtaining other insights, etc. Abel immediately commanded the Wheel of Fate to activate its skill. The system alerted again. The protagonist aura of the Wheel of Fate is too powerful, so using this skill will cost all your tree points and all summon creatures. Additionally, the total tree points must exceed 1 million for usage. Abel clenched his teeth and ordered the skill to activate, targeting Nigel within the thunderclouds. Suddenly, a golden octagonal disc appeared in front of Abel, from which a golden thread emerged and flew into the black cloud vortex, vanishing instantly. At the same time, Abel's system interface showed, Host * Abel. Total tree points * 0 points. Remaining tree points * 0 points. Spiritual creatures *. Wheel of Fate, activating, exchanged 1,105,000 tree points for a 6-month protagonist aura, skill successfully released. The thunderclouds continued to flash, and Abel watched closely, gradually relaxing. The skill has already been activated, it should be fine now. Inside the thunderclouds, the bone armor of 10,000 bones floated in midair, bathed in golden light despite being struck by countless bolts of lightning. Nigel lay weakly on the ground, his hair now white, his body racked with pain like it was tearing apart. The power bestowed by Black Blade's scythe had been exhausted, and the black armor was slowly fading, no longer providing him with its dark strength. Rhett knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Clutching the scythe tightly, he gritted his teeth and gazed up at the thunder raging above. Am I about to end here? His consciousness was beginning to blur. Was it just a hallucination? Or did he see a golden thread flash in the sky before disappearing? Abel? For some reason, he felt that this golden thread was related to Abel. Then, a blue orb appeared suddenly in the black clouds. It crashed down directly onto the bone armor of 10,000 bones, knocking it into Nigel's arms. The blue orb emitted a soft blue glow, enveloping Nigel's body. Golden light from the bone armor spread out and seeped into Nigel's body, gradually repairing his damaged form. Nigel's hair gradually turned back to black. Black mist began to emerge from the Black Blade scythe again, and Nigel clearly felt it drawing power from his body. The black mist slowly enveloped Nigel's body, giving him unprecedented strength, yet the black armor continuously consumed his vitality. The black armor grew thicker, wrapping around Nigel. The Black Blade scythe greedily siphoned off Nigel's life force, while the bone armor continuously radiated golden light, nourishing him. The blue orb faintly emitted blue light, with spiritual energy flowing into the Black Blade scythe through Nigel's body. Black mist poured out from the Black Blade scythe, forming a thick black sphere 10 meters in diameter, encapsulating Nigel, the bone armor, and the blue orb, greedily draining his vitality. 1,000 bolts of lightning raged fiercely, but Nigel inside the black armor felt nothing, shielded from all external harm. Inside the black sphere, Nigel lay quietly, feeling the power from the bone armor and the blue orb coursing through his body, unblocking his meridians. However, another force emerged from the black armor, siphoning away the power inside his body. Faint roars sounded from within the armor, shaking the entire thundercloud calamity, reverberating throughout the small world and causing the earth itself to tremble. It's been 3 days, the crowd from Joan Palace said in disbelief. Why does this thundercloud calamity last so long? Last time, thousands of lightning bolts finished in half an hour. Hawk's expression was grave as he looked at Abel. This journey, brothers grasped the main information. Brother, you mean Davin is fine? Carter asked in pleasant surprise. That's for sure, Abel smiled. With me here, how could anything happen to your second brother? But this lightning cloud? Chandler hesitated, asking hesitantly. Abel reassured them with a laugh. Don't worry, I can guarantee that Nigel is safe. Finally, after 5 days of the thundercloud's rampage, a massive roar echoed from within it. Then, the black clouds began to rapidly spin, forming a vortex. The vortex circled around its center, pulling the clouds from the sky and gradually moving toward the location of the bone armor of 10,000 bones. The rain and clouds of the entire small world were drawn towards it. At the edges, hints of a blue sky started to appear. As the vortex spun, it slowly drew all the black clouds from the small world, but at the center, the black clouds did not grow larger or denser. Instead, they thinned out. After half a day, the black clouds gradually dissipated, revealing a 100-meter-tall black giant beast where the black clouds once were. The beast had a pair of yellow eyes that radiated an awe-inspiring presence, looking down on everything beneath it. Surprisingly, this giant beast opened its massive mouth and started devouring the black clouds. It turned out that all the people asked, have these 3 treasures acknowledged you as their master? Nigel found Abel's lack of surprise odd. Abel, why aren't you surprised at all? Abel replied with a confident smile. Isn't this how it should be? Do you think the protagonist aura is just for show? I invested all my resources into this. Nigel was momentarily speechless. Rhett almost died in the lightning cloud calamity, but unexpectedly, the blue orb suddenly struck, bringing the bone armor of 10,000 bones and providing him with spiritual energy and the strongest flesh. Meanwhile, the black blade scythe continuously siphoned off his blood, forming a powerful black armor, allowing him to withstand the calamity. What took him most by surprise was the appearance of the giant beast from his dreams. It had emerged from the black blade scythe, recognizing him as its master and consuming all the thunderclouds. Such a miraculous survival would be unheard of in 10,000 years, making him seem like a child of destiny. But Abel's calm demeanor suggested he expected all of this. Who would believe this if told? Nigel felt doubtful and said, "Indeed, the 3 treasures have been subdued by me. The blood of the strongest flesh provided by the bone armor of 10,000 bones was not something ordinary people could endure. An average person could only accept a tiny bit of its power. However, the black blade scythe constantly drained Nigel's vitality, causing the bone armor to provide him with more flesh. After passing through Nigel's body, the flesh was again absorbed by the black blade scythe. As a result, Nigel's entire body was washed with the bone armor's flesh, blending seamlessly with it. The mighty giant beast had been sealed inside the black blade scythe by the great power of the shaman clan thousands of years ago. It used its own black smoke to draw out the user's vitality, attempting to strengthen itself and break the seal. However, over thousands of years, it only gained a tiny amount of vitality. No one before Nigel had ever been strong enough to let it freely drain. Now, having broken free and restored to its peak state, the beast owed this all to Nigel. Knowing that this powerful man was merely a teenager, it decided to loyally follow him. The blue orb, the water pool, had also been refined during the lightning calamity, becoming his treasure. Abel nodded and remarked with a smile, "Now that's what I call a life winner." Watching Nigel, everyone had mixed feelings. How could there be such a huge gap between people? However, they had more pressing concerns. Now what? How do we get out of here? Someone asked anxiously. They cared about their own immediate interest the most, even though they regretted and envied that the treasures had chosen a master in the Chapter 195. Finally out. Nigel stood at a distance, the black clouds in the small world once again coalescing to encircle him. Standing far off, the golden light of the 10,000 bones radiated forth. The spiritual energy within the small world swiftly detected this aura, and soon, black clouds surged out wildly, thunder rampaging as if to obliterate heaven and earth. However, this time, before the thunderclouds could run amok, a suction force drew them away, and the sky turned clear once more. This expanse of sky had never been so clear before, not a single cloud in sight. Everyone watched the sky speechlessly, starting to envy Nigel's good fortune. 10,000 bones had already been completely subdued by Nigel, who could now control its aura at will. After feeding his skyward beast, he would conceal the aura of 10,000 bones. When it was hungry, he would let it glow brilliantly. In just a few days, the skyward beast had shrunk from hundreds of meters tall to merely over 10 meters. "Stacy, how peculiar is this skyward beast? Why does it grow smaller?" the wild Gaston asked. The Stacy smiled. "It has mastered the method of controlling its size." According to her plan, having the skyward beast absorb the thunderclouds within the sealing technique would weaken the small world's spiritual energy. Eventually, they would be able to identify the array's location. The small world's gap is right there. Kira, looking worriedly at where Nigel had disappeared. Perhaps, it was another event triggered by the main character's halo. Abel sighed helplessly and laughed. "Don't worry, Nigel is very powerful now." Everyone looked up and saw Nigel vanish into the sky like a meteor. Corey of Joan Palace tightly knit his brows, silent. Nigel rode on the giant beast's shoulder, heading south. "Do you mean you're one of the Blood Alliance members?" Nigel asked. In the 10,000 bones, a ghostly figure appeared, full of pain and wailing. "That devil must have used my body. Chase after him quickly." Nigel said. "When did he switch you?" The ghostly figure shouted. "Right when I put on 10,000 bones." Nigel nodded. "No wonder your actions were strange back then. To actually remove 10,000 bones, others thought you were too arrogant, but you were already possessed by the devil at that moment." The ghostly figure yelled. "Rhett truly took advantage of me to escape the seal, concealing his actions." Nigel said. "But why should I help you catch the devil?" "Haha, after catching him, would you come back to harm people?" The ghostly figure shouted. "How have I harmed people? I haven't." Nigel said. "Forget it. I don't think that devil is even as bad." The ghostly figure yelled. "If you're not willing to help me, then why did you come out? You just want benefits, right? Speak, what do you want?" Nigel nodded. "Haha, you're smart. What I want is simple." "What?" the ghostly figure asked. "As long as I can do it, I will help you. As long as you help me." "You definitely can do it," Nigel nodded and said. "I want the entire Blood Alliance." "What?" the ghostly figure cried out in shock. After leaving the seal, the Blood Alliance's York immediately sped off, running for 3 days and nights without stopping. His subordinates, exhausted, pleaded, "Perry, let's rest here. The men can't keep up." Rhett finally stopped, looking back at the valley where the seal was. "Never thought that after so many years, this place has turned into desolate hills." The man in red gown panted, "Perry, even if they manage to break the seal, they won't have time to chase us. We don't need to run so urgently." The York glanced at the gown man, smiling. "I'm not running from them." "Huh." The gown man's eyebrows twitched. "Perry, do you have other plans?" "I've been trapped in that damned place for millennia. Naturally, I don't want to stay any longer." But he couldn't say this aloud. His eyes flashed, and he gave an evil smile. "Fine, rest for a while, then we'll continue." "Perry, where are we headed?" the gown man asked. 10,000 Demons Cave, the York laughed. That was his old lair. He wanted to return and see it. ####Chapter 196, Rain Crisis and a Letter from Home. Ebeno had already chosen its master, and that master was none other than the brother of the Lord, Canon from the Chun family of Donghua Town. Abel felt quite embarrassed. Thus, under Abel's arrangement, a large number of hunting wind eagles took off from Mou Mountain, escorting the various heroes back to Shenshan Town. They held feasts for several days in Shenshan Town, treating all the heroes from around the world. Thus, the news about Ebenu choosing its master and the water burial sealing technique spread rapidly through these people's mouths. Ebenu has chosen a master? It's the Lord's brother, Canon from the Chun family of Donghua Town? Redevans, is there something hidden behind this? Rumors swirled among the martial community, full of speculation. However, those who experienced the water burial sealing technique were envious and jealous, but harbored no resentment. because in taverns and tea houses, they were no longer weak losers, but heroic figures who had personally witnessed the spirit force storm and thundercloud calamity. They naturally stood out compared to those with limited experiences. After having their fill of food and drink, they couldn't help but vividly describe their courageous demeanor facing the thundercloud calamity before others. Even if the secret treasure didn't belong to them, they were still witnesses. Thus, the reputation of the Lord's Manor became even more prominent among the martial community. Names like Cannon, Alexa Rosie, and Lucas were frequently mentioned. Ironically, it seemed that Lord Abel himself did not do much. Finally, someone came to their senses and asked, "You keep talking about how formidable the Lord's Manor is, but why isn't the Lord's prowess featured in your stories?" This question initially left everyone speechless. Then they began pondering and recalling. Indeed, throughout the entire event, the Lord of the Manor, Abel, seemed to have contributed very little. Abel always stood beside those radiant figures, yet no one knew the extent of his own power. The luster of the Lord's Manor appeared to come from others. Thus, public opinion summarized Lord Abel of Shinshan Town as follows. Lord Abel of Shinshan Town is an administrator skilled at befriending powerful individuals, endowed with a natural talent for managing towns. This can be seen from the development of Shinshan Town. Rhett also loves riding on others' coattails, leveraging others' strength to enhance the prestige of the Lord's Manor. So, it seems the Lord's Manor is nothing much, said someone, feeling unbalanced. Just average skills and knows some networking tricks. Humph, not his own abilities. Exactly. I've heard long ago that he has no spiritual meridian. How could he possess any formidable martial prowess? What? You mean Lord Abel of Shinshan Town has no martial power? Absolutely true. The Chen family of Donghua Town is relatively well known in Izhou and owns several estates in Qingzhou, so this information has been circulating among the Chen family descendants in Qingzhou. I see. No wonder he hasn't displayed any power. It's because he fundamentally can't. Right. That explains why he only leverages others. Otherwise, how would his domain, Shinshan Town, develop? A domain must have its own strength and prestige to develop. If the Lord can't provide it, they have to rely on external forces. Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Such news spread quickly. Various speculations circulated in Shinshan Town and returned to Qingzhou with the numerous martial artists. However, Abel was preoccupied with the growing trees rather than these rumors. Rhett stared blankly at the ever-increasing forest, worried. To save Cannon, Abel used the time wheel. Now, the system was completely empty, leaving nothing behind. Not even the green elves or falling rain swallows. This barren mountain wouldn't rain by itself, and if too much time passed, the newly planted vegetation would die from lack of water and nourishment. What should he do? Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, Abel anxiously sought out Coulter. My spirit beasts disappeared for some reason, and I remember you have an array for making it rain, Abel said nervously. Before you returned a few days ago, I heard Isaac cried bitterly in the Lord's Manor for not finding his spirit beast. Coulter's voice was old and hoarse. Rhett suspiciously stared at Abel for a while and asked, "Did something go wrong with your spirit techniques?" Abel nodded and replied, "Indeed, there is an issue." Coulter's expression turned serious. "Spirit techniques are no trifling matter." Abel explained, "If I can preserve my trees, my spirit techniques will gradually recover." Coulter's face showed surprise, asking, "Earlier, I heard Isaac mention that your spirit techniques are related to these trees. Frankly, I thought his claim was absurd." Abel smiled and shook his head. Isaac spoke the truth. Coulter frowned in silence. Rhett had never heard of spirit techniques involving tree planting. Such claims sounded as amateurish and naive as Isaac's fabricated stories. However, Abel had no reason to deceive him with such a childish lie, especially when he was now seeking help. It seemed that it was indeed beyond his knowledge. Coulter nodded and said, "To make it rain over Shinshan Town, it's actually easy, but we might not need to trouble ourselves since we still have a river creating treasure. With proper use, even without rain, your trees won't wither." "Treasure?" Abel asked hurriedly. "What is it?" Coulter laughed. "The water absorption pool. You forgot?" Abel was stunned for a moment, then chuckled. "The water absorption pool was taken away by my second brother, Cannon." "Oh." Coulter paused and asked, "Where is Cannon?" "Gone." "It looks like we really need to set up a rain-making array," Coulter said helplessly. Abel nodded. "Elder Coulter, after careful consideration, only you have this capability now." Coulter smiled faintly. "All right. However, your forested area is quite extensive now. To create a rainstorm over such a wide area, even if my array works perfectly, my materials are limited. The rain won't last very long." "How long can the rain last, Elder?" Abel asked in alarm. "At most 2 weeks, Coulter replied. 2 weeks? Could he accumulate 10,000 tree points within 2 weeks? Falling Rain Swallow is a third-grade spirit creature. With the disappearance of the green elves, the survival rate of trees in this vast, desolate mountain might plummet severely. After 2 weeks, if 10,000 trees don't survive, cutting off the rain will cause more trees to wither." Abel hastily offered, "Elder, what do we need for setting up a long-term rain-making array?" "I'll get them." Elder Coulter frowned at Abel. Abel's attitude suggested that his spirit technique problem couldn't be solved within 2 weeks. Coulter pondered for a moment and said, "Other materials are manageable, but we mainly need a powerful water source stone." "Water source stone?" Abel muttered. A water source stone isn't a type of mineral but refers to treasures or spirit items rich in water elemental spirit energy. Since it serves as the water source in an array, it is called a water source stone. Like the water absorption pool, it contained immeasurable water elemental spirit energy, easily qualifying as a supreme water source stone. Since it's a treasure or spirit item, it's not easy to find. Abel sent people to gather information about water source stones, and arranged for Rosie and the Lucas to stay temporarily at the Lord's Manor. No matter how urgent things were, the sole heir of Starry Sky sect was staying at the manor, so they couldn't be neglected. Abel had Isaac prepare the finest chefs to cook snacks for Rosie and assigned a few clever, obedient maidservants to ensure she enjoyed her stay. Red intended for Rosie to be so entertained that she would not miss home. However, Rosie's mood wasn't great as she watched the bustling crowd of martial artists, the gaunt refugees, and the small, struggling forest near Shinshan town. Recently, another batch of emaciated refugees arrived in Shinshan town. Although Abel made sure they were well settled, the Alexa did not hide her displeasure. Thus, Lucas, being Rosie's follower, also didn't feel particularly good. The two formidable figures roamed around town with troubled expressions, and no one dared to provoke them. The aftermath of the desolate mountain treasure hunt still lingered, and many resting martial artists recognized Rosie and Lucas through word of mouth. So, Abel was not worried about any troublemakers stirring up trouble with them. That day, Abel wrote a letter to the forest of Qingzhou's Shucheng, asking him to look out for water element source stones. On the same day, a dust-covered horse arrived at Shinshan Town Manor House. The rider was a guard from Donghua Town's Chun family. Honest, there is trouble at home. The Donghua Town guard rushed in, his face showing panic as he spoke to Abel. What happened? Abel's heart sank. Truly, one calamity after another. Old Senior Coulter was still working day and night, preparing the rainmaking array. Abel ensured everyone at the manor was fully cooperating with the preparations, but everyone was stretched thin. Setting up a large-scale rainfall array was no easy task. Yet, here came news of trouble at home. The guard anxiously retrieved a letter from his robes and handed it to Abel. Abel took the letter, tore it open, and began to read. My son, I received your letter half a month ago and felt greatly relieved. I also received a letter of gratitude from the forest of Zhucheng, which made me realize how remarkable my son is. I am immensely proud. A few days ago, I received a letter from Donghua Mountain stating that Nigel, Carter, and Chandler went to Yuzhou and accomplished feats by capturing the treasure thief Bolivar. These past few days, my heart has been filled with joy, wanting to write back to encourage you, yet fearing excessive praise might make you overconfident. Rentance, I hesitated to send it. However, misfortune struck unexpectedly yesterday. Elderberry, the strongest elder of the Qin family, who was in seclusion attempting to break through his cultivation level, failed and is now gravely injured and unconscious, his cultivation significantly damaged. Donghua Mountain is in chaos, losing our only high-ranking spirit master. Because of Elderberry, the Qin family enjoyed significant influence and respect among martial circles. His setback could affect our descendants outside. As a regional lord, you should prepare in advance. After finishing the letter, Abel felt a pang of concern. Rhett could truly sense the worry between the lines in the patriarch's words. Indeed, unexpected misfortunes could happen, and the Chun family's biggest pillar had collapsed. Abel frowned deeply, walking quickly to the desk to draft a reply to the Chen family patriarch. But then the guard pulled out another letter from his robes. Strange, another one? Abel asked, puzzled. Why didn't you show it earlier? The Alwyn instructed that if you showed no reaction after reading the first letter, I should hand over this second one, the guard replied bluntly. This letter was written later. As I was about to set off with the first letter, I was stopped by someone sent by the Alwyn and given this second one. Curious, Abel took the new letter and read it. My son, tonight, I received another letter informing me that Kaylee of the Qingzhou Ding family wants to dissolve the engagement with Kirker. I fear this news might distress Kirker, so I ask you to gently console him. While Kaylee is indeed an exceptional match, true men need not lack wives. Though Kirker may not have the talent of Nigel or your intelligence, as a direct descendant of the Qin family, he is still considered elite. In the future, I will surely find him a worthy wife. Abel finished reading the letter in silence, picturing the usually authoritative patriarch now appearing both anxious and determined. Despite the serious matter, Abel couldn't help but chuckle slightly. However, the Qingzhou Ding family wanted to break the engagement with the Qin family? This seemed inconceivable before. The Qingzhou Ding family was a relatively new noble family with less than 500 years of history. Compared to the Chun family of Donghua Town, they had smaller territory, less prestige, and weaker strength. Kaylee's marriage into the Qin family was not just because of her beauty and talent, but also due to the long-standing friendship cultivated between the Ding and Chen families. Kaylee often visited the Qin family, fostering childhood affection with Carter. The Xander used this bond to arrange the marriage alliance. Now, the sudden decision to end the engagement was unforeseen by the Qin patriarch, especially following Elderberry's failure. Sighing, Abel said, no worries. I believe Carter won't act like a child. Let me deliberate on a proper response to comfort the old patriarch. The old patriarch? The guard looked speechless at the young master. It felt like he had grown more independent during his time away from home. Abel swiftly wrote a letter, sealed it, and handed it to the guard. Rhett smiled and said, you must be tired from your journey. Rest here for a few days, and we'll choose a good day to depart. The guard accepted the order, taking the letter and retreating, feeling rather dubious. Being part of the inner guard of the Chen family, he was privy to family affairs. The news of Elderberry's failure wasn't hidden, and Donghua Town wore a gloomy atmosphere. Yet, Abel showed little reaction to the letters, acting as if nothing major had happened. Remembering the patriarch's instructions before leaving, the guard decided to gather information. Rhett needed to understand the situation clearly before reporting back. With that, he stepped toward the taverns to investigate. Chapter 197, Persuasion. At the martial practice field outside the Lord's Manor, Kelly was sparring with Ellie using a massive warhammer, while a group of young lads watched eagerly from the sidelines. Kelly, wielding the enormous hammer, exuded an aura of overwhelming might, direct, straightforward, and brimming with brute force. This style suited muscle-bound warriors like the Earth-rank Lucas perfectly. If Kelly could receive guidance from an Earth-rank Lucas, his skills would undoubtedly advance rapidly. Currently, without using spiritual energy, Ellie found himself at a disadvantage against Kelly. However, once Ellie activated his spiritual energy, Kelly could not match him. Yet, Kelly's spiritual energy was highly specialized and extremely explosive, so Ellie had to be extra cautious even then. Big Brother's Darwin has improved so much in such a short time, Ellie thought with surprise. Although he was still guiding Kelly, If this pace continued, he would soon be surpassed. They exchanged 100 or so blows before Ellie leaped back, putting some distance between them. That's enough for today, Ellie sheathed his sword and said. Kelly still wasn't fully satisfied, but put away her hammer anyway. She trained with the warhammer daily for more than half a day, and she noticed that the longer she practiced, the more active the orange spiritual energy within her became. This energy was cultivated through physical endurance training. After Kelly stowed her weapon, Glover approached. Fourth brother, where is Danilo? Glover asked. Breathing heavily, Ellie replied. Arnie went out with Melinda. Out with Melinda? Where did they go? Glover asked curiously. Well, Arnie didn't want me to say, Ellie hesitated. Glover gave him a sidelong glance. If I ask Melinda directly, do you think she won't tell me? That was true too. Rhett wondered what kind of spell Big Brother had cast on his Darwins that made them follow his orders so blindly. It seemed he still had a lot to learn from Big Brother. Ellie laughed and said, Arnie let Melinda take him shopping in town to pick up some local specialties. Glover smiled. That's not a big deal. Why all the secrecy? Ellie chuckled. Rhett wants to give the items to Lady Chinchio. Glover's smile froze. Queenie? Speak of the devil. Glover patted Ellie on the shoulder. Go fetch Danilo. I need to speak with him. Seeing Glover's serious expression, Ellie was puzzled. What happened? Yeah. Glover nodded. Something has happened within our Chin family. In the reception hall, Glover sat in the main seat, with Danilo, Ellie, Chen Shuyun, Chen Shubao, Kelly, and Liang Shuijin seated below. Isaac stood by, serving tea and water, observing everyone carefully. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. We've just received news from the Chin family. Chen Mu glanced around. Some events have transpired. Prepare yourselves. Everyone was taken aback. Given how formally Glover convened this meeting, they knew something significant had happened. They hadn't expected a message from home. What happened? Danilo, noticing Glover's solemn face, asked anxiously. Pausing for effect, Glover looked at everyone and said, Our most powerful elder, Elder Chinya, failed in his attempt to break through to a higher realm while in seclusion. His cultivation regressed, and he sustained severe injuries. What? The Chun family members stared at Glover in disbelief. Danilo and Ellie leapt up immediately. For years, Elder Chinya had been the idol of Chin family Darwins who trained in Donglu Mountain, their ultimate goal. How could someone like him have an accident? When we first left the mountain, Elder Chinya was already in seclusion. After a long pause, Ellie began to analyze. Even when Bolivar stole the box and escaped, triggering a full mountain alert, it didn't disturb Elder Chinya. With such emphasis on Elder Chinya's seclusion, why did he fail to break through? Is advancing from Earth rank mid to Earth rank high so perilous? Danilo hastily asked. What did the head of the family say in the letter? In the letter, the patriarch informed us of the news and instructed us to proceed with caution, Glover replied. Many major powers respect our family because of an Earth rank mid spirit honest within Chen family. With Elder Chinya's incident, the patriarch fears that many factions will test us. Not only at home but also in our territories, we may face many issues. An Earth rank mid spirit honest is crucial for the Chen family. Indeed, Chen Shuyun agreed. Although our Shushan city isn't part of the Korchin lineage, all the city lords know we come from the Donglu Town Chen family. If Elder Chinya encounters problems, the balance of power will tip. Events previously unimaginable may now occur. The atmosphere grew silent as everyone pondered deeply. After deliberating for a while, Ellie spoke. Big brother, should we inform the patriarch about Davin's condition? Davin? Yes. Danilo's eyes lit up excitedly. Davin obtained 3 treasures and the legendary skyward beast through the water burial seal technique, greatly boosting his strength. This is a tremendous piece of good news for the Chin family. With the Chin family's pillar collapsing, if it were revealed that there's potential for succession, those with ill intentions towards the Chun family would need to rethink their plans. Besides, Chen Luan's status is no ordinary matter. Due to Glover taking over the fiefdom, Chen Luan is now the most likely successor to become the next patriarch. A significant increase in Chen Luan's strength profoundly impacts the Korchin lineage. Everyone looked at Glover expectantly. Glover nodded. In my letter to the patriarch, I've already explained Chen Luan's situation. Such news indeed makes those who covet the Chen family wary. Chen Luan gaining 3 treasures and acknowledging their mastership was witnessed by many. Concealing it was impossible. Rather than hiding, revealing it can enhance the prestige of the Donglu Town Chen family. Very well, Danilo relaxed. Looking at Ellie, he added, we fled Donglu Mountain privately, and now with such a significant event occurring there, we should return as soon as possible. Ellie nodded, agreed. But we're sure to receive heavy punishment upon returning. Their faces turned somber. Returning without Chen Luan, amidst such turmoil, meant they would likely face harsh consequences. Glover nodded. In the patriarch's letter, another matter was mentioned. Reading this, everyone raised their heads to look at Glover. Shaking his head, Glover stood up and walked out, saying, Danilo, come with me. Only Danilo? Something concerning Danilo? Looking bewildered, Danilo followed him to the garden behind the Lord's manor. The garden, usually bustling with maidservants, was now eerily empty under the scorching sun, making it feel hot and dry after several rainless days. Danilo, what do you think of Queenie? Glover asked casually as they walked. Huh. Danilo was stunned. Even if their Qingzhou Ding family is inferior to our Qin family, we are marrying Ding Qianqiu, not the entire Ding family. To have her as a daughter-in-law would be something for our Qin family to be happy about. Seeing Carter's smugness, Abel frowned. You hold so much affection for Ding Qianqiu? Carter, still just a young boy, inevitably blushed when discussing this topic. But since the head of the family mentioned it in his letter, they needed to clarify matters. With his face flushed red, Carter stiffened his neck and said, I've never encountered a Marissa more outstanding than Ding Qianqiu. Of course, I understand that as part of the Korchin lineage, marriage also involves considerations of alliances and mutual benefits. But if this Marissa is excellent enough, she can make up for any deficiencies in other areas, right? Abel looked at Carter's rosy, Montague-full face without speaking. The sun grew, increasingly scorching in the garden. Abel took a deep breath. Seeing Abel's helpless expression, Carter chuckled. Big brother, is Hampton changing his mind and trying to find another noble lady for me from another family? Tell the head of the family that I'll only marry Ding Chinchio for the rest of my life. Besides, we've been betrothed for a long time. Breaking the engagement now will stir up many rumors. You think too well. Abel stared at the laughing Carter and remarked, that's what you wish. Huh? Carter asked in confusion. Is it not true? Did the head of the family not intend this? Carter was startled for a moment before realizing he had been tricked. Embarrassed and angry, he said, all right, Abel. You really are sly. Using the head of the family's name to get me to talk. Recalling how he declared he'd only marry Ding Chinchio, his face alternated between red and pale with embarrassment. This was embarrassing. Extremely embarrassing. Get me to talk? Abel glanced at Carter irritably. What nonsense. Could this fool be his brother? Are you mocking me? Carter's face flushed red with shame and anger. How old are you? Acting so frivolously? Abel sighed helplessly and said with a laugh, you're set on marrying Ding Chinchio, but have you thought about what you'd do if one day the Ding family no longer wants to marry their daughter to you? Not want to marry? Carter froze, then laughed. Big brother, back then, the patriarch of the Ding family worked tirelessly to get Ding Chinchio engaged to us. How could they not want it? Abel watched Carter silently, saying nothing. What? Carter noticed Abel's gaze, puzzled. His smile slowly freezing as he asked awkwardly. Abel said, indeed, the Ding family worked tirelessly to get Ding Chinchio engaged to you. They're founder of Ding Chinchio for now. The head of the family will surely find you a beautiful bride later. Our Donghua Township family wouldn't lack brides, would we? Carter suddenly raised his head, staring at Abel, shaking his head. No, I won't return to Donghua Mountain. I'll go to the Ding family and ask for an explanation. Go to the Ding family? Abel was stunned. Red hadn't expected Carter to react this way. Yes, go to the Ding family. Carter took a deep breath. I need to get to the bottom of this. Regardless of the reason behind the Ding family's change of heart, he needed to understand it clearly. Rhett wanted to see Ding Chinchio in person. Abel patted Carter's shoulder gently, shaking his head. Arnie, the head of the family won't agree to this. I'll go on my own then, Carter insisted. Big brother, will you support me? Abel furrowed his brow. The head of the family tasked me to persuade Arnie, but judging by his reaction, it's clear the persuasion didn't work. Looking at Carter's determined face, Abel sighed helplessly. All right, once we finish what's at hand, I'll accompany you. Senior Coulter was preparing a vast water array, and Abel had to find water source stones within a short period. Rhett couldn't leave just yet. Okay, Carter nodded, walking back looking somewhat dejected. Rhett stopped after a few steps, saying, Big brother, I suddenly remembered that my mother once gave Ding Chinchio a piece of water scale jade. What? Abel froze, then sucked in a sharp breath. Water scale jade? Carter's mother actually possessed such a treasure, and gave it to Ding Chinchio? Unbelievable. Really? Carter nodded. I remember clearly. Abel said, in that case, we'll visit the Qingzhou Ding family. Water scale jade. It's an exquisite water source stone. Chapter 198. The Redovan's mandated son. Since Abel's spirit beast had completely disappeared, he could not understand what the Alexa Imogen and the Lucas were saying. After settling the Alexa and the Lucas in the Lord Manor, Abel specially arranged 2 attentive maidservants for them. These maidservants, besides being responsible for Imogen and the Lucas's daily lives, also took on the task of teaching them the common language of the continent. Imogen was a quick learner with her natural talent, while although the Lucas wasn't unintelligent, his progress paled in comparison to hers. Despite this, learning a new language still required considerable time. Apart from studying at the Lord Manor, the Alexa Imogen and the Lucas spent their remaining time wandering around Divine Mountain Town with their maidservants. Fortunately, even if they couldn't communicate verbally yet, the Lucas understood that Abel needed to borrow the wind-hunting eagles. Abel planned to visit the Ding family in Qingzhou, which would take more than half a month even by riding a swift breeze horse. With the wind-hunting eagles, he could cut this time by at least half. Fortunately, many of the wind-hunting eagles sent by the Anakinhu Knights back from the vast desolate mountains were still in Divine Mountain Town. The Lucas personally picked 3 robust wind-hunting eagles for Abel. The 3 wind-hunting eagles soared into the clouds, carrying Abel, Carter, and Chandler away. Honest, rest assured, I will take good care of the territory, Isaac called out loudly, watching the distant figures disappear. His cheeks were wet with tears. That night, the Zack steward of Divine Mountain Town stayed up all night on the roof of the Lord Manor, gazing at the distant mountains while listening to the sound of hammers from the desolate Dance Heart Forge. From Divine Mountain Town to the Ding family in Qingzhou, even by riding the swift breeze horse, it would still take about half a month. However, wind-hunting eagles, as Eris-level spirit beasts, traveled much faster with the wind and soon crossed the cloud-covering mountains. For ordinary people, these mountains were difficult to climb, but for spirit onists and spirit beasts, it posed no problem. This reminded Abel of the man in the white crane robe he had encountered in the small world. It was said that he belonged to the Yinha sect. A Darwin from such a major sect, with such a mount, must have free reign over the world. Unexpectedly, this time Joan Palace's Darwins didn't ride powerful spirit beasts. Instead, they kept a low profile. Surely after finding the senior brother, the Darwin responded. No, Hawk interrupted. This injury is not easily healed. I am staying in Divine Mountain Town mainly to recover. If the palace master inquires about my return, just say. Stopping here, Hawk stared intently at the Darwin. Speaking clearly, Hawk serves Joan Palace wholeheartedly. Once my health improves slightly, I will immediately return to the palace. Yes, I understand, the Darwin nodded, feeling uneasy under Hawk's gaze. Certainly, if the palace master insists on my immediate return, I will certainly do so despite my condition, Hawk added firmly. Understood, Elder. The Darwin bowed and left. Hawk took another sip of tea, squinting as he watched the passing martial artists on the street, sighing again. Mitchell Lang and his group of 4 trudged through the scorching heat in the vast desolate mountains, relying solely on their feet for the journey since they had no mounts. We need to reach the 10,000 bones burial site as soon as possible. The man in the green robe clenched his teeth. Otherwise, those seniors and juniors with Hawk will be in danger. We must hurry. Zhu Peng looked thin and tired, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Senior brother, according to the map, we should be near the site. But why can't we see anyone? Could they have fallen into the trap set by the Lord Manor? Alfonso asked nervously. The wildness of this place unnerved him. Mitchell Lang, the weakest among them, was the most exhausted but kept pushing forward silently. The terrain here was flat, allowing them to see far ahead. Up ahead, a figure sat on a raised rock, wearing loose robes and holding a shimmering orb that reflected the sunlight brilliantly. Who was this? Mitchell Lang and his companions noticed this person, exchanging puzzled glances. According to their intelligence, this could be a treasure-seeking knight or a member of the Blood Alliance. Regardless, encountering only one person in this vast wilderness meant they had to approach and inquire. I'll go check. You all stay here, the green-robed man said, halting his pace as they neared the figure. Be careful, senior brother. Zhu Peng wiped the sticky sweat off his forehead due to the blazing sun. The green-robed man nodded, then leaped nimbly onto the raised stone. The figure on the rock opened its eyes, looking up but frowning. Not right, the figure murmured, shaking its head. The timing isn't right. The green-robed man, noticing the figure's elegant appearance in loose robes and seated calmly under the sun, politely asked, Who are you? And why are you sitting alone in the vast, desolate mountains? I'm waiting for someone, the figure replied simply, then fell silent, continuing to sit motionless. The green-robed man smiled. You seem quite extraordinary to be waiting for someone in this uninhabited place. There's nothing extraordinary about it, just an ordinary person. The figure glanced at the green-robed man. Aren't you 4 also searching for someone in this desolate land? Searching? How did he know? The green-robed man was startled. Do you know who I'm looking for? The figure shook its head and smiled. How could I know who you're searching for? I only know who I'm searching for. The green-robed man frowned, persistently questioning. Then how did you know we were searching for someone? The man seemed uninterested in answering the green-robed man's continuous questioning. However, with the green-robed man standing before him, he couldn't just ignore him and had to respond, well, in this desolate place where even birds don't bother to defecate, what else can you do but look for someone? Could it be you are here to dig for treasure? His voice carried a lazy, world-weary tone. Why can't it be for digging treasure? The green-robed man stared intently at the man, retorting, Isn't everyone who comes to this vast, desolate mountain here to dig for treasure? Waiting for someone? Huh? Only Blood Alliance members would be here waiting for someone. The green-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly. The man looked at the green-robed man quizzically before suddenly laughing. Treasure? What treasure can you... They had assumed it was the Redmen searching for something again, not considering this possibility. But why would the Lord of Divine Mountain Town send wind-hunting eagles to retrieve these martial artists? Wasn't he one of the Blood Alliance? Did all the martial artists fall for a trick? Minnie. The green-robed man was startled and quickly asked, Who ended up with Minnie? The man remained seated quietly, gently resting his forehead. It's said that it's a younger brother of the Lord of Divine Mountain Town. A younger brother of the Lord? Nigel. The green-robed man's pupils dilated as he stared disbelievingly at the man. Ultimately, Minnie went to the Chen family? To the Lord Manor? How could this be? The green-robed man asked incredulously. Indeed, everything had been meticulously planned. But it was too late. By the time they arrived, only barren yellow earth remained. Still, who was this man? Were his words trustworthy? The green-robed man still had doubts. Clearing his throat, he asked, May I ask your honorable name? The man seemed unwilling to answer, waving his hand dismissively. Names? Whether you know or not, it doesn't matter much. You may be on your way. The green-robed man frowned silently. Seeing the green-robed man still standing there, seemingly not planning to leave, the man laughed lazily. You've asked everything you wanted. What more do you want? Meeting you here in this barren land must be fate. Yet unfortunately, you are not the person I am waiting for. And the person you seek is not me. The green-robed man said, There seems to be no one else here besides us. The man shook his head and laughed. Different times, different places, bring you different encounters. If you haven't met anyone, it just means the time isn't right yet. After speaking, the man closed his eyes, resembling a stone statue in the desert, motionless. The light sphere in his hand continued to shimmer brilliantly under the sunlight, giving him an air of profound mystery. Though the green-robed man did not recognize who this person was, if the previously imprisoned Qingzhou martial artists from Black Moon Mountains were present, they would certainly recognize this as the person who incited them to dig for the St. Cathian crystal stone. Due to this person, the Qingzhou martial artists were imprisoned and suffered in the Wildman Cave. Yet when the prisoners looked back then, this person had vanished without a trace, even escaping the notice of the Lucas. At this moment, sitting there quietly with the shimmering sphere in hand, the man opened his eyes as the sun began to set. The time seems about right. He stood up, looking towards the west. Red had been waiting for someone coming from the west. In the distance, figures appeared. The figures gradually approached. It was a young boy and a black wolf. They hadn't ridden away on Abel's wind-hunting eagles, but were still wandering in this vast, barren land. The green-robed man hadn't left either. He was also waiting for someone from the vast, desolate mountain. The man on the rock had said he was waiting for someone. Wandering randomly might not lead to an encounter, so staying put and seeing who would come might provide more information. However, when they truly saw the approaching figures, they jumped in shock. Nigel! Alfonso's eyes widened, staring at the approaching figure in disbelief, blurting out, why was he still here? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, tightly staring at Nigel but not daring to make any move. Alfonso and Mitchell Lang had traveled across the cloud-covering mountains to find Nigel, spending considerable time in Divine Mountain Town before venturing into the vast, desolate mountain. After months of searching, they finally encountered him today, yet they hesitated to take a step forward. Alfonso swallowed hard, his expression conflicted. Earlier, he heard from the green-robed man that Nigel likely possessed Minnie. Regardless of the truth of this news, a strange sense of authority radiated from Nigel, making Alfonso unable to move. Nigel had long noticed the man on the rock, and then looked at Mitchell Lang and Alfonso, somewhat surprised. "You guys? You came?" Nigel greeted them. While in Divine Mountain Town, a beam of light from the side. Under the setting sun, the man on the rock held a glowing orb, casting light upon Nigel and Mitchell Lang. Nigel and Mitchell Lang both took a step back, stepping out of the illuminated area before turning to look at the man on the rock. "Is he your friend?" Nigel furrowed his brows and asked Mitchell Lang. "We ran into each other on the road," Mitchell Lang replied, puzzled by the man's use of the glowing orb to illuminate them. "Rhett said he was waiting for someone. Could he have been waiting for you?" "It's not me," Nigel frowned. The man on the rock seemed somewhat dazed, muttering under his breath. "What's going on? How can there be two destined ones?" Before he could fully react, a flash appeared before his eyes, and he found himself tumbling off the rock, pinned to the ground by a black wolf. "Let me go." The man still clutched the glowing sphere tightly in his hand, shouting. "What do you intend to do?" Nigel asked coldly. I'm here to find the boss," the man shouted. "The boss?" Mitchell Lang asked. "If you're looking for the boss, why did you shine that glass ball at us?" You guys are my boss." The man, who had previously been lazy and indifferent, now cried pitifully, "Bosses, take me in." Nigel exchanged a glance with Mitchell Lang, both of them clearly baffled by this turn of events. "Why should we trust you?" Nigel's voice remained icy, his eyes piercing as he stared down at the man wriggling under the black wolf's paw. The man gulped, trying to keep a grip on the glowing sphere while pleading. "Please, bosses, you don't understand. I've been following orders, and I need to report back." Mitchell Lang narrowed his eyes, suspicion evident in his tone. "Orders from whom? And what were you supposed to report?" The man hesitated, then blurted out. "I was told to observe and report on the movements of the chosen ones in this area, but I never expected there would be two." Nigel's expression darkened. Rhett glanced at Mitchell Lang, then back at the man. "Two? What do you mean by two?" The man stammered, clearly flustered. "Well, according to the information I received, only one person was supposed to obtain Minnie. But seeing both of you here, I'm confused. I don't know what to make of it." Nigel's eyes narrowed. "Who gave you these orders?" The man hesitated again, fearfully glancing between Nigel and Mitchell Lang. I was told to follow the instructions given by the higher-ups. I didn't expect things to get so complicated." Mitchell Lang took a step forward, his tone sharp. "Higher-ups? Who exactly are they? And what are you really doing here?" The man swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. I can't say more. But please let me up. I won't cause any trouble. I just need to figure out what's happening." Nigel glanced at the black wolf, nodding slightly. The wolf growled softly before stepping back, releasing the man. The man scrambled to his feet, still clutching the glowing sphere nervously. "You'd better explain yourself quickly," Nigel warned, his voice low and menacing. The man nodded frantically. Yes, I will. Just give me a moment to gather my thoughts. Hashtag chapter 199. The Ding family. The wind hunting eagle, being a dark class spirit beast, took only 5 days to reach the territory where the Ding family resided in Qingzhou, the city of Ningwei. 3 flying beasts descended from the sky, landing at the city's martial arena and drawing much attention from the townspeople. "What kind of eagle is this? It looks so terrifying. It must be a spirit beast level," someone commented as the wind hunting eagle landed. Many people gathered around, pointing and discussing it. Of course, if it weren't a spirit beast, could it carry people flying that high? Another person who seemed more knowledgeable remarked with authority. "This kind of spirit beast should be at least a mid-grade yellow class." "Wow, you're amazing," able to tell just by looking, people around him praised. "Not really," the man chuckled, waving his hand modestly. "Thanks to the Ding family, I participated in their young members' martial competition not long ago. At the event, I saw many spirit beasts and, over time, I developed an eye for identifying them. It truly is a skill worth mastering." Rhett laughed heartily after speaking. Speaking of the martial competition held by the Ding family recently, everyone in Ningwei City had heard about it. The crowd continued to flatter him while casting curious glances at Abel and the others. They were all handsome and had striking features. People began to wonder if they too were descendants of the Ding family. Remarkable individuals indeed. A few citizens hurried over, grinning widely and eagerly asked, "Perrys, where are you from? Are you going to the Ding family?" Carter jumped off the wind hunting eagle, his expression cold. "Yes, we are going to the Ding family." Uttering this, the group became excited, puffing out their chests and loudly declaring, "Perrys, let us lead the way." They stepped forward, pushing through the crowd with both hands, shouting, "Make way! Make way! These gentlemen are visiting the Ding family, so please step aside." Some of the onlookers stepped back, but those further away tried to push forward, stretching their necks or jumping up to get a better view, causing a bit of chaos. However, they didn't linger long. With the guidance of these people, they finally cleared a path leading to the widest street in Ningwei City and the most luxurious mansion. Many people followed closely behind, keeping pace with them. "These people are strange," Chandler frowned in confusion. They had already directed the wind hunting eagle to fly outside the city to avoid alarming or being alarmed by others. "They're just overly enthusiastic," Abel said. The guide ahead turned back, smiling warmly. "Please don't mind us. Everyone here wants to witness the grandeur of the Ding family." "The grandeur of the Ding family?" Carter thought to himself uncomfortably. "What's so grand about the Ding family?" "Rev," the guide chuckled. "You might think we are making a fuss over nothing. Naturally, ordinary people like us rarely see powerful spirit honest, so our concept of spirit honest remains vague. But recently, the Ding family hosted a spirit honest competition at the arena. revealing how incredible the world of spirit honest can be. That's right, he continued. Thanks to the patriarch of the Ding family, they opened up a new world for us ordinary people without spirit roots. After seeing the true power of spirit honest, the patriarch announced that they would offer free training in spirit techniques, even to those without spirit roots. Huh. The three brothers stopped in their tracks, exchanging glances, reading the shock in each other's eyes. Spirit techniques for those without spirit roots? Does such a thing exist in this world? Abel was inwardly astonished. Others might not know, but he did. Indeed, there were spirit techniques similar to ancient martial arts that allowed non-spirit root individuals to generate spirit energy. However, mastering these techniques was extraordinarily difficult, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. The patriarch of the Ding family certainly has imaginative ideas, Abel said thoughtfully. Carter's expression was grave. Clearly, something extraordinary must have happened to the Ding family lately, making them look down on the Chen family. Otherwise, why would they propose such an absurd idea of breaking the engagement? Even ordinary people can practice spirit techniques? Carter thought sarcastically. I'd like to see what sort of nonsense this is. Abel added. For a family that built its foundation on martial prowess, it's unlikely they would reveal the core of their lineage. What they offer must be mere scraps, not anything extraordinary. The guide, overhearing their conversation and sensing their disdain for the Ding family, changed expression slightly. You aren't from the Ding family, are you? Of course not, Carter replied bluntly. We've come to settle scores with the Ding family. Well, the guide looked surprised, waving his hands frantically. If that's the case, I can't bring you to the Ding family. Himph, haven't you already led us here? Carter pointed to the grand entrance ahead. Isn't that the gate of the Ding family? The guide broke into a cold sweat. Carter scowled. You bunch of sycophants thought you could curry favor with took the invitation, opened it, and read, direct lineage of the East Stream Town Chen family, Abel. After a moment of contemplation, he failed to recall any place called East Stream Town in Qingzhou, assuming it was insignificant. Rhett tossed the invitation back to Abel and looked down at him. East Stream Town? Never heard of it. Our patriarch is busy. Not anyone can meet him. Never heard of East Stream Town? This remark angered Carter, who almost lunged at the guard but was restrained by Abel. Humph. Never heard of East Stream Town? Abel stared at the guard, coldly saying, I suggest you take my invitation to your master. If he says he hasn't heard of it, then that's fine. But if he has, and you still stopped us from entering, it will be difficult for you when our visit is returned. The guard was taken aback, seeing the three Montags dressed in an extraordinary manner, speaking with such certainty, showing complete disdain for him, while also exuding a calm yet fierce demeanor. He hesitated uncertainly. Could they really be important figures? Rhett nervously swallowed and snatched the invitation from Abel's hand, instructing the guards around him, watch the gate carefully. Then, he turned and walked into the estate. Humph! Chandler sneered upon seeing this. What a nouveau riche attitude. Just because they had some luck recently, they think they can dominate everyone? Even the guards have become so arrogant. Clearly, the Ding family has declined over time. At that moment, the Xander was in the halls of Facing Snow, chatting leisurely with friends. Upon seeing the guard running in with the invitation, he raised an eyebrow. Another visitor? More visitors naturally meant more prestige for the Ding family, but many insignificant opportunists came just for free food and drink. Red had instructed the guards to turn away anyone whose name they didn't recognize. Yet, someone else was already here after only half a day? Don't you see I'm entertaining important guests? The Xander said. Everyone present turned towards the door, laughing as they saw the nervous guard holding the invitation. Looks like another distinguished guest is here. Haha, the prestige of the Ding family truly rises every day. What a delightful occasion. They started to flatter him. Yes. We wonder which distinguished guest it could be. If they are from Qingzhou, we would certainly have heard of them before. Meeting old friends over tea would indeed be lively. Not at all, the Xander smiled. Our Ding family is still inexperienced compared to all of you. Please continue to guide us. Let me see who this visitor is. Rhett took the invitation and his expression instantly changed. East Stream Town Chen family, Abel. So soon, they found their way here. Rhett frowned deeply, staring at the invitation for a long while. Is the visitor a young man? He asked. Abel carried significant weight in his heart and left a deep impression. Initially, when he tried to cozy up to the Chen family, his primary target was naturally the eldest son, Abel. But Abel being the eldest son of the main branch, his marriage wasn't something the Ding family could match. Instead of wasting efforts on the eldest son, it was better to aim lower and find other children in the Chen family. The second son, Nigel, was only a few months younger than Abel. However, when he attempted to approach Nigel, he was harshly rejected by Lady Kirsty, Nigel's mother. Lady Kirsty was once the top prodigy of the Divine Mechanism Palace. She was far above the status of the Chen family patriarch, let alone the Ding family. So, he eventually turned to Carter. Thinking back on those years of humiliation for the growth of the Ding family, myriad emotions flooded his heart. Now, they actually came here, and the invitation was written by Abel. After Carter's engagement was broken, what did Abel want? Was the elder brother coming to stand up for his younger brother? The guard responded, Indeed, sir, it's a young man. The Xander asked, Only a young man? No one else? Rhett feared most the Chen family coming to confront him, but if it were only youngsters, it might be easier to handle. The Xander considered this. Just 3 young men, the guard confirmed. 3? Rhett nodded. Please have them wait at Sheiyue Hall, and I'll be there shortly. Yes, the guard bowed and withdrew. After the guard left, the Xander laughed. Haha, please excuse me. A distant relative has unexpectedly come. Ah, I see, someone remarked knowingly laughing. These distant relatives can be troublesome. Be careful how you handle them. Haha. Yeah, who doesn't have some annoying distant relatives? Nothing unusual about that. Another person chimed in, trying to defuse the situation. The Xander kept his concerns hidden, smiling and continuing the conversation. The guard rushed out and respectfully addressed Abel and the others. Braze, the master has invited you to Sheiyue Hall. Chandler looked disdainfully at the guard. Humph, indeed fickle. His attitude had clearly shifted after seeing the invitation. Humph, didn't even come out to greet us personally after seeing the invitation? Carter glanced sideways at the guard, inwardly irritated. Abel smiled and stepped inside, saying, lead the way. However, the guard stopped him again. Braze, you cannot go this way. Not this way? Carter impatiently glared at the guard, anger rising. If not this way, then where? Abel asked. Those who enter Sheyue Hall always go through the back door, the guard explained. Back door? Make us use the back door? Not allowed through the front door? Afraid of being seen? Patriarch silence was the best statement. However, Carter couldn't let it go. Rhett wanted answers. So now, perhaps only Abel could help him. Chapter 200, the reason. After lunch, it started drizzling outside. The ground of the Sheyue Pavilion courtyard quickly became wet. Abel and his two brothers sat in the hall, drinking tea listlessly. Shin is specifically translated as pavilion here to maintain the classical Chinese architecture terminology in English. Let me know if you would like any further adjustments. Decent tea, Chandler said after sipping a little. Just as Abel had expected, although the Xander did not come to greet them immediately, they were not neglected with food and tea. After all, they were from the Chun family of Donghua town. Abel glanced at the overcast sky outside, thinking for a long time before asking, third brother, why did third aunt give the water scale jade to Kaylee? The water scale jade was not an ordinary spiritual object. If placed in an average family, it would be enough to be considered a clan treasure. Why would Carter's mother possess such a valuable item and give it away as a gift? Could there be some underlying reason? Additionally, it seemed the family head was unaware of this matter. The head of the family might look down on Kaylee, but giving a piece of water scale jade to someone unrelated was another matter. If the family head knew about this, even if he wouldn't send someone to demand a retraction of the marriage proposal, he would definitely have sent someone to retrieve the water scale jade. Clearly, based on the letter, the family head had no such intention, indicating that he was completely unaware of the situation. Therefore, could it be that Carter's mother had privately given the water scale jade to Kaylee? After much deliberation, Abel finally asked, is there any particular reason behind this? Carter looked at Abel and explained, at that time, I had just betrothed to Kaylee. My mother heard that Kaylee had a once-in-a-century red evenly pulse constitution, leaning towards a water-type body. So, she gave the water scale jade to the Ding family as a gift for my future daughter-in-law. Abel frowned. A gift for the future daughter-in-law? But this gift seemed too significant. Abel still had doubts. It was said that third aunt came from an ordinary wealthy Easton family, not a martial arts family. How did she acquire such a precious item, and why would she easily give it away? Abel found it hard to understand. Of course, perhaps he was overthinking it, and things were not that complicated. Maybe third aunt obtained the water scale jade by chance and, delighted by Carter's engagement, simply gave it as a gift to the future daughter-in-law. It might have been as simple as that. I remember Carter was engaged when he was 7 years old, Chandler said. Did they already know then that Kaylee had a red heavenly pulse? Their spirit vein awakening ceremony must have been very early. Apparently, the Ding family held the spirit vein awakening ceremony for Kaylee at a very young age. This had its benefits, allowing them to quickly determine his constitution and start choosing cultivation paths. Yes, Abel nodded. Indeed, many families initiate their younger generation's spirit vein awakening rituals at a young age, but our Chen family in Donghua town is somewhat different. In Donghua town, the Chen family had a rule to wait until one was 12 before starting the spirit vein awakening ritual. This resulted in the Chen family's youngsters being unable to cultivate spiritual techniques, while others began training early, leading them to practice only basic skills during those years. Thus, the Chen family's young members could not compete with others' children when they were small. But after 12, through hard work, they could catch up and surpass others. Fortunately, many of the Chen family's younger members had excellent aptitudes and did not fall behind after their spirit veins awakened. It was said that this rule was set by the ancestor of the Chen family, Barren, and had not been changed since. Unless one did not recognize Barren as an ancestor or was not part of the Chen family, the rule remained. Do they think they can grow greater like this? After lunch, light rain started to fall outside. The courtyard of Sheyueshin soon got wet. Abel and his two brothers sat in the hall, drinking tea out of sheer boredom. The tea isn't bad, Chandler said after taking a sip. As Abel had expected, although the Xander did not come to meet them immediately, the food and tea were quite hospitable. After all, they were from the Chun family of Donghua town. Abel looked at the somewhat gloomy sky outside and pondered for a long time before asking, younger brother, why did Karis give water scale jade to Kaylee? Water scale jade wasn't an ordinary spiritual item. It could be considered a clan treasure in an average family. Why would such a valuable thing belong to Carter's mother, and why did she gift it to someone else? Could there be a reason behind this? Also, it seemed that the family head didn't know about this matter. While the family head might disregard Kaylee, he couldn't just give away a piece of water scale jade to someone with no relation. If the family head knew about this, even if he wouldn't send someone to question the broken engagement, he would definitely send someone to retrieve the water scale jade. The letter from the family head clearly showed no intention of this, indicating that the family head was completely unaware. So, could it be that Carter's mother privately gave the water scale jade to Kaylee? Town is different. The Chen family of Donghua town has a rule. They must wait until they are 12 before starting the spirit pulse awakening ceremony. This meant that while other children began cultivating spirit techniques at a young age, the Chen family's younger generation could only toughen up physically and practice rudimentary skills. Thus, the Chen family's younger generation couldn't fight others when they were small. Later, after 12 years old, through hard work, they caught up and surpassed others. Fortunately, many of the Chen family's younger generation have good potential, and after awakening their spirit pulses, they do not lag behind. It is said that this rule was set by the Chen family's ancestor, Barren, and cannot be changed unless one does not acknowledge Barren as an ancestor or isn't part of the Chen family. The newer nobles are more eager to know how much favor they have from heaven, Abel said. If it weren't for the fragility of children's bodies, which can't withstand the spirit power in the awakening crystal, some people would want their children to awaken their spirit pulse as soon as they were born. The rule set by Barren made sense. Children's fragile bodies aren't suitable for spirit pulse awakening ceremonies. Nowadays, most people undergo the ceremony around 8 years old. Too early or too late is uncommon. Of course, there are those who undergo the ceremony later or skip it altogether. Some never need awakening crystals, using ancient martial arts to cultivate spirit power, called ancient martial arts practitioners. But these people are few and far. Recognizing the man entering the courtyard, the middle-aged man had a square face and nose, looking dignified and authoritative. "Sorry to have kept you waiting," the man said from afar, bowing before entering the hall. "Forgive me if the hospitality was lacking." Carter and Chandler stood up, returning the bow. "Lord Ding, it's been a while." As soon as he entered, the man's gaze fell on Carter. Rhett smiled and sighed. "Time flies. Kirk has grown so much. Now you look like a young hero." Carter swallowed nervously and asked anxiously, "Lord Ding, Chinchio didn't come?" The howl hesitated, his expression awkward. "She doesn't want to see you." "Doesn't want to see me? Why?" Carter frowned. The howl looked at Carter with a pained expression, pausing before saying gently, "Kirk, sit down. Let me explain." Carter frowned deeply, staring at the howl, breathing rapidly. "Why doesn't Chinchio want to see me?" "That's impossible." Abel spoke slowly. "Lord Ding, please tell us the full story." The howl lowered his voice, explaining, "Well, it sounds rather laughable." The hall grew silent as he continued. 5 years ago, Chinchio joined the Yinha sect due to exceptional talent and became an official Darwin. A year ago, during a mission outside the sect, they encountered significant trouble. Fortunately, the young Rani of One Hand Hall helped, enabling Chinchio to complete the task. It's said the young Rani of One Hand Hall also has a relatively pulse constitution and remarkable talent. Half a year ago, One Hand Hall sent someone to propose marriage, and Chinchio secretly agreed and demanded I end the engagement with the Chin family. I refused at first, but Chinchio threatened to die, forcing me to write the divorce letter. This is why Chinchio doesn't want to see me? Beside him was a white-bearded manager in a green robe. "Rhett's here," Carter exclaimed, jumping up from his seat. Though Carter expressed contempt for the Ding family verbally, he felt uneasy upon seeing the person. Rhett craned his neck to look behind the man, but there was no one following him. "She didn't come?" Carter frowned. Abel and Chandler looked up, clearly recognizing the man who had entered the courtyard. The middle-aged man had a square nose and face, a dignified appearance, and piercing eyes, exuding authority. "I apologize for keeping the 3 young masters waiting," the man said from afar, bowing deeply even before entering the hall. "I hope you can forgive any neglect." Carter and Chandler stood up, returning the bow respectfully. "Lord Ding, we're glad to see you well." The moment he entered, the man focused on Carter, smiled at him, and sighed, "Time flies. Kirk, you've grown significantly and look like a promising young hero." Carter swallowed hard and asked nervously, "Lord Ding, Chinchio didn't come?" The Xander paused, looking somewhat embarrassed, then laughed awkwardly. "She doesn't want to see you." "Doesn't want to see me?" Carter frowned. "Why?" The Xander gazed at Carter with a pained expression, hesitating for a moment before speaking gently. "Kirk, please sit down. Let me explain slowly." Carter stared intently at the Xander, his brow furrowed and breathing quickening. "Why wouldn't Chinchio want to see me? This can't be." Abel spoke slowly. "Lord Ding, what exactly happened? Please tell us." The Xander lowered his voice and explained. "This story sounds ridiculous." The hall fell silent as the Xander began his account. 5 years ago, with her exceptional talent, Chinchio joined the Yinshui sect and became an official Darwin. A year ago, the sect sent them out for training and faced significant challenges. Fortunately, a deputy hall honest of One-Handed Hall helped her, allowing her to complete her mission. Word was that the deputy hall honest was also a Redovenly pulse cultivator with extraordinary talent. 6 months ago, the One-Handed Hall proposed a marriage, and Chinchio agreed privately, demanding that I annul the engagement with the Chin family. Initially, I refused, but Chinchio threatened suicide, leaving me no choice but to write the letter of termination. Is this why Chinchio refuses to meet me? The atmosphere became heavy, and time seemed to slow down. No one had expected that this was actually Kaylee's idea. Originally, Carter thought that it must have been the Ding family trying to climb the social ladder by attaching themselves to another influential family. But he didn't expect that, according to the Xander, it was actually Kaylee's own decision. Carter was left speechless on the spot. The Xander sighed deeply, saying, "It is a misfortune for our family to have such a daughter. When I first heard the news, I also found it unbelievable, but, alas, I only have one daughter, and I couldn't bear to see her threaten to die. So, thus, I wronged your Chin family." The hall fell silent once again, with no one speaking. No one could have anticipated such a turn of events. Even after waiting for a while, no one spoke up. It seemed the Xander was on the verge of tears. Rhett wiped the corner of his eye and said, "Braze, after your long journey, please rest well here. I shall not disturb you further." With that, he strode quickly toward the main gate. "Wait." Carter's face darkened as he suddenly spoke up, slowly rising from his seat. "Lord Ding, no matter what, I wish to meet Chinchio." The Xander abruptly stopped in his tracks and sighed. "If you insist, then I will speak to her." "I appreciate your trouble," Carter said, bowing slightly. Chapter 201, Duel. After the Xander left, the scene once again fell silent. Abel sighed and rubbed his brow, saying, "It seems this matter is indeed not simple. Perhaps, it's even quite complicated." Carter sat quietly in his seat and calmly said, "Elder brother, what do you think?" Abel replied, "The Xander isn't a child or an utterly naive person. He's the head of a clan." Chandler nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, very strange. Who would publicly slander their own daughter so blatantly?" Indeed, it was slander. If Kaylee really wanted to unilaterally break the agreement, wouldn't the Xander stand up for her? Just like that, Kaylee was implicated? Such actions aren't common among typical parents and children. Moreover, She's the eldest daughter of the Ding family, representing the family's honor. Unless there's another motive, no one would speak like that. Abel nodded, saying, this approach and rhetoric have the maximum benefit of making Carter give up on the idea. To get rid of me? Carter asked. Outside the window, drizzle started to fall, and the weather gradually turned colder. Our sudden arrival here indeed caught him off guard, Abel continued. Rhett deflected blame onto Kaylee, portraying himself as an unlucky family head. Our Chen family is a large clan. No matter how unreasonable we are, we wouldn't relentlessly pursue in the Ding compound. Today, we heard that the Darwins of the Donglu Town Chen family were staying here, so we came specially to learn from each other, said a red-haired Montague holding a red staff, proudly standing in the courtyard. Learn from each other? The three brothers of the Chen family couldn't help but pause. No time, Abel replied coolly. What? Scared? The red-haired Montague retorted confidently. Spiritual masters should communicate through spiritual techniques. If you lack the courage, how can you survive in the world of martial arts? How to survive in the world of martial arts? Using spiritual techniques to communicate? These brash youngsters, who taught them this? Abel shook his head. We don't need your concern about our methods in the martial world. We're guests here, and it's impolite to barge in like this. Ha ha ha, true gentlemen don't sweat over trivialities, the red-haired Montague argued. You seem too old-fashioned. If you're afraid, just admit it. You're cowards. Chandler replied, stop talking nonsense. We're here to settle matters, not fight. Leave now. Ha, trying to drive us away, the red-haired Montague sneered. Unless you fight with us, I won't leave. You. Chandler was infuriated. Do you know right from wrong? Why not? We're all spiritual masters. Spiritual masters should communicate through combat. It's odd that you're scared to compete with us. Abel stepped forward, techniques and duels. Chandler coldly smirked. If that's the case, let me see how strong you really are. Just as Chandler was about to strike, Carter held his shoulder. Let me handle it, Carter grimaced, eyeing the Jamies in the courtyard. Red had been in a bad mood for days, suppressing anger. Who goes first? Carter drew his sword, staring icily at everyone. I'll go first. The red-haired Montague eagerly jumped forward with his staff. All right. Carter nodded, then kicked off the ground, dashing forward instantly. The Montague, surprised by Carter's swift attack, saw his staff fly out of his hand, followed by being kicked into the wall with a heavy thud. The red-haired Montague spat out blood, clearly injured internally. How dare you suddenly attack? Someone yelled from the crowd. Carter looked at the Montague lying against the wall. Were you not ready? Fine, let's do it again. This time, you attack first. Himph, he's already hurt. How can he continue? The blue-clothed Montague complained bitterly. You're truly despicable. What a chatty group, Carter scoffed. If he can't fight, then you step up. Or, come together. Just stop babbling. The blue-clothed Montague angrily said. Not only are you despicable, but you're incredibly arrogant. Let me teach you a lesson. Rhett took out 2 golden hammers from behind, each as large as 2 heads. Together, the Ding family members exchanged glances. The blue-clothed Montague and the red-haired Montague were indeed the best among them. If they were both defeated in one move, no one else in the courtyard would stand a chance. But to come at him together? They weren't bandits. They came for a duel. What did it mean to come at him together? The blue-clothed Montague took a few steps back and said, we'll go back today and return another day to learn from you. Gradually, that group left Sheua Pavilion. The courtyard fell silent. Carter pondered and asked, what is their true intention? Did they really come for a duel? Could this be an order from the Xander to cause us trouble? Chandler shook his head. Based on their methods, these people aren't sophisticated enough. Would the Xander send them to harass us? Wouldn't that make him look foolish? Abel chuckled. Indeed, they are likely just a bunch of overzealous teenagers. Suddenly, Chandler exclaimed, Arnie, I just got an idea. What? Carter was confused. Don't you want to see Kaylee? Chandler asked. Carter's eyes lit up. You have a way? Chandler giggled. We can night raid the Ding family residence. Night raid? Dressed in black ninja clothes for a night raid? Yeah. Carter's eyes brightened as he nodded in agreement. Good idea. This is the only way to find Kaylee. Abel helplessly held his forehead. The Ding family just held a martial competition, and many of those Montags are staying in the compound. Though their skills are inferior to yours, their numbers could easily lead to our discovery during a night raid. 100 years. The Chen family has survived for over 1,000 years. By age alone, they are indeed one of the ancient clans. But despite their longevity, their territory is only confined to parts of Ezhou, and there are no exceptionally powerful individuals in the clan. Is such a family really worthy of your concern? They don't need to be afraid since One-Hand Hall's power is considerable, explained the Howl. But in the eyes of the Chen family, our Ding family is quite insignificant. Huh, the Kendrick chuckled. You shouldn't undervalue yourself. Although the Ding family is small now, you've already established a relationship with us at One-Hand Hall. So your vision should not remain confined to the past, nor should you worry so much about certain matters. The Howl nodded repeatedly. The Kendrick continued, it seems the day is drawing near. Soon, our two families will become one. Within the borders of Qingzhou, apart from Zhouan Palace, which we dare not provoke, no one else is beyond our reach. The Howl smiled faintly and said, I naturally believe in One-Hand Hall's strength. However, regarding the Chen family matter, let's proceed cautiously. We should avoid any unnecessary disputes. Huh. The Kendrick glanced sideways at the Howl. Even when they set up an arena in your house, you won't intervene? The Howl rubbed his forehead and sighed. How can I? The Kendrick grinned. Ding family recently hosted a martial competition. If the Chen family sets up an arena at Ding Manor, those young lads will surely participate. The Howl waved his hand and chuckled bitterly. I know those misfits in my household well. They can bully ordinary folks, but in front of those brothers from the Chen family, reth hehe. The Kendrick laughed. Have you thought about switching the players? The Howl was startled. You want your people from One-Hand Hall to impersonate Ding family members? That's improper. Why improper? Questioned the Kendrick. Aren't you trying to drive them away? Just knock the Chen family off the arena and send them back. Problem solved, right? The Howl jumped up immediately. Absolutely not. If we injure them, the Chen family won't let it slide. The Chen family could overlook the cancellation of the engagement, but if someone injured their offspring, they would immediately dispatch people to demand explanations. If the Chen family gets involved, our secret might be compromised, the Howl said nervously. We must proceed cautiously. Humph. They're setting up an arena in the Ding residence themselves and boasting on it. If something happens, wouldn't it be embarrassing for the Chen family to come knocking? The Kendrick sneered inwardly. The Howl shook his head repeatedly. No, absolutely not. Let's wait and see. Losing some face is better than jeopardizing our main objective. Fine. The Kendrick nodded. You deal with the family affairs. In the courtyard of Ding Manor, a simple arena had been erected. It was just a circle drawn in the courtyard of Ding Manor with 2 banners hanging beside it. On the banners read, Ding family wastes efforts on martial glory. True skills revealed through fists and feet. Seeing the banners, the Ding family members gritted their teeth in anger, wishing they could tear the 3 Chen brothers inside the arena to pieces. Whose children are these, setting up an arena in the Ding family courtyard? Isn't this slapping us hard in the face? The servants grabbed weapons and surrounded the 3 Chen brothers. However, the servants were no match for Carter and Chandler. With just a few moves, they were thrown to the ground. When the younger generation of the Ding family arrived, seeing the servants groaning on the ground, their faces turned green with anger. You are too audacious. Many of these young men who witnessed Carter's power yesterday were filled with rage, yet hid in the crowd, daring not speak up. What good does arguing do? Carter laughed. Let's settle it by hands. Then let me teach you a lesson, shouted a broad-shouldered Montague as he stepped forward. Sure, why not? Carter nodded and pointed aside. Register first, please. Register? The Montague exclaimed in disbelief. Rhett followed Carter's direction and saw a table beside the arena. Abel sat behind it, politely nodding at everyone, looking every bit the scholar. Due to the large number of challengers, we need to maintain order. Please line up. Otherwise, if all the Ding family members rush in, it would hardly be fair. Abel stood up and announced loudly. Ridiculous. Why would we rush in? The Montague shouted. Are you saying we don't follow rules? Since you wouldn't, then we are reassured. Go ahead and queue up, get a number. Abel smiled faintly. What's your name? The Montague reluctantly stepped forward and gave his name. Abel registered him and said, the official matches start in the evening, so please wait around the arena for a while. Evening? The Montague's eyes widened, pointing at Abel with his thick fingers. Why evening? The time is set by us who arranged the arena, Abel smiled. Or, are you backing out? Red-faced, the Montague glared at the banners and roared, immediately jumping onto the arena to attack Carter. Carter activated Stunning Step, using his essence spirit force. His body seemed to teleport instantly behind the Montague. Then he struck a palm against the Montague's back, sending him flying away. Without any dramatic exchange of blows, before anyone could react, the Montague was sent flying. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Carter, as if seeing a ghost. Is he really that strong? Someone swallowed hard. They had also signed up. We are only 3, but Ding family has hundreds of Darwins. Setting up an arena here is dangerous. You even ambushed us. Even if we win like this, does it count? Abel shouted. If you want to tear down the banner, you must challenge us openly. That's the way of honor for spirit masters. Rattled back by Carter's actions, hearing Abel's words, they hesitated, looking at each other uneasily. From a distance, older Ding family members clenched their fists and gritted their teeth, seething with anger. The head of the family already knew about this, yet he had given strict orders not to interfere. The family head has always been cautious. Perhaps he has forgotten our warrior spirit, they thought angrily. Not just you think this. Those who achieve something must endure, someone nearby analyzed. From the family head's recent actions, he must be planning something. Though we can't see clearly, we must understand in our hearts. Chapter 203. A secret chamber? The patriarch of the Ding family neither appeared nor dispatched anyone to intervene, allowing these 3 outsiders to create a ruckus within the walls of the Ding family compound. The elder spirit onists had been weren't they supposed to be 3 brothers? Why are there only 2? The third one must have wandered off somewhere. Everyone turned their eyes toward the stage. On the platform stood a 14 or 15-year-old boy. Behind a table at the edge of the platform sat another boy who looked 16 or 17. The most vocal of the Chin brothers at noon, Carter, indeed did not show up. It doesn't take my eldest brother to deal with you guys. Want to challenge him? Get past me first. Chandler grinned, though he felt some nervousness being surrounded by so many people. However, this nervousness dissipated once the first challenger stepped onto the stage. Although this challenger was a few years older, he only possessed mid-yellow rank strength. After just a few exchanges, Chandler sent him flying off the platform. Compared to the foes they had faced in Yojo's Great Wasteland Mountain, dealing with these opponents was child's play. Despite their numbers, the challengers could not overwhelm them, a benefit provided by the tournament format. Chandler steadied himself, preparing to face the second challenger. At this moment, Abel stepped forward. The second round will commence in half an hour, Abel announced loudly. We accept consecutive battles, but also need time to rest. Upon hearing Abel's words, the young Ding challenger visibly relaxed. Abel's reasoning was fair, and no one objected. Everyone then waited near the stage. Though Abel could see that Chandler hadn't expended much effort at all. Under cover of darkness, Carter stealthily slipped into the inner courtyard of the Ding residence. During his absence, they might suspect him. Wouldn't that be disastrous? Damn it. With that, Carter resumed pursuit of the figure. The figure crossed into the southern courtyard, opened a door, and walked inside confidently, not like a typical thief. Surprised, Carter followed cautiously. Entering the room, Carter saw a figure disappear behind a cabinet, which then slowly closed. There's actually a secret chamber switch here? Carter was astounded. Approaching the cabinet quietly, he listened carefully. Uttering nothing from behind it, he grew impatient and began examining everything. Mechanism, where could it be hidden? Red examined the vases and paintings on the cabinet, but found nothing. Moving books aside, he also found nothing peculiar until he rotated a snuff bottle on the cabinet, which finally revealed a slow-moving panel. The door opened, and Carter waited a moment to ensure no one else emerged before entering the bookshelf. Inside, a dark staircase stretched ahead. Wrapping his fist in spiritual energy to emit a faint light, Carter descended carefully along the smooth stone steps. After a long walk, the stairs led to a narrow corridor, wide enough for only one person. The corridor was long. Even after walking for 15 minutes, it seemed endless. Pitch blackness surrounded him, utterly silent. After some time, firelight appeared before him. A grand hall came into view. Despite numerous torches, the hall remained dimly lit. Before Carter entered, he heard the patriarch's voice. I did this only to enhance the reputation of the Ding family, nothing more. Humph, a young Marissa's voice responded. Do you really think anyone could easily know the secrets within the water scale jade? No, I never intended to spread the spiritual techniques within the water scale jade to the people of Ningwei City, the patriarch explained. I acquired some basic ancient martial arts recently. Teaching the people ancient martial arts was only to enhance the prestige of the Ding family, nothing more. The patriarch sounded almost pleading. That's good, the young Marissa opposite replied haughtily. The hall honest has spent considerable time and effort on this. Don't underestimate it. Carter approached quietly, peeking into the hall. In the center stood 4 people. Opposite the patriarch was the girl he had chased, now wearing a veil, preventing him from seeing her face. She stood confidently before the patriarch. Beside the patriarch stood 2 others. One was his steward, the other was unmistakably Kaylee. Wearing a snow-white gown, her face illuminated by the firelight, Kaylee bowed and said, Your Excellency, I have been following the hall honest's instructions, secluding myself for cultivation without stepping out. The Ding family has supported me wholeheartedly. Humph, the young Marissa said, You don't need to speak well of the Alwyn of the Ding family. I've seen everything with my own eyes. The young Marissa shot a glance at the Kendrick standing next to the patriarch. The Kendrick stiffened, hurriedly replying, Excellency, I have been observing all along. Please rest assured. Rest assured, the masked young Marissa retorted curtly. How can I be assured? I heard that 3 young men from the Chen family have come to the Ding residence. Yes, the Kendrick stammered, his body trembling and throat dry. Those 3 young men from the Chen family set up a challenge platform within the Ding residence. At first, I thought about having the Alwyn drive them out, but he didn't follow my advice. Later on, I considered that as long as it didn't interfere with the hall honest's plan, it should be fine, so I let it be. The masked young Marissa sternly rebuked. How do you know it wouldn't cause trouble? But, the Kendrick's body shivered. Excellency, I will immediately send people to drive those 3 boys out. Hold on, the masked young Marissa called out. No need to act now. Wait until tomorrow. Drive them out without harming them, understand? Yes, the Kendrick agreed. Understood. Thank you for your praise, envoy, Kaylee replied hurriedly. In truth, I know exactly what schemes your Ding family has. The Ida turned to the Xander and continued. You merely wish to expand your influence as much as possible while our sect supports Kaylee. Frankly, it's like pulling down your pants to fart. Utterly unnecessary. The Xander furrowed his brows, hesitant, and admitted. Indeed, it couldn't escape the envoy's discernment. As the Xander, revitalizing the clan has always been my lifelong aspiration. I hope the envoy can understand. Rhett deliberately ignored the latter part of the Ida's comment, as if he hadn't heard it. The Ida smiled. When I left, our Dominic specifically instructed me that if Kaylee reaches the 4th layer, the position of vice leader of One Hand Hall will be given to her. Then, your Ding family will have no lack of support. Why rush so anxiously to expand? Will the position of vice leader? Everyone present was stunned. You mean Qianxiu? The Xander stood motionless as if struck by lightning. After a long moment, he widened his eyes and stammered, Vice leader? Of One Hand Hall? The Kendrick also gaped at the envoy in shock. Certainly, this is good news, but whether or not she secures the position depends on your Ding family, the envoy calmly stated. The Xander trembled, staring blankly at the envoy, leaning against the wall. Still, he was discovered. Everyone in the hall turned to look at Carter, and when they saw his face, they were stunned. It's you. The Xander looked at Carter in surprise, while Kaylee's expression was complex. A Mateo appeared from the corridor, unaware of Carter hiding nearby, and respectfully replied, Lord, it's me. The 3 brothers from the Chen family have defeated 8 of our Ding family Darwins. If we don't retaliate, it might cause discontent among the Ding family members. The man in purple lifted his head, seeing everyone looking at him in shock, feeling uneasy. At this moment, there was a sudden movement behind him. Carter dashed into the corridor and fled in the direction he came from. Was this an accidental peek at the underground dealings between the Ding family and One Hand Hall? Carter's heart raced nervously. Though confident in his talent, compared to Abel and Chandler, his mind seemed less quick. In the panic, he didn't fully grasp the situation and just remembered to run away. Footsteps followed him quickly. Clearly, they were catching up. The narrow corridor offered no room to dodge. Carter felt the palm wind from behind and was slapped hard on the shoulder, flying into the wall. Humph, little thief. The man in purple grabbed Carter, who fell to the ground and scolded. Who would have thought you'd use this tactic underhandedly? You underestimated them. With spiritual power wrapped around his fists, the man intended to teach the intruder a lesson, but he was stopped by the girl's voice. Hold on, don't move. The man immediately halted and turned his head. The Ida walked forward. Leave the person from the Chin family to me. I have a use for him. The Kendrick held a torch, standing behind the Ida, as the corridor was poorly lit. The man hesitated slightly. Hand the person over to the envoy. The Xander's voice rang from within the corridor, standing behind the Kendrick. Yes, the man nodded and lifted Carter, delivering him to the Ida. Be careful, envoy. This guy has some skills. No problem, The Ida lifted Carter, who felt as though he was paralyzed, unable to struggle, being carried out of the corridor by the girl. Exiting the courtyard of the Ding family, the girl carried Carter using her lightness technique and soon disappeared into the night. The Xander was hesitant and uneasy. How am I supposed to explain this to his two brothers? To explain? Why should you explain anything? The Kendrick, previously submissive, straightened up after the envoy disappeared into the night. Those three brothers from the Chen family are still on the contest platform. We didn't see any Chen family members tonight. What does Carter's disappearance have to do with us? Oh right. The Xander paused, realizing this. If not for this, then why else would I be here? Bernice chuckled, haha, I'm just joking with you. Oh, you're still young. Marriage shouldn't be a rush. Besides, it was an engagement made when you were very young. Even if it's called off, there's no great loss. Carter was stunned. Bernice, it really was because of you? Originally thinking the Ding family wanted to break off the engagement, he never imagined it could be due to someone from his own family. Because of me? Seeing Carter's grim expression, Bernice shook her head seriously. Kirker, this was the decision of the Ding family's patriarch. I only played a small part in it. What's really happening? Carter frowned, anxiously pursuing his question. Why don't you ask your mother when you get back? Bernice took out a bottle of medicine from her robe and handed it to Carter. You've been struck by a palm blow. Drink this and rest here for a while, and you'll gradually recover. Ask my mother? Carter took the medicine bottle dazedly. You stay here. I'll send your two brothers over to find you. Then you must leave Ningweiqing. Bernice instructed. I need to stay here for some time. Your presence will only complicate things for me, so go back quickly. Having said that, Bernice left Carter behind, vanishing into the night. It seems the matter isn't so simple after all. Carter clenched the medicine bottle tightly, gritting his teeth. At the Ding family courtyard, the armed Ding family has such a young powerhouse. Next moment, Chandler's expression turned odd. The girl easily shifted to his back, restraining his arms and immobilizing him. Whispering into his ear, Carter is 10 miles outside the south gate, hidden behind a small hill. Go find him quickly. She then thrust her palm, sending Chandler flying off the platform. Landing outside, he turned back in shock. But the girl had already vanished into the night with unmatched speed. Victory! Thunderous cheers erupted from the crowd. She claimed herself as Daisy. Many speculated about which branch of the Ding family she belonged to before she emerged victorious. So, the Ding family had such a powerful individual after all. Though her disappearance happened too fast, it didn't dampen the Ding family's swagger in front of the Chen brothers. See if you can still act arrogant. The Ding family members raised their heads proudly, berating the Chen brothers loudly. Brother, let's go. Chandler hadn't suffered injury from being slapped away. Rhett picked up Abel and hurried out of the Ding family gates. Where are we going? Abel asked. That girl is from our Chen family. Chandler ran while speaking. Carter is outside the city. What? Abel stared. As Chandler stopped running, he explained quietly, when she struggled with me, I felt a sense of familiarity. Later, she mentioned Carter, and I suddenly recalled she used our family's Ganxian technique. Ganxian technique? She mentioned Carter? Abel asked. Chandler nodded. We waited all night, but Arnie hasn't returned. I was worried. Then she appeared, telling me that Arnie is outside the south gate. Outside the south gate? Ganxian technique? Let's go, and be cautious. Back at the Ding family mansion, the Chun brothers fled. The usher seemed surprised. A girl appeared, calling herself Daisy, defeated them, and then they ran? Yes, honest. Many people gathered to inquire about this Ding family girl, but concluded nothing. The servant reporting the news added. Some even wondered if Miss Kaylee came disguised as Daisy, to teach them a lesson. The patriarch pondered for a while, stroking his chin. Where did they go? They ran straight out of the Ding family compound, heading south, the servant reported. Noticing the patriarch's silence, the servant hesitated and then added. Those boys lost the match and reputation. They ran out of shame. The patriarch gave a glance, motioning with his hand. The servant moved forward, hearing, tell everyone that the person today was a distant relative of the Ding family, recently reaching the profound stage, often practicing with Chinchio as her sparring partner. Oh. The servant nodded, smiling awkwardly, so Honest knows her identity. Go. The patriarch waved him off. After the servant left, the patriarch turned to the steward, saying, let's close this matter. The steward smiled. It's rare for a messenger to intervene personally. Shaking his head, the patriarch remarked, this is my failure, forcing the messenger to take action. The Ding family has disappointed her. The steward grinned sycophantically. Don't say that. Chinchio is like a phoenix about to hatch. She's unrecognizable now. Unrecognizable? The patriarch looked at the night sky, a faint smile on his lips. Rhett keenly sensed the steward's shift in attitude. Since the messenger announced that Kaylee had potential to become deputy hallmaster, the steward's arrogance vanished completely. Himph. The patriarch inwardly cursed, servant. Chapter 206, meeting. Carter sat cross-legged behind a huge rock, with faint white smoke rising from his head. After taking the medicine Bernice gave him, he felt much better. With the circulation of the spiritual energy within his body, the injury inflicted by the purple-clothed man's palm strike was almost completely healed. At dawn, he opened his eyes and saw two figures sitting in front of him. You're here? Carter asked. Are you injured? Abel asked with a frown. Just a minor injury, nothing serious. Carter waved his hand. I'm already fine now. What happened last night? Abel pressed on. Why did you leave the Ding residence and come here? It was Bernice who brought me out, Carter explained. Bernice? Abel thought for a while before identifying whom Carter meant. Although he didn't have much interaction with Bernice, he still had an impression of her. Chandler exclaimed, could it be that Bernice informed us of Carter's whereabouts last night? Carter nodded. Bernice helped me escape from the Ding residence last night, let me stay here to recover, and told me she would send someone to find me. That made sense. Bernice? Abel and Chandler recalled that the third concubine of their Chun family had a servant with a Montague-ful figure, and it was her who fought Chandler on the stage yesterday. But why was Bernice at the Ding residence? Abel asked. Carter shook his head. I asked, but she wouldn't say. Perhaps it's because the Dings want to cancel the engagement, and the third concubine sent Bernice to question them, Chandler speculated. No, Carter frowned, shaking his head. Bernice didn't come to question them. She came to elevate them. Elevate? Abel was puzzled. Bernice is a messenger from the one-hand hall. The Xander treats her with utmost respect, Carter explained. And that water scales jade seems to be no ordinary item. Carter recounted what he saw in the secret passage of the Ding residence last night to the two brothers. Everyone fell silent. At first, I thought the Dings wanted to break off the engagement, Carter said. But now it seems there's someone else pulling the strings. And this person could very likely be someone from the Chin family. Do you know about this, Red Hat of the clan? Carter suddenly asked. Abel hesitated. Red had received a letter from the Fulton, who expressed helplessness in consoling Carter. It wasn't clear if the Fulton ordered this. Besides, Elderberry's failure to break through at East Flow Mountain left the Chun family with internal troubles, making it unlikely for the family head to act now. Unlikely. Abel shook his head. If this really revolves around the water scales jade, then the key lies there. Carter thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed. I remember Bernice promised the Howl that if Chincho reaches the 4th level, he would be given the position of deputy head of the one-hand hall. That's it, Chandler said. You mentioned that the water scales jade seemingly contains a sword technique. Perhaps its significance stems from this sword technique. Sword technique? Carter recalled. The light from the water scales jade projected onto the wall showed the silhouette of a martial artist practicing, with Water Mist Divine Sword written next to it. Have you heard of this sword technique? Water Mist Divine Sword? Abel and Chandler shook their heads, indicating they hadn't. Given Abel and Chandler's knowledge, they had never heard of the Water Mist Divine Sword. If this matter hinges on the water scales jade, then the one who understands it best must be the third concubine, Abel concluded after a long pause. From the beginning, Abel was puzzled. Given the third concubine's background, it seemed improbable that she could possess such a treasure as the water scales jade. Yet, she not only had it, but also gave it away so easily. Now, due to the water scales jade, the Water Mist Divine Sword, and the one-hand hall have become involved. Only the third concubine could unravel these mysteries. Others, including the Xander, might not know the entire story. Carter clenched his teeth. Let's go back to East Flow Town. Abel nodded. You've been out for quite some time. It's about time we returned. Chandler asked. Brother, aren't you coming with us? Abel shook his head. I need to continue searching for water-type source stones. Originally, he intended to use the water scales jade, but given the broader implications, it couldn't be taken yet. Abel instructed, ride the hunting wind eagle. Be careful on the way. The brothers summoned the hunting wind eagle near Ninging City. They climbed aboard and flew towards East Flow Town. This journey has seen many events. Carter looked back at Abel, whose figure grew smaller in the distance. It feels like I'm no longer just a boy. Abel watched Carter and Chandler leave. A major incident occurred at East Flow Mountain. Rhett should return too, but Yuzhou can't do without him. Abel stroked the hunting wind eagle, ready to climb on, when he noticed a horse riding swiftly toward him. A young girl was seated on the horse. Carter, wait! The girl shouted. Carter? Abel paused, standing still. The girl galloped up to him, stopping before him and panting. Carter, Miss asked you to bring a message. Bring a message? Abel asked. But I'm not Carter. Rhett held back the retort. Their miss must be Kaylee. What did Kaylee want to tell Carter? Was it something important? Abel stared at the girl, saying nothing. The girl, seeing Abel's silence, directly said, Miss invites you to meet at room A of Yang Tea House. Meet? Abel blinked, glancing at the sky. The hunting wind eagle had disappeared from sight. Catching up would be difficult. Yang Tower, the largest restaurant in Ninging City, offered private rooms designated A, B, C, and D, reserved only for the elite. Abel was led into room A by a waiter. Kaylee sat there, holding a large vertical harp, half hidden, strumming casually. Seeing Abel enter, she slightly frowned. Who are you? Abel, you're a Chun? I'm Carter's older brother. Where is he? She came too late, lucent, with a pale white hue, and featured a pair of dragon and phoenix patterns carved on its surface. This is? Abel asked. This is the water scales jade, Kaylee said. Abel was slightly taken aback. Kaylee continued. This is the root of everything. Notes. The multiple lines of dots in the original text seem to be intentional for stylistic or pause purposes. They have been replicated as closely as possible while maintaining readability. Given the context and the flow of the story, it seems likely that these ellipses serve to indicate pauses or transitions in the narrative. Therefore, they have been preserved in the translation to maintain the original tone and style. ####Chapter 207. Calculations. Abel was startled. Kaylee raised the water scale jade and said, This is what I wanted to tell Carter. Since he's not here, I'll tell you instead. Kaylee sighed and slowly continued. This isn't just an ordinary gemstone. It's a water element, energy-rich gemstone. Not only that, but it also contains a mysterious set of sword techniques. According to the hand sex attendant, this secret art is extremely precious. If someone like me were to devote myself to its cultivation, I could ultimately break through to the Redovan rank. Spirit honest Redovan rank. Indeed, it's a supreme treasure, Kaylee said. But obtaining such a supreme treasure comes at a price. From now on, our Ding family will become subordinates of the hand sect. And furthermore, Kaylee sighed, his expression somewhat sorrowful. And furthermore? Abel pressed for more details. And furthermore, Kaylee continued, the longer I handle the water scale jade, the more terrifying I find it. Extracting sword techniques from the water scale jade is not without a cost. It absorbs my spirit power and vitality. Vitality. Abel stared at Kaylee in shock. This reminded him of Nigel's black blade sickle. Under the guidance of the hand sect's attendant, I began studying this water scale jade and extracting the sword techniques from it, Kaylee explained. So, perhaps, I don't have much time left. Abel stared at Kaylee, his brows furrowed tightly. Was the hand sect trying to use Kaylee as a sacrifice to obtain the sword techniques inside? Why did they choose you? Abel asked. Perhaps it's because of my talent, Kaylee pondered for a moment and replied. My talent is quite compatible with the water scale jade. Compatible? Abel frowned. Could it be that Karis gave the water scale jade to Kaylee for this very reason? Compatible? Hand sect? Karis? Veda? Kaylee gave a melancholic smile and said, actually, if it were Carter, I might not have been able to say all this. Tears rolled down Kaylee's face, making him look heartbreakingly pitiful. Abel nodded, deep in thought, and then slowly said, if so, give me the water scale jade. Huh. Kaylee looked up sharply. Give it to you? For you? The water scale jade isn't a good thing. It's a life-threatening stone, Abel said. If the hand sect comes looking for you, just tell them that the Lord of Desolate Mountain, Abel, took your stone. Wouldn't that implicate you? Kaylee shook his head. That can't be done. The hand sect may have some renown in Qingzhou, but it won't be easy for them to cause trouble in Yuzhou, Abel thought aloud. Not only would they have to cross the towering cloud screen mountains, but my territory is filled with powerful experts beyond their ability to handle. But, Kaylee hesitated. At such a young age, do you really have many powerful experts in your territory? In fact, based on current clues, it could be deduced that the hand sect and Karis had close ties. If someone else took the water scale jade, they might come knocking, but if he or Carter took it, Abel reached out and took the water scale jade directly from Kaylee's hand, saying, give it to me. I owe you a debt of gratitude that I will never forget. Kaylee shed tears and sobbed, his shoulders trembling. Don't worry about it. Abel was at a loss when he saw Kaylee crying. Nothing much, I'm leaving now. Watching Abel flee awkwardly, Kaylee paused for a moment. Are the Chen family members really so easy to deceive? The Chen family is not so easily dealt with. A young girl stepped out from behind a screen and remarked, if it weren't for the Chen family, miss, you wouldn't be in such a predicament. That's true, Kaylee wiped away her tears and smiled. Pushing these troubles onto them, I think the Chen family will surely be infuriated. The girl wrinkled her nose and said, miss, you can still laugh? We almost got caught this time. If you hadn't uncovered the Chen family's scheme, we would have been in big trouble. Moreover, Hampton doesn't know about this yet. He'll blame you when he finds out. It's fine, Kaylee replied. We can't tell Hampton about this. If he knew, it might expose us to the hand sect. So, how should we deal with the hand sect envoy, or rather, that member of the Chen family? The girl asked. Humph, Kaylee said. It's simple. Just tell her that Abel and Carter stole my water scale jade. At worst, she'll just scold us, but they'll go after Abel. Will that work? The girl asked. Of course it will, Kaylee replied. The hand sect envoy is just putting on an act. If it weren't for my ability to identify people by scent, I might not have seen through their scheme. Back in the Chen family, Kaylee remembered the scents of several people around Karis. Although the hand sect envoy was masked, the moment she appeared, Kaylee recognized her instantly. Yes, the Chen family is indeed very cunning, the girl remarked. They handed over the water scale jade to Miss and made a marriage pact with the Ding family, while at the same time posing as the hand sect to inform the patriarch that it was an extraordinary treasure. Then, under the guise of reviving the Ding family and nurturing Miss, they had the Ding family annul the marriage pact with the Chen family. Clearly, we were being led by the nose. The girl sighed. The patriarch was blinded by the revival of the Ding family and couldn't see through this scheme. Still, Miss, you were formidable. Kaylee shook her head. If I hadn't recognized the envoy's identity, I too would have been deceived. Even though we know they have ulterior motives, we don't know exactly what they're after. Why don't they open the water scale jade themselves? Is opening the water scale jade really that difficult? Or is my talent truly exceptional? Kaylee shook her head. After all this effort, what are they really after? Abel held the water scale jade and left the city. Immediately, he summoned the wind-hunting eagle and rode it eastward toward Donghua town. The wind-hunting eagle soared into the sky, wind whistling past his ears. Abel chased for a day and night, but couldn't catch up to Carter. It seems I won't be able to catch up to them, Abel thought. With October. Not only do I know him, the Montague laughed. Oh, an acquaintance. That makes things difficult, the man remarked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Nigel? Abel was both surprised and delighted. The Montague opposite him could be none other than Nigel. At this moment, Nigel wore a black sword outfit, with the black scythe fastened at his waist and a small black beast perched on his shoulder. Red approached slowly. How did you end up here? He asked. Abel smiled. After we parted ways, I returned to Divine Mountain Town, and later received a letter from home. Abel narrowed his eyes and looked at the man beside them, stopping mid-sentence to ask, who is this? Nigel, looking somewhat helpless, replied, Rhett's someone I met on the way, a friend, I suppose. Ah. You'd better take a step back, Nigel said to the handsome man beside him. Step back? The man exclaimed. Boss, are there things you need to hide from me? Nigel's face darkened. So, you don't want to step back? No. I'll step back. The man immediately changed his tone and walked away. Rhett calls you boss? Abel laughed. After leaving the small world, I met him, Nigel explained. Don't let his boss title fool you. He's not bad in terms of strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have trouble shaking him off. Nigel couldn't shake him off? Abel paused for a moment before realizing it. Nigel obtained 3 treasures and a top-tier spirit beast in the small world, transforming his strength drastically. With Nigel's current strength, he still couldn't get rid of him? This person must be extraordinary. While Abel was thinking, Nigel asked, You received a letter from home? Yes, Abel nodded. Something has happened. Abel sat by the riverbank and recounted the entire story. So you took the water absorption pond, causing the great desolate mountain to lack water? Abel nodded. And Kaylee broke the engagement because of third auntie? Abel nodded again. Elderberry, Abel said. The letter didn't specify details. Carter and Chandler are already heading towards East Flow Town. I will return with you, Nigel said. All right, Abel agreed, then asked, how did you get here? What? The distance from Yuzhou isn't short. Abel pointed to the Huntwind Eagle. That's my mount. Oh. Nigel nodded. I ran all the way here. With dazzling steps, Nigel added with a smile. Abel tugged at the corners of his mouth, thinking, crazy, traveling using footwork? What a novel idea. When I traveled with Arnie and fourth brother, we also used dazzling steps, Nigel continued. This technique can make your inner spiritual energy more resilient. Abel nodded. Indeed, a true martial arts fanatic. Let's travel on my Huntwind Eagle from here, Abel suggested. No need, Nigel shook his head. Kirky-eye can keep up. Kirky-eye? Abel glanced at the small creature on Nigel's shoulder. Naming the sky-gazing beast something so low-key? Abel raised an eyebrow. Isn't that too modest? Rhett likes it, Nigel smiled. Nigel patted the small creature on his shoulder, which then jumped down and grew rapidly to overhuman height. Kirky-eye's speed isn't slow, suitable for travel, Nigel noted. But I prefer traveling myself. My speed should match, or even surpass your eagle. Oh, Abel asked. What about your friend? Nigel shook his head. You needn't worry. I can't shake him off anyway. Carter and Chandler flew directly to East Flow Town, but were informed that the Patriarch and key figures had already gone to East Flow Mountain. They promptly rode their Huntwind Eagles towards East Flow Mountain. Upon arrival, they found East Flow Mountain eerily deserted, even the gatekeepers missing. Suspicious, they began searching the mountain on their eagles. After a while, they finally saw Darwin running along a path. They immediately landed their eagles and rushed forward. Senior brother. Startled by two large birds descending from the sky, the Darwin stiffened, but relaxed upon recognizing Carter and Chandler. It's you. Why did you return so late? What happened? Why is the mountain so desolate? One of the three elders, wearing white robes, opened his eyes angrily. We have connections with Cloud Mist Palace's Trey. Rhett visited us a few weeks ago. If you dare touch East Flow Mountain, Cloud Mist Palace will come after you. The Aiden stared at the Shane. Would Trey really stand against us for East Flow Mountain? Your friendship isn't deep enough. I'm not easily fooled. Humph, you can try, the Patriarch retorted. The Aiden squinted his fierce eyes and laughed. You have no backup, so you bring up Cloud Mist Palace? Without support, how can you fight on? I've brought help. Suddenly, eagles screeched overhead as two huge birds swiftly descended. Everyone's expressions changed. Ha ha ha, see that? The Aiden chuckled mockingly. I advise you to submit to Blue Creek Continent. Let's be one family. Isn't that better? Daydream. The Patriarch's face turned grim, warily watching the eagles. Although he couldn't identify the species, he sensed these eagles weren't ordinary. Two Huntwind Eagles landed, and three people dismounted. One Montague, one older Montague, and a young man in East Flow Mountain attire. The Aiden frowned. The Patriarch looked shocked. The young man ran straight into the family formation, while Carter and Chandler knelt in front of the family line. Alwyn, we've arrived late. The Patriarch remained alert, eyeing the Aiden cautiously. Rhett's Elderberry, our Chun family has a top-tier powerhouse. Uttering this, the Patriarch was startled. Where did this top-tier powerhouse come from? Is Carter just trying to bluff them? If Abel were here, he could certainly trick them with his wit. But Carter was his third child, less intelligent and powerful compared to his elder brothers. Can he pull this off? Of course, he couldn't show any weakness now. The Patriarch straightened up and asked formally, who? Carter stepped forward again and shouted proudly, my eldest brother, Abel, is the Lord of Yozhou's wasteland. Rhett commands a group of formidable warriors and many guest fighters. The most formidable among them is a high-rank Earth-level spirit honest. Even Cloud Mist Palace's elders treat him respectfully. As for my second brother, Nigel, he is even more remarkable. Rhett possesses 3 divine treasures and a sky-gazing beast. With his strength alone, he broke one of the legendary 5 seals, Water Burial Seal, and is unbeatable below the Earth level. Carter finished speaking loudly, puffing his chest with immense pride as he looked at the Aiden across from him, his aura unyielding. However, the Chun family Patriarch felt a chill inside. This is going to backfire. Too much bragging. Carter was clearly no match for Abel or Nigel in either deception or boasting. Why didn't he choose someone else to brag about? Why bring up his 2 brothers? Words couldn't deceive the man, but his expression showed no change. Filled with annoyance, he retorted, at least we're not as disgraceful as Blue Creek Island. You. The big man was enraged. Fine, since you won't teach them, I will. Just as the big man was about to move, laughter rang out from behind him. Ha ha ha, who would have thought the Donghua Township family would come to this? Ha ha. The voice seemed imbued with thick, spiritual power, coming from far away yet echoing close by. It fluctuated between distant and near, up and down, making it impossible to determine its origin. An expert. Uttering this, the big man was startled, his movements slowing as he focused on listening, somewhat wary. But judging from the speaker's words, it seemed like someone who came to witness the commotion and was an enemy of the Chen family. Since the voice wasn't that of his reinforcements, he looked around cautiously and said carefully, which great master is present? Please show yourself. The Chun family Patriarch frowned, his face serious. Before the head palace, sudden gusts whipped up sand and stones, blinding everyone. The wind made the forest rustle loudly, and a faint red aura of blood seemed to be advancing towards them. Everyone was stunned and looked around nervously. Then, a white figure leaped forward and landed steadily between the Chen family Patriarch and the Blue Creek Island crowd. Landing silently, but with the force of the wind and sand. Everyone finally saw the figure clearly once the dust settled. This person was slender, with black hair past his shoulders, a pockmarked yet scholarly face, sharp eyes, and a smile. Who are you? The big man asked. Before he could respond, The Chun family patriarch exclaimed in shock. Dustin, you're still alive? I'm certainly still alive, Dustin smiled broadly. If I weren't, how could I come see my elder brother? The patriarch stared at him, speechless. After a while, his expression grew complicated. Since you're still alive, why haven't you come to see me? Elder brother, the old Dustin died long ago, the man replied, looking at the patriarch with ridicule. Now I'm Jerry. Haven't you forgotten that I severed ties with the Chun family long ago? The patriarch gazed at the man, unable to respond. Finally, after a long pause, he said, Dustin, over these years, I've always missed you. Missed me? Ha ha ha. Jerry suddenly laughed wildly. When did you ever think of me, oh great Awanshin? Don't tell me you forgot how you treated me back then. Back then? The patriarch was about to speak when the Shane behind him opened his eyes and interrupted. Dustin, the matter back then was decided by the Chun family elders, not your elder brother's fault. Not his fault. Jerry's smile vanished, replaced by anger. His anger surged visibly. His face flushed as he roared. Not his fault. Not his fault. Whose fault then? The Kyler also opened his eyes and said, Dustin, since you've returned, let's handle the current crisis first. The current crisis? Jerry glanced disdainfully at the big man behind him and scoffed. These scraps of trash? Worth your attention? Ha, the Chin family hasn't changed a bit. The words infuriated every Chin family Darwin, and even the Blue Creek Island people looked displeased. Jerry's abrupt appearance to chat casually with the Chin family completely ignored their presence. The big man from Blue Creek Island hesitated, fearing Jerry's strength, but hearing himself called trash pushed him over the edge. Even though this person had formidable spiritual power, he reasoned, there were many on his side. With help from his companions, maybe they could win. Rhett raised his weapon, shouting, Who are you? Speak respectfully. The statement lacked any real authority, more a plea for leniency. The big man still feared Jerry, hoping for a face-saving gesture. Humph, Jerry coldly replied, glancing sideways. You pieces of trash can only show off before the Chin family. Want to act tough in front of me? Why don't you check yourselves in a puddle of pee first? The big man's face turned red, and he pointed a finger at Jerry, furious. What rascal dares speak so rudely? You want a taste of my Jadenship? While talking, he slowly drew his blade and shouted, Brothers together, capture him. Only after seeing 5 warriors draw their weapons did he charge. Seeing 6 attackers rush forward, the Chun family patriarch anxiously shouted, Dustin, be careful. Rhett prepared to rush forward, but Jerry moved faster. Drawing his sword, he charged directly into the 6 attackers. In the next moment, the Blue Creek Islanders flew backward faster than they had come, the big man spitting blood as he fell. Hemph, still say you're not trash? Dustin looked down on them arrogantly. Everyone watched in disbelief, some Blue Creek Islanders backing away in horror. Mid-grade Earth rank? No, that wasn't possible for a mid-grade Earth rank. Could it be high-grade Earth rank? The Chun family had such an expert? Come on, let's go. The big man struggled to rise, supported by his companions, blood dripping from his mouth. The others stood pale, badly wounded internally. Did it really take so much effort for the Chin family to deal with this garbage? Jerry scoffed, ignoring the retreating crowd. It seems the Chin family has gained nothing over these years. Dustin, the Remington said sternly. Enough. Enough? Dustin snapped, opening his eyes wide in fury. A few words make you squirm? What did you say about me back then? Dustin, now that you've grown stronger, do you seek vengeance against the Chin family? The Shane asked. Do you think I'm as petty as you lot? Jerry sneered. As the Blue Creek Islanders retreated, a large contingent appeared below. They wore yellow-red Jaden uniforms, led by a tall, broad-faced man with a small mustache. Seeing the retreating Blue Creek Islanders, he rushed forward, surprised. Brother, how are you injured? I was coming to assist. Seeing the man, the big man brightened, but too anxious to speak. He coughed up more blood. Finally, regaining breath, he panted, Elder brother, the Chun family has a powerful foe. Powerful foe? Besides Barry, who else in the Chun family is a strong enemy? The man asked, puzzled. But hadn't Barry fallen in rank after injury? How could he hurt him? The big man shook his head. I don't know who it was. They call him Dustin, but he calls himself Jerry, very strong, at least peak mid-grade Earth rank. Roland? The man furrowed his brows, quietly pondering this name. It felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. Before he could come to a conclusion, he saw a group of people approaching from the foot of the mountain. That group had clearly spotted the gathering at the foot of the mountain as well. The Ronnie of the group narrowed his eyes, his expression turning somewhat displeased. Rhett shouted loudly, The Blood Alliance is conducting business here. All irrelevant parties should leave immediately. The Blood Alliance? The crowd from Blue Creek Island had just run down the mountain in desperation and were all looking rather weary. However, upon hearing the name of the Blood Alliance, they suddenly perked up as if they had been injected with energy. They fled hurriedly one after another. Blood Alliance? Roland? The man watched the fleeing crowd and seemed to recall something, exclaiming in shock, Redivans, could it be that Perry of the Blood Alliance, Roland? After the Blue Creek Island crowd left, Roland looked at the Chun family members with an expression of disdain, mingled with both the urge to cry and laugh. You all truly make me feel ashamed, Roland said, fixing his gaze on the head of the Chun family. This is the 1,000-year-old Chun family, letting a bunch of scoundrels chase you around? The head of the Chun family's face turned somewhat grim, but his tone was helpless. Dustin, where have you been these years? Rethhe, really amusing, Roland chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Brother, when did you start caring so much about me? Rethhe, I didn't return today to chat about family affairs, Roland sneered at everyone. I came today to reclaim what belongs to me. What belongs to you? What thing? The head of the Chun family was taken aback, blurting out, Don't play dumb, Roland retorted. Naturally, it's Brianna's belongings, the water smoke bamboo jade. Water smoke bamboo jade? What is that? Everyone was puzzled. The head of the Chin family turned his gaze to Karis. Karis's face was pale. Chapter 210. Enemy. Following the head of the Chen family's gaze, Jerry looked at the third concubine, his expression suddenly turning serious. It's you? Jerry paused, a look of disbelief on his face. You? How could you be here? Jerry's gaze made the third concubine pale. She composed herself and said, I am part of the Chen family. Why can't I be here? Chen family? You are part of the Chen family? Jerry asked in confusion. What kind of Chen family member are you? Cough. The head of the Chen family awkwardly coughed and said, Jerry, she is your sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Jerry widened his eyes in shock. You married him? How is that possible? Jerry, Hawk spoke with a hoarse voice. What do you mean by that? Gareth continued, Jerry, third lady has been married into the Chen family for a long time. You've never returned in all these years. Naturally, you wouldn't know. Sister-in-law? Jerry frowned, staring intently at the third concubine. Suddenly he burst into manic laughter. Ha ha ha, good judgment. What remarkable judgment. Brianna truly has remarkable judgment, considering you as a close sister. You actually married him. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. At the mention of Brianna, the third concubine shuddered. She bit her lip and shouted, Jerry, regardless of how you see me, I have never wronged Brianna. Never? Jerry stared at the third concubine for a moment, then turned to look at the head of the Chen family. Then please return Brianna's belongings to me. The head of the Chen family glanced at the third concubine. She bit her lip and shook her head. Turning back to Jerry, the head of the Chen family said, I do not have the items you're asking for. Not there? Jerry suddenly raised his voice. Your meaning is that Brianna's belongings are not with you? The head of the Chen family took a deep breath and shouted loudly, Jerry, I don't know what else Brianna left behind in the Chen family, but why did you come back so openly and boldly? Haven't you forgotten those people who are still around? Those people? Jerry said coldly. Your Chen family is timid, but I'm not afraid. Since I dared to appear today, I've prepared to deal with them. Hand over the water pipe jade bamboo, otherwise, I'm no longer someone you can bully easily. With a casual gesture, Jerry used a powerful suction force to pull Carter towards him. In the next moment, Carter was already grabbed by Jerry. Jerry placed his sword on Carter's shoulder, coldly staring at everyone. Release Kirker! Both the third concubine and the head of the Chen family shouted simultaneously. Jerry laughed triumphantly. Rhett lightly pressed on Carter's shoulder. Carter felt like his shoulder was locked by a solid, armor-like spiritual power, unable to move, and even the spiritual power in his veins stagnated. Let me go, Carter roared. But it was futile. Jerry looked down at everyone and said sarcastically, So, will you hand over the water pipe jade bamboo? That's the bloodline of the Chen family. Hawk shouted anxiously. Bloodline of the Chen family? Jerry didn't even look at Hawk. What does that matter? Do you really value the bloodline of the Chen family so much? After saying this, Jerry lightly tapped Carter's shoulder. Immediately, Carter went limp and fell to the ground. Next, Jerry casually grabbed Chandler, who was instantly sucked over. Realizing this, the head of the Chen family tried to snatch Chandler back, but was too late. Chandler was already in Jerry's grasp. Dustin? The head of the Chen family rushed forward in fury. Suddenly, a pink figure appeared from the side, striking the head of the Chen family with a palm. The head of the Chen family spun around and struck back with a palm. For a moment, spiritual power surged, and with a loud bang, the head of the Chen family was sent flying backward while the pink figure gracefully performed a backflip and landed steadily beside Jerry. My lord, the pink figure respectfully greeted Jerry after landing. Everyone looked and saw a tall Marissa in a pink dress, wearing a half-silver mask. Retro one palm had pushed the head of the Chen family backward. Jerry didn't even glance at the Marissa, only staring at the head of the Chen family with a sneer. After landing, the head of the Chen family retreated several steps before stabilizing himself, eyes wide open and gritting his teeth. That single palm strike made his inner spiritual power surge wildly, leaving him breathless and dizzy, as if hit over the head with a stick. Next, a mouthful of black blood spewed out of the head of the Chen family's mouth, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. Retad of the family. Everyone rushed to support him, seeing that he almost lost balance. The head of the Chen family was a low-rank Earth-class cultivator. This Marissa must be stronger than that. Yet how did such a young lady possess such terrifying strength? Hawk was wary. Who are you? The Marissa cautiously glanced at Jerry, seeing no change in his expression. She softly replied, Tegan. Tegan? Who is she? The Chen family members were bewildered, but Hawk's eyes widened in horror. Blood alliance? Before anyone could react, rustling footsteps were heard from below. Next, a group of people charged up from the mountain, instantly surrounding the Chen family members, causing panic among them. Jerry ignored them, focusing only on the head of the Chen family with ridicule. The Chen family bloodline. So what? Jerry stared intently at the head of the Chen family, lightly placing his hand on Chandler's shoulder, making Chandler seem barely able to bear it. Did you ever truly value the Chen family's bloodline? With a light tap on Chandler's shoulder, Chandler blacked out and collapsed on the ground. The head of the Chen family shouted furiously, Jerry, what do you want? Hand over the water pipe jade bamboo, Jerry said calmly. Otherwise, no one in the Chen family will remain after today. As he spoke, the group surrounding the Chen family drew their weapons. Audacious fool, Hawk suddenly opened his eyes wide, his white hair flaring in the wind. Concentrating force in his hands, he leaped into the air. Beside him, Elders Lon and Hui also jumped, each hitting Hawk's back with a palm. Instantly, spiritual power gushed out, expanding Hawk's robe. All three elders flew together, attacking Jerry first. Hawk's face was red, surrounded by the concentrated spiritual power of the three elders. The spiritual power surged like an ocean, intending to destroy everything in its path. Everyone from the Chun family watched with wide-eyed anticipation. This was the famous triple strike Taishan palm, blood, grief-stricken and furious. Dustin, how could you do this? As if in response to the patriarch's distress, an eagle's cry sounded from the sky, growing closer. The crowd looked up in shock as the sound approached. The figure of a wind-hunting eagle slowly descended, landing in the midst of them. Abel hastily jumped down from the eagle, looking frantic. By Abel's side stood a handsome young man with a white bandage wrapped around his forehead. Alwyn! Abel shouted anxiously as he ran up. From atop the wind-hunting eagle, he had seen the Chen family members surrounded, Carter and Chandler unconscious on the ground, and the patriarch seated among them, causing his heart to burn with anxiety. Who is this? Jerry narrowed his eyes and asked softly. The patriarch shuddered upon hearing this. Clenching his teeth, he struggled to muster his strength and shouted loudly, "Don't come over, Abel. Leave quickly." Abel froze, instinctively stopping and turning to look back. But in the next moment, Abel suddenly felt a powerful suction force pulling him. His body wavered, nearly getting dragged away. Just then, a hand reached out from the side and pressed firmly on his shoulder, steadying him. Jerry looked puzzled and scrutinized the man beside Abel closely. This man politely nodded at Jerry and said calmly, "The boss ordered me to stay by Abel. You can't take him away. My apologies." Before Abel could react, a pink blur darted towards him. The handsome young man next to Abel exclaimed, pushing Abel aside and charging straight at the approaching figure. With a loud bang, the two figures collided, separating immediately after, both taking several steps back. Their eyes met. "Who are you?" they both asked simultaneously. Chapter 211, Carter's appearance. Alicia and the man exchanged glances, both speaking at once. "Who are you?" Alicia replied indifferently. "Alicia? Blood Alliance?" The handsome man's pupils constricted. "And who are you?" Alicia asked. "Not much of a talent, but I am a Darwin of Tianxian sect, named Cornell," the handsome man replied. "Tianxian sect?" Jerry was startled inwardly. Tianxian sect has ties with the Chen family? Suddenly, an odd wind swept through the area, and a figure leaped over the crowd, landing in the center. This person wore a black robe, had a strikingly handsome face, and a small black leopard perched on his shoulder. Both Jerry and Alicia became grave upon seeing him. This person only glanced at Jerry, then noticed Carter and Chandler sprawled on the ground. Without a word, he blurred into motion, charging toward the shoulder. "Good, very good," Jerry laughed despite the pain, his spiritual energy erupting powerfully, blasting Nigel back 10 meters. "Since you know the dazzling step, you must be from Donghua Mountain. Donghua Mountain producing such a remarkable individual truly honors its 1,000-year legacy." Nigel stopped, glaring intensely at Jerry. "Why did you harm my clansmen?" Jerry replied, "Ask your Chen family elders and the clan head for that answer." Then he glanced at Alicia and said, "Let's go." Alicia swung her sword and hurried toward Jerry. Cornell disengaged and walked toward Nigel. Nigel watched Jerry with narrowed eyes, but allowed him to leave without interference. Inside Nigel's bone domain, a voice called out, "Perry Jerry of Blood Alliance? How did your Chen family provoke him?" "Perry of Blood Alliance?" Nigel's heart skipped a beat. Had the formidable enemy simply retreated? Had Nigel alone repelled him? Everyone looked at Nigel differently now. In the Donghua Mountain sect hall, Nigel and Abel stood at the lower end while the three elders and the Chen family patriarch recounted the past events. 19 years ago, the current Chen family patriarch and his brother Dustin went out to hone their skills and met two women. Hawk began. One of the women was exceptionally beautiful and talented. Dustin developed feelings for her and requested the then patriarch to propose marriage on his behalf, sighed the Remington, along with the jade. "I don't know why he thinks we have it." Abel asked, "What makes the jade special?" "It's said that within the jade lies the water smoke divine sword technique," explained the patriarch. "Water smoke divine sword?" Abel was taken aback. The patriarch continued, "I heard the remnants possess a spirit treasure capable of detecting the smoky bamboo jade. Fortunately, we don't have it. Otherwise, if they found us..." His voice trailed off abruptly as he stared wide-eyed at the water-scaled jade Abel pulled from his robes. Blood Alliance left Donghua Mountain. "Honest, aren't we really giving up on the smoky bamboo jade?" Alicia followed beside Jerry. "You speak too much," Jerry said coolly. "Yes, honest," Alicia bowed respectfully. After a moment, Jerry glanced at Alicia. "You misunderstood me." "What?" Alicia paused. "I came here to investigate matters concerning elderberry," Jerry clarified. "On the way, I accidentally encountered some of the remnant tribe members and learned from them that they suspected the smoky bamboo jade was in the hands of the Chun family." Alicia was stunned. "Honest, do you mean you sought the jade to protect the Chen family?" "Protect the Chen family?" Jerry's expression turned complex as he looked toward Donghua Mountain. Rhett scoffed, "Their life or death is none of my concern. I just didn't want them to die too miserably." "But..." Alicia waited for him to continue. "Seems like the Chen family produced quite a formidable individual. The Black Scythe Sickle? It used to belong to the Blood Alliance." End of chapter. Chapter 212, Doubts? "Where did you get this jade?" the head of the Chen family asked in shock. The elders of the Chen family also gathered around, and for a moment, everyone's expressions turned grim. "From the Ding family in Qingzhou," Abel said. "The Ding family in Qingzhou?" The head of the Chen family's expression became even more complicated. Rhett pondered for a while, looking bewildered. "Is this matter related to the Ding family?" Abel nodded and said, "If we ask Karis, we'll understand." In the grand hall, Karis saw the water scale jade and was shocked. "Where did you get this?" "From the Ding family in Qingzhou," Abel replied. "Didn't you give it to Kaylee?" Everyone looked at Karis. Karis's face turned very unpleasant. "What exactly is going on here?" the head of the Chen family asked. "This cannot be known by others." Karis glanced at the head of the Chen family and shuddered. "This jade must not remain with the Chen family. Shouldn't stay with the Chen family? So, This is truly the water bamboo jade that Dustin wanted? Nigel asked. Karis took a deep breath and said, yes. But it is not a treasure. It is a harbinger of disaster. Everyone fell silent. A harbinger of disaster. Abel muttered thoughtfully. All eyes turned to Karis. She had no choice but to continue. Everyone thinks it's a great treasure. Yet, as a treasure of the remnant royal lineage in our hands, it only attracts powerful enemies instead of providing any benefits. Because of this, you gave the jade to Kaylee? Abel asked. Karis nodded. So, you sent your personal attendant to approach the Ding family? Abel probed. Karis looked at Abel and confessed. To make the Ding family monopolize the water bamboo jade, and to sever all ties between the Chen family and the jade. So, the letter from the Ding family in Qingzhou about breaking the engagement was also your doing? The head of the Chen family asked. Karis nodded. Compared to Kirker's marriage, the safety of the Chen family is much more important. Everyone fell silent. The head of the Chen family did not blame her. If this happened before Dustin attacked Donghua Mountain, such a statement would have been hard to believe. Now, this water bamboo jade was indeed a curse upon Donghua Mountain. But I didn't expect Kaylee to return this jade to me, Abel frowned. Kaylee? Karis asked. What did she find out? Abel explained, Kaylee told me that this water bamboo jade absorbs one's spiritual energy and life force. That's Everyone was puzzled. The sword technique within this water bamboo jade has been taken away. Now, it's just an ordinary water stone, Karis explained. What? Everyone was startled. Could it be Kaylee? Wait, the head of the Chen family suddenly spoke up. Why did this jade first appear in your possession? Wasn't it left by Selena? Selena? The bloodline of the remnant royalty? Karis shook her head. No, it was Kirker who left it behind. Carter? The head of the Chen family was shocked. Abel and Nigel exchanged looks. What is going on here? The head of the Chen family asked anxiously. Is this matter related to Kirker? Karis took a deep breath. Only the bloodline of the remnant royalty can practice the water mist divine sword. Due to internal strife, the royal lineage became sparse. Thus, Selena and her descendants became the last hope of the royal bloodline. And how is this related to Kirker? The head of the Chen family was still confused. After a long pause, Karis suddenly spoke. Kirker is actually Selena's child. What? Everyone was astonished. Carter is the child of Selena and Dustin, Karis stated. What about my child? The head of the Chen family trembled. Rhett should now be the young lord of the remnant royalty. Karis avoided the head of the Chen family's frantic gaze, speaking softly. No one expected this. The sole heir of the remnant royal lineage and Carter had swapped places. Two women made an agreement by the Low River and switched their children. They managed to deceive both the remnants and the Chen family. The water bamboo jade came with Carter to the Chen family during that time. Karis believed the best course was for Carter to live a peaceful life with the Chen family. So, she sent the water bamboo jade away. But why did Dustin come seeking us? Abel asked. How did he know for sure the water bamboo jade was with us? Indeed, how did Dustin learn something even the head of the Chen family didn't know? Did Selena tell him? Impossible. If Selena had told him, he would have directly approached Karis, not bring the Blood Alliance to confront the Chen family publicly. Second Elder sat back in his chair dejectedly. This matter is too complicated. There are too many threads to unravel. But neither the Blood Alliance nor the remnants are forces we can provoke. Third Elder added. We need to throw this problem elsewhere. The Chen family must not be drawn into the center of this storm. Everyone remained silent. Karis then said, Qingzhou, the Ding family? Everyone realized. Karis had already thrown the problem elsewhere. But now, Abel had brought the water bamboo jade back. Do the people of the remnant have the ability to locate the water bamboo jade? Abel asked. Why didn't they search for the Ding family over the past decade? Perhaps they did, Nigel replied. You just didn't know. Everyone was stunned. Karis originally wanted to say that she placed her attendant Ling at the Ding family in Qingzhou, and Ling had never mentioned any contact from the remnants. But how could the sword technique within the water bamboo jade be extracted otherwise? And why would Kaylee willingly return the jade to Abel? These events seemed far too suspicious. It was difficult to guarantee there wasn't someone of high standing guiding the Ding family. Hashtag chapter 213. Disappeared? Whether or not the remnant clan has established contact with the Ding family, they will certainly find out soon that the water smoke bamboo jade is in the Chen family. Karis sighed deeply. The news of Dustin leading Blood Alliance members to besiege East Flow Mountain and demand the water smoke bamboo jade could not be contained. Even if they could prevent East Flow Mountain's Darwins from leaking the information, what about the people from the Blood Alliance? This was something she had never anticipated. Her plan had completely failed. The remnant clan will surely come knocking, said the Christian grimly. East Flow Mountain is in grave danger. We need to prepare early, Abel immediately suggested, before the remnant clan arrives. How do we prepare? Asked the Alwyn of the Chen family. Are the remnant clan very powerful? How many Earth-grade experts do they have? Abel asked Karis. Karis shook her head. I'm not sure. The strength of an entire clan is far beyond ordinary sections. Abel pondered for a while before asking, does the remnant clan have any enemies? Enemies? Karis fell into deep thought. An enemy's enemy is a friend? But would it really be good for the Chen family to survive amid so many forces? The hunting wind hawk soared into the sky, heading towards the Qingzhou branch of the Ding family. On its back sat Abel, Nigel, and the handsome man who called himself Orlando from the chosen sect. We've offended some very powerful people and organizations, Abel asked Orlando. Are you sure you want to go with us? Wherever the boss goes, I go. No one can stop me, Orlando replied with a carefree laugh. Orlando then smiled at Abel, his beautiful yet flirtatious expression making Abel shudder involuntarily. Abel gave an awkward smile. The chosen sect is indeed unique in its actions. Orlando laughed again. I have confidence in you, boss. Isn't that right, boss? Indeed skilled, flattering when necessary. Abel admired this silently. Nigel closed his eyes, unwilling to engage. Unbothered, Orlando laughed to himself, pleased with his own cleverness. Still curious about the legendary chosen sect, Abel asked, I heard your sect has a unique spirit technique to measure fate. Orlando nodded. That's true. Then please tell us about East Flow Mountain's fortune, Abel said with a smile. Orlando chuckled. East Flow Mountain's fortune? Well, even without measuring, it's obvious that it all depends on a destined child like the boss. A destined child? How did you determine that Nigel is a destined child? Through his fortune? Abel pressed. Orlando suddenly went silent, closing his eyes. Retovin's secrets cannot be revealed. Ret took on a mysterious demeanor. However, Abel was convinced that Orlando was drawn to Nigel's fortune. Not long ago, he had used the Wheel of Fate to give Nigel a temporary protagonist aura. It was around that time that Orlando, despite his formidable strength, decided to follow Nigel. According to what Nigel had told him earlier, Orlando had initially recognized two destined children, deliberating before choosing Nigel. The other person was Mitchell from Churchilxia Peak. Several days later, they arrived in Qingzhou. The climate grew colder, and snow began to fall in the northern regions. Ningwei City in Qingzhou was covered in white. After landing the hunting Windhawk, they hurriedly made their way to the Ding residence. Seeing Abel shivering, Nigel placed his right hand on Abel's shoulder and enveloped him in spiritual energy. Abel immediately felt better. Abel, with your abilities, you shouldn't be defeated by cold, Nigel said disapprovingly. Though he considered himself the strongest in East Flow Mountain now, he still wasn't sure about Abel. Perhaps he was a little stronger now? However, seeing Abel shiver in ordinary cold winds irked him. A few days ago, I accidentally exhausted all my power, Abel explained. I traded everything I had accumulated for Nigel's protagonist aura. Don't let me down. Did this happen in the formation? Nigel asked. Abel nodded. You previously said you came to Qingzhou because I took the water absorption pond. Was this water scale jade originally yours? The water absorption pond was originally owned by the honest of the water absorption pond but later became mine, Abel replied. In the small world, I was in dire straits. Then, the water absorption pond appeared, Nigel noted, stopping and looking at Abel, seeking answers. But Abel remained silent. It happened because of you? Nigel probed directly. Rhett always felt that the sensation within the formation was strange. Though near death, a familiar, comforting feeling surrounded him, closely tied to his subsequent encounter. If these weren't coincidences but controlled events, it was terrifying. And Abel had just mentioned exhausting his power? Orlando flattered, boss, as a destined child, you'll turn any misfortune into fortune. Ignoring Orlando, Nigel stared intently at Abel. Abel glanced at Orlando and smiled. The chosen sect's spirit techniques are indeed extraordinary. Being able to find someone with strong fortune almost defies nature. Orlando laughed heartily, secretly touching the crystal ball hidden in his sleeve. It briefly glowed before dimming. His gaze shifted over Abel before shaking his head. Abel showed no sign of fortune or spiritual power. Rhett seemed as ordinary as one could be. Nigel didn't press further, proceeding straight to the Ding family compound. When Abel, Nigel, and Orlando reached the main residence of the Ding family, they found it completely abandoned. Not a soul was present in the entire compound, causing them great alarm. Upon inquiry, they learned that the Ding family had virtually vanished overnight. The Ding family promised to teach us spirit techniques, a city resident complained, sounding both depressed and incredulous. Yet they disappeared overnight. Rumors are spreading wildly. Their disappearance has become a topic of discussion, often mixed with supernatural stories, another resident added. There's also talk that the Ding family offended someone important, and the whole family was kidnapped, another person whispered. With so many people disappearing simultaneously, wouldn't there be some clues? This can't be possible, Abel asked urgently. When we were here, the Ding family housed many extended family members. At least 100. If they left the city, there should have been some commotion. Residents whispered even lower. People say the Ding family invited some unsavory spirits back. Another ghost story. Speechless, they knew they couldn't get any useful information. After dismissing the people, Abel said, we're at a loss. It seems we need to find a way to contact Ling, Karis's servant. Servant Ling? Nigel asked. Karis had servant Ling disguise herself as a messenger from the One-Hand Hall to interact with the Qingzhou usher. We encountered her several times while here. She must know about the Ding family situation, Abel explained. I see. So, servant Ling might be our only lead, Nigel nodded. One more thing, Abel added. Carter mentioned that the Ding family residence has a secret passage. Hashtag chapter 214, Blood Pull. Although Carter mentioned that the Ding family had a secret room, he never disclosed its exact location. It would be extremely difficult to find a secret room within the vast inner courtyard of the Ding family. Abel turned his gaze toward Cornell. When I first met you, you used some kind of spirit technique which allowed you to discover the jade on me, Abel said. Can you use it to locate a secret chamber? Cornell shook her head. My spirit technique is only good for finding treasures, not hidden passages. But it's essentially the same, Abel argued. Secret chambers often house valuable treasures. Cornell sighed and took out her crystal ball, placing both hands over it. Spiritual energy flowed from her hands like silk threads, weaving into the crystal ball. The next moment, the crystal ball emitted a soft white light, projecting a beam towards the main residence. It actually worked? Abel exclaimed happily. Cornell, however, frowned as the white light gradually turned into faint streaks of blood red, a sign of impending doom. Everyone followed the direction illuminated by the light, noticing more red streaks as they advanced. Trouble ahead, Cornell suddenly spoke in a serious tone. Nigel looked at Cornell in surprise. Cornell was usually aloof with everyone except Nigel, jokingly flattering him otherwise. Rarely did she wear such a serious expression. How dangerous? Abel asked. There's bloodlight ahead, ominous signs. Cornell shook her head and turned to Nigel. If not for our Rani, this path would be very perilous. Cornell paused, adding, but with the Rani here, I am unafraid. True to form, she quickly reverted to her usual jocund flattery. As if with Nigel present, all problems could be effortlessly resolved. Cornell led the way, with Abel and Nigel silently following. They circled around the main residence and found the hidden passage in a courtyard south of the main building. They descended the passage and entered a large hall. Even those who had seen small worlds were stunned by the scene before them. The hall was filled with a sea of blood. Within this sea, numerous members of the Ding family lay lifeless. In the center, understanding her attack pattern, gradually increased his strength and speed, successfully suppressing her. Inside the hall, the clashing of weapons rang out as blood splattered across the floor. The air became increasingly dense with blood aura. Suddenly, the mini-jia, bone armor, on Nigel's body erupted with brilliant light, illuminating the entire hall. The blood on the ground transformed into blood aura, spiraling towards the bone armor, turning its golden surface crimson. For a brief moment, the Marissa froze. Seizing the opportunity, Nigel struck her chest with a palm, sending her crashing into the wall. Furrowing his brow, Nigel felt the vibrations from the bone armor. It seemed to yearn for the blood. The Marissa rose, not attacking, but kneeling before Nigel. She acknowledged you as master? Cornell shouted excitedly. Leader, the blood pool recognizes you as its master. Quickly take control of her. Take control? Nigel hesitated. How do I do that? Don't tell me, leader. You don't know how to use your treasure? Cornell was puzzled. Nigel shook his head. Cornell was speechless. If I'm not mistaken, leader, this bone armor and the blood pool are from the same origin. Use this treasured armor to completely subdue the blood pool. Bone armor? That made sense. Since the bone armor had acknowledged Nigel as master, he could command it. And since the blood pool recognized the bone armor as its master, it could now obey Nigel. Nigel focused his mind on the bone armor and tried issuing a command to the blood pool. Stand up. Nigel ordered. The Marissa instantly rose from the ground with astonishing speed. It worked. Nigel felt a mix of surprise and relief. Cornell rejoiced. Congratulations, leader, for acquiring the blood pool. Do you know its origins? Nigel asked. Cornell pondered. Leader, she shares the same lineage as your bone armor. Shared lineage? Demon Lord? Abel was alarmed. Why is the blood pool here? Did they provoke the Demon Lord? And what about all this blood? Examining the Ding family members, Abel noticed they were still alive despite their injuries. They're all still alive, Abel announced. Nigel realized the bone armor was absorbing blood energy and the life force of the injured, and immediately ordered it to stop. The hall dimmed again. Though the bone armor's glow faded, the blood pool obediently followed behind Nigel. Nigel and Cornell carried the injured back to the Ding family mansion. Despite their abundant spiritual energy and speed, it took them the entire afternoon. However, neither Kaylee nor the Xander was among the survivors. Abel sought medical help for the injured, as many had lost too much blood and were unconscious. Only a few regained consciousness briefly after drinking medicine. Among the survivors was someone familiar, Concubine Lin, the servant of Third Lady. A few days later, Concubine Lin awoke. Seeing Abel and Nigel, she was startled, and even more so upon spotting the blood pool behind Nigel, screaming a warning. Her injuries reopened, causing excruciating pain almost leading to fainting. Please don't speak. Rest, Abel instructed. There's no danger now. Concubine Lin glanced at the blood pool, confused it hadn't attacked. Nigel, that thing is very dangerous. She emphasized the word, dangerous. Nigel nodded. Don't worry, Aunt Lin. I've subdued it. Subdued? This couldn't be possible. She had seen its ferocity firsthand and couldn't withstand a single blow. Concubine Lin's eyes showed fear, about to say more, when Nigel clapped his hands. Go. Bring me the cup of tea on the table. Hashtag chapter continuation. Blood pool. Just as Nigel finished speaking, the blood pool moved with astonishing speed, leaving a trail of afterimage. In her next appearance, she was holding a teacup, except that the teacup in her hand had already shattered. Nigel smiled, embarrassed. She uses too much force. She's not suitable for delicate tasks. Unable to control her strength and not understanding human intent, she would only obey direct commands. Or rather, she was more suited as an opponent. If tasked with serving tea, she would crush the cup due to her excessive strength. Seeing the blood pool so obedient, Concubine Lin's face showed disbelief. How did you manage this? It's quite coincidental, Abel explained. Nigel just happens to have a spirit tool that can subdue the blood pool. Is that so? Concubine Lin's expression was one of surprise. This story is long, Abel said. If you feel better, Aunt Lin, please tell us what happened at the Ding family. The Ding family? Concubine Lin shook her head. They all went mad. The Ding family, all gone mad? Everyone's expressions turned serious. Concubine Lin cautiously glanced at the blood pool behind Nigel, still heart-pounding from fear. Noticing her expression, Nigel said, Go wait outside. In an instant, the blood pool Marissa darted toward the door. There was a loud bang as she crashed into it, sending the door flying. Really? She doesn't even know how to open a door, Nigel sighed, frustrated. Concubine Lin swallowed hard. Could such a powerful monster really be subdued? Who knew what horrors such a creature could unleash if it went berserk? Aunt Lin, what exactly happened in the secret chamber? Abel asked. Concubine Lin opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Seeing this, Abel continued, We just came from Donghua Mountain. The Qin family faces strong enemies now, and the whereabouts of the Ding family are crucial to us. Moreover, Rhett paused, then added, Lady Third has already informed us about sending Carter and the remnants. There's nothing left to hide. They told you everything? Concubine Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. How is that possible? Dustin attacked Donghua Mountain, demanding the water mist bamboo jade, Nigel succinctly explained. How could that be? Concubine Lin seemed to see a ghost. The Ding family. They all went mad. Concubine Lin stared at the blood pool outside, her voice trembling. They didn't want to teach spiritual techniques to the city's people. They wanted to create those monsters. What? Everyone was shocked. This young girl used to be Kaylee's loyal servant. Now, She's turned into this inhuman, ghastly form. Concubine Lin shivered. If not for my presence, the ones lying dead in the secret chamber might have been many citizens of the city. Teaching spiritual techniques was just their excuse to gather people? Abel asked in surprise. Concubine Lin replied, it's hard to imagine, but their actions will doom the entire family. If large numbers of people in the city disappeared, it would draw attention. Sacrificing citizens through dark methods would make the Ding family like Blood Alliance, hunted down by everyone. The Ding family wasn't nearly as powerful as the Blood Alliance. This action would be digging their own grave. Abel hurriedly asked, even if the citizens are still alive, they sacrificed their own family members to create this killer. Was it worth it? Concubine Lin remained silent. Cornell interjected. The Dings are foolish. After going through so much trouble, they left the blood pool in the secret chamber. Yes, if it were the Ding family's plan, would they have made such a blunder? They intended to take the blood pool away, Concubine Lin said. But due to my presence, they couldn't openly gather the people. That day, the Xander sent me away and secretly gathered everyone in the secret chamber to use blood as a medium to harness spiritual energy, creating the monster. When I arrived, the ritual hadn't completed. So, the ritual was interrupted? Nigel asked. The blood pool created by the Ding family isn't under their control? Concubine Lin shook her head. That monster lost its humanity and attacks anything that comes close. If not for me, Kaylee wouldn't have escaped. Abel and the others were speechless. You saved them? What about the other members of the Ding family? Where did they go? Abel asked. Concubine Lin shook her head. I don't know. They escaped the secret passage while I was dealing with the monster, and then I passed out. The trail ends here? In the adjacent room, several members of the Ding family were waking up. Maybe they knew something? Abel glanced at the blood pool outside. This blood pool obeyed Minijia, bone armor, which was a creation of a demon lord from thousands of years ago. Did the Ding family have ties to descendants of the demon lord? Everyone fell into deep thought. Soon, some of the Ding family members in the neighboring room started to wake up. The first person who regained consciousness saw himself lying in bed with a doctor nearby, and he laughed. Contributing to the prosperity of the Ding family, spilling a little blood means nothing. The doctor jumped up in agitation. Don't you understand how dangerous this was? Do you realize you almost didn't make it? The man laughed dismissively. Doctor, stop scaring me. What could happen in the Ding family? The doctor fumed. What could happen? If it weren't for those few people from the Chen family dragging me here from the city, none of you would be alive. Huh. The man's smile faded, confused. The Chen family? Which Chen family? Only when Abel entered the room did he finally react. You? The man exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't this the boy who challenged and humiliated the Ding family in the courtyard? Why are you here? The man asked harshly. The doctor is right. Abel heard their conversation and continued. Without us, you'd be corpses now. What do you mean? The man asked resentfully, then sneered. You mean you saved me? The doctor shouted. Where do you think your life came from? Without those few young men from the Chen family, none of you would have survived. The man frowned. This is the Ding family estate. Wouldn't the Xander have taken care of it? Why would he need someone insulting the Ding family to meddle? The Ding family. Alas, where's the Ding family now? The doctor shook his head, his voice hoarse. If you must ask, this young master is the reason anyone from the Ding family survived. Chapter 215. Another secret treasure? The patriarch of the Ding family fled? The young man from the Ding family stood there in shock after listening to the doctor's explanation, his eyes wide and disbelieving. Rhett glanced around the room, seeing several beds with unconscious members of the Ding family lying on them, and a surge of anger rose in his head. How can this be? The Jamie suddenly sat up, causing his wounds to tear open again, blood seeping through the bandages. Rhett shouted, how could the patriarch abandon us? The doctor sighed, lie down, I won't argue with you. You need to rest. The Jamie pushed away the doctor's hand and struggled towards the door. Outside, stood the Louise, her gaze empty as she turned her head. The Jamie ran over in a few steps and loudly asked, did the patriarch leave? The Louise did not respond, her eyes vacantly staring ahead. The Jamie seized the Louise by the shoulders and shook her fiercely. Her body swayed like a puppet. What happened to her? The Jamie stepped back, surprised at the Louise. She has lost her mind and become a puppet, Nigel said from behind. A puppet? How could that be? The patriarch of the Ding family had said he would use a secret method to greatly enhance the girl's strength, making her a guardian elder for the Ding family. The Ding family members should all contribute their life force and spiritual energy for such a wondrous secret method. How could she possibly be a puppet without any consciousness? The Jamie felt his anger rising, his face turning red as he turned and glared at Abel. Where is he? Who? Abel asked. The patriarch? The Jamie asked. Abel replied, I want to know where he went to. The Jamie frowned. Abel waited for a moment before turning to leave. Yinzhou, the Jamie suddenly spoke. They might have gone to Yinzhou? Yinzhou? Abel paused. I remember now, the patriarch once mentioned inside the secret cave that an ancestor buried a treasure in Yinzhou. The Jamie regained his composure and spoke. Treasure? Abel followed up. Do you know where in Yinzhou? No, the Jamie said. Abel considered immediately heading to Yinzhou. Perhaps he could intercept the usher on the way. Or maybe he could use the swift hunter Wind Eagle to intercept them at the Zhiyun Mountains. Only to hear the Jamie say, I have a favor to ask. Abel paused and asked, what? If you find the patriarch, please bring him back to see us. I'll do my best. After settling the Ding family members, the hunter Wind Eagle soared off toward Yinzhou. Ding family members are waking up. I've spoken to them, and they can confirm that the patriarch indeed mentioned a treasure hidden in Yinzhou, Abel said. Would the patriarch and Kaylee go directly to Yinzhou? Nigel asked. Not necessarily, Abel replied. Why? Cornell asked. Abel responded. If the ancestor hid a treasure in Yinzhou, why didn't they retrieve it long ago? The simplest explanation would be two possibilities, Cornell said. 1. they didn't have the capability to retrieve it before. 2. They might have retrieved it but couldn't use or protect it, so they chose not to take it. So, does the patriarch now have the strength to retrieve it or protect it? Abel asked. No. But if they have the Louise, they might possess corresponding power. However, since they cannot currently control the Louise, they might still be unable to retrieve the treasure. Would they still go to Yinzhou? Whether they go, naturally won't be bad. Abel retorted. What about cases where someone close to a lucky person ends up having bad luck? There are definitely such cases, Cornell laughed. So, it's not only about the person's luck, but also whether they face any disasters. If someone faces a disaster but always escapes due to exceptional luck, the people around them may suffer misfortune. But if someone not only has good luck but also favorable recent fortune, then following them brings both protection and additional benefits. The Rani enjoys meat, while the underlings always get at least some soup. Isn't that true? Indeed. Abel nodded. Is this the reason you acknowledge Nigel as your Rani? Cornell nodded somewhat shyly. Of course, it's not just because of that. Our Rani is not only remarkably lucky but also outstanding in appearance and unmatched in strength among peers. If the Rani continues this path, the title of the greatest martial artist will certainly belong to our Rani. Abel glanced at Nigel, who showed no sign of pride, which was slightly surprising. Cornell was also puzzled. Leader, aren't you interested in becoming the greatest martial artist? Though Cornell's words were flattering, Nigel's calm demeanor far exceeded Cornell's expectations. After all, Nigel was still a teenager of only 16 or 17 years old. Which young spirit honest doesn't dream of wielding a sword in the world, filled with grand ambitions? Nigel opened his eyes and looked at the Louise. These past few days, I have reflected deeply. To become one of the top martial artists in the world isn't solely dependent on physical prowess. Oh? Cornell curiously asked. Leader, what's your insight? Nigel said, judging by physical strength alone, the Louise wouldn't be much weaker than me. Yet, she will never become a true warrior because she lacks any consciousness. Without consciousness, someone with only strength is merely a killing machine. Similarly, a person lacking wisdom despite having brute strength can only end up as someone else's enforcer, achieving very little. Nigel paused, seriously looking at Abel. There are people who master certain principles of nature, manipulating the earth as a chessboard and people as pawns, setting up an exquisite chess game. Only such people can be called true warriors. Cornell was taken aback. Rhett could never have imagined that a 17-year-old Montague could utter such words. The Rani is truly the Rani, able to comprehend such truths at such a young age. Nigel shook his head and said, these principles are self-evident, yet many people fail to understand them, thinking that they only need to be powerful themselves. Reth. Nigel then shifted the topic, saying, just like the people of your Redevanly selection gate, you understand the rules of destiny in this world and can thus leverage these rules to orchestrate an intricate chess game. How could ordinary people possibly perceive this? Nigel's words left Cornell feeling extremely uneasy. How's with the Chen family? Abel's words left the two deep in thought. After several days of flying, the wind-hunting eagle near the Zhiyun Mountains. The area here gradually becomes barren, Cornell remarked. The Zhiyun Mountains block the southern clouds and rain. Without rain, plants cannot grow. Abel inwardly sighed. People generally believe that Yozhou's desolation stemmed from lack of rain. Yet, 1,000 years ago, things weren't like this. Back then, the star sect was unparalleled. Clearly, the misunderstanding runs deep. But as one of the 5 great sects, do the Darwins of the Redevanly chosen sect also believe so? As the lord of these barren mountains in Yuzhou, ensuring the livelihood of people here is my duty, Abel said with a smile. Beyond this mountain lies the Shanshan town. Tsk Tisk. Cornell marveled. Never heard of any lords governing these parts of Yuzhou. Even other major states fiercely contend for territory. No one cares about this land. A lord of barren mountains, indeed unique. Unique means just different from ordinary people, Abel chuckled. This vast land holds great potential for me. Potential? How so? Cornell asked curiously. Cornell suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, could it be the treasure of the barren mountains you spoke of? Many is hidden in Yuzhou, and the Ding family mentioned another secret treasure. If what they speak of isn't many, then there must be another treasure. Cornell stared at Abel, filled with suspicion. Did he know all along that treasure was hidden here? According to rumors, the map leading to the treasure came from the Lord Manor. Yes. Rhett must mean this potential when speaking of grand achievements. Nigel looked complicatedly. Initially, I suggested that our family patriarch bestow lands on the eldest brother. But who would have thought that elder brother ultimately chose this remote wilderness? Yet, under your hands, even the abandoned land can shine. His skills were nothing short of impressive. Nigel couldn't understand why the Qin family ancestors went to such lengths to claim this vast wasteland for the Qin family, or why Abel eventually chose it. Though the initial suggestion came from him. Yet, Abel could have chosen elsewhere. A master can defeat one wielding a divine weapon, even with just a twig, Nigel remarked. Cornell gave Abel a serious look. Unexpectedly, Nigel held Abel in such high regard. Red assumed that each outstanding prodigy should be proud and unrivaled. However, this Nigel seemed to respect Abel greatly. Abel laughed. Even a skilled housewife can't cook without rice. As Cornell mentioned, without rain, Yuzhou will remain barren. Once we reach the Great Wasteland Mountain, we'll need the water extraction pond. That's easy. Nigel casually waved his hand, producing a blue orb no larger than a palm. It was much smaller compared to the one Abel saw earlier. Recalling the power of the water extraction pond, Abel inquired, do you know the secrets of this water extraction pond? I know it's an incredible relic, its secrets boundless. Hence, I'm still exploring, Nigel replied. Inside this pond live countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and someone you know, Abel said. Lives inside? Yes, Bolivar. Bolivar? Nigel frowned. The name sounded familiar. The same Bolivar who stole the iron box from Donghua Mountain? Nigel realized. Rhett and Carter, Chandler pursued Bolivar all the way to the Vibration Sunlight Mountain in the Shanshan town of Yuzhou. Abel nodded. You're talking about the same person, Yet there's a difference. Oh. Some changes occurred, Abel explained. The Bolivar trapped in the water extraction pond isn't the same anymore. There's a dangerous presence inside him. Abel seriously added, the original master of the water extraction pond. Really? I've heard of him. Rhett now resides within Bolivar? Nigel asked in surprise. Abel nodded. So that's it. Nigel understood. Now everything made sense. Abel defeated the original master, obtaining the water extraction pond. So, this artifact belongs to Abel. When it appeared in the small world, recognized me as its master. Was this arranged by Abel? Nigel felt a shock, recalling the critical moment within the vortex array in the small world. When the blue light ball smashed down, delivering Minnie into his arms. Seems the turning point started there. Nigel gazed complexly at Abel, swallowing hard. Abel, I thought my current strength either matches or closely rivals yours. But clearly, I'm far behind. Such thoughts wouldn't come out of Nigel's mouth. Yet, he couldn't comprehend how Abel achieved all this. Rhett snorted coldly, turning his head and asked coldly, Abel, did the situation with the Ding family fall within your expectations? Unexpected, Abel replied. Dustin became the Perry of the Blood Alliance. Carter is royal bloodline. Ding family stole the water smoke sword technique from the third concubine's jade tube. The Ding family patriarch used evil methods to create a powerful weapon. Each event was beyond Abel's expectation. All threads intertwined like a web, enveloping everyone. The wind-hunting eagle landed outside the Lord's residence in Shenshan Town. Cornell stared at the massive stone puppet behind the mansion, deep in thought. The three dismounted and entered the residence. Abel asked the attendant, where is the Alexa? Lord, the Alexa and Gaston Chi left Shenshan Town on a wind-hunting eagle 3 days ago, the attendant reported. Where did they go? Unknown, the attendant replied. Miss Sage might know. Where's Sage? Thornton, Miss Sage, and young Master Zoltan are setting up formations 50 miles outside town, the attendant answered. Abel nodded. Feng Xin rushed in carrying a large hammer, bowing to Abel. Honest. Good, Abel instructed. Recently, be vigilant if you see a girl and a middle-aged man entering the city. Report immediately if spotted. Honest, Feng Xin interrupted. Honest, Manager Zach has fallen ill. What? Manager Zach ingested a poisoned young fruit and is now unconscious. Thornton said his condition is critical, Feng Xin rapidly stated. Abel was startled, rising from his seat. Where is he? 50 miles outside town, Feng Xin replied. Chapter 217, Xingyun Sect. 50 miles outside the city, there was originally a large formation used for rainmaking spells. A day ago, this formation had been significantly modified and now served as a water element survival formation. Inside the formation, Isaac lay on the ground, curled up in pain, his eyes tightly shut, fists clenched, and teeth gritted. The water element spirit energy within the formation continuously gathered inside Isaac's body, alleviating his agony, yet his body still convulsed uncontrollably. Outside the formation, Sage anxiously drew her crystal longsword and pleaded with it, Sword Spirit, can you please tell Honest to return quickly? The crystal longsword remained unresponsive. For about 10 days, the sword spirit had gone silent, seemingly vanishing. She had initially intended to ask her Honest, but Abel had rushed nonstop to Qingzhou. Coulter shook his head and said, the yang energy from the toxic young fruit in Isaac's body is too intense. Even such a large water formation can only mitigate his suffering. Unless we have a more powerful water element primal stone as the formation's core or find an extreme yin fruit to neutralize it. Zoltan remarked, even if we find a water elemental primal stone or an extreme yin fruit, Nolan Zach will still endure unbearable pain. This toxic young fruit is primarily used for tempering spiritual veins. Coulter asked in confusion, how did you come by something as rare as the toxic young fruit? Sage looked at Amnon. Amnon explained, this toxic young fruit was originally a treasure hidden by bandits in the wilderness. After the bandits were wiped out, the Lord planted it in a secret chamber. Did Isaac know that he shouldn't eat this toxic young fruit? Coulter asked, his elderly voice laced with doubt. Rhett knew, Zoltan answered. Rhett knew it was extremely poisonous, and ordinary people would react just by touching it. That's why Isaac never tended to the toxic young fruit alone. Rhett always had us accompany him when watering it. What happened? Why did he swallow the entire toxic young fruit? Coulter asked. Zoltan and Sage shook their heads. When they found Isaac, he was already unconscious on the ground. If not for the servants discovering him early and notifying them, Isaac wouldn't have survived. Coulter frowned and said, though Isaac lies motionless, his body and mind are enduring immense torment. His survival relies solely on his own resilience. Despite not being a martial artist or a spiritual master, Isaac possesses an exceptionally determined heart. Upon hearing this, Zoltan and Sage felt a deep sadness. Shuejun, do you know where we can find an extreme yin fruit? Sage asked. Amnon replied, the extreme yin fruit can only grow deep within 1,000-year-old ice, absorbing its cold energy. It takes decades to mature one fruit. These fruits are highly toxic, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach. Moreover, its cultivation method has always been a secret kept by the Medicine Gaston Valley. Only in the depths of the 1,000-year cold pool in the Medicine Gaston Valley can such fruits be found. It seems we must make a trip to the Medicine Gaston Valley, Sage concluded. As they spoke, an eagle cry echoed from the sky. Landing nearby, a wind-chasing eagle carried Abel, Nigel, and Cornell down from its back. Abel immediately noticed Isaac lying on the ground. What's the situation? He asked. Honest. Sage came forward and recounted the recent developments. Water elemental primal stone? Abel hastily asked Coulter. Would the water absorption pond work? Water absorption pond? Of course, Coulter affirmed. Rettering this, Nigel produced a blue orb and handed it to Coulter. Coulter placed the water absorption pond into the formation, causing it to glow brightly. A visible blue light radiated from the pond, transforming into pale blue steam that flowed towards Isaac. The convergence of yang and yin results in non-elemental spirit energy, Coulter's raspy voice stated. However, the intense cold and heat are beyond what most bodies can endure, the pain akin to being burnt from within. Now, it depends on whether Isaac can survive. How long must he endure this? Abel asked. How long does it take for the yang energy from the toxic yang fruit to dissipate completely after digestion? Coulter asked the group. All eyes turned to Amnon, who shook his head. Though I study poisons, my knowledge of the toxic yang fruit is limited. Coulter's voice rasped. If so, we can only hope for his good fortune. After all, I've only heard of it, never seen it. Inside the formation, Isaac's convulsions continued, but as the blue spirit energy from the water absorption pond gathered, the pained expression on his face gradually faded, replaced by a peaceful smile. That's unusual, Sage observed, frowning. Others noticed as well. Suddenly, Coulter slapped his forehead and laughed. Ha, Isaac truly has good luck. Luck? Abel recalled and realized, the water absorption pond has a hypnotic effect. A hypnotic effect. Everyone finally understood. Even though Isaac suffered internally, his mind was completely unaware, even dreaming peacefully. The formation lasted through a day and night, and sensing the diminishing yang energy within Isaac, the water elemental spirit energy also decreased. Is it over? Zoltan asked Coulter. Honest, the formation has dimmed. Nodding, Coulter checked Isaac's breath and said, it seems this lad turns misfortune into fortune. Although the formation ended, Isaac remained unconscious. Not so fast, Coulter clarified. The toxic yang fruit is used to stimulate stubborn spiritual veins. Even those with the lowest aptitude can improve after exposure. However, the pain involved is unbearable. Isaac may take 10 to 15 days to regain consciousness after this ordeal. Understanding, Abel brought Isaac back to the manor. Upon entering the manor, a servant reported, Lord, 3 people who visited yesterday returned after hearing of your return. 3 people? Abel was puzzled. Who are they? Before he could finish speaking, 3 people emerged from the manor. The Rani wore a maroon sword outfit and carried a long sword. You're the lord of Shanshan Town? The man descended the steps with a carefree smile. Not bad, chasing away the mountain gods Dover. Who are you? Abel asked. Our identity isn't important. What matters is that you took my possessions, the man said, staring at Abel. Taking something means returning it, right? Do we have your possessions? Abel asked, furrowing his brow. The man laughed, as if hearing the funniest joke. You took my possession and deny it? Truly detestable commoners. You not only took it but ate it. My master is quite upset about this. Confused, Abel asked, please speak plainly. Funny. Are you complaining about my roundabout way of speaking? The maroon-clothed man chuckled. Don't you know who I am? Abel's face was full of question marks. A yellow-haired Aiden ran out from behind him and shouted, Blind dogs! This is senior brother Ali of our Xingyun sect. Xingyun sect? An elite sect from Bingzhou? Low profile, the Rani laughed. We are on a simple visit, so it's not their fault they don't recognize us. Turning his gaze, Ali curiously examined Abel. I rather like this young lord. To become a lord at such a young age, surely his spiritual abilities are exceptional, no? Abel began to lose patience. Rhett waved his hand, allowing the servant to take Isaac back to the manor for rest. Rhett said to the man, apologies, I truly have no idea who senior brother Ali is. It's already late, and there are many internal affairs in the manor that need handling. If you wish to visit the manor, please come another day. Another day? The man stepped forward, blocking Abel's path with a mocking smile. You really think you're giving me face? I'm not holding it against you for your ignorance, yet you don't show any gratitude and even ask me to wait. You're quite amusing. You don't know why I came today, but I can't leave without telling you. Abel, blocked in his path, stopped and said, if you've come today, what's your intention? Speak plainly. The man's expression turned serious. Toxic young fruit. Abel's expression stiffened, coldly staring at the man as his gaze grew colder. Moreover, Zoltan, Sage, and everyone from Amnon's group also revealed menacing glares, coldly watching the man. Unaware of this, the man still smiled confidently. The toxic young fruit originally belonged to our sect, but your people ate it. Do you think you should compensate me? How did he know Isaac had eaten the toxic young fruit? Isaac ate the toxic young fruit because of you? Abel's face turned icy, his voice sharp. Young fellow, you seem very angry. The man was unafraid of Abel's anger, still teasing. Being angry won't help. Does anger negate compensation? Don't be as stupid as your servant. Abel forced himself to suppress his anger, his voice becoming hoarse. You made Isaac eat the toxic young fruit? Do you know it nearly killed him? The man laughed mockingly. A petty life. Nothing to pity. It's just unfortunate for my fruit. Since you're their lord, tell me how you'll compensate me. You vermin. Abel erupted in fury, roaring. Sage, already seething with anger, raised her crystal longsword and attacked the man. This strike was filled with rage, leaving no room for restraint. She launched an ultimate move. Instantly, a cold aura spewed out from the crystal longsword, hurtling towards the man with a roar. However, the man extended his fist and struck the crystal longsword. With a thud, his fist dispersed the cold aura. Struck by immense force, Sage flew backward, almost losing her grip on the crystal longsword. Pooh! Sage spat out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured internally. Wow, pretty impressive, the man teased. Reached the mystic realm at such a young age. Truly commendable. Humph! Daring to fight with senior brother Ali, asking for death. The Aiden with yellow hair behind him shouted even more arrogantly. Even in Xingyun sect, senior brother Ali is one of the top geniuses. You peasants think entering the mystic realm means something? Keep it down, keep it down! Ali glanced at the man behind him, smiling. If they don't know, tell them, they will understand. No need to shout, it's impolite. Yes, honest speaks the truth. The man nodded and smiled apologetically. Ali withdrew his hand, still grinning at Abel, completely ignoring him. At that moment, Abel was truly enraged. Never before had he seen such shameless audacity. A huge hammer flashed past. Selma, carrying her enormous hammer, rushed over. Retro hammer whirled with tremendous force, but among the present company, apart from Abel, she was the weakest. A cold light shot towards Ali as Amnon used swift movements, turning into a blur, attacking Ali to protect Selma from harm. Facing the joint attack of Selma and Amnon, Ali remained unperturbed, not even drawing his long sword. Red only backed up, dodging left and right, teasing, haha, nice sword skills, well practiced. Much better than that girl. However, this laughter didn't last long. After several dozen moves, Ali suddenly felt something wrong, his expression changing dramatically as he leaped backward. Ah, you actually used poison, Ali screamed loudly. What's wrong? Amnon stood still, coldly watching him. Amnon's body naturally contained potent toxins. Whenever he used his spiritual energy in battle, these toxins slowly spread outward. No matter how strong the opponent, if entangled by Amnon, they would gradually become poisoned. If not for Ali's superior senses compared to ordinary spiritual honests, he might have fallen prey to this trap. This person was too devious. His sword moves were a smokescreen. The real killing blow was spreading poison in the air. Despicable scoundrel, I'll get you for this. Ali pointed at Amnon, cursing aloud as he retreated. Unknown what kind of poison was administered, prolonging this confrontation would be detrimental. Better to leave quickly. We're leaving. Ali yelled, retreating. Yet, he heard no response from his two companions. Turning around, he saw both lying unconscious on the ground. When did this happen? How could he have missed it? Worse, this poison was incredibly powerful? Ali felt dread creeping up. Rhett suddenly exerted his energy, panicking as he ran away helter-skelter. Hurry, run fast, must escape before the poison takes effect. Selma intended to chase, but Abel stopped her. Let him go. Abel's eyes grew cold. Rhett said there's a master. Without him returning, who will lead the way to his master? Abel was truly furious this time. Hashtag chapter 218. Just watch from afar. Abel watched Ali disappear into the distance with a grim expression. Xingshui sect also has such arrogant and overbearing Darwins. Amnon laughed and said, there are bad apples everywhere. Red opened a porcelain bottle and took out several pills, distributing them to everyone, one each. Nigel received the pill with a puzzled look. Did you just poison the air? Cornell asked. I couldn't even detect your technique. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. Amnon, still wearing his red clothes but now pale-faced, replied humbly, thank you for the compliment. It seems like an exclusive skill, Cornell remarked with a smile. Sage had been injured, fortunately not seriously. Abel sighed in relief. Senior Carey took out a few pills from his bosom and gave them to Sage, instructing her to rest inside the hall. After walking a few steps, Sage suddenly stopped and turned to look at Abel. Honest, I have something to report. What is it? Abel asked, slightly surprised. I failed. The sword spirit in the crystal sword hasn't responded for days. Sage worriedly explained. I don't know what's wrong. If the sword spirit had appeared, she wouldn't have lost just now, nor would she have disgraced her master. Oh. Abel nodded understandingly. I already know about this. Rest well and in time, the sword spirit will return on its own. Sage nodded, then hesitated. Honest, it's not just the sword spirit. The green elf, the Luayu swallow, and other spirit beasts are also gone. Is there something wrong? Don't worry. Abel reassured her with a smile. In a few days, they'll all come back. Abel sighed, turning to Nigel. It was all because of this wasteful thing that his planting points and spirit beasts were wiped out. Without the green elf and the Luayu swallow, the planting points in the system kept increasing, but in negative numbers. Currently, Abel's planting points stood at negative 3,000, indicating 3,000 trees previously counted had died. To summon spirit beasts again, he needed to make up for this shortfall first. Rhett told Nigel, I need to use the water-absorbing pond to create rivers in Yuzhou. Nigel nodded. All right. Abel asked Senior Carey, how should we properly use the water-absorbing pond to create rivers? Senior Carey replied, if you're using the water-absorbing pond, you don't need to set up formations. The water-absorbing pond itself can form thousands of rivers. You only need to consider where the unified source should be. Unified source? Abel nodded. You're right, Senior. Previously, Abel planned to place the water-absorbing pond on Ziyun Mountain, allowing water to flow naturally down the mountain range into the Dahuang Mountains. However, that method would only benefit areas near Shinshan Town. To make the water reach deeper into the Dahuang Mountains, he needed to place the water-absorbing pond deep within. Abel immediately fetched a map, contemplating. The Dahuang Mountains might still have traces of ancient riverbeds. Traces left from 1,000 years ago. Hopefully, they haven't changed much. Following the old riverbeds might be a viable option. Cornell laughed. Is the Lord confused? How could there be riverbeds in Yuzhou? Abel looked up at Cornell cautiously, nodding. Most people didn't know that Yuzhou used to belong to the Star Sect, or that it once had lush landscapes. According to Senior Carey, the 5 major sects had issued a gag order, removing any mention of the Star Sect from books. From Cornell's reaction, it seemed even he didn't know about the Star Sect. Best not to let him know. Abel chuckled. Let's take a few laps and see where might be suitable as the source. They flew north on Huntwind Eagles. Viewing from above, the Dahuang Mountains indeed still had faint traces of riverbeds. A deep groove extended from afar into the depths of the Dahuang Mountains. This place once had a river. At first, Cornell thought it was coincidental. Then he saw numerous similar grooves crisscrossing the mountains, leaving no doubt they were riverbeds. Seems like there really were riverbeds here, Cornell asked skeptically. Abel didn't reply. Rhett guided the Huntwind Eagle around Imo Yuezhan Mountain and chose a nearby hilltop. If this is the source, the flowing water can radiate outwards from here. It's also close to Shinshan Town, which is convenient. Nigel nodded. Senior Carey looked around and agreed. This place works. Nigel then took out the water-absorbing pond and placed it in a depression on the hilltop. Water immediately gushed out, filling the depression to form a lake. The lake water continued flowing downhill, merging into an old riverbed. At the base of the mountain, the river branched off in multiple directions, spreading like a spider web throughout the Donghua Mountains. So, there really were natural riverbeds here, Cornell mused aloud. Could it be that long ago, this place had a river? A few days later, residents of Shunshan Town were astonished to find a lake had suddenly appeared dozens of miles outside the town. A celestial river had descended from the north, converging here. The lake dispersed into many tributaries, spreading outward. Under the Lord's arrangements, carts full of saplings arrived to start reforestation along the new lake. Has the Lord of Huashan started planting trees? Hawk of Joan Palace brought his Darwins to check after hearing the news. Red heard a river had appeared in Shenshan Town and came to investigate. Hawk, as the townspeople say, a river suddenly appeared here, a Darwin confirmed. We passed through here before, but didn't see any river. Not surprising, Hawk shook his head. The Lord of Shunshan Town has the capability. Even though Ebenu had recognized its owner, Shunshan Town continued to develop. Recently, Abel had returned from his travels, servants mentioned. Rhett returned? Wasn't his goal solely Ebenu? Hawk watched refugees unload trees and dig holes, puzzled. Why are Eastons constantly bringing saplings and food? Hawk asked. Yes, the Darwin replied. Also, refugees keep coming from deep within the Donghua Mountains. Does the Lord's residents still accept them? Hawk inquired. Yes, Elder, the Darwin answered. Hawk raised an eyebrow. Planting trees, supplying food, accepting refugees? What is he planning? Really developing from Shunshan Town? Ridiculous, what can a small town do? This place is remote, impossible to turn into a prosperous land no matter how much effort is put in, even if it becomes green again. So what? And the resources required are immense. Such an investment, can it ever break even? With such costs, he could easily make money elsewhere leveraging the Chen family name. Unthinkable for Abel to pour so much energy here. Abel isn't stupid. Why would he do this? This river. Hawk scratched his head, perplexed. Why make it appear here? What does he want to achieve? The Darwin asked, Elder, didn't you tell us to stay away from the Lord's residence? Hawk shook his head. We can't get too close. Let's just observe from a distance and guess his intentions. Don't get too close and risk trouble. The Darwin, despite confusion, agreed. Hawk wouldn't harm us. Farther away, yellow dust billowed up. Hoofbeats thundered closer. Everyone looked over. One of Joan Palace's Darwins exclaimed, It's a thunder beast. Hashtag chapter 219. Thunder beast encounter. The thunder beast, a lower class Shen, level spirit beast, resembled a donkey but stood as tall as 2 men. Its muscles were taut with explosive strength, enabling it to travel 10,000 miles in a day, making it an excellent mount. 3 thunder beasts galloped toward the direction of Divine Mountain Town, their hooves thundering against the ground, akin to rolling thunder. On the backs of these thunder beasts rode 3 men dressed in deep red swordsman attire, each carrying a long sword on their back. It's someone from the Waterflow sect. Hawk narrowed his eyes. The riders on the thunder beasts also spotted the group from Cloudmist Palace and looked surprised. The lead rider patted the thunder beast's neck, and it immediately changed direction, heading straight for Hawk. As it approached, the thunder beast abruptly reared up on its hind legs, coming to an abrupt stop. The rider on the thunder beast laughed heartily, his voice robust. Hawk, I didn't expect to meet you here. As the thunder beasts passed by, a gust of wind kicked up sand, blowing into Hawk's white beard. Gage from the Waterflow sect, Hawk greeted with a smile. Meeting you here in this wild mountain range is indeed quite a coincidence. The other 2 thunder beasts arrived swiftly, stopping beside them and kicking up more dust. The Cloudmist Palace Darwins frowned. Meeting is not as fortuitous as a chance encounter, Gage shouted loudly. If Hawk isn't too busy, would you and your party like to join me at the Lord's Manor in town for some tea? Oh, tea at the Lord's Manor? Initially somewhat impatient, Hawk perked up upon hearing this. Are you planning to visit the Lord of Divine Mountain Town? Visit? Haha, such a small Divine Mountain Town. How could it be worthy of a visit? Gage laughed. You're giving this town too much credit, Hawk. Is that so? Hawk glanced curiously at Gage on the Thunder Beast. Then it's not a visit? Well, since we're not going to Cloudmist Palace, it can't be considered a visit, Gage said loudly. What you need to know, Hawk, is that the Lord's Manor took something of mine. A few days ago, one of our Waterflow sect Darwins went to retrieve it, but was taken down by despicable means. This time, I'm here to settle the score. After I get my item back, I'll invite you for tea right there at the Lord's Manor. What do you think? The Lord's Manor took something of yours? Hawk asked curiously. What item is it? What item? A poison sunfruit, perhaps? However, the poison sunfruit was a rare commodity, and naturally, they wouldn't openly mention it. Gage's expression shifted slightly before he laughed. It's just something I had stored with a friend, nothing particularly valuable. Oh. Hawk nodded, understanding that Gage didn't want him to know about the item. Rhett smiled and advised, the Lord's Manor in Divine Mountain Town has its own capabilities. It might be wise for you, Gage, not to provoke them. Gage, always competitive, bristled at this. Why not? Is there some formidable individual in this place now? Hawk replied, in any matter, peace should be valued. I've met the Lord of Divine Mountain Town once. He's a capable person. A capable person? Gage saw Hawk's expression and furrowed his brows, looking hesitant. Could it be that this Corey from Cloudmist Palace has some connection with the Lord of Divine Mountain Town? At this moment, one of the Thunder Beasts stepped forward. On its back sat Ali, an inner Darwin of the Waterflow sect. Ali explained, Hawk may not know, but during my fight with the people from the Lord's Manor, most of them were no match. If it weren't for one of them using poison to take down my 2 fellow Darwins, I could have beaten them all alone. They lack true skills. They're just a bunch of despicable individuals. Today, I specially invited Gage to stand up for us. The Lord of Divine Mountain Town can't escape this. Gage pulled Ali aside and asked, Hawk, do you have any connections with the Lord? Red had heard that the Lord of Divine Mountain Town was extremely young. Youth often meant limited strength, as power usually required time to cultivate. But if the Lord had a connection with Hawk from Cloud Mist Palace, things would be complicated. Hawk shook his head. No personal ties. Is that so? Hawk shook his head with a smile. I advise you not out of fear for anything happening to the Lord of Divine Mountain Town, but concern for what might happen to you. Losing face won't look good. Gage's expression darkened, and he retorted angrily, Hawk, what do you mean by that? I've been walking this path for many years and haven't faced such shame yet. Hawk. Unable to tolerate being underestimated, Gage shouted, I'll go ahead. Once I've dealt with my business, I'll invite you for tea. Even though Waterflow Sect may not be as prestigious as Cloud Mist Palace, I, Gage, am not made of clay. With that, he turned his Thunder Beast and sped off. The other two Thunder Beasts quickly followed, their hooves thundering on the ground. Dust flew up, and the Cloud Mist Palace Darwins waved their hands in front of their noses, frowning. Still as impolite as ever. Hawk remarked, the Lord's manor will be lively again. Let's go see the commotion. Oh, better to watch from afar. 3 Thunder Beasts galloped toward Shinshan Town, their hooves thudding loudly on the ground like rolling thunder. On the Thunder Beasts rode 3 men in deep red sword robes, each carrying a long sword on their back. It's people from Xingshui Sect. Hawk squinted his eyes. The riders on the Thunder Beasts also spotted the Joan Palace group and looked surprised and suspicious. The lead rider patted his Thunder Beast's neck, causing it to change direction and gallop toward Hawk. As they neared, the Thunder Beast suddenly reared up and stopped abruptly. A hearty laugh rang out from the rider, who said jovially, Hawk, I didn't expect to meet you here. As the Thunder Beast passed by, a gust of wind stirred up sand, blowing Hawk's white beard around. Originally, it's Gage from Xingshui Sect. Hawk smiled and greeted with a cupped hand salute. Meeting you here in this remote wilderness is quite a coincidence. The 2 other Thunder Beasts following behind stopped alongside, stirring up more dust. A Joan Palace Darwin frowned, only to hear the lead Gage shout loudly, better to meet by chance than to plan it. If Hawk doesn't mind, how about I invite you all to have tea at the Lord's residence in town? Oh, to have tea at the Lord's residence? Hawk was initially somewhat impatient, but became curious upon hearing this and asked, are you visiting the Lord of Shinshan Town? Visiting? Haha, such a small Shinshan Town. What does it warrant a visit for? Gage laughed heartily. Hawk, you're too flattering this little town. Really? Hawk looked curiously at Gage, who was still on the Thunder Beast. Not visiting then? Well, we're not going to Joan Palace, so naturally, it can't be considered a visit, Gage called out. Hawk, there's something you don't know. The Lord's residence took something that belonged to me. A few days ago, my Xingshui Sect Darwins went to retrieve it, but were felled by despicable means by the people there. This time, I'm coming to make trouble. Hawk, after I get my things back, I'll invite you for tea right at the Lord's residence. How does that sound? The Lord's residence took your things? Hawk asked curiously. What kind of items? What kind of items? Could it be poison sunfruit? But poison sunfruit is a rare item, so naturally, the Xingshui Sect wouldn't say it outright. Gage's face changed slightly, and he laughed, saying, it's just something I left with a friend before. Not anything special. Ah. Hawk nodded, understanding that Gage didn't want him to know about the item. Rhett smiled and advised, the Lord's residence in Shinshan Town has some skill. Gage, it might be best not to provoke them this time. Gage, always competitive, bristled at this. Humph. What? Can I handle it? Has this place produced someone formidable? Hawk replied, peace is always better. I've met the Lord of Shinshan Town once, and he's quite a person. Quite a person. Gage saw Hawk's expression, frowned, and looked hesitant. Could it be that this Hawk from Joan Palace has connections with the Lord of Shinshan Town? At this moment, one of the Thunder Beasts stepped forward. Riding it was Ali, an inner Darwin of Xingshui Sect. Ali spoke up, Hawk, you don't know that during our encounter with the Lord's residence people, none of them were really worth fighting. Humph. If it weren't for that guy using poison to take down my 2 juniors, I could have taken them all down single-handedly. They don't have any notable skills, just a bunch of despicable cowards. Today, I specially invited Gage to stand up for us. The Lord of Shinshan Town won't be able to escape. Gage yanked Ali aside and asked, Hawk and the Lord, do they have personal ties? Red had heard that the Lord of Shinshan Town was very young. Young meant less power, as power required time to accumulate. But if the Lord had connections with Hawk from Joan Palace, things would be tricky. Hawk immediately shook his head. No personal ties. Really? Hawk shook his head with a smile. I advise you not because I fear trouble for the Lord of Shinshan Town, but for your own sake. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if you ended up badly? Gage's face fell, and he retorted angrily, Hawk, what do you mean by that? No matter what, I, Hua, have walked this path for many years and would never let myself down like that. Humph, Hawk. Gage, being fiercely competitive, couldn't stand being underestimated. Rhett shouted, I'll go first. After I finish my business, I'll invite you for tea. Though Xingshui Sect isn't as powerful as Joan Palace, I, Hua, am not made of clay. With that, he turned his Thunder Beast and galloped away, leaving a trail of dust. The 2 Thunder Beasts behind quickly followed, their hooves thudding loudly. The dust rose up as a Joan Palace Darwin waved a hand at his nose, pursing his lips and frowning. Still as rude as ever, Hawk said, it looks like the Lord's residence will get lively again. Why don't we watch the commotion? Ah, better to observe from afar. Chapter 219. Learning something new. Gage of Xingshui Sect, along with 2 inner Darwins, rushed towards Shinshan Town. Dust and sand billowed wherever they passed. The Thunder Beast did not slow down as it approached the town, charging straight into Shinshan Town. The Thunder Beast's hooves thundered loudly, shocking the townsfolk who hurriedly moved out of the way. Although no one was injured on the road, many were frightened. The Thunder Beast was large and ferocious, towering over 2 men in height. The townspeople dared not offend, watching them run towards the Lord's mansion. Curious, some went to inquire from the Lord's servants who were shopping outside. Who just rode past? So arrogant? Never seen before. Looks like they're headed for the Lord's mansion. Not someone from there, right? Not at all. I've never seen this person. Nolan Zack ordered that no one from the mansion should disturb the citizens. Even the Lord's 3 Darwins have never driven their carriages so recklessly in town. They must be outsiders. It's Xingshui Sect's Thunder Beast. A martial artist recognized it. For them to ride their beasts wildly in town, it seems they don't respect the Lord. Looks like trouble is coming. Oh, so we have a show then. Rev, if it were other sects, hard to say. Xingshui Sect has always acted arrogantly. If they provoke the Lord's mansion, let's see. Let's go check it out. Immediately, several martial artists walked together towards the Lord's mansion. Xingshui Sect members stopped at the Lord's mansion gate, shoving the questioning servants aside and loudly demanded, "Tell your lord to come out and see me." Gage was furious. Red had just been belittled by Hawk from Joan Palace, which left him extremely unsatisfied. Humph, this old Zeke actually looks down on me, he thought angrily. The servant scrambled up from the ground and rushed inside, shouting, my lord, someone is causing a scene outside." Abel was instructing Selma to monitor everyone entering the town. If a young girl and an elderly man entered Shenshan town, he wanted to be notified immediately. Just as he was speaking, he was interrupted by the servant. Abel asked, "Who is making a scene outside?" Before the servant could reply, a clamor arose within the mansion, "Tell your lord to come out and see me." Then came a loud bang. Abel stood up swiftly and ran out. 3 people burst into the hall of the lord's mansion. One part of the door was dented, looking like a fist mark. "Who dared to break into my lord's mansion?" Abel shouted. Seeing Abel emerge, the 3 chuckled. "Tell your lord to speak with us." "I am the lord," Abel said. "You?" Gage inspected Abel from head to toe. "Tutang. I heard Hawk of Joan Palace spoke highly of you." "Ha, didn't expect a mere child. Truly laughable." Inside, Gage seethed. Hawk's words stung deeply. Abel noticed Oren beside Gage and coldly remarked, "So it's Xingshui Sect." "So you know," Oren replied arrogantly. Oren mocked, laughing aloud. Abel's face darkened but remained composed. "Ignorance is bliss. Perhaps you don't understand who you're dealing with. A minor lord thinks he can intimidate us, Gage?" Oren yelled. Abel smiled calmly, pointing to a Montague. "This is my younger brother Nigel, a higher grade expert. If you can defeat him, no need to compensate for the damage." "Higher grade? That boy? Huh, what a bluff." Nigel glanced at Abel and smiled. "Shall I proceed?" "Yes," Abel said. Nigel nodded. "Indeed, having someone else fight for you shows the strategist's demeanor. Fine, I'll be your pawn since I'm already on your chessboard." Abel walked outside calmly. Huh, seems Nigel misunderstood something. Orlando looked surprised upon hearing this. Nigel glanced at Gage coolly. "I'll wait outside. These furnishings are expensive, and I can't afford to pay for damages. Want to fight me?" Gage opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Nigel ignored Gage and walked out. "Hurry up, I'm busy. Let's settle this quickly." "This boy must be insane," Oren laughed. When had Gage ever been disrespected so openly? His eyes bulged in rage as he leapt forward, grabbing for Nigel's shoulder with iron claws. But he missed. Huh. Rhett stared dumbfounded. How did he miss? Nigel sensed the movement and turned around calmly. "Let's take this outside." Rhett continued walking slowly. Gage froze, then felt intense anger. How could he miss? It ruined his reputation entirely. "Boy, stand still." Gage bellowed. Nigel ignored him, continuing outward. Gage fumed, feeling utterly disrespected. A child? So disrespectful? Didn't your elders teach you manners? Rage-filled, Gage roared and lunged. As Nigel stood steady outside the Lord's mansion, Gage pounced, only to miss again. Suddenly, Gage felt excruciating pain in his waist, as if all his muscles were twisted, leaving him powerless. Rhett crashed onto the steps, unable to rise. His 2 Darwins rushed out, horrified. "Elder, what happened?" Gage convulsed, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth gritted, unable to speak. "This is poison?" Oren recoiled in shock. Gage was poisoned? By something potent? Rhett warned Gage about the poison expert before they left. Yet, Gage fell victim. Clearly, this lord's mansion was riddled with hidden traps. "Let's go." Another Darwin, who had picked up Gage, was about to leave but was stopped by Nigel's outstretched hand. Abel did not permit their departure. Rhett walked out and said, "The total is 300,000 taels. Pay the money, then you can leave." "You," the Darwin shouted in fury, "you are excessively oppressive." Abel replied calmly, "It's not me being oppressive. Take them to the holding cell. Let one return to deliver the message." "Leave one?" Uttering this, Oren suddenly gathered his spirit energy, leaped a few steps onto the thunder beast, and fled. "Oren," the remaining Darwin yelled furiously, "come back here. My task is to report back to the sect, while you stay to attend to the elder." Oren's voice faded into the distance. Kidding? With Gage poisoned, what could he do? Fight to the death? Since only one was allowed to leave, it naturally meant he had to be the one to go first. "Damn," the remaining Darwin growled. "You have no backbone at all. Go ahead, enter the holding cell," Nigel instructed. "I'll come with you, but please give me the antidote," the Darwin insisted. "Antidote?" Nigel shook his head. "There is none. None." The Darwin restrained his urge to curse, replying earnestly, "If anything happens to Gage in your Shanshan town, the consequences will be dire. I didn't poison anyone, so why would I have an antidote?" Nigel said dismissively. "Now go, I'm busy." After escorting the 2 into the holding cell, Nigel took out a small notebook and carefully wrote, "Essentials of concealing strength. In the future, try to avoid acting personally. Have others handle situations for you. This not only hides your true strength, making you unpredictable, but also allows you to secure decisive victories when it matters most, keeping several trump cards up your sleeve." Having finished writing, Nigel flipped through his notes thoughtfully, feeling he had learned something valuable. Chapter 220, Replacement. Ali galloped furiously on his thunder beast, causing the residents of Divine Mountain Town to scatter in all directions. Back so soon? The crowd heading towards the Lord's manor exchanged puzzled glances. Ready? Why is there only one person? This is too fast, isn't it? They didn't even stay for a cup of tea at the manor. Remember how a group from Green State fought outside the manor all afternoon? No way. Those guys were riding thunder beasts so aggressively. They can't be this weak, can they? Well, should we still go or not? There's probably no show left to see now. Ollie paid no attention to the whispers around him. He couldn't hear them either. At the town entrance, Hawk of Cloud Mist Palace was walking into town with his Darwins. Those are thunder beasts, a Darwin remarked, surprised. They're back so soon? Another Darwin added. Only one person returned. Looks like there's no spectacle left to watch. Hawk raised an eyebrow and said, they must think themselves from a major sect, looking down upon this small and remote Lord's manor. Humph. Even I wouldn't dare touch this place now. These people are so accustomed to their lofty positions, given a bit of respect by others, they truly believe they are invincible? Ollie saw Hawk at the town entrance. His eyes lit up as he hurriedly rode towards him, stirring up dust. Elder, Ollie called out from afar, his voice strained. Elder, our Gage has fallen victim to the enemy's deceit. Oh? Hawk asked. Deceit? The thunder beast stopped abruptly before Hawk, sending up another cloud of dust, blowing against Hawk's beard. Ollie rushed to explain. Hawk, someone in the Lord's manor excels in poisons. Gage was ambushed and captured by the manor. Ambushed? Does it take an ambush to deal with Gage? How amusing. These people from Watercourse sect really love to embellish their own image. Nowadays, even Blood Oath members would give this Lord's manor a wide berth. An ambush? Is that really necessary? Hawk replied directly. If that's the case, return to Watercourse sect immediately and report to your sect Ronnies. Let them decide what to do. Ollie was momentarily stunned. It seems Hawk doesn't intend to get involved. But if he returns to the sect, not only will he face reprimands, but the long journey means help won't arrive in time. By the time reinforcements arrive, it could be days. Even if they rescue Gage then, he can't escape the charge of desertion. If Hawk from Cloud Mist Palace could intervene and save Gage right away, it would not only salvage the situation but also be considered a great deed. No one would remember his act of fleeing. With a dozen Darwins from Cloud Mist Palace attacking the Lord's manor together, victory would be assured. Desperately, Ollie pleaded, Hawk, you've always had a close relationship with Watercourse sect. Please lend a hand this time in our plight. Hawk chuckled. But we have no enmity with the Lord's manor. Ollie continued to plead, Hawk, if you assist us, using the reputation of both Watercourse sect and Cloud Mist Palace, just standing at the entrance would make the Lord's manor submit without a fight. Victory without battle. Gage will certainly thank you. Hawk frowned, clearly displeased. This fellow thinks I can be used as a tool. Truly ridiculous. You still think the Lord's manor is an easy target? Or do you think I'm so easily deceived? Hawk's expression grew darker. A Darwin stepped forward, saying, honestly, we of Cloud Mist Palace came to the Wasteland Mountains several months ago, engaging Blood Oath deep within. Hawk is still injured and unable to use spirit power. Hawk nodded, sighing, you see, it's not that I won't act, but my injuries force me to recuperate here in Divine Mountain Town. Is that so? Ollie was taken aback. You should hurry back to the sect, Hawk advised. Delay might bring unexpected trouble. Ollie gritted his teeth, bowed respectfully to Hawk, mounted his thunder beast, and sped away, leaving a trail of dust. These Watercourse sect members. One Darwin grumbled. Totally impolite. Hawk sighed. Such behavior will lead to their downfall. Nigel stayed in Divine Mountain Town for several days, still receiving no news from the Amen and daughter. Abel, when will your friend return? Nigel asked. Abel shook his head. Can't say for sure yet. The Alexa and Savage Gaston were off on some errand and hadn't returned either. I'll guard Divine Mountain Town, Nigel said. I'll check other places. Other places? Abel asked. The clues about Water Smoke Bamboo Jade involve the Amen and daughter, Dustin, and the remnants. Nigel explained. The suction pond stays here. If I find something, I'll inform you immediately. You're going to look for the remnants? Abel was alarmed. Nigel smiled. With my current strength, where can I go? Don't be careless, Abel warned, frowning. To be honest, with Nigel's divine weapon and blood extraction technique, he could practically go anywhere. It was Abel who should be more concerned. All right, be cautious on your journey. I'll lend you the Huntwind Eagle, Abel offered. Not needed, Nigel replied. My movement technique won't be slower than the Huntwind Eagle. Nigel activated his movement technique and sprinted across concealed cloud mountains. His speed was incredible, his spirit power flowing continuously like a mighty river. Using the stunning steps to deplete his spirit power wasn't as easy as it used to be. Yet, the more spirit power he gained, the more extraordinary he found the green-colored spirit power from his spirit veins. Even the vitality and spirit power from the 10,000 bones couldn't compare to the green spirit power from the spirit veins. Orlando watched Nigel disappear into the distance, then pulled out a crystal ball. It grew large enough for her to leap onto it, which then soared into the sky, chasing after Nigel. Nigel's speed increased, making it harder for Orlando to keep up. I never thought anyone could match my Redhaven selected Pearl in agility, she mused. Choosing him as the son of destiny was indeed a treasure. Red has not only strong fortune but also remarkable determination. Running through the rugged concealed cloud mountains, Nigel heard a soul's voice from within the 10,000 bones. Blood Oath has several secret bases in Qingzhou. You can disguise yourself as me and infiltrate Blood Oath, the folding fan man's voice echoed. As you? Nigel asked. How many people know you? Though many know me, with my assistance, you won't be recognized, the folding fan man explained. Just tell them your appearance was damaged and you used a secret method to restore it. Will they believe such an excuse? Nigel was astonished. They naturally will, the folding fan man said, because my master is skilled in such a secret method, so no one doubts any changes in my appearance. There are actually such secret methods in the world? Nigel was shocked. With my knowledge of Blood Oath, almost no one in Blood Oath would doubt you. Just promise to help me reclaim my body after the mission. Ignoring this request, Nigel asked, what position does your master hold in Blood Oath? The Blood Oath has 3 Great Elders and 8 Shopkeeper Elders. The 3 Great Elders are known as the Upper 3 Elders, while the 8 Shopkeeper Elders are referred to as the Lower 8 Elders. Their status within the Blood Oath is transcendent, wielding absolute power. The folding fan man explained. My master is one of the 8 Shopkeeper Elders, Elder Schwerom. I see. Nigel pondered for a long time before asking, then what about someone called Perry in the Blood Oath? What position does that hold? In the Blood Oath, a Perry refers to an Elder's Chief Darwin, the folding fan man replied. An Elder's Chief Darwin? That makes sense. Over a decade ago, after Dustin disappeared from Donghua Mountain, he joined the Blood Oath and became a Darwin under one of the Elders? So, you are considered a Perry in the Blood Oath, right? Nigel asked. Yes, the folding fan man answered. Do you know all the Chief Darwins of the various Elders? Nigel asked. Of course. Do you know Dustin? Nigel asked. Dustin? In the Blood Oath, he might be known as Jerry, Nigel said. Jerry? The folding fan man was shocked. Rhett is the Darwin of the Great Elder. Rhett's very powerful? One rank below the head and above 10,000 others. Why, do you have some conflict with him? The folding fan man asked nervously. Rhett's very powerful? Nigel asked again. Not just powerful, the folding fan man said nervously. I advise you not to provoke him. The Great Elder and Jerry are the 2 most dangerous people in the Blood Oath. The farther you stay away from them, the better. The farther, the better? Nigel asked, puzzled. Could they possibly be more dangerous than the demon lord that escaped from the 10,000 bones? Absolutely, the folding fan man said tensely. The demon lord from the 10,000 bones, even after being imprisoned for so long, remains just a demon lord, no matter how strong. Acting alone, there's nothing truly fearsome about it. But the Great Elder is different. The folding fan man swallowed hard and continued. To put it this way, the 8 Shopkeeper Elders in the Blood Oath are all incredibly powerful and ambitious, disdaining everyone else and each wanting to be the top. However, they all bow obediently to the 3 Great Elders, not daring to make a sound. Among the 3 Great Elders, the Great Elder stands highest. The Blood Oath has accumulated tremendous strength and depth over 1,000 years. It's no laughing matter. Nigel was exceptionally surprised. He never expected that Dustin had aligned himself with such a formidable force. Chapter 221. Elder of the Bingzhou Inn. On a mountain next to Mount Mose on Great Wasteland Mountain, ever since Abel placed the water absorption pond there, it became the primary water source in Great Wasteland Mountain. Lake water spilled over, forming a massive waterfall that thundered down from the mountaintop into the ancient riverbed of Great Wasteland Mountain. Teams of settlers, composed of nomadic farmers, were planting saplings along the river downstream from Shan Mountain Town. Merchants delivering tree saplings and seeds were busy traveling back and forth through the Cheyun Mountains. The weather is getting cooler. Most saplings won't survive easily. I specifically chose varieties known for their resilience, said the portly Easton. Abel had agreed to pay 1 silver tael for each sapling that survived. With this great river now flowing through Great Wasteland Mountain, planting trees will be much easier. You must work harder for me, Abel urged. Absolutely, absolutely. The Easton's eyes gleamed as he continued. This time, when I return, I'll send my younger brother and nephew south to purchase more saplings, increasing the supply. Abel nodded. Don't worry, you'll not be shortchanged. Thank you, Lord. The Easton beamed. Isaac woke up a few times weekly before slipping back into unconsciousness. After resting for another 10 days, Isaac finally regained full consciousness. Honest, I did not bring shame to the Chin family, Isaac murmured upon seeing Abel, the first thing he said. Abel paused for a moment, then replied, Good, rest well? Isaac nodded, still pale and weak. Honest, when did you return? I fell asleep and missed greeting you. You didn't need to greet me, Abel reassured him. But Isaac shook his head vigorously. Honest, I had a long dream about my childhood. Every time we went out, the townsfolk of Donghua Town would come to see the eldest son of the Chin family, saying he was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Back then, I stood by your side. His expression revealed a sense of longing. Isaac's face suddenly turned red. Honest, those people who came that day were utterly disrespectful. They dared say the lord of Shun Mountain Town is merely a small-time lord. I couldn't help but argue with them. Those uncouth country bumpkins don't know Honest's genius. Rhett rambled on for a while before seemingly growing tired and falling asleep again. Senior Coulter entered the room, smiling. This Isaac, what a loyal fool. Worried, Abel asked, Senior Coulter, is it normal for Isaac to sleep so much? Coulter laughed hoarsely. Relax. In recent days, I've adjusted some prescriptions for him. After taking them, his body will undergo drastic changes. Rhett sleeps so much because he's like a phoenix reborn from fire. Ah, Abel nodded, smiling. Thank you, Senior Coulter. It's my duty, Coulter replied. Speaking of which, Isaac has been quite caring toward the residents of Great Wasteland Mountain. Coulter had some affection for both the Starry Sky sect and the inhabitants of Great Wasteland Mountain. I heard you've been waiting for the Alexa these past few days? Coulter asked. Is there something particular you want to discuss? There are some issues related to Donghua Mountain concerning Minnie and Blood Puppet, Abel explained. I need to consult her about them. Blood Puppet? Coulter frowned. The Blood Puppet associated with Minnie? That's just a legend. A legend? Inform me about Blood Puppet, Senior, Abel pressed eagerly. Coulter nodded. I know some things about it. Curious, Abel listened closely. Coulter began slowly, his voice distant and raspy. According to legends, blood puppets were cultivated by the Blood Demon clan long ago. The cultivation method is complex, but its power is extremely formidable. A completed blood puppet can possess lower-rank Earth-class strength, making it an extremely deadly weapon. Lower-rank Earth-class? And upper-rank Earth-class blood puppets? Abel hurriedly asked. Upper rank Earth class? Coulter responded. There wouldn't be any upper rank Earth class blood puppets. Even top-ranking figures in first-rate sects on the 9 provinces continent are often only upper rank Earth class. Abel was puzzled. So, how did Nigel's blood puppet reach such a level? Coulter looked at Abel after speaking. You suddenly ask about blood puppets. Did you see something? Senior, do you remember the young girl who followed Nigel? Abel asked. Coulter recalled for a moment, then nodded. The girl who seemed a bit clueless and couldn't walk properly? Abel nodded again. Yes, she's a blood puppet, with upper rank Earth class strength. What? Coulter's eyes widened. In the guest room of Shun Mountain Town, Corey of Joan Palace sat on a chair, while an injured inner Darwin of Joan Palace stood opposite. Are you saying the patriarch sent Trent to escort me, but they were ambushed in Che-Yun Mountains? Corey asked incredulously. Yes, the Darwin panted, bearing visible wounds on his body and shoulders, his red sword attire torn. How is Trent? Trent was seriously wounded. Who attacked? Bloody Alliance. The Darwin gritted his teeth. What? Corey shot up. Bloody Alliance reappeared? What happened to the Darwins? Trent led 10 Darwins. 5 were gravely injured and unable to move, while 4 others sustained light injuries. Trent sent me ahead to ask Elder White to assist. Redivy losses indeed. How far away are they? 1 day's horse ride. Let's go and assist them. Corey strode towards the door, pausing mid-step. Where did the Bloody Alliance members go after attacking? They've all been captured. All captured? How many of them? 2. Only 2? Just 2 people could wound Trent? Corey led several Darwins on borrowed mounts from town, rushing towards the Che-Yun Mountains. At the foot of Che-Yun Mountain, Trent sat pale-faced on a large rock, vigilantly watching the 2 captives tied on the ground. As hoofbeats approached, seeing Corey's figure, Trent sighed in relief. Corey nodded to Trent, dismounted, and walked over. How severe are your injuries? Before Corey, Trent showed his exhaustion. My internal organs are damaged. It's very painful. Watch these 2 while I meditate for a bit. Sure, Corey nodded, frowning as she examined the 2 captives. A beautiful young girl and a well-dressed old man. Just 2 people managed to injure Trent? Even bound on the ground, Trent didn't dare relax. Trent was no less than an Earth-ranked spirit honest. These 2 were not simple. Despite being bound, neither showed fear. The Marissa even smiled at Corey, infuriating her. You're Elder White, the Marissa laughed. Famous name. Corey sternly asked, who are you? And why did you ambush Trent of our Joan Palace? Ha, does the Bloody Alliance need a reason to ambush Joan Palace? The Marissa retorted. Aren't you usually the ones randomly attacking us? Corey was speechless. How dare you compare us to the Bloody Alliance? They have committed countless evils. Everyone should rise against them. One of Corey's Darwins admonished. Everyone should rise against them? The Marissa laughed. Such arrogance. Across the 9 provinces, only Joan Palace keeps fighting the Blood Alliance in Qingzhou. Don't you find that odd? The Darwin frowned. Why odd? That's enough, Corey interrupted. We of Joan Palace have always been enemies of the Blood Alliance. Today's ambush on Trent and subsequent capture by us is merely a continuation of decades-long enmity. Not worth arguing here. The Marissa said, today, I didn't come here to make things difficult for you, but to discuss a business deal. That Trent got so agitated when we revealed our identities that he attacked us as if hurting us would be an accomplishment. So, I injured him. It's not my fault. Further words are meaningless, Corey remarked. Since you're now our prisoners, in a few days, we will bring you back to Joan Palace for the Palace Master's disposal. If you want to beg for mercy and curry favor, it's best to wait until then. Prisoners? The Marissa smiled, gently tugging at her restraints, which split apart like tofu. Corey was taken aback. The Marissa leaped into the air and struck at Corey with a palm. Corey countered with a palm of his own, releasing a surge of spiritual power that roiled like the ocean whipped by a fierce wind, surging toward the Marissa. The Marissa neither dodged nor evaded, clashing head-on with Corey's palm. There was a crisp slap, and the Marissa was thrown backward. Corey managed to repel the attack, but his face showed no joy. Using the momentum from the clash, the Marissa retreated far away, flipping gracefully in midair before landing steadily at a distance, exuding an effortless elegance. Corey's formidable strike had failed to injure her. What remarkable skills. She deflected all of his spiritual energy. Corey was inwardly alarmed. The Joan Palace Darwins drew their long swords with a whoosh, preparing for battle. You aren't injured? Corey demanded. If I wanted to harm you, could you stop me? The Marissa slowly walked forward. I told you, I came to make a deal, not to fight. Did you deliberately wait for me here? Corey asked. Of course. I figured that since Trent was injured, he would certainly send someone for help. Turning to Trent, who sat nearby with an ashen face, the Marissa continued. The Alliance isn't after the Shangtian Circle, but the thing trapped inside it, the girl explained. Once the deed is done, the Shangtian Circle can be yours. Why choose us from Joan Palace? Corey asked. I've heard that Joan Palace members can decipher the Hantan Divine Array, the girl replied. Corey's eyes widened in surprise, staring dumbfounded at the girl. Not interested? The girl smirked at Corey. Corey's breathing grew heavy. Rhett withdrew the sword from Hiroshi's shoulder and stepped back. What should I call you? Corey asked. My surname is Ding, the girl replied with a smile. Kaylee. Corey exclaimed. Kaylee, the elder from Bingzhou's Inn? The Marissa nodded. Chapter 222, the Thousand Alliance Conference. Kaylee and the group from Joan Palace entered the Divine Mountain Town. Even though Abel had instructed the guards of Divine Mountain Town to look out for a young girl and an elderly man, they never expected that Kaylee and the Xander would enter the town with people from Joan Palace. At the Dragon Gate Inn, they rented a luxurious room. Kaylee sat inside, watching outside with interest. Who would have thought that Abel, the eldest legitimate son of the Chen family, would become a lord in Yuzhou? It's truly surprising, Kaylee said as he sipped his tea. Is there something special about such a remote place? I've met this lord several times, Hawk of Joan Palace replied. Rhett's quite mysterious. I even suspected he might be connected to Blood Alliance. Oh, that's news to me, Kaylee remarked. Did the Blood Alliance from Qingzhou come all the way to Yuzhou to recruit members? On the continent of Jiuzhou, the 8 store elders were distributed across 8 provinces, but none were present in Yuzhou. This area lacked potential for development. Hawk smiled, not wanting to dwell on Abel. If Kaylee suddenly became interested in Abel, things could get complicated. Rhett directly asked, when are we leaving? Kaylee glanced sideways at Hawk and said, we can wait until Trent's injuries recover somewhat before we leave. Since you and Trent agreed to cooperate with me, we don't need to rush. Besides, although Trent appears severely injured, it's mostly due to exhaustion. A few days of rest should be enough. All right. Hawk nodded and led the Zhou and Palace Darwins out of the room. Elder, are we really going to cooperate with the Blood Alliance? One of the Darwins asked once they were outside the inn. Hawk nodded and said, it's an opportunity. But isn't our Zhou and Palace sworn enemies with the Blood Alliance? The Darwin questioned. We're sworn enemies with the Blood Alliance in Qingzhou, Hawk corrected. They are from Bingzhou. Does that make a difference? The Darwin asked. Yes, Hawk firmly stated. Nigel, Cornell, and the Blood Extraction Girl were racing down the road. The world views the Blood Alliance as lunatics. I can only say that the public has limited intelligence. The voice from within the 10,000 bones sounded. Can a bunch of lunatics build such a vast organization that spans the 9 provinces? Ignorance. Do you mean that the highest rulers of the Blood Alliance are the 3 elders, below whom are the 8 store elders who manage all matters within their regions, which originate from commissions by various people? Nigel asked. Are all your actions done under commission? Yes, the dirty and hidden deeds are handled by us, the York replied. But we're different from assassin organizations. We not only handle tasks for customers, but also take the blame. Therefore, we publicly declare that all these bad deeds are committed by our Blood Alliance members. The world considers us madmen. We have no stance. Whoever pays us, we work for. Each province has a chief manager for the Blood Alliance responsible for all operations in that province. They're called store elders. During interprovincial tasks, internal conflicts arise within the Blood Alliance. Sometimes tasks are contradictory, one to protect someone and another to harm them. So, Blood Alliance members sometimes scheme against each other to complete their missions, making the world think that the Blood Alliance won't spare even its own members. People say we're cruel, but in reality, our principle is prioritizing the mission. Nigel sneered. No matter how many reasons you give, that doesn't justify harming entire towns or villages. Don't tell me that's just part of the job. Just work pressure. People can get frustrated, the York said. Frustrated? Nigel laughed coldly. You don't strictly discipline your subordinates? The Blood Alliance prioritizes missions. As long as you complete the task, no one cares what else you do. Your methods are not scrutinized. Quite the peculiar organization. Enough chatter, Nigel demanded. How do I get close to Dustin? I didn't expect Jerry to actually be part of your Chen family. You Chen people sure have some formidable figures. The York mused. Get to the point, Nigel interrupted. Could you let me finish my sentence? The York pleaded. I don't need that. I only want to know how to get close to Dustin. The York sighed. In 4 months, the Blood Alliance will hold a 1,000 Alliance conference where the 8 store elders and the 3 main elders will gather. Where? At Shenshausen Sword Villa. So, the Sword Villa has connections with the Blood Alliance? Many sects have ties with us, you just don't know. Why do the high-ranking members of the Blood Alliance gather at the Sword Villa? 4 store rankings, and the positions of the 3 main elders. At that time, elders from all provinces will present the most intimidating assets to vie for higher status within the Blood Alliance. Most intimidating assets? Nigel asked. Like, for example, 10,000 bones, the York replied. I see. Whether from any province, the store elders will try their hardest to shine at the upcoming conference. The 3 main elders and their Darwins will attend as well. Got it. I told you this, don't forget what you promised. Don't worry. Even if you hadn't said so, I wouldn't let that devil live. At the Dragon Gate Inn in Divine Mountain Town, Kaylee and the Xander watched as the Zhou and Palace group walked away. Are they reliable? The Xander asked. Zhou and Palace values Vic greatly, Kaylee explained. Such temptation, they cannot refuse. But Zhou and Palace and the Blood Alliance in Qingzhou don't get along. This is an internal matter for Zhou and Palace. It has little to do with us. Moreover, judging by Hawk's reaction, he seems to know something about past events. So, we needn't worry much. They understand the balance. True, but having more allies is always better, the Xander sighed. After a while, he added, why did you leave that maid in the cave instead of keeping her? You still blame me? That girl was too clever, slowly figuring out my identity. We couldn't keep her. If you wanted to use her for experiments, fine. But after you finished, we could still bring her with us. Leaving her in the cave seems wasteful. No, it's too risky, Kaylee replied. Our experiments seem to have issues. Retro spirit energy suddenly became uncontrollable, not just a normal blood extraction. Keeping her around is unhouse, saying nothing for a moment. Chapter 223, Sightseeing. Autumn had arrived, and the town of Divine Mountain had harvested its crops, filling the entire town with a joyful atmosphere. Although most of the grain in Divine Mountain Town now relied on Eastons to transport it in, for the displaced people, owning land that could grow crops made their hearts feel truly at ease. A river that had fallen from the sky dispelled the last doubts of those who were still hesitant. The natives of Divine Mountain Town firmly believed that the Lord indeed possessed infinite power. The stories circulating from the Lord's residence were all true. Even these stories couldn't fully capture the greatness of the Lord. The traveling knights from Qingzhou seemed to be influenced by the increasingly fervent adoration of the townspeople towards the Lord, gradually accepting the omnipotent nature of the Lord. Many more heard from knights who had experienced the 10,000 bones battle that the Lord's residence was indeed extraordinary. In a short time, the reputation of the Lord's residence soared, spreading to Qingzhou and becoming a dark horse in the world of martial arts. The townspeople of Divine Mountain worked diligently to harvest the crops, while even more were called upon to plant trees along the riverside. Caravans transporting trees arrived one after another, and as soon as they were delivered, they were snapped up by the townspeople. Planting trees was something the Lord himself had personally called everyone to do. Everyone was eager to participate. Half a month later, a splendid butterfly appeared above this newly opened small forest, slowly descending and showering a gentle rain. Everyone in the Lord's residence knew that it was the green sprite which had disappeared for almost a month. Abel summoned it immediately after the tree planting points were restored because of its miraculous ability to accelerate plant growth. Now, if you looked at Abel's system interface, it would show, Host, Abel. Total tree planting points, 3,100 points. Remaining tree planting points, 100 points. Available tree planting points, 100 points. Summon spirit creatures. Green sprite, level 3. Wherever the green sprite passed, a gentle rain fell, not only invigorating the plants, but also refreshing both humans and animals. Is that the Lord's household spirit creature? Kaylee raised his head to look at the green sprite flying overhead. Yes, Hawk from Joan Palace explained. Everyone in town knows the Lord's household has a spirit creature that can make trees grow faster. I've never seen such a spirit creature before. Kaylee said, interesting, but what is it used for? Tree planting. Hawk answered. Tree planting? Kaylee asked. But then Hawk realized that his answer sounded foolish and added, perhaps Abel has other uses for it. I've also heard some of the stories the townspeople have been telling recently, Kaylee said. 12 demon slashes of wasteland? Have you seen them? Never. They are just fabricated stories from the Lord's residence to deceive people, Hawk replied. That river suddenly appeared? Kaylee asked. Yes, this river indeed appeared recently, Hawk confirmed. What's the purpose of such a grand move? Kaylee inquired. Perhaps it has nothing to do with us. Hawk instinctively felt curious about the Lord's residence, but was wary of it. Rhett wanted to get closer and explore, yet feared exploring. Of course, he didn't want Kaylee to get close either. If there was no connection between the Lord's residence and Blood Alliance due to his actions, it would be regrettable. Kaylee spent so much time in Divine Mountain Town and still hasn't figured out what the Lord's residence is doing? I don't believe it, Kaylee remarked. My purpose in Divine Mountain Town was to recover from injuries. Recovery requires less worry to heal faster. Hawk is indeed injured, but not severely, Kaylee commented. I would love to hear about the fight over the 10,000 bones between the Blood Alliance of Qingzhou and various heroes and valiant figures of Qingzhou. The rumors are 80% accurate, Hawk admitted. So, did young Chun from the Qin family obtain the 10,000 bones? Pretty terrifying to this extent? Hawk exclaimed. So, if there's something you can't solve in the future, find me. After all, the strength of our Bingzhou Blood Alliance is well known. Moreover, I've heard that the recent actions of the Zhouan Palace Master have made the elders quite impatient. Hawk remained silent. Even Zhouan Palace's internal affairs are probed? Kaylee smiled. To repair the damaged Churchill Tian silk ribbon, the Zhouan Palace Honest must have sacrificed the cultivation levels of several elders. I believe that Trent's search for you this time wasn't initiated by the Palace Master, but by Trent himself. Trent's expression turned sour. Trent retorted, Blood Alliance Claire. You'd better stay out of Zhouan Palace's internal affairs. If it weren't for the loss of cultivation repairing the Churchill Tian silk ribbon, why would an invincible warrior like Trent run out of energy fighting a Marissa? Kaylee said, making Trent's face turn red. I didn't mean anything by it, Kaylee clarified. We can accept commissions. If any other elder wants to leave Zhouan Palace but can't, they can find us. The credibility of our Bingzhou Blood Alliance has always been among the best in the alliance. Elders Zeke and Eris exchanged glances after hearing this. Changing the subject, Kaylee said, Trent's injury has healed. We can set out tomorrow to look for the Shangtian circle. As soon as she finished speaking, a thunderous sound of hoofbeats echoed in the distance. Looking afar, dust rose near the town entrance, revealing two towering thunderbolt beasts as they drew near. Bingzhou's water sect? Kaylee asked. They also came to Divine Mountain Town? They have some minor conflicts with the Lord's residence, Hawk explained. Kaylee's eyes lit up. Interesting, very interesting. Before we leave, let's see the spectacle. Ever since knowing that Jerry was Dustin, his interest in the Donghua Town Qin family grew deeper. On the streets of Divine Mountain Town, many people saw the shadow of the thunderbolt beasts and rushed toward the Lord's residence as fast as they could. Last time they missed the spectacle. This time, they had to catch it fully. Kaylee put on two little mustaches and blended into the crowd. She felt somewhat bewildered. Are they all here to watch the spectacle? Running so quickly, one might think they're fleeing disaster, Kaylee remarked in surprise. Last time, when the people from the water sect came to cause trouble, many rushed over to watch. But by the time they reached the Lord's residence, it was already over. If we don't hurry this time, we won't see much of a spectacle, Hawk explained. Plus, with the growing reputation of the Lord's residence these past few days, many are eager to witness the demeanor that saw the servant rush in, yelling, It's bad. People from the Flowing Water sect have come demanding entrance. The Flowing Water sect? Are they the ones who injured Isaac? Yes, my lord isn't here. What are we to do? Don't panic. Send someone to bring Honest back. I will hold them off. Zoltan patted the little snake around his neck, saying, Liang Yuan, let's go. The servant grabbed Zoltan, pleading, Bray, you can't go. Those people look fierce and terrifying. You're not a warrior, and you won't stand a chance. Do you think I can't handle them? Zoltan asked. The servant remained silent, afraid to voice his true thoughts, but agreeing inwardly. Since Honest is not here, I am the owner here now. Follow my orders. Zoltan comforted him by patting his arm. The servant stomped his foot and hurriedly left to find Abel. Seeing a child of about 7 or 8 emerge, the visitors from the Flowing Water sect were puzzled. What? The Lord doesn't dare to show up and sends a child to answer the door? Honest is not here. Julius have come, so naturally, I will receive them, Zoltan replied. Julius? One of the Flowing Water sect members stepped forward, Ali, demanding, Who do you call a guest? Quickly hand over our elder and Ishan's. As they spoke, a commotion grew louder behind them. They turned and frowned in confusion as many people approached, wielding various weapons. Who are these people? The flowing water sect member asked. I don't know. Ali shook his head. Are they reinforcements sent by the Lord's manor? He suddenly felt uneasy. If these were reinforcements, the situation could get complicated despite their apparent lack of strength. These people halted nearby, forming a half-circle around the two flowing water sect members, clearly spectating. Just a few small fries want to surround us? The flowing water sect member laughed derisively at Zoltan. You underestimate the flowing water sect too much. But compared to Zoltan, this group posed a more immediate threat. Zoltan recognized the onlookers as martial artists from Qingzhou who mostly stayed in Divine Mountain Town's inns. Recalling familiar faces, he called out loudly, people from the flowing water sect came to demand someone. We can give them if required, but the Lord's manor cannot hand them over without reason. With so many heroes present, we can resolve this matter properly. Humph. The flowing water sect member glanced at the martial artists. Today, I'll give the community a face. Just hand over the people, and I might consider forgiving you. No, Zoltan responded, stepping forward. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Rhett raised his voice. A few days ago, several members of the flowing water sect attacked our manor, damaging our furniture. Asking for compensation is reasonable. Since they can't pay, we temporarily kept them. If you wish to take them back today, just pay the damages. Boy, do you know what you're saying? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. Do you think bringing these common folk can force my hand? Do you think they have the strength to match us? Ali interjected. Little boy, do you know who you're speaking to? This person beside me is Aiken of the flowing water sect. Aiken, infamous in Bingzhou. Upon hearing this, the crowd took a step back, expressions changing drastically. It's him. Aiken. Although he has superior profound rank strength, even Earth rank spirit onists dare not face him directly due to his expertise in toxins and flawless record. Decades ago, Aiken could challenge higher ranked spirit onists. 3 years ago, he faced 3 Earth rank masters and buried them under Xing Shui Cliff. Phew. He's a nightmare for spirit onists. The gathered martial artists started whispering nervously, viewing Aiken differently. Aiken looked at them smugly, then at Zoltan. When I became famous, you weren't born yet. A child's ignorance can be forgiven. Now hand over the people. Unexpectedly, Zoltan faced such a formidable opponent and clenched his fists tightly. The green snake around his neck hissed, sliding up to his head. Don't worry, Liang Yuan. I can do it. Zoltan's reactions adding to the mounting drama. Huh. Why is there only a child standing at the entrance of the Lord's manor? Where's the Lord? Many of those watching asked in confusion. We came to see the Lord, but we only see a child blocking the entrance. Wow, this Lord sure has a lot of nerve, not even showing respect to Aiken. I heard this child is the Lord's second Darwin. Really? The town rumor says this second Darwin also has Earth rank strength. No way, such a small child. Whether or not he has that strength, just by having the courage to face Aiken alone, he's already no ordinary person. Yeah, truly. Aiken has been roaming the martial world for decades. Even experts like us might not be able to remain so calm. This second Darwin of the Lord's manor must have his extraordinary qualities. Otherwise, where would he get such confidence? Even if we don't see the Lord today, it wasn't a wasted trip. The crowd buzzed with chatter as they watched and discussed. Aiken called Ali back with a grim look on his face. It was clearly inappropriate for Ali to attack Zoltan. Any misstep today could lead to terrible rumors spreading from these people tomorrow. Himph, what a clever calculation by the Lord's manor. Thinking I wouldn't dare to accept the challenge? Child, tell me, can you fully represent the Lord's manor? Aiken asked loudly. Honest isn't home. Here, I am in charge, Zoltan replied loudly. Ladies and gentlemen. Aiken then turned to the onlookers, saying, Today, I came to find the Lord of Divine Mountain Town. Unfortunately, the master refuses to come out, and instead sent a mere child to obstruct me. If I were to trouble this child, my reputation would suffer. But if I consider my reputation and can't do anything about them, well, chuckle, it's the Lord's plan, right? Aiken suddenly said to Zoltan, Fine, since the master won't show up, let me humor this child with a game. This speech restored some of his dignity. Rhett continued, Little boy, if you change your mind now, it's still in time. If you insist on testing me, any injuries you sustain cannot be blamed on me. After all, array setting and breaking require spiritual power, and one careless move, well, I may not be able to protect you. Zoltan smiled and said, All right, since Aiken dares to accept, wait a moment while I set up the formation. Setting up a formation? On the spot? Everyone present had strange looks on their faces. This child wants to set up a formation for Aiken to break on the spot? This wasn't about arrogance. It was about whether his brain was functioning properly. Creating a formation required meticulous design, adjustment, and long-term refinement from start to finish. Setting up a formation right here? Did you want to set up a basic lighting array? Zoltan returned to the manor, took out spirit stones, thought for a moment, and started arranging them on the ground outside the Lord's manor. The crowd moved back a bit, watching him with strange expressions. Ding family's patriarch, among the crowd, realized, this kid is quite smart. Rhett's stalling for time. Stalling for time? People around him understood. Aiken's face turned iron gray. If you spend 3 days and nights setting up this formation, should we wait that long too? Ali asked angrily. If not for the crowd, he would have rushed forward and captured Zoltan. However, since Aiken agreed to the bet, disrupting it now would invite more criticism. Zoltan paid no attention to Ali, focused on setting up the formation. Ali gritted his teeth, looking extremely displeased. Servants searched several places for the Lord, but found no trace of him. They rushed to the inn and learned Simeon army was also out. When they asked where, the inn attendant couldn't provide details. Frantically searching, the servant grabbed a guard patrolling the street and asked where Mercy was. The guard told him Mercy was directing the peasants harvesting crops outside the town. Originally Isaac's job, but after Isaac was injured, Mercy took over. The servant explained the urgency and asked the guard to bring Mercy back, rushing to the Lord's manor. Unwilling to leave Zoltan facing this issue alone, He arrived just as Zoltan finished setting up the formation. Standing up and brushing off his hands, Zoltan said, "Done. Aiken, stand inside this circle, and I will activate the formation. If you can walk out within an incense sticks time, you win. How about that?" "It's done?" The onlookers, previously just watching idly, suddenly perked up. This kid really set up the formation in just half a day? Incredible. Could it be he wasn't stalling but genuinely setting up a formation? Is the Lord's manner truly this strong? Even its children are so powerful? The crowd watched closely. Inside the field, hundreds of colorful spirit stones formed a peculiar grid-like shape. Not far from the center was a perfectly round circle. Eagerly, they looked at Aiken. Rhett glanced at Zoltan, surprised, lightly jumped into the circle. As soon as he landed, the formation activated. A rainbow glow illuminated the ground, then vanished, leaving only glowing stones. The crowd gaped in amazement. "Seems this kid has some skill," remarked Ding family's patriarch. Corey of Joan Palace frowned deeply. Though the Lord's manor's strength wasn't exaggerated, it was indeed astonishing. And now, even more so. Hidden within was someone proficient in formations, and a Darwin, no less. So, Lord Abel must be skilled in formations as well? The glow dimmed, forming a semi-transparent spherical barrier around Aiken, roughly 10 meters in diameter. Aiken didn't believe a child could create anything formidable in such a short time. Rhett casually walked towards the barrier, punching it with immense spiritual power. With a bang, the barrier shattered. A smile spread across his face. Huh, that easy? Just a child. Of course, this was already impressive. Such talent at such a young age. His future was boundless. But then, Aiken's smile froze. The barrier shattered like a bubble, dissipating into the air. Suddenly, a faint glow reappeared on the ground, and the circular barrier reformed. ##### Chapter 225, Astonishment. The smile on Aiken's face froze, while the crowd watching burst into exclamations of surprise. Repair an array? This kid actually knows such a complex formation? Expected. Without any real skill, how dare he challenge Aiken? Look, Aiken's face is turning blue. Wow, this kid looks like he's only a few years old. With such talent, he can be compared to the genius prodigies of the 5 major sects. The 5 major sects? With such talent, I wonder if he has any marriage arrangements yet. My family happens to have a daughter. Please, your daughter looks just like you. Do you really think this little prodigy would be interested? Go away. A girl changes greatly as she grows up. You wouldn't understand. Retad of the Ding family frowned and said, "Array, sinking into the ground? Regenerating arrays? It looks like the technique from the upper chest sect." Kaylee forced a smile. Upper chest sect? Among the array sects, there were 3 grades, upper, middle, and lower. All advanced and complex formations came from the upper chest sect. However, the standards for accepting Darwins in the upper chest sect were extremely high, selecting only the best among the best. Kaylee turned to Zeekjan of Joan Palace and asked, "Hawk, what do you think of this boy?" "This is indeed surprising," Hawk sighed. "Even in Joan Palace, we might not find such promising talent," Kaylee remarked. "Rev, let alone Joan Palace, even in your blood alliance, you wouldn't find such a young prodigy," Hawk replied. "I've heard that Trey of Churchilxia Peak is skilled in formations, but I wonder if Trey has such an outstanding Darwin," Kaylee asked. According to the Blood Alliance's intelligence, no such young prodigy had been discovered at Churchilxia Peak yet, but it was not impossible that such a prodigy was hidden away. Hawk explained, "Formation arts emphasize the complementarity of yin and yang, the circulation of spiritual energy, and most importantly, control over the entire situation. Besides, one must possess very precise calculation abilities. A complex formation can contain thousands of changes, so mastering it requires not only effort but also time. It's rare for even someone in their 20s to set up such a formation, let alone a child." Kaylee said, "Oh, then this kid is truly remarkable." Hawk shook his head. "No, he has an expert formation master behind him." "A formation master? Could it be Lord Abel?" "It seems the Chun family of Dongliashin is soaring to new heights." Aiken swung his fist once more, breaking the circular barrier again. However, in the next moment, a faint light appeared, and the circular barrier reformed. Rhett swung several more times, causing the air to swirl into a whirlwind. The barrier was torn apart by the wind, but it immediately reappeared, only to be scattered again before it could fully form. "Rev kid, your formation isn't much," Aiken laughed. "I've broken through it, so hurry and release my people." "No, you haven't broken it." Zoltan stood on the steps before the Lord's residence and said earnestly, "You haven't left my formation." "Leave." Aiken responded, "Isn't that easy?" As the spiritual wind subsided, Aiken took a few steps forward. Rhett moved effortlessly through the faintly glowing, circular barrier as if stepping out of a transparent bubble. Reth, it was effortless. Just as he had said, merely playing a game with this child. Aiken smiled warmly. A benevolent smile. This was the magnanimity of a victor towards a loser, and also an elder towards a mischievous child. But then, Aiken's expression froze, because a faint light flashed on the ground, and the circular barrier reappeared in front of him. "What? Is the barrier still here? Has it regenerated?" The spectators' faces mirrored astonishment. "So, this barrier not only regenerates but also moves with the person?" "This barrier may seem thin and weak, but as long as Aiken can't escape it, it means he hasn't left the formation. Breaking the barrier doesn't help. Even if he steps out, the barrier follows him. Wow, this formation is indeed exquisite. It's the first time I've seen anything like it." Everyone watched intently, afraid to miss anything. Kaylee raised an eyebrow. "Hawk, what do you think?" "Within expectations," Hawk from Joan Palace replied. "If the formation was this simple, how could it confine a high-rank spiritual honest?" Kaylee asked, "Hawk, if you were to face such a formation, how would you break it?" Hawk chuckled. "Though this formation is clever, it's only so. To break it isn't difficult." Kaylee laughed. "Indeed, worthy of Hawk from Joan Palace." Aiken stared at Zoltan with a dark look, then burst into laughter. Interesting, very interesting, Aiken said. But no matter what, this is just a small trick. Circular barrier barely affected Aiken anymore. At that moment, all eyes focused on Aiken. Many people sighed inwardly. Aiken was about to win? Well, no wonder. One was a veteran high-rank spiritual honest from Bingzhou, while the other was just a kid from the Lord's residence. Though everyone enjoyed seeing Aiken struggle, how could a child defeat a seasoned elder? From the moment Aiken stepped out of the formation, it seemed the outcome was decided. Aiken stepped out, turned to Zoltan, and smiled kindly. How was it, kid? Did you enjoy this game? However, with a collective gasp from the crowd, Aiken's smile froze again. A faint light flashed on the ground, and a transparent circular barrier reappeared in front of him. What? What was happening? Red had clearly stepped outside the formation's range. End of chapter 225. Kaylee stared with wide, shining eyes at Zoltan, her face displaying an incredulous expression. Teleportation array. Even she, a layperson in array arts, recognized it. Hawk gaped as if he had seen a ghost, muttering, teleportation techniques? How is that possible? Aiken stared blankly at the circular barrier before him, watching as the light on the ground slowly faded away. However, the position where the light flashed was clearly different now. The array is moving? Suddenly, a clamor erupted from the crowd, with almost everyone shouting aloud. Look, the array has changed its position. What just happened? I saw the array instantly move to beneath Aiken's feet again. Aiken still hasn't left the array? Could this mysterious and shifting array be a teleportation array? Teleportation? A secret technique belonging to the upper chest sect? Honest by a mere child? End of translation. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring fluency and coherence with the previous content. Chapter 226. Breaking the array? The crowd watching the spectacle burst into a cacophony of noise. Everyone spoke animatedly, while keeping their eyes glued on the Grimes inside the array, afraid to miss a moment. Hawk, what do you think? How should one break an array like this? Kaylee asked with great interest. Hawk of Joan Palace replied, this array shifts according to the person's movement. It's a technique of spatial displacement, one of the secret skills of the Chessgate School. I assume Claire is familiar with such techniques. Kaylee nodded. Hawk continued, however, every array has its limits. Just as a cage can hold someone only if they lack the strength to break free. If one surpasses the limit of this array, it can be broken. Kaylee nodded again. Based on this logic, how would one break this array? Hawk said, one must find where the limits of this array lie. The Grimes clearly understood this point as well. However, in his two previous attempts to break out, he had thought each time he could easily escape, only to fail both times. In front of so many people, his pride was thoroughly damaged. In all his years of traveling the world, he had never been toyed with by a child before. Kid, you indeed have some skill, the Grimes shouted. Until now, I've been playing along, but now, I'll take this seriously. After saying this, the Grimes felt that he regained some face. The surrounding martial artists grew quiet, holding their breath and staring intently at the Grimes without blinking. Unfortunately, even though they watched closely, most people couldn't follow his movements. With a single step, the Grimes became a blur, disappearing from view. How fast? The crowd exclaimed. Rhett lives up to being a high-rank, profound, spiritual honest. Where did he go? I can't find him. So fast. Even if I can see him, it's only for a brief moment. Where? Many people looked around frantically. As soon as the Grimes used his body technique, they lost track of him. Look, he stopped. Rhett's on the eaves of the Lord's Manor. Everyone turned to look. The Grimes stood atop the eaves of the Lord's Manor, looking down at everyone with a smile. Could the array still track him up there? Hawk stroked his beard gently. Impressive. Besides strength, another limit of arrays is speed. The poison scorpion used speed to jump out of the array. If the tracking speed of the array cannot keep up with the Grimes' speed, the array loses its target. This is a general method for breaking arrays. So, this array is already broken? Kaylee nodded, smiling. To be able to do this, especially since he looks under 10, is no small feat. It makes me even more curious about his master. Hawk remained silent. Kaylee had met Abel before. Back then, at the Ding family estate in Qingzhou, she had her maids invite Abel to the tavern. At the time, he seemed like nothing more than a clever boy, not even a spiritual honest. Abel exuded no trace of spiritual energy. According to Blood Alliance intelligence, Abel, the eldest son of the Donglu Township family, was indeed a waste, lacking any spirit veins. Yet now, he had taught such a formidable Darwin. Could I still believe those rumors? An array master? Kaylee pondered whether she could use her identity as the daughter of the Ding family to make use of him, unaware of his true allegiance to the Blood Alliance. It might be a good idea. Just as she thought this, a new clamor erupted around her. Suddenly, light flared on the roof of the Lord's Manor, and space warped. The circular barrier reappeared, enveloping the Grimes once more. The crowd erupted into chaos, like boiling water encountering cold water. The array was still there, still following the Grimes. How was this possible? How did he manage this? The scene exploded into confusion. Some gasped in shock, others were stunned into silence. At such incredible speed, he still couldn't escape the array? Even jumping onto the roof, the array still followed him? Kaylee turned to Hawk, about to ask but opened her mouth and said nothing. Hawk's eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the faint light above the roof, his body trembling. Rhett was genuinely terrified. Terrified by a child under 10 years old. A prodigy of arrays? An otherworldly genius? Seeing Hawk's expression, Kaylee confirmed her suspicions. While Hawk focused on Zoltan, she saw Abel. Zoltan's master, Abel, was merely a teenager, barely 17. What could be more exhilarating than this? The Grimes stared dumbfounded at the circular barrier in front of him. This barrier offered no offensive power, yet he couldn't shake it off. Red had spent his life studying poisons and toxins, believing himself to be a master. When Greg, an inner sect Darwin, reported a poison expert challenging the watercourse sect, he rushed here to investigate. But unexpectedly, he ended up trying to break this array. Perhaps angered by the crowd's commotion, he let out a roar, leaped high, and punched downward with explosive force. The spiritual energy carried by his punch erupted like a whirlwind, undeniably filled with destructive power. A loud boom echoed as the ground shattered, cracks spreading outward for over 30 meters. The earth shook violently, causing the nearby Lord's Manor to tremble. Cracks crossed through the manor's foundation, and with a crack, the signboard above the entrance fell off due to the vibrations. A high-rank profound spiritual honest. One punch, such power. But why attack the ground? Is he venting frustration because he can't break the array? The crowd wondered. It seems Aiken is going to lose. Never defeated. Aiken is losing to a child? Wow, today's show is amazing. Initially came for the Lord's Manor's reputation, but didn't expect to witness such a fantastic array battle. Is Aiken mad? I heard he's not someone to provoke. If he loses, will he harm the child? Uttering this, the crowd grew anxious. Hawk narrowed his eyes. Poison Scorpion may have found a way. Hawk explained. Remarkably, he found a flaw in the array. Originally, the array had none, but its hasty setup left a vulnerability. Kaylee was puzzled. What flaw? Before she finished speaking, the Grimes swung another punch, striking the ground fiercely. Another deafening boom shook the earth, cracks spreading in all directions. A massive fissure raced toward the Lord's Manor, pulling 2 rooms out of alignment, nearly collapsing them. The crowd quickly backed away. Is the Grimes crazy? This pounding is going to destroy the Lord's Manor. Finally, someone noticed. Pointing at the cracks, they cried, "Ready! Those are spirit stones." Spirit stones? The ones used to set up the array? Realization dawned on the crowd. The Grimes wasn't acting crazily. If he couldn't break the array, what would he do? Break the array itself. So, this is the flaw you mentioned? Kaylee asked. Hawk replied, yes, a flaw that shouldn't exist. If Zoltan hadn't laid the array in front of everyone, after the spirit stones sank underground, it wouldn't be easy to pinpoint their original positions. But Zoltan set up the array right before everyone's eyes. If the person breaking the array just dug 3 feet into the ground at this spot and dug out the spirit stones within the array, disrupting the placement of the spirit stones, wouldn't that break the array? The Grimes revealed a trace of a smile. He gave Zoltan a smug glance. However, in the next moment, the Grimes' smile froze on his face once again. Hashtag chapter 227. 1,000 poisons devouring the bones. The spirit stones in the formation were now exposed to everyone's eyes. Anyone could simply reach out and pick up the stones, dismantling the formation effortlessly. Even a 3-year-old child could complete this remaining step. Corbin flashed a smile, glancing triumphantly at Shu Bao-chun. However, in the next moment, Corbin's smile froze on his face. Zoltan loudly declared, unfortunately, the incense stick has burned out. Time is up, you have lost. At some point, Zoltan had been holding an incense stick that had burned down completely, its embers extinguished. Corbin was taken aback, glaring fiercely at Zoltan, his eyes like daggers. Zoltan remained unfazed and said, Corbin, indeed you are remarkable, far beyond what I, a mere child, can compare. But you took too long to break the formation. The time limit has passed. You have lost. His words caused the scene to instantly fall silent. Everyone watched as Corbin was about to succeed in breaking the formation, but found the outcome to be quite different. Did a 10-year-old boy from the manor really defeat the experienced Corbin? Unbelievable. The crowd fell into silence, dumbfounded. After a long while, a coarse voice broke through the silence, laughing loudly, ha ha ha, what a thrilling spectacle. Who would have thought the Lord's Manor could be so amusing? This coarse voice shattered the silence, reigniting excitement among the crowd. Prodigy, indeed he is a prodigy. Wonderful, wonderful. First, the child blocking the way, then the formation challenge, and finally this unexpected turn of events just before the formations break. What an amazing show. This is sheer genius. The crowd buzzed with admiration for Zoltan. Corbin's expression turned grim. Having roamed the martial world for decades without defeat, he was almost universally revered. To lose to a child today? This was a bitter pill to swallow. Rhett gritted his teeth. Child, you played a clever trick. Let us abide by the rules, Zoltan called out loudly. Surely the illustrious Corbin will not go back on his word? Corbin hesitated under the collective gaze. Everyone's eyes shifted to Corbin. His face turned pale, then flushed with anger. Rhett was truly unwilling to admit defeat. All his life's reputation. Suddenly, a dare of Xingshui sect shouted. Corbin naturally held back against the child, lest he bring ridicule upon himself. You should be grateful, yet you dare to mock him. Corbin nodded approvingly. Indeed, I did not wish to harm the child. Adair stepped forward, addressing Zoltan. Since Corbin has spared you, it's my turn to teach you a lesson for your insolence. What? Changing players? The crowd sensed trouble brewing for Zoltan. Though Xingshui's sect had lost the formation challenge, they seemed determined not to let it end there. Zoltan smiled. Very well, I'll set up another formation. If you can escape within the time limit, you win. No, no. Adair waved his hand. This time, let's have a sword duel. Sword duel. Zoltan replied. I don't know how to wield a sword. Adair chuckled. In the previous round, you chose the challenge. Now it's my turn. We'll have a sword duel. The crowd fell silent again, staring at Adair in disbelief. How could someone from the prestigious Xingshui sect say such a thing? To challenge a child who doesn't even know Jaidenship? Shameless. Could there be any sect more dishonorable than Xingshui sect? Hawk from Joan Palace remarked. Xingshui sect acts so pettily. Trin added. Always so. Kaylee smiled without comment. Zoltan frowned, staying quiet. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the manor. Then let me face you. Who? The crowd looked over to see a thin figure emerge from the manor in pajamas, standing regally on the steps, looking down at them all. Zoltan turned around to see Isaac, pride radiating from his face. Isaac loudly proclaimed, "A mere Xingshui sect dares to act so arrogantly. Do they not know this is the residence of the eldest son of the Chun family of Donghua town?" Rhett put his hands on his hips and pointed at Adair. "You ignorant lackey, do you not recognize our young master?" Isaac, known to Adair as the manor's steward, faced him thus. A lowly steward dared speak to him this way? Adair fumed, drawing his sword and shouting, "Fine, let me see what you're made of." Rhett lunged at Isaac, only to be blocked by a red blur that appeared beside him. A clang echoed as the two figures separated instantly. A man in a red robe stood in the center, tall and slim like a bamboo stick. "What's the point in bullying an ordinary person?" Amnon interjected, smiling as he drew his sword. "Why don't you face me instead?" Adair recognized him and was startled. Him? The expert in poisons? Recalling their last encounter, where he had been poisoned undetectably, still puzzled him. Rhett had suffered greatly to clear the poison from his body. Rhett quickly retreated a few steps. Rhett had invited Corbin specifically to deal with this man. From the crowd behind them, a hammer-wielding girl leaped forward, landing with a thud beside Zoltan. "Jorge, are you alright?" Seeing Amnon and Selma arrive, Zoltan sighed in relief. "I'm fine. Have the teacher returned?" "We didn't come with the teacher," Selma replied. "Teacher left early morning with Coulter Sr. and Irene from Shinji Palace on a hunt Wind Eagle. Amnon and I heard someone causing trouble, so we rushed back without notifying teacher." The Lord wasn't home after all? The spectators understood this clearly. Was it really just a child at home? Not an intentional deployment by the Lord? So, does this mean Corbin is taking advantage of the situation to bully children? One spectator commented favoring Zoltan. Many agreed nodding. Yes, bullying a child and then demanding another duel after losing to one. Oh my, what dignity. Does Xingshui sect, a top-tier sect in Bingzhou, rely on such tactics? Haha, truly unbeatable. As a high-grade expert, Corbin heard every word, his face turning pale with fury. Note, the term Shin expert seems to be a direct transliteration from Chinese, which wouldn't make sense in English. I've replaced Shin with high grade to maintain the meaning and fluency in English. Suppressing his anger, he barked, "Adair, retreat?" "Yes." Fearful of confronting Amnon, Adair hastily withdrew. Corbin stormed off. "We'll come back another day when the Lord is home." "Hold it," a voice called out as Corbin tried to leave. "The Lord's manor is not a place you can enter and leave as you please," Isaac yelled from the steps. "Is that so?" Corbin paused, his face darkening. "By stopping me, you've made this much worse for yourself. If I stay, things will not end well today." Isaac was unafraid. Rhett pointed at the cracked ground and the two skewed, collapsed rooms of the manor, angrily saying, "You came to our manor and caused such chaos, and you want to leave like this? Isn't that too overbearing?" "Rethhe," Corbin sneered. "What do you want then?" "What do I want?" Isaac shouted back, pointing at Corbin. "Is it up to me what happens next? Is this how your Xingshui sect treats people? Attitude? Do you even deserve to talk about that?" "What a joke," Corbin snarled. "What kind of attitude does Xingshui sect owe to a small manor like yours?" Isaac hollered. "So that's how it is. Your Xingshui sect relies on such tyranny to stand in the martial world? Uncivilized, shameless thugs who bully a child not yet 10 years old, ransack a residence, and walk away without a word. Your skin is thicker than the continent itself. And now you ask me what I want?" Isaac continued, undeterred. "You've wrecked their home, and you're asking me what I want. Those who know think you belong to a prestigious sect, but those who don't would mistake you for bandits. Even road excrement smells better than your disgusting gang." "Bravo!" someone in the crowd shouted. Corbin's face turned crimson with rage. When had anyone dared speak to him like this? "Boy, insulting my Xingshui sect will make you pay today." Corbin roared, leaping towards Isaac. Amnon flashed by in a blur, charging at Corbin. The two figures collided, sparks flew, and the sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Then, with a deafening boom, the ground erupted in a cloud of dark green powder. "Watch out! The smoke is poisonous!" someone from the crowd shouted. At this warning, everyone panicked and rapidly retreated. Zoltan and Isaac's group also ran toward the manor. Only Corbin and Amnon stood in the dark green mist, locked in eye contact. "Humph, boy, you'll soon experience what 1,000 poisons devouring the bones feels like," Corbin laughed from within the mist. "Corbin's 1,000 poisons devouring the bones? Is that Corbin's most famous spirit technique, 1,000 poisons devouring the bones?" The crowd scattered quickly, sprinting several miles away. To use such a deadly technique right off the bat? That's extreme. Corbin specializes in poison cultivation. When has he ever been humiliated like this? With such a temper, we might see some trouble. Do you mean something could happen at the manor? Hard to say. But isn't the manor full of hidden experts? True, but we're dealing with Corbin. Rhett once single-handedly killed 3 Earth-level experts. His strength is no laughing matter. Even so, wasn't he beaten by a child using an array formation? Sigh, you have a point. If that's the case, Corbin might not win. Maybe we should go back and watch? You've got to be kidding. 1,000 poisons devouring the bones? Are you brave enough to return? Touching that stuff can be catastrophic. Lucky we ran fast enough just now. Hawk from Joan Palace and Kaylee retreated several hundred meters. Hawk remarked, "Corbin started with a heavy blow. Just poisonous gas, not hard to handle." Kaylee smiled. "This 1,000 poisons devouring the bones might work against ordinary spirit masters, but it won't suffice against experienced ones." "I'm not surprised to hear you say that," Hawk said. "As the esteemed elder of Blood Alliance in Bingzhou, it makes sense you wouldn't find Corbin formidable." Kaylee explained, "While 1,000 poisons devouring the bones looks terrifying, it's relatively easy to counter. Any skilled user of spirit energy can create a spirit whirlwind to shield themselves from the poison. Ah, so that's how it works. The solution to 1,000 poisons devouring the bones is a spirit whirlwind? But creating such a whirlwind and completely blocking the poison requires at least mid-grade mystic spirit power. Note: I've added spirit power to clarify the context, ensuring it reads naturally and maintains consistency in terminology. Corbin could easily eliminate all lower than mid-grade mystics within his poison range. Kaylee added, 1,000 poisons devouring the bones is merely Corbin's most famous and common technique. Few have seen his true killing move, because anyone who saw it is no longer around. Indeed. Hawk nodded. Looks like the situation is settled. Let's go. Rhett didn't want his Joe and Palace Darwins, many newly inducted as Inner Circle mystics, to risk being caught by Corbin's technique. Kaylee and the Xander chuckled. I haven't had my fill of this spectacle yet. The manor is no ordinary place. Perhaps there'll be a twist. Isaac showed no fear. Rhett pointed at the cracked ground and the two skewed, collapsed rooms of the Lord Manor, shouting angrily, You came to our Lord Manor, made such a mess, and just walked away? Isn't this bullying taken too far? Reth? The Grimes sneered coldly. Or what? What do you want? What do I want? Isaac pointed at the Grimes, raging. Is it up to me what to do? Is this the attitude of your Waterpath sect? Attitude? Do you even deserve to talk about it? Truly ridiculous. The Grimes snarled. What attitude does our Waterpath sect owe to a small Lord Manor like yours? So that's how it is, Isaac yelled. Your Waterpath sect relies on such brutality to stand in the martial world? Huh? Shameless bullies without manners or honor. Bullying a child not yet 10 years old, ransacking his manor, and then walking away without a word. Your faces are thicker than the entire continent of 9 provinces. You still ask what I want? Isaac continued relentlessly. You wrecked someone's manor, and now you ask what I want. People who know you might think you're from a prestigious sect. Those who don't would think you're just a gang of bandits. Even roadside dung smells better than your kind. Well said, someone in the crowd shouted. The Grimes was thoroughly disgraced, rage burning inside him. When has anyone dared to speak to him like this? Boy, insulting our Waterpath sect like this, you'll pay today. The Grimes roared, leaping toward Isaac. Andres streaked past in a blur, attacking the Grimes. The two figures collided, sparks flew, followed by a series of clashing sounds, and suddenly, the ground exploded into a cloud of dark green powder. Careful, this smoke is toxic, someone shouted from the crowd. Uttering this, everyone was alarmed, quickly retreating backward. Zoltan, Isaac, and others also rushed back toward the Lord Manor. Only the Grimes and Andres stood in the midst of the dark green mist, facing each other. Humph, boy, you'll soon learn what 1,000 toxins devouring bone feels like. The Grimes laughed aloud within the mist. The Grimes' 1,000 toxins devouring bone? This is the Grimes' most famous spiritual technique, 1,000 toxins devouring bone? The spectators scattered rapidly, sprinting several miles away. To use such a vicious and powerful technique right off the bat? This is excessive. The Grimes specializes in poison techniques. When has he been humiliated like this before? With this temperament, the Lord Manor might be in trouble. Do you mean the Lord Manor will be harmed? It's hard to say. But isn't it said that the Lord Manor hides dragons and tigers? However, their opponent is the Grimes. Rhett once single-handedly killed 3 Earth-grade experts. His strength is formidable. So what if he's so strong? Didn't he lose to the kid from the Lord Manor in the formation contest? Phew, with that logic, the Grimes might not win either. Should we go back to watch? Are you kidding? 1,000 toxins devouring bone, and you dare to return? Just touching that stuff can be disastrous. Fortunately, we ran fast enough earlier. Corey from Cloudshop Palace and Kaylee retreated several hundred meters back. Corey said, Poison Scorpion went all out from the start. Just poison gas, nothing difficult to handle, Chinchio smiled. This 1,000 toxins devouring bone can be effective against ordinary spirit honists, but against experienced ones, it falls short. I'm not surprised, Corey remarked. As an esteemed elder of Blood Alliance's Bingzhou branch, you naturally wouldn't see the Grimes as much of a challenge. Ding Family Aowen explained. Although Grimes' 1,000 toxins devouring bone looks formidable, it's easy to counter. Anyone skilled with spirit energy can create a whirlwind of spirit energy to block the poison outside. Ah, so that's how it's countered. A spirit energy whirlwind? But to create such a whirlwind and completely block the poison, one would need to be at least mid-grade mystic. With this technique, the Grimes could eliminate anyone below mid-grade mystic within the range of the poison. Kaylee added, 1,000 toxins devouring bone is merely his most famous and common move. Few have seen his true killing blow, because those who've seen it are no longer around. I see, Corey nodded. It seems the outcome is set. Let's go. Among the Darwins he brought from Cloudshop Palace, many were newly promoted inner Darwins at the mystic level. Staying here to watch would be risky if they accidentally got caught in the Poison Scorpion's technique. Kaylee and the Ding Family Aowen laughed. I haven't had enough excitement. The Lord Manor is extraordinary. Perhaps things will take a turn for the better. Note, Sha translates to cloudy, hence Cloudshop Palace is translated as Cloudy Palace. Chapter 228, The Poison Battle. In the dark green mist, Dalton and Amnon locked eyes. Israel stood several dozen meters away, a spiritual force whirlwind swirling around him. Rhett shouted loudly, Elder, be careful. That Andrew is the one who injured me that day. Rhett's also adept at using poison, and his methods are extremely secretive. Oh, so it's you, said Dalton, staring at Amnon with a smile. Boy, you should blame your own misfortune. When it comes to poisons, no one dares to challenge me. I haven't encountered a skilled poison user in a long time either, replied Amnon. Good, today I'll let you see what a true master can do. Suddenly, Dalton laughed, and the dark green poisonous gas in the air grew denser. My 1,000 toxins are a confluence of 1,000 different poisons, each counteracting and complementing the others in a way no one but I can understand or neutralize. Even a tiny touch will allow the poison to seep into your flesh and bones, eroding you from the inside out, causing unbearable pain until you die screaming. Amnon closely examined the green mist, then pinched the air between his thumb and forefinger as if trying to grasp it. After this, he furrowed his brow and looked at Dalton in confusion. Seeing that Amnon wasn't using his spiritual force to create a barrier against the poison, Dalton secretly mocked him. Israel had described this Andrew as an expert in poison, but now he seemed nothing special. However, his behavior was indeed strange. Instead of avoiding the poisonous gas, Amnon opened his mouth and took a deep breath. This sudden inhalation created a vortex in his mouth, sucking in the dark green gas. In just a few breaths, his stomach swelled up, and the dark green gas in the air visibly diminished. You actually ate them? Dalton stared in disbelief. Rhett had seen reckless people before, but someone so recklessly stupid was unprecedented. Only he knew the formula for these 1,000 poisons, and no one else could detoxify them. Even he wouldn't dare ingest such a large quantity. This man was clearly courting death. Was he mad? Amnon, with his distended belly, looked quite bizarre. Tall and slim like a bamboo stick, his middle section was now swollen, resembling a sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick. Dalton was stunned speechless. The 1,000 toxins were lethal even with minimal contact. Anyone who came in contact with it should have died instantly. Yet here stood this Andrew, perfectly fine. This was beyond logic. Ha ha, Amnon chuckled softly, burping. Though this substance is highly toxic, all toxins in the world have their counteragents and antidotes. Counteragents and antidotes? While that might be true, did he really think he could neutralize the 1,000 toxins? Israel burst out laughing behind him. Idiot. Even a powerful Earth-rank practitioner would suffer severe damage if they touched even a bit of this poison. You actually inhaled it directly. Haha boy, you're done for. Indeed, even Earth-rank practitioners would retreat upon encountering such poison. Talk of counteragents was nonsense. This boy's days were numbered. Dalton yelled, boy, whatever method you use to stay standing, it's impressive. If not for your impending death, I consider taking you as my Darwin. What a pity. Amnon smiled gently. Enough chatter. Show me your true skills, Dalton. As he spoke, something unexpected happened. Amnon's stomach visibly deflated, and a thunderous fart blew past, creating a gust of wind. Haha, I ate too much. My gut can't handle it well, Amnon said sheepishly. Dalton's eyes widened in shock. Could this boy have actually neutralized the 1,000 toxins? How? In what manner? You're the first to neutralize my poison in such a way, Dalton said gravely. It seemed Israel's assessment was correct. This boy indeed had some skills. Amnon pointed to a distant area. Let's move there where there's more space. We don't want to harm anyone else. They were still relatively close to the Lord's residence, and though he was immune to poison, there were many servants and maids inside. Dalton nodded. All right. This showed respect for his opponent. They moved several hundred meters, then stopped. This spot should suffice, Amnon turned and said. I hope you'll give it your all. Let's have a proper fight. Dalton became serious. Few opponents can make me use my full strength. You're one of them. Amnon nodded. Please. Please? Was he inviting Dalton to attack first? How arrogant. Rhett underestimated Dalton. Dalton's face flushed slightly, and his eyes narrowed. Fine. Let me show you my true strength. Suddenly, a pinkish smoke erupted from nowhere, gradually solidifying into a red skull that lunged towards Amnon. Amidst the smoke, eerie howls echoed. Pink skull! The Xander shouted in surprise from afar. Even we would have trouble winning against him. Kaylee remarked, the Watercourse sect in Bing province is a group of cunning and ruthless individuals, but this Dalton is straightforward in his cruelty. Rhett's almost honorable. Do you mean he's consistent? The Xander asked. You may be overpraising him. Kaylee continued, this pink skull would trouble even us. Look at that Andrew. His face shows no fear. Ah, too bad he's not one of us. The Xander said, the relationship between the Lord's residence and Dustin. Let's see. Maybe we can recruit this man into the Blood Alliance of Bing province, suggested Kaylee. This isn't like your usual cautious self, the Xander noted. Haha, it's fascinating, Kaylee suddenly commented. What's fascinating? The Xander asked, puzzled. Next moment, the Xander's eyes widened as he watched Amnon open his mouth wide and inhale deeply, forming another vortex. The pinkish smoke skull was swallowed whole, along with the eerie sounds. Unbelievable. Rhett, he actually ate that? Burp. Amnon followed with a burp, frowning. Tastes terrible. Dalton gaped in shock, his eyes wide as if he'd seen a ghost. Rhett remembered during experiments with the pink skull, a Watercourse sect elder had gone mad after merely inhaling a bit of its powder. If he hadn't made an antidote in time, that elder might still be insane. This man, what kind of creature was he? Beyond comprehension. A warning bell rang in Dalton's mind. This person was incredibly dangerous. His previous worthy opponents always tried to avoid his poisons, while he used various means to apply them. Once his poison took effect, they fell easily under his control. Rhett had never faced someone like Amnon who allowed him to poison freely. What was he made of? Dalton's expression changed dramatically. Clenching his teeth, he took a big step back, waving his sleeve to create a spiritual wind that carried a grayish fog. The mist instantly enveloped Amnon, yet he neither dodged nor shielded himself, only breathing deeply. The grayish fog in the air grew faint again. I don't believe it, Dalton shouted, eyes wide open. Then, with another wave of his hand, a mass of crimson blood gas appeared in the air. Even the spiritual energy in the atmosphere couldn't withstand the corrosion of the poison, crackling ominously. That blood gas swiftly surged toward Amnon. This poison was Dalton's lifebound venom, refined over 3 years. It was incredibly lethal, with no known antidote. But in the next moment, Amnon opened his mouth, and once again, an air vortex appeared. Dalton stared as if seeing a ghost, his mouth agape, eyes wide. Monster, monster. Dalton tried to scream, but his voice was stifled in his throat, unable to escape. Amnon approached step by step, while Dalton panicked and retreated, his back drenched in sweat. You stay back. Dalton suddenly shouted loudly. Rhett was afraid, truly terrified. Amnon suddenly smiled faintly and slowly drew closer. It's my turn now. A soft voice echoed, as a light mist began to spread in the air. Amnon stood amidst the mist, gently waving his red sleeves, like a bamboo swaying in the breeze. A rustling sound of water filled the air, dispersing the fog like the morning haze, enveloping the area within several dozen meters in a white mist that obscured everything from view. When the mist finally dissipated, there was no one left in sight. Amnon and Dalton had both vanished. What talent? Kaylee sighed from afar. This time, Poisonous Scorpion has truly fallen flat. Hashtag chapter 229, rumors. The intense battle at the Lord's Manor quickly spread among the locals, and soon everyone in Divine Mountain Town was talking about it. From tea houses to taverns and street corners, the details of this battle became a hot topic. Do you know Bingzhou's watercourse sect? It's a renowned school in Bingzhou, and the Dalton, who's one of the top elders in the watercourse sect. You outsiders now understand, don't you? Our Divine Mountain Town's Lord's Manor is full of hidden talents. The 12 Deva Guardians are 12 Earth-rank powerhouses under the Lord's command. I saw them with my own eyes. As a local, why would I lie? What's the red-clothed person's position at the Lord's Manor? Don't tell me you didn't know. Ret's the Bryant, even though he's often not at the inn. All matters related to the inn go through him. Didn't they say that Cole obtained a secret treasure in the depths of the Huangshan? For better fluency, it could be adjusted too. Didn't they say that Cole obtained a secret treasure in the depths of the wilderness? Redder, wilderness, is used as a more natural-sounding equivalent for Huangshan, literally, barren mountains, depending on context. If Huangshan has been consistently translated as wasteland mountains, or another specific name earlier in the text, it should be kept consistent. Phew, what kind of background does this Lord's Manor have? It just popped up recently. Never heard of it before. With so many experts gathered, there should be some reputation in the martial world. Shoo, better not say more. Looks like you know something. Tell us then. Shoo, keep your voice down. These secrets shouldn't be spoken outside. Waiter, bring the gentleman here the best pot of tea, and 3 more elbows. Haha, thank you. If only there were 3 more elbows. Waiter, 3 more elbows. Thank you very much. Alright, since you insist, let me tell you. The man lowered his voice. I heard from the laborers building the inn that the Lord's Manor has ties with Blood Oath. Really? The listener's face changed. Absolutely true. How's that possible? I heard Blood Oath members appeared in the secret realm but were thwarted by the Lord's Manor. How could they be connected? Another interjected. Oh, I have witnesses. Those laborers were once bandits around Divine Mountain Town, familiar with the Lord's background. How can you believe bandits? I know this much. The Lord is from the Chen family of Donghua Town. Ever heard of them? The Chen family of Donghua Town? The one that has followed ancient traditions for 1,000 years. Yes, that one. What traditions? Someone asked curiously. It's said that each member of the Chen family doesn't start awakening their spirit veins until age 14. A rule set by Fiki, still upheld today. At 14, aren't they already lagging behind? You're right. Despite its 1,000-year history, the Chen family's awakening ceremony starts later than others. For centuries, no super strong figures emerged, likely due to this. Most prestigious families start cultivating spirit veins early to choose mentors and set goals for the children, maximizing potential. Not properly cultivated as kids, catching up at 14, well, it's tough. So, an unconventional and stubborn family. How peculiar. Come to think of it, half of Yuzhou belongs to the Chen family of Donghua Town. Legend has it that Fiki spent countless gold on this land. This family truly stands out. Conversation shifted as everyone delved deeper into the mysteries of the Chen family of Donghua Town. At several tables in the tavern, discussions took a different turn. That array formation was breathtaking. Who's the kid setting up the array? Such talent. Even Earth Chess Palace of the 5 great sects wouldn't have such a talented prodigy. They say he's the youngest son of the former forest of Book Hill City. Book Hill City? The one in Qingzhou? Yes, that one. No wonder. Being from Qingzhou, I've heard stories about the turmoil caused by the forest of Book Hill City. You mean that incident? Yes, precisely that. I've heard of it too. Many exchanged shocked glances. That incident shook Qingzhou. Even old recluse families emerged. Truly astonishing. It was crucial, involving summoner's lineage. The old guards couldn't stay idle. Amidst the chaos, the forest vanished suddenly. Nearly every clan in Qingzhou sent people searching. Yes, due to the summoner's lineage. The turmoil suddenly died down, with numerous inquiries even from the 5 great sects. Speaking of which, the Lord's Manor servants mentioned a rain-bringing swallow belonging to the Lord. Sounds like a summoner's trick. Could the Lord's Manor be linked to summoners? Seems so. Yet, even the 5 great sects dared not use the child to locate the forest. Why would the small town's Lord dare? We can't jump to conclusions yet. Who knows why the Lord seeks them? A summoner's legacy is enviable. Even the 5 great sects wouldn't dare touch their young ones. How terrifying are summoners? Not only terrifying but also enticing, extremely so. Seems like this Lord sees great potential in taking that kid as a Darwin. Shoo, the elder spoke softly. The 5 great sects had plans for Darwins, secretly competing. It ended unhappily. If even the 5 great sects couldn't succeed, can the town's Lord? Who knows, but their daring is extraordinary. At a window-side table sat 4 individuals. Cloudy Valley Palace Elder Yunxia was deep in thought. Red had noticed Zoltan earlier but hadn't considered the connection. Now that someone brought it up, he realized the unusual circumstances. Abel had taken 3 Darwins, each with extraordinary backgrounds. What does Abel intend? Elder Yun, what are you thinking so deeply about? Kaylee suddenly asked. Hawk's cup trembled, spilling onto the table. Oh. Hawk recovered, smiling. Some old memories surfaced. Were the townspeople's words evocative? Kaylee smiled. Hawk glanced at him. Indeed, this lord remains enigmatic. Kaylee added, my interest in him has grown. Hawk replied, Best we avoid provoking him until necessary to prevent unforeseen issues. Kaylee nodded. Agreed. However, we can collaborate. Huh? You want to approach him? Hawk was surprised. Disagree, Hawk? Kaylee asked. The fewer involved, the better, Hawk insisted. Trent agreed. The patriarch of the Ding family looked puzzled. Kaylee is usually cautious. This seems unlike him. A potential destabilizing factor could easily complicate matters. Kaylee noted. But you saw Zoltan's array skills. Claire, do you really think the two of us combined are no match for a mere child? Hawk said with some irritation. No, I don't think that at all, Kaylee replied. When it comes to deciphering the hidden array formation in Hanshan, I believe there are few who can surpass Joe and Palace. Well, I was just struck by a sudden thought. Suddenly, I want much more, Kaylee said aloud. Want more? Elders Zeke and Eris felt a chill run down their spines. Could it be that she also has designs on the Summoner's legacy? But even the 5 great sects, Hawk cautioned, his mind quite conflicted. Logically, Joe and Palace and the Blood Oath Alliance of Qingzhou were bitter enemies, and he wouldn't have minded if Kaylee and her people faced difficulties. However, until they obtained the Ascension Circle, they and Kaylee were in the same boat. Kaylee smiled wryly and whispered, we can plan for what we desire and then pass the buck to others. Others? Who? The Lord? Was she planning to follow the lead and then shift the blame to Abel? But why tell us this? Hawk suddenly grew wary. Such plans were best kept between as few people as possible. What was she up to? Let's work together on this matter, Kaylee said with a sly smile. How about it, Hawk? Are you not interested in the Summoner's legacy? This interaction left the elders uneasy, hinting at deeper machinations within Kaylee's plans. The potential involvement of the Summoner's legacy added another layer of complexity to their already precarious situation. Chapter 230, Collaboration? Hawk's pupils suddenly constricted at these words. After a long pause, he said deliberately, it's better to tackle things one by one. Kaylee smiled. Don't you want to benefit from being the last one standing? This is a perfect chance to gauge the depth of the Lord's power. Gauge his depth? Hawk's face showed doubt. Shangtian Circle is very important to us. You shouldn't risk it like this. Kaylee naturally understood the significance of Shangtian Circle to Joe and Palace. She said with a smile, Hawk, don't worry. I have ways to get able to cooperate without affecting Joe and Palace's acquisition of Shangtian Circle. Hawk frowned in deep thought. With the matter drawing near, he didn't want any unforeseen changes. Collaborating with Blood Alliance on Shangtian Circle was already uneasy enough. They needed to be extremely cautious. If Lord's Manor joined in, the situation might completely slip out of their control. Just as Hawk was about to object, Trent said, I'm just wondering what methods Claire will use to get Lord's Manor to help us. From current intelligence, Lord's Manor isn't simple. Kaylee replied, I've met Abel before and naturally have my reasons for making him act. As for the specifics, I won't explain in detail. All you need to know is that I'm confident. Trent pondered for a while, then smiled. All right, I agree. More people mean more help. Lord's Manor should be a powerful ally. Hawk looked at Trent, surprised. The inn was incredibly noisy, with all kinds of rumors and plots about Lord's Manor flying around. Many were boasting about what they heard, so no one paid attention to Kaylee and Hawk's conversation. After leaving the inn, Hawk pulled Trent to a quiet spot. Why did you suddenly agree to her unreasonable request? Collaborating with Blood Alliance is already difficult. Adding Lord's Manor only complicates things further, Hawk asked anxiously. Trent smiled. Tell me, which do you think is easier to deal with, Blood Alliance or Lord's Manor? Neither is easy. Hawk said directly. Do you have an idea? Trent nodded. To be honest, since agreeing to collaborate with Blood Alliance, I've felt uneasy these past few days. I understand your concerns. However, Blood Alliance is notorious but reliable, Hawk argued. Reliable? That's only towards their clients, not us. Trent rebutted. Since Blood Alliance wants to collaborate with us, they must uphold their word, Hawk stated. Not necessarily. Trent argued. Blood Alliance will do anything to complete a task. They care only about the mission, not who they work with or how they achieve it. Even if they betray us during cooperation, it aligns with their usual behavior. Their reliability is tied to their tasks, not to us. Well, so, having Lord's Manor involved actually suits me fine, Trent said. Hawk immediately grew nervous, waving his hands. Best not to involve Lord's Manor at all. Hawk, why are you so anxious? Trent said. Lord's Manor isn't simple, Hawk paused. Moreover, fewer people knowing about Shangtian Circle is better. More parties involved bring more instability. No, collaborating solely with Blood Alliance would be even more unsettling, Trent argued. If we can bring Lord's Manor into our alliance, Blood Alliance won't dare to overstep. So that's your plan. We need to use Blood Alliance to obtain Shangtian Circle but also guard against them. Having a strong ally in this arrangement is ideal, Trent explained. But how do you know Lord's Manor will stand with us? Hawk asked. Trent responded. Who would willingly side with Blood Alliance? Regardless, Joe and Palace is far more reliable than Blood Alliance. Indeed, Blood Alliance's name alone made most normal sects and families retreat, let alone collaborate. But Kaylee must have something up her sleeve to be so confident about getting Lord's Manor to collaborate. Hawk still had doubts. So, we need to find out what card she's holding, Trent concluded. Hawk stared at Trent, realizing he was more like a gambler now, facing a cunning Blood Alliance elder and Kaylee. Could he win? The Huntwind Eagle flew along the river from south to north, with Abel and Senior Carey looking down at the river's course. The river formed by water absorption pond was nurturing this desert land with its waters. Several tree planting teams were pulling carts along the river segments, planting trees. Green fairies slowly flew overhead, sprinkling drops of sweet dew wherever they went, causing the trees to sway gently in the wind. These trees suitable for autumn have quite a high survival rate, Abel remarked, checking the system data. It's just too slow transporting the trees one by one from the Zhiyun Mountains. A great achievement takes time and careful planning, Carey said approvingly. I've seen how Shinshan Town has changed. You're doing well. It's not enough, Abel shook his head. Usually, he could take his time planting trees, but now, the Chen family in Donghua town was in trouble, and he needed to enhance his strength quickly. Planting trees, planting trees. When would he see forests on the Barren mountains? All along, the water flow has been stable, presenting no major issues, Senior Carey said. I'll add a stabilization spell where the currents are strongest nearby to ensure everything goes smoothly. Abel nodded. Thank you, Senior Carey. The appearance of the yellow wasteland mountain river was remarkable, with yellow soil swirling under the current. Many small hills were eroding due to the water. Abel urgently needed to plant trees on relatively stable terrain. If the mountain slopes collapsed after planting due to water erosion, not only would many trees die, but those planting might also be injured. Thus, Abel accompanied Senior Carey to survey the nearby rivers. Senior Carey was just about to place a spirit stone when he suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Not good!" Abel was startled and hurriedly asked, "What happened?" "The protective spell I placed on Zoltan has been attacked," Senior Carey exclaimed. "Let's go back to Lord's Manor quickly." Uttering this, Abel's expression changed, and he immediately summoned the Hunt-Twinned Eagle, racing back to Lord's Manor. What happened? Why would Jorge be attacked? By the time they reached Lord's Manor, it was already dark. They saw cracks on the ground in front of Lord's Manor, with two small buildings collapsed, causing another shock. Only upon seeing Zoltan unharmed did their hearts settle somewhat. What happened? Senior Carey demanded. Zoltan recounted the events. While Honest wasn't here, enemies came fiercely, Zoltan said. Luckily for us, Xavian helped. Amnon? Abel asked. Where is he? Zoltan replied, after throwing the two aquatic sect members towards Manor. When Abel saw who was sitting in the reception hall, he almost exclaimed in surprise. Kaylee. Abel's eyes widened as he stared unbelievingly at the young Marissa before him. To ensure the translation reads more naturally and fluently in English, I made slight adjustments. The name Kaylee is kept consistent. The verb, stared, pairs well with unbelievingly, enhancing the expression of surprise. Referring to her as a young Marissa instead of girl might suit the tone better depending on the context, but this detail would be more certain with additional information. Kaylee, however, sat there composedly, greeting Abel with a smile. Finn, we meet again. It's been quite some time. From beginning to end, the Robert Army's goal has always been to ensure Mercy's safety. The decisive factor in ensuring Mercy's safety is making sure she does not appear before others. Abel's action of imprisoning the people from the Waterjong sect led to the arrival of an elder from the Waterjong sect. Who knows who might come next time? If the Waterjong sect really sends out strong enforcers, can the Lord Manor still protect everyone? If the Lord Manor is continuously troubled by visitors every day, is it still necessary for Mercy to stay here? The Robert Army absolutely does not want anyone to disturb Mercy. They also do not want Mercy to be exposed to the public. Abel nodded and said, all right, this matter will be resolved soon. Although Abel said this, events still took an unexpected turn. Early the next morning, two guests arrived at the Lord Manor. When Abel saw the people sitting in the reception hall, he nearly exclaimed in shock. Kaylee. Abel's eyes widened as he looked at the girl in front of him with disbelief. Kaylee sat gracefully in her seat, smiling warmly as she greeted Abel. Finn, we meet again. I hope you've been well. Note. For better readability and continuity with previous context, Ding Chanchu should be consistently rendered as Kaylee. Redder, I've chosen to translate it as such while keeping the original structure intact. Hashtag chapter 231. Coercion? Kaylee sat openly in the reception hall of the Lord's Manor, her smile making Abel feel uneasy. Lord, it's been a long time. A long time? Abel and Carter had rushed from Donghua town to Ningwei town, and then on to Shenshan town, chasing after her with all their might but never catching up. Retro casual, long time no see, felt more like mockery or provocation. Water smoke bamboo jade. What is this all about? Abel couldn't hold back and asked straightforwardly. It seems you already know, Kaylee replied calmly, pulling the corners of her lips into a gentle smile. But I had no choice. If I have caused any harm to the Lord, please accept my apology. With that, she gracefully stood up, her slender figure exuding grace and elegance. She gave a slight bow to Abel, her movement as light as a butterfly's touch. A very understated gesture indeed. She looked at him with a smile, as if she had merely broken a neighbor's ordinary vase by accident, innocent and sincere. Anger welled up inside Abel, but his words were restrained, his tone stiff. Kaylee, my third brother is deeply in love with you. Upon hearing news of your family's decision to break the engagement, he immediately rushed here. Yet, you tampered with the water smoke bamboo jade, putting the Chin family in peril. Kaylee shook her head. If I could, I wouldn't harm anyone. Not harm anyone? Abel felt anger rise within him, but kept it under control. Rhett slowed his voice. But you've already done so. Kaylee smiled faintly, her eyes full of innocence. However, it was you who hurt me first. Why did the Chen family's Karis give me such a precious item like water smoke bamboo jade? Was it out of kindness? Did she really consider me her daughter-in-law? This? And why did someone from the Isho Hall tell me that water smoke bamboo jade contained an unparalleled sword technique? This? Do you think it was I who harmed the Chin family? Kaylee asked pitifully. In fact, I just didn't let the Chin family get what they wanted. Do you think I went too far? Abel stared at Kaylee in shock. If you knew everything, why Donghua Mountain for the water smoke bamboo jade? The news will soon spread. People from the legacy clans and others interested in the water smoke bamboo jade will come looking. Then, if you can only present an empty jade, it will be troublesome. Abel's heart sank. Red hadn't expected Kaylee to know about Dustin's actions so quickly. Retro Intelligence Network far exceeded his imagination, and her predictions were accurate. Who exactly are you? Abel asked. Me. Kaylee laughed softly. Just a week, Marissa. She paused, watching Abel playfully. Except, I have another role, of course, one that doesn't compare to your lordship. I'm merely an elder at Blood Alliance's Bingzhou branch. Haha, my apologies. Blood Alliance? Elder? Like a bolt from the blue. Abel stared at Kaylee, dumbfounded. She's a Blood Alliance elder? Dustin is a Blood Alliance Perry, and Kaylee is a Blood Alliance elder? Things were getting more complicated. What's your relationship with Dustin? Abel asked hastily. Dustin is the Grand Elder's Darwin. I am the overall coordinator of Blood Alliance in Bingzhou. We each handle our own affairs, Kaylee explained. Did Dustin send you? Although Dustin is the Grand Elder's Darwin, we operate independently in different regions. My visit has nothing to do with him. Abel took a deep breath, feeling his mind spinning in confusion. There was not enough information, making the situation impossible to predict. Kaylee spoke ambiguous, lifted triumphantly. Unbeknownst to her, 3 scouting bees were silently following her from a distance. Translation note: character names, transliterated as pinyin, keeping names consistent. Paragraph structure: maintained the original structure for coherence. Tone and style: kept the original tone and style for natural reading experience. Fluency and grammar: ensured smooth and grammatically correct English sentences. Chapter 232. Planning? After Kaylee left, Abel summoned Sage. Though it doesn't rain in Yuzhou, after autumn begins, the speed of the trading caravans will definitely slow down. The mountain paths are rugged. To transport more saplings, we need to expand the caravan size, Abel instructed. Although Shinshan Town has seen good income recently, large-scale purchases of saplings would still strain our finances, Sage said. We must increase the caravan size even if it means selling the entire Lord's Manor, Abel said firmly. There's no time, Abel sighed. Shu Yun, think long-term. The Lord's Manor is just a residence. Our goal is the entire wasteland. Is it really this urgent? Sage asked hesitantly. Didn't teacher say we should take things step by step? No, this time it's different, Abel replied. We need to accelerate. This? Although she didn't fully understand, seeing Abel's insistence, Sage could only nod and accept her orders. Contact the wealthy Eastons from Qingzhou and have them transport as many saplings as possible here. Outside, the sound of hammering and carpentry. Those powerful elders haven't made their stance clear yet. As long as we make a mark, actions speak louder than words. Kaylee looked at the new forest and smiled faintly. So, this trip is important for us. We need these things to prove the new faction's strength. The Blood Pull secret technique and Water Mist Divine Sword are treasures indeed, the Xander said. With these 2 treasures, we can surprise everyone, but they aren't enough to dominate the Thousand Alliance Conference. I didn't expect this trip to Yuzhou would present such an opportunity. This action is a chance we must seize. I understand. After you divert Abel tomorrow, I will disguise myself as a member of the Xingshui sect and infiltrate the Lord's Manor to kidnap Zoltan. Kaylee smiled. Thank you for your effort. It's less suspicious since there's already tension between the Lord's Manor and the Xingshui sect. But, what? You promised the Zhou and Palace Elder that you would share the summoner inheritance with him? Kaylee chuckled. That's impossible. Once we return from the secret site, Zoltan will have already been kidnapped by the Xingshui sect. If they want the summoner inheritance, they'll naturally seek out the Xingshui sect. And then? As allies of both the Lord's Manor and Zhou and Palace, we have every reason to join forces and go to the Xingshui sect for Zoltan. I still don't get it. The Xander asked. What does this have to do with getting the summoner inheritance? Once this news spreads, not just in Qingzhou, but across the entire martial world, everyone will know Zoltan was kidnapped by the Xingshui sect. In that case, not just us, but even the 5 major sects will demand his release, the Xander said. But how does this benefit us? I need more than just the 5 major sects. I want Zoltan's parents to appear, Kaylee replied. Are you sure they will? This is the easiest way to connect with the summoner inheritance, Kaylee explained. If Zoltan's parents are still alive and hear their son was kidnapped, they will do everything to come. Even if they don't come themselves, they'll send someone. Of course, there's also the possibility they're no longer alive. If so, the summoner inheritance has nothing to do with Zoltan anymore. So the Xingshui sect is just a target to draw out Zoltan's parents. Exactly. Kaylee's smile turned sly. If people knew Zoltan was in our hands, we'd become targets for the entire martial world and especially Zoltan's mother, who's someone even the 5 major sects wouldn't dare provoke. Then both the Shinshan Town Lord's Manor and the Xingshui sect will become focal points. And we can watch events unfold, Kaylee concluded. Hawk and Trent from Zhou and Palace visited the Lord's Manor, but were told the Lord wouldn't see visitors. Eris was taken aback. Rhett looked at Hawk in confusion. Closed doors. Eris exclaimed. Kaylee visited early this morning. Who knows what's happening? Hawk sighed. Trent, you underestimated this. Eris's face darkened. Can you believe such a minor lord has such airs? Eris fumed. What I fear is that Kaylee guessed our intentions and warned Abel not to meet us, ruining our plans, Hawk grimaced. That's unlikely, Eris said, though inwardly he was uneasy. It was hard to say. After all, they were dealing with Kaylee, an elder from the Bianzhou store. Retromind wasn't simple. Hawk sighed. If Abel joins Kaylee, he'll become a formidable adversary. Eris stomped his foot in frustration, clenched his teeth, and shouted at the door, Abel, come out and see me. His shout, enhanced by spirit power, echoed loudly, shaking the entire manor. Servants were alarmed. Soon, a group rushed out. Court led the charge, holding a rolling pin. Who's causing a ruckus here? Court demanded loudly, with Zoltan following behind. Trent from Zhou and Palace requests an audience with the Shinshan Town Lord, Eris shouted politely. Please grant us a meeting. Though loud, his tone wasn't domineering, but rather courteous. The young master instructed us not to see anyone, Court responded loudly. I have important matters to. After seating and drinking tea, Abel finally appeared after quite some time. 2 esteemed elders visiting unexpectedly, truly an honor. Abel came out from behind the screen, greeting habitually. Oh, where are my manners? Our sudden visit disturbs the Lord, Hawk politely replied with clasped hands. Indeed, what a coincidence. A noble guest visited this morning, and mentioned the 2 elders from Zhou and Palace. I didn't expect we'd meet in the afternoon, Abel smiled, seated at the main seat. Truly coincidental. Sure enough, the two elders were startled. Kaylee already knew they would visit the manor, hadn't she? Mentioning this intentionally? Rev, what did that noble guest say about us? Trent's smile became somewhat stiff. Are the two elders here to assist in breaking the array and retrieving items? Abel asked directly. Hawk smiled bitterly. Yes, that's correct. Abel nodded. She only mentioned breaking the array, nothing more. Only that? Trent asked. Only that? Nothing else? Hawk queried. So, Lord, why were you turning away visitors today? Trent cut in, asking. Abel was taken aback. Could they suspect Kaylee had said something that made him avoid them? Rhett laughed. I just needed to handle some personal matters. Elders, don't overthink it. Although Trent was curious, he suppressed his questions. Rhett took a deep breath and said seriously, the Lord is busy, but we have come for an important matter. Abel nodded solemnly. Please proceed. Trent looked at Hawk. Since Hawk had met Abel several times and even entered the water burial seal array together, it seemed more fitting for Hawk to speak. Hawk nodded. Lord, we know Kaylee has visited you, but we still have some concerns about tomorrow's trip, so we've come to discuss it. Some concerns? Abel asked. Abel was worried too. He just didn't show it outwardly. Hawk nodded. After all, Kaylee, who will join us on the secret site journey, is an elder of the Blood Alliance. Hawk glanced at Abel as he spoke. Seeing Abel remained calm, he felt slightly disappointed. Originally, Hawk thought if Kaylee hadn't revealed her Blood Alliance identity, pointing it out would make Abel lose trust in her. But now, it seemed Abel already knew Kaylee belonged to the Blood Alliance. Lord, you know Kaylee is from the Blood Alliance? Despite this, Hawk couldn't help asking. Abel nodded with a bitter smile. Hawk pressed his lips together, relentless. Knowing she's from the Blood Alliance, you still wish to cooperate with her? Abel laughed, countering. Aren't the two of you also cooperating with her? Hawk was momentarily speechless. Trent said, that's why I've always felt uneasy. Uneasy? Abel instantly understood. Indeed, Kaylee wasn't easy to deal with. She lured him out under the pretense of searching for Shang Tian's circle, yet secretly planned to kidnap Zoltan? She was a dangerous character through and through. If not for the Water Mist Divine Sword, who would cooperate with Kaylee? These two from Joan Palace were wary of Kaylee for good reason. Thinking this, Abel felt a surge of excitement. Rhett said, what the two of you are concerned about might happen soon. Huh? What do you mean by that? Both elders stared at Abel intently, feeling a jolt in their hearts. Could it be that Abel already knows something? Chapter 233, Departure. Abel looked seriously at the two elders. Was Joan Palace, like the Lord's Manor, also under the thumb of Blood Alliance? What did Blood Alliance promise that Joan Palace could not refuse? Rhett knew one of those things had something to do with Zoltan. Yet, Joan Palace was destined not to get it because Blood Alliance never intended to pass down the Summoner's legacy to them. Kaylee's self-interested attitude was understandable, but Joan Palace's cooperation was puzzling. If they teamed up with Blood Alliance to deceive Abel, why come over today and voice their anxieties about cooperating with Blood Alliance? Complaining to someone who's about to be betrayed? Abel did not respond to Hawk's question. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, what are you worried about, elders? Hawk replied, Blood Alliance is fickle. Abel agreed, indeed, that fits Blood Alliance's usual conduct. After a brief silence, Hawk continued, so we came to you. What can I do? As long as we work together, Blood Alliance will have to think twice before going back on their word, Hawk stated bluntly. It does seem logical. Abel nodded in agreement. Cooperating with Blood Alliance requires utmost caution. We from Joan Palace are reputable Orthodox practitioners, much more trustworthy compared to Blood Alliance, Trent quickly added. Reputable Orthodox? Abel raised an eyebrow. Would reputed schools collude with Blood Alliance to undermine the Lord's Manor? Of course, in the martial world, Joan Palace was indeed esteemed and righteous. Abel smiled gently. What benefits did Blood Alliance offer that persuaded Joan Palace to join hands? If my memory serves, Joan Palace has deep-seated grievances with Blood Alliance. The two elders blushed. Hawk explained, our Joan Palace mainly deals with Qingzhou Blood Alliance, while Kaylee belongs to Bingzhou Blood Alliance. They are different. Oh, I see. Abel laughed lightly. It seems Joan Palace's struggle against Blood Alliance is mostly about sect enmity, not righteousness. Otherwise, why distinguish between Qingzhou and Bingzhou Blood Alliances? In fact, this move brought Joan Palace much goodwill. When people mention Xiao Palace, they always commend it for publicly denouncing Blood Alliance, Abel remarked casually. The two elders appeared uncomfortable. There were reasons behind our cooperation with Blood Alliance. Abel nodded, I understand. Just like our Lord's Manor being forced into a corner. That's true. If not out of necessity, we wouldn't act this way, Trent hastened to add, showing some mutual understanding. Abel conceded, alright, cooperating with Blood Alliance is akin to plotting with a tiger. Having Joan Palace ally with me would certainly put my mind at ease. Trent rejoiced, exactly. Abel smiled. In that case, can you tell me what Blood Alliance promised Joan Palace? Trent and Zeke exchanged glances, then Hawk said, no need to hide it. Kaylee asked us to break the formation and promised to hand over Shangtian Circle after success. Shangtian Circle? That's a supreme treasure. Would Kaylee really give such a treasure? Kaylee said she only wanted what's sealed within Shangtian Circle. Without us, she couldn't break the Hans Han formation or access the circle, Trent elaborated. Without you, perhaps Kaylee finds it hard to break the formation, but making her surrender Shangtian Circle seems difficult, Abel pointed out. They exchanged looks. This was precisely what they feared. I'm the local lord here, but I know nothing about the secret site, having to take things step by step. Moreover, Kaylee coerced me with something I cannot resist, Abel admitted. If she uses that item to force me to act against you, how should I handle it? This? After seeing off the two elders, Abel immediately wrote 2 letters. Rhett summoned Clarissa Army and instructed, send one to Bingzhou Waterflow Sect and another to Donghua Mountain. Andres squeezed the envelopes and asked, you want to make peace with Waterflow Sect? Abel shook his head. When delivering this, don't reveal you're from the Lord's Manor. Anonymously? Andres asked curiously, what are you up to now? You'll know when the time comes, Abel said. Andres mentioned, I heard Joe and Palace's people visited you. The elders Zeke and Eris, Abel replied, suddenly remembering Andres' familiarity with Joe and Palace. Red asked, do you know them well? They're both inner circle elders, but watch out, Andres warned. Don't let them see Selma. Oh. Selma resembles her mother closely. Seeing her might cause trouble. Abel was startled and looked at Andres sharply. Rhett wasn't sure if these two had already seen Selma. Andres didn't dwell on the matter and asked instead, why did Joe and Palace visit you? Abel regained composure. Joe and Palace worries about being duped by Blood Alliance and wants to ally with the Lord's Manor. Blood Alliance goes back on its words? Andres sneered. If Joe and Palace guards against others, they aren't much better themselves. Abel seemed to recall something. Did Joe and Palace and Qingzhou Blood Alliance have conflicts? How did they arise? It's all about interests. Andres coldly responded. Joe and Palace's current retad is a malicious Marissa. The former retad's second Darwin? That's a long story, Andres sighed. Better not tell Selma about Joe and Palace's situation. Abel nodded. Of course, I won't. The timing was far from ripe. Andres took the letters, mounted a hunter wind eagle, and soared into the sky. At noon the next day, at the town entrance, Kaylee stood in a white silk robe, catching many adventurers' attention. Their gazes would have been even bolder if not for elders Zeke and Eris standing nearby. If not for knowing your true identity, I'd mistake you for a novice girl, Abel commented, carrying a small pack and followed by a Montague. Judging by appearance can be costly, Kaylee remarked, glancing at the Montague beside Abel. She spoke as if referring to someone else, yet also herself. This is Carrie, Abel introduced. Carrie politely nodded at Kaylee. Kaylee scrutinized Carrie with interest. Young to serve close to a lord, impressive. Not really thanks, Abel replied modestly. People are gathered, let's depart, Kaylee declared. Including Abel and Carrie, there were 5 in total. Looking around, Abel asked, where's the Alwyn of the Ding family? Didn't he come? Red had sudden business, Kaylee replied. More important than this? Abel asked, puzzled. Blood Alliance's internal affairs are more complicated than you think, Kaylee smiled. Abel acknowledged, though he doubted it. Though aware of the Alwyn's intentions, he feigned ignorance to make it more believable. Everyone mounted horses and headed north. According to Kaylee, the journey would take 2 days. When Abel suggested using hunter wind eagles for a faster trip, Kaylee rejected it, proving her cautious nature. 2 days later, the group arrived at the foot of a mountain northwest of Divine Mountain Town. Disembarking, Kaylee watched Abel intently. The fast-paced ride had left him dizzy and nauseous. As soon as Abel dismounted, he couldn't hold it in and vomited again. Everyone was accustomed to it. This was the 5th time Abel had thrown up. How severe? Hawk inquired with concern. Now that they were allies, it was important to show mutual concern. Don't worry, this horse is just too bumpy. Abel wiped his mouth and stood up, looking somewhat pale. The expressions of everyone around were peculiar. The Lord of Shunshan Town couldn't ride a horse? If that got out, wouldn't people laugh at him? Who would believe it? Carrie patted Abel on the back and handed him a water flask. After drinking from the flask, Abel felt much better. Red explained awkwardly, I'm used to riding hunter wind eagles. I just can't handle horses. Red, I see. Hawk laughed twice, easing the awkwardness. Kaylee didn't pay much attention. She pointed up the mountain and said, halfway up the mountain, there's a deep cave. The secret site is inside. Everyone understood. In such vast wilderness, if no one showed the way, even if you had treasures within arm's reach, you might never find them. The 2 elders, both formidable in strength, stepped forward and shot upward immediately. With a few leaps off the rocks, the 2 elders already stood halfway up the mountain. Truly remarkable. Kaylee smiled and leaped up as well. Unlike the elders, her movement was graceful and elegant, like a fairy floating in midair, gracefully ascending. In an instant, she reached halfway up the mountain. Great skills, the 2 elders praised. Thank you, Kaylee replied lightly. Next, all eyes turned to Abel, expecting to see the Lord's display of skill. Abel looked up at the sky calmly and told Carrie, we shouldn't keep others waiting. Let's go. Carrie nodded. Then, in full view of everyone, Abel picked up his bag and started walking up the mountain. Rhett really was walking, step by step, slowly climbing. After a long time, he suddenly turned back. Abel pointed at the path ahead and said to Carrie, why doesn't Lord use spiritual techniques? The 2 elders jumped down. There's still much more ground to cover. If you travel this way, you'll delay things significantly. Abel was puzzled. You can't blame me. I cannot use spiritual power, thus I cannot use spiritual techniques. Incapable of using spiritual power? What does that mean? Trent asked in confusion. Wasn't the Lord injured somehow? Seeing Abel vomit earlier, Trent suspected he might have hidden injuries. Otherwise, why couldn't he handle the simple jolts of riding? Abel waved his hand. Trent misunderstood. I lack spirit veins and can never cultivate spiritual power. Thus, I cannot use spiritual techniques. What? No spirit veins? How is that possible? Kaylee frowned. Lord, the secret site is right here. Don't joke about such matters. I am not lying. You can verify with the Qin family in Donglu Town. I, Abel, have no spirit veins and cannot cultivate. Otherwise, with my status as the eldest legitimate son, I would have been groomed for the family's raniship, not become a lord in this desolate place, Abel explained. Unable to cultivate? A cast-off son? Such a narrative hardly matched the illustrious reputation of Shunshan Town's lord in Yuzhou. If this claim held, weren't the stories about the lord mere jokes? Wouldn't the displayed strength of the lord's manor over the years be a joke as well? But don't worry. Since you invited me, I have confidence in breaking the formation, Abel smiled. It will just take some time to climb. Kaylee obviously didn't believe Abel. She looked at him intently and laughed. Lord, don't forget, only after breaking the formation will you get what you want. Abel nodded seriously. I want to be quick too. Yesterday, you refused to ride the hunter wind eagle. If we had listened to me, we would already be there, saving the time needed for climbing. Oh, now blaming me? Kaylee raised her eyebrows. She chuckled. Traveling is just a minor issue. If only traveling were the problem, it would indeed be the easiest to solve. Without another word, Kaylee grabbed Abel by the collar. Abel felt a tightening in his neck. Then he flew up. With a dizzying rush of wind past his ears, he soon landed. Glancing around, he found himself standing halfway up the mountain, facing a black cave entrance. Kaylee looked at Abel curiously. You really have no spiritual power? Just as she carried him, Kaylee covered Abel's body with her spiritual power but detected no resistance. Ordinarily, a spirit honest would not allow someone else's spiritual power to invade their body, even the surface layer, causing immediate reaction and resistance. This felt very strange to Kaylee. Then, her spiritual power penetrated deeper into Abel's body, circling through his spirit veins. To her shock, Abel indeed had no spiritual power. As he said, his spirit veins were untrained. How could this be? The Lord of Shunshan Town had no spiritual power. Abel smiled. I told you, I have no spiritual power. As Abel repeated this, the two elders arrived beside them, carrying Carrie. Then, how will you help me break the formation? Kaylee suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. I have my methods, Abel grinned widely. Even without spiritual power, I still have other means. Chapter 234. A reliable ally? Other methods without spirit power? Does he really have no spirit power? Lord, you. Hawk swallowed hard, struggling to look at Abel. Abel smiled in response. What's the big deal? Just a rarity. Don't worry. Setting up secret treasures and secret array formations is child's play for me, Abel chuckled. Sometimes, spirit techniques aren't the key. Not the key? If spirit techniques aren't essential, then what is? Opening formations or mechanisms, all of them require spirit techniques as the foundation, right? Spirit techniques aren't everything. Trent gazed at Abel, quite incredulous. Abel laughed. Trent, no need to be so astonished. You've seen more than ordinary spirit masters would. I indeed saw many people who had no spirit power yet yearned to become strong. Trent sighed with a melancholic tone. However, they all ended up failing. Any attempt to challenge spirit techniques through advantages in other areas has ultimately failed. The reason was simple. The cultivation of spirit techniques was already a very comprehensive system. Over thousands of years, countless sages' theories on spirit techniques were validated, inherited, and advanced. Learning and cultivating within such a complete system made it easy to achieve some success, far surpassing those with no knowledge of spirit techniques. How can I be like them? Abel raised his head proudly and boasted loudly. Standing before you is the man who once broke through the water burial seal technique. Abel's demeanor reminded Kaylee of a boaster in a tavern, making her eyes twitch. She doubted if this was really the Lord of Divine Mountain Town, the person she expensively invited to break the formation. But beside her, Hawk nodded. Indeed, the performance of the Lord's residents during the water burial sealing technique was incomparable. Fine, if that's the case, let's go in now, Kaylee said. Just as she was about to take a step, she heard Abel shout, wait. Kaylee stopped and looked at him. Abel grinned. Climbing mountains requires physical effort. After walking for so long, I want to rest a bit. Walking for so long? Did you even walk at all? Didn't I carry you all the way up? Kaylee was taken aback. After speaking, the young boy by Abel's side helpfully unshouldered his backpack with a smile. They pulled out dry food and cookies, starting to eat and drink on the spot. Both elders felt rather embarrassed watching this scene. All right, let's take a break. Kaylee waved her hand, sighing inwardly. Since Abel had no spirit power, his physical condition naturally couldn't compare to a spirit master. But she hadn't expected the first one to delay their journey would be him. This trip has been exhausting, Abel complained while munching on his dry food. If I came on a hunting wind eagle, we'd have arrived long ago. Riding horses and climbing mountains is just wasting time. Carrie nodded repeatedly, agreeing heartily with Abel. Kaylee's beautiful face twitched. She hadn't expected Abel to be so chatty. Yet she wasn't sure if this act was intentional on Abel's part. Fortunately, everything was still going according to plan. Last night, the patriarch of the Ding family had succeeded. Kaylee glanced at Abel, feeling slightly relieved. Last night, an eerie wind blew through the Lord's residence of Divine Mountain Town. The strange wind passed by, and a dark figure silently appeared on the roof of the residence. The dark figure lifted a tile on the roof, revealing light from inside the room. A child sat by the desk reading diligently, a listless emerald green snake draped over his neck. The dark figure flashed a slight smile. In the next moment, the window in the room was blown open by the strange wind. Strange. Wasn't the window fastened shut earlier? How did it open again? Is the window broken? Need to call a carpenter tomorrow, the boy muttered, getting up to close the window. Another strange gust surged in, extinguishing the lamps, plunging the room into darkness. The boy felt his way toward the window, reaching out to close it. At this moment, a large hand suddenly extended from the night outside and slapped down onto the boy's body. The boy didn't even have time to cry out before collapsing beside the window. The emerald green snake woke with a start, lunging at the dark figure but was brushed aside. The dark figure hoisted the child, leapt out of the window, and disappeared into the night. Success. Easier than expected. The dark figure felt a hint of triumph. So much for the Lord's residence. Stopping at a hidden location with the child on his back, he scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was following. Only then did he pull out a bamboo tube from his waist, aimed it at the sky, and gave it a spin. A luminous sphere shot up into the sky, emitting a pale red glow. Rhett got it. Kaylee, watching from afar in the direction of Divine Mountain Town, pulled a smile. One of the reasons she insisted on traveling by horse was so she could know whether the patriarch had successfully captured Zoltan that same night. Had they ridden the hunting wind eagle, they would have arrived too quickly, preventing her from seeing the signal sent by the usher. With Zoltan caught, there was no need to delay the journey further. Now, standing at the entrance to the secret site cave, Kaylee watched Abel finish eating and drinking, frowning. Can we set off now? Abel furrowed his brows. Go immediately after eating? What else do you want? Fine, Abel reluctantly stood up, saying, I usually have a habit of napping after lunch. Trent stiffened. It's not as comfortable being away from home as it is in my residence. Hawk laughed awkwardly. Did I choose the wrong ally? Rhett seems increasingly unreliable. Kaylee scrutinized Abel carefully and asked, Lord, don't you care about the fate of East Flow Mountain? Certainly, Abel hurriedly replied, don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to slack off. Humph. Kaylee glared coldly at him. But, Abel explained, I always need my nap. Not sleeping will affect our journey later. I'm thinking about our schedule. Follow. Kaylee, without further ado, entered the cave behind her. Abel and the two elders followed. The cave entrance was narrow, allowing only one person to pass. Had it not been for Kaylee claiming it contained secret treasures, anyone passing by would think it was just a large bird's nest. The tunnel inside was initially narrow but widened gradually until it could accommodate 2 or 3 people walking side by side. The walls of the cave emitted a faint, soft white light. Upon closer inspection, these were tiny specks of white spirit stones. At least we don't need torches, Abel remarked with a chuckle. Rhett suddenly recalled his underground tomb built to attract visitors, where selling torches earned him a decent sum, and felt a twinge of joy. Some secret sites are established atop mineral mines, Hawk explained. The endless supply of spirit stones from the mines makes them perfect locations for arrays. Setting up arrays required spirit stones. However, the spirit energy in the stones within an array is limited, and once depleted, the array cannot continue functioning. Thus, to sustain an array for centuries, besides the intrinsic ingenuity of the array, it must leverage existing resources on Earth, like a vast mineral mine with a rich supply of spirit stones. So blowing up the mine could break the array? Abel asked casually, just like how Grimes disrupted Zoltan's array by excavating spirit stones from underneath, disrupting the internal structure. Although Abel didn't witness that battle firsthand, he learned the details afterward. Hawk's body stiffened, staring blankly at Abel. Not just him, everyone stopped in their tracks and turned to look at him. They watched him silently, their gazes making Abel feel somewhat uneasy. Carrie tugged at Abel's sleeve. Abel chuckled awkwardly, realizing he had misspoken, and quickly said, I was just trying to lighten the mood with a comment. Haha, no need to be so serious, everyone. Rhett was now an array expert. At least in the eyes of Kaylee and the two elders, he was an array expert. Rhett couldn't reveal his knowledge prematurely. He needed to keep it hidden. Hawk laughed, saying, Oh, I see. Haha. Lord truly has a great sense of humor. Though Hawk felt embarrassed, he still tried to ease the tension. After all, Abel was an ally. Between allies, there should be unity, friendship, and mutual support. The cave was very quiet inside, filled only with Hawk's awkward laughter. Ha ha ha. Even a common protective mountain array would have guardians. These guardians would neutralize or redirect any force attacking the mountain. Wanting to blow up the mine? Unless you first break the array, it's impossible. But once you've broken the array, why would you still need to blow up the mountain? Lord, your humor is truly delightful. Hawk continued to try and adjust the atmosphere on his own. This made Abel regard him more highly. Indeed, a good ally. Reliable. Chapter 235. The Stone Gate Incantation. If the tunnel inside the cave is rugged and hard to traverse, then naturally the speed of movement would be slow. If the tunnel inside the cave widens, the speed can increase significantly. Well, probably. However, this principle isn't universally applicable everywhere. For example, such a large boulder. Wait up, let me climb over it. Abel pointed at the giant rock ahead and shouted loudly as he took a few steps back. Then, gathering his strength for momentum, he started running. 1, 2, 3, and jumped. With a slap, he slapped onto the giant stone, but his jump barely reached half the height of the stone. Then, he slipped back down to the ground. Rhett gave an apologetic smile to the 3 people on the rock. Didn't take a nap. I feel like I have no strength. Kaylee stood atop the giant rock, her face twitching as she looked down at Abel. Is this the person she invited to break through the formation? Oh heavens, would I, Kaylee, ever have such a day? Hawk couldn't maintain the facade anymore. Rhett sighed and said, Abel, how could you take so long just to get over a rock? Never before had they encountered such a situation. 3 Earth stage powerhouses intently watching someone climb over a rock. The rock was only about 3 meters tall. Even a lower yellow level powerhouse could hop right up. Kaylee found it unbearable. Just as she was about to ask Trent to intervene, she heard Abel shouting again. Since this rock is so difficult, I'll have to use my special skills, Abel declared loudly. Kaylee's words choked in her throat. Special skills? Is the Lord finally going to act? Humph. After all that pretending. Just then, Abel roared, Carry me up. Kaylee's smile froze on her face. The young man next to Abel nodded seriously, pulling out a grappling hook and chain from his bundle. Rhett swung the hook in circles, flinging it towards the rock. Confirming it held firmly by tugging the rope, he picked up Abel and started climbing step by step. Seems like we're really mountain climbing, Hawk said in disbelief. Prepared thoroughly, tools and all. Trent's face twitched, but he consoled himself aloud. Not bad, not bad. At least he made it up. The 3 Earth stage powerhouses watched dumbfounded as the Montague carried the Lord up the rock step by step. With a thud, they landed on top of the rock, panting heavily. I'm exhausted, Abel stood up, saying, it was tough, but we made it. Let's go. Kaylee took a deep breath, suppressing her rage, and turned to leave. Elders, please hurry Lord and his attendant along. Abel shook his head and exclaimed, that was too much exertion. Give me a moment. What did you exert? You were carried up, weren't you? Trent sighed and said, let's go. I'll guide you. Just as he finished speaking, Abel felt a powerful grip on his wrist. Next thing he knew, his feet left the ground, wind whistling past his ears, and the scenery rushed backward. After several leaps, the white figure of Kaylee came into view. After a quarter of an hour, Trent stopped. Placing Abel down, the latter could barely stand, feeling unsteady and hearing a buzzing in his ears. With a plop, he fell to the ground, dizzy and disoriented. Hawk also arrived, looking strangely puzzled. My lord has worked hard. Hawk spoke kindly. Shall we rest here for a while? I can't. Abel swayed dizzily against the stone wall, motioning to vomit. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hawk nodded and exchanged glances with Trent, then looked at Carrie. This boy isn't simple. During his brief probe of Carrie, he sensed a thick layer of spiritual energy surrounding him. Definitely not someone without power. Had Carrie carried Abel the whole time, it wouldn't have been at this slow pace. Why did Abel not allow Carrie to carry him and instead proceed clumsily? There must be a reason. Hawk glanced at Trent. I thought so. Abel couldn't possibly be that incompetent. Even if Abel were incompetent, those around him couldn't be either, or they'd be betraying their allies. Rhett must have his reasons. As an ally, maybe it shouldn't be exposed. Kaylee stood at the front, gazing at the glowing yellow light ahead. While the surrounding walls emitted faint white light, a striking yellow glow emerged in front. This is Chi-Yin, Kaylee stated. From here on, they were truly entering the secret site. Abel squinted forward, seeing a stone wall behind the yellow light. On the wall, a giant beast was carved in flames, with the yellow light enclosed in its mouth. It looks like a door, Abel mumbled. Kaylee stepped forward, sensing the growing warmth in the air. Reaching the stone wall, she touched it, causing sporadic yellow lights to appear on the surface, which disappeared once her hand retracted. This is indeed a door, Kaylee confirmed. The craftsmanship is so exquisite, Hawk marveled, his eyes wide. It's a masterpiece. No wonder with the Shangtian circle inside, Trent commented. Indeed, Hawk agreed. Abel also touched the wall, finding it slightly hot. How do we open this door? There's an incantation, Kaylee replied softly. An incantation? Yes, Kaylee nodded. An incantation is recorded in ancient texts. So, reciting the incantation will automatically open this door? Hawk asked excitedly. In theory, yes, Kaylee explained. Well then, please recite the incantation, Trent urged eagerly. Reciting it is easy, but... Kaylee hesitated, then sighed and began. Chi-Yin opened the gate, containing mountains within arrays, golden lions block paths testing courage, blue snakes dazzle the senses stabilizing souls, a swarm of bees offering treasures, breaking the array to emerge, open. Her voice was soft and ethereal, ending in a powerful open, echoing through the cave. All eyes remained fixed on the stone wall, hearts pounding. Following the incantation, the stone wall should have rumbled and slowly risen. But after waiting for some time, the wall remained motionless. Everyone continued staring intently. What's happening? Why hasn't the door opened? Trent impatiently asked. Let's wait, Hawk reasoned. This door hasn't opened for thousands of years. Old mechanisms tend to be less responsive. Oh, that makes sense, Trent understood, nodding. Ding Elder, since it's unresponsive, please recite the incantation again. Perhaps the mechanism didn't hear you clearly? Kaylee shook her head. No, it won't open. I've tried many times before. This door doesn't open on its own. What? Although I have the incantation and know the method to open the door, no matter how many times I recite it, the door remains still, Kaylee explained. Can't open? How could this be? Silence fell among the group as they stared at the stone door. Ah, I understand now. Abel suddenly laughed. I get it. You know something. All eyes turned to Abel, their gazes growing intense. It seems this lord is indeed of some use. Rhett figured something out in such a short time? Abel laughed and said, this door, it's already broken. So no matter how you shout at it, it won't move. Kaylee's face turned grim. The two elders didn't look pleased either. Hawk gave Abel a serious look, frowning deeply. Ignoring the clownish Abel, Kaylee spoke up, everyone. This is the first checkpoint. If the incantation doesn't work, we'll need to find other ways to open the door. The two elders exchanged glances, nodded, and began to ponder carefully. Carrie, who had been studying the mural for a while, suddenly tugged at Abel's sleeve and pointed to the right side of the mural. In the right-hand corner of the mural, a line of text was carved in a wobbly fashion. This script wasn't the standard one used on the 9 provinces continent. It looked more like an ancient lost language. Abel leaned in for a closer look and immediately considered a possibility. So that's how it is, Abel blurted out. Uttering this, everyone's spirits lifted. But then they remembered it was Abel speaking, shook their heads, and ignored him again. Spiritual power to carve the stone wall. Hours passed. Abel had another meal of dry rations and took a brief nap. Kaylee barely acknowledged Abel's antics, allowing him to eat and drink freely. However, she couldn't tolerate him sleeping and snoring in front of the stone wall. Just as she felt on the verge of a breakthrough, Abel's snore interrupted her thoughts, causing immense irritation. With a wave of her hand, water-based spiritual power splashed down, instantly waking Abel. Wow! Abel yelled as he climbed up from the ground, dazedly muttering, there's a flood? Rhett met Kaylee's icy glare. Liege Lord, isn't it inappropriate to sleep here? Kaylee said coldly. Did I fall asleep? Abel laughed awkwardly. Well, you can't blame me. That yellow orb is so warm and comfortable. I didn't take a nap at noon and just ate a full meal. How could I resist the call of Morpheus? Kaylee's temples throbbed, and she laughed bitterly. Ha ha! Indeed, Liege Lord suffered. Not really, not really. It's nothing much, Abel quickly amended, sensing her anger. Anyway, while I was sleeping, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Perhaps I found a way to open the door. Should we try? Teasing Kaylee was acceptable, but shouldn't go too far, or else it would be dangerous. She wasn't easygoing. Don't forget she's an elder of Blood Alliance. And she certainly wasn't easygoing. Don't think because she's a young maiden that you can ignore her explosive temper. A way to open the door? Kaylee watched Abel coldly, suppressing her rage. Hawk immediately spoke up. Since the Liege Lord has discovered something, why don't we proceed quickly? Indeed, they were allies and dependable ones at that. Abel nodded at Hawk and began chanting strange syllables. Asterisk and %UN, and at UN hashtag at UNI. Asterisk and. The peculiar sounds rolled off Abel's tongue, complex and tongue-twisting. After 15 minutes, the echoing sound changed the atmosphere subtly. What language is this? Kaylee asked Hawk, bewildered. Hawk frowned. I have never heard of it either. Even you haven't heard of it. Abel is fooling us again? Kaylee narrowed her eyes at Abel, her face revealing a cold smile. It was a highly dangerous signal. Her patience had run out. A surge of power erupted from Kaylee, like surging lava, intensifying the air's temperature sharply. Even the stone door trembled. The tunnel rumbled, and the stone door shook violently. Surprised, Kaylee wondered if her released spiritual power had disrupted the surrounding field, causing the stone door to react. Suddenly, Abel raised his arm, pointed at the stone door, and shouted, "Open!" The stone door creaked and split open from the middle, shattering the yellow orb. Behind the stone door, a spacious hall appeared. The stone door had truly opened. Kaylee froze, her rising momentum halted as she stared at Abel like a stunned deer. She was dumbfounded. The two elders hesitated. Hawk was the first to recover, saying, "The stone door opened? Opened by the liege lord?" Though Hawk knew Abel concealed something, he hadn't expected him to open the door so easily. Abel was indeed pretending to be foolish. But what was his intention? Feigning weakness? Rhett didn't believe that Kaylee would reveal any weaknesses because of Abel's act. Moreover, the act couldn't continue, already exposing itself. Kaylee stared at Abel and asked seriously, "What did you chant just now?" "The door-opening chant," Abel replied. "Door-opening chant?" In the desert region, there's also a custom of using Chien beasts to guard doors. Every year during the sacrificial ceremony, people set up offerings to thank the Chien beast for watching over their homes. This door-opening chant is recited to ask the Chien to open the door. It's widely known in the desert region, Abel explained seriously. Chien opens the door? Hawk murmured, "So that's how it works." Abel nodded. When Claire recited the incantation earlier, she mentioned Chien opens the door. That reminded me of the Chien door-opening chant I once heard, but I was tired from not having napped at noon. Thankfully, after my nap, I finally remembered. Ha ha ha. Chien door-opening chant? Is such a thing real? A folk tradition from the desert? Could it be so coincidental? Kaylee cast a heavy glance at Abel and turned to the hall. Behind the stone door was a spacious hall enveloped in a light mist. The floor was paved with gray stone tiles, and white pillars emitted faint white light, illuminating the scene. For rows of white pillars stretched into the misty depths, invisible beyond the mist. Taking a deep breath, Kaylee said, "Let's go inside." The two elders followed closely behind. Abel moved a step forward but was stopped by Carrie. Carrie pointed at the stone door, looking puzzled. Chien door-opening chant? A joke. Living in Yuuzhou for so long, I've never heard of it. Abel smiled. Thanks to your reminder. Your reminder? The small characters on the stone door? Carrie realized. Abel winked at Carrie. Let's go. Don't keep Claire waiting. Hashtag chapter 237. Taking a loss. The hall was vast, shrouded in white mist, and seemingly endless at a glance. After walking for 5 minutes within the hall, they still hadn't reached the end. Abel's pace couldn't reach the end of the hall, which was understandable, but it was strange that Kaylee and the two elders also couldn't find the end of the hall. These three were people who could leap across a mountain's waste with just a few strides. The hall was Eris Elder added. However, the Hanshan array is complex and versatile. Even a slight change in its internal layout would significantly alter its functions. Understanding this kind of array isn't something you can achieve overnight. Yes, Corey agreed, a hint of pride in his voice. The complexity of the Hanshan array makes it difficult to break. Naturally, Kaylee nodded, affirming. If it could be easily cracked, then the protective array of Yunxiao Palace wouldn't be much protection. Elders, please proceed with whatever method you have, and I will wait for your success. All right, the two elders agreed, swiftly vanishing from sight. Kaylee slowly turned to Abel, smiling. Finn, do you have a way to break the array? This Abel, despite seeming unreliable at first, possessed true talent and knowledge. Had it not been for his opening tune, they'd still be stuck outside, unable to enter. People really shouldn't be judged by appearances. Kaylee put aside his arrogance and spoke politely. Abel grinned widely. Yes, I have a way. Oh. Kaylee's eyes lit up, filled with hope. Even the two elders from Yunxiao Palace had said that understanding this Hanshan array couldn't be achieved in a day, yet Abel claimed to have a solution right away. Indeed, he was a prodigy. Finn, what is your strategy? Kaylee continued. Yes, there is a way, Abel nodded. I just haven't thought of it yet. Kaylee's smile froze. Abel grinned. Once I think of it, I'll tell you. Kaylee stared at Abel blankly, feeling a surge of anger rising within him. Since becoming an elder of the Blood Covenant shop, no one had dared to speak to him like this. Well, Kaylee gritted his teeth. Well, Finn, please rest well. Once you've figured it out, let me know. Abel waved his hand and laughed. Certainly. Kaylee took a deep breath, forcing himself to keep smiling. Rhett decided to be a bit more polite to Abel. After all, everything was for Shangtian Chuan. Kaylee walked away, and Abel glanced back at Carrie, who frowned and shook his head. Even Carrie felt that this array wasn't easy to solve. It seemed they had encountered real trouble. Soon, the white mist in the hall grew denser, and ethereal songs drifted through the air. The songs paused and resumed intermittently, faintly audible, with melodious tunes that seemed to have traveled a long distance to reach them. Listening carefully, although the lyrics were in a strange language, one could still feel the music's ethereal nature. This song. Abel suddenly had a revelation, grinning. So that's how it is. Carrie looked up, puzzled. Abel winked at Carrie and whispered, let's rest near the pillars. Leave the array to the two elders. Carrie was astonished. Don't worry, Abel said confidently. Understanding, Carrie followed Abel and sat down beside a white pillar. They stayed there for 5 days. During this time, Kaylee came by several times. Each visit found Abel either lazily leaning against the pillar or tapping it curiously, or examining it closely. Kaylee wondered if there was something hidden in the pillars. Rhett mimicked Abel's actions and began studying a white pillar closely. But after observing for a long time, he found nothing unusual. These pillars seemed like ordinary spirit stones. After much contemplation, he couldn't help but ask Abel, "Finn, I noticed you've been studying these pillars. Is the key to breaking the array on these pillars?" Kaylee asked politely. Abel was taken aback and replied, "On the pillars? I don't know." Kaylee paused, perplexed. "But for days, I've seen you tapping and examining this pillar. Isn't the secret here?" "Oh, about that." Abel seemed to remember something, then sighed dramatically. "Claire, let me tell you frankly, we've already suffered a huge loss." "What loss?" Kaylee felt a chill run through him. "Don't you realize it yet?" Abel sighed again. "We've lost big." Kaylee's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they had unknowingly fallen into a more dangerous trap? "If Finn has discovered something, please enlighten us," Kaylee quickly asked. "You haven't noticed?" Abel looked at Kaylee strangely and tapped the white pillar. "How obvious. Didn't you notice?" "Please enlighten me, Finn," Kaylee urged, almost stamping his foot in frustration. "Can't this person speak more straightforwardly?" Abel said seriously, "Fine, maybe you don't understand this, so let me give you some hints. Look, these pillars are made of solid spirit stones, brimming with powerful spiritual energy. Clearly, the person who built this hall must have been an incredibly wealthy top expert." Kaylee nodded, swallowing nervously. Abel sighed deeply. "Unfortunately, I only realize now how massive these spirit stone pillars are. Such a waste. I didn't bring any tools, so I can't dismantle and take them. Seeing them but not being able to take them is truly painful. We've lost big." Lost big?" Kaylee paused, beginning to understand but unsure. She asked, "You mean this when you say we've lost big?" Abel nodded. "Claire, you're young and might not understand the importance of wealth. Do you know how much money these pillars could fetch if sold?" Kaylee stared dumbfounded at Abel. Realizing what Abel meant, she felt a choking sensation in her chest, unable to breathe properly. With a frown, she silently turned away, her body trembling slightly. "These spirit stone pillars are worth so much. My divine mountain town is," adding, "It's the Hanshan array." Abel rolled his eyes. "You went through all this effort just to come up with the same conclusion as me? Not very impressive." Of course, Abel didn't dare say that out loud, given that he wasn't as strong as Kaylee in terms of martial power. "The Chiflum opens doors, and the Hanshan array governs." The two elders stopped as well, explaining, "We can't exit from inside the hall because it's a displacement technique within the array." Kaylee added, "The Yunxiao Palace's protective mountain array belongs to the Hanshan school, so the two elders should have a deep understanding of it." Corey nodded. "The Hanshan array at Yunxiao Palace was laid by the 5th generation ancestor Honest. Ever since we joined Yunxiao Palace, we've studied the layout of the Hanshan array." Eris Elder added, "However, the Hanshan array is complex and versatile. Even a slight change in its internal layout would significantly alter its functions. Understanding this kind of array isn't something you can achieve overnight." "Yes," Corey agreed, a hint of pride in his voice. "The complexity of the Hanshan array makes it difficult to break." Naturally, Kaylee nodded, affirming, "If it could be easily cracked, then the protective array of Yunxiao Palace wouldn't be much protection. Elders, please proceed with whatever method you have, and I will wait for your success." "All right," the two elders agreed, swiftly vanishing from sight. Kaylee slowly turned to Abel, smiling. "Finn, do you have a way to break the array?" This Abel, despite seeming unreliable at first, possessed true talent and knowledge. Had it not been for his opening tune, they'd still be stuck outside, unable to enter. People really shouldn't be judged by appearances. Kaylee put aside his arrogance and spoke politely. Abel grinned widely. "Yes, I have a way." "Oh." Kaylee's eyes lit up, filled with hope. Even the two elders from Yunxiao Palace had said that understanding this Hanshan array couldn't be achieved in a day, yet Abel claimed to have a solution right away. Indeed, he was a prodigy. "Finn, what is your strategy?" Kaylee continued. Yes, there is a way," Abel nodded. "I just haven't thought of it yet." Kaylee's smile froze. Abel grinned. "Once I think of it, I'll tell you." Kaylee stared at Abel blankly, feeling a surge of anger rising within him. Since becoming an elder of the Blood Covenant shop, no one had dared to speak to him like this. "Well?" Kaylee gritted his teeth. "Well, Finn, please rest well. Once you figured it out, let me know." Abel waved his hand and laughed. "Certainly." Kaylee took a deep breath, forcing himself to keep smiling. Rhett decided to be a bit more polite to Abel. After all, everything was for Shangtian Chuan. Kaylee walked away, and Abel glanced back at Carrie, who frowned and shook his head. Even Carrie felt that this array wasn't easy to solve. It seemed they had encountered real trouble. Soon, the white mist in the hall grew denser, and ethereal songs drifted through the air. The songs paused and resumed intermittently, faintly audible, with melodious tunes that seemed to have traveled a long distance to reach them. Listening carefully, although the lyrics were in a strange language, one could still feel the music's ethereal nature. This song. Abel suddenly had a revelation, grinning. "So that's how it is." Carrie looked up, puzzled. Abel winked at Carrie and whispered, "Let's rest near the pillars. Leave the array to the two elders." Carrie was astonished. "Don't worry," Abel said confidently. Understanding, Carrie followed Abel and sat down beside a white pillar. They stayed there for 5 days. During this time, Kaylee came by several times. Each visit found Abel either lazily leaning against the pillar or tapping it curiously, or examining it closely. Kaylee wondered if there was something hidden in the pillars. Rhett mimicked Abel's actions and began studying a white pillar closely. But after observing for a long time, he found nothing unusual. These pillars seemed like ordinary spirit stones. Unfortunately, I only realize now how massive these spirit stone pillars are. Such a waste. I didn't bring any tools, so I can't dismantle and take them. Seeing them but not being able to take them is truly painful. We've lost big. Lost big? Kaylee paused, beginning to understand but unsure. She asked, "You mean this when you say we've lost big?" Abel nodded. "Claire, you're young and might not understand the importance of wealth. Do you know how much money these pillars could fetch if sold?" Kaylee stared dumbfounded at Abel. Realizing what Abel meant, she felt a choking sensation in her chest, unable to breathe properly. With a frown, she silently turned away, her body trembling slightly. "These spirit stone pillars are worth so much. My divine mountain town is developing, and all these pillars are wasted here." Abel lamented endlessly. Kaylee walked away briskly, her steps quickening. She feared she would lose control and strike Abel. Hold back, hold back. Kaylee repeated to herself in her mind. What about the other two elders? Perhaps I should check on them. Maybe they have already found a way to break the array. Yes, always look on the bright side. Chapter 238, Method? The source of light in the hall was the pillars. There was no distinction between day and night here. It was always bright and misty. Over 10 days had passed, during which Hawk and Trent from Joan Palace hadn't slept for a moment, diligently researching the formation. They flew around tirelessly in different parts of the hall, placing spirit stones at various corners. Occasionally, colorful beams of light and booming sounds erupted within the hall as they carefully used the spirit stones to probe the formation, deducing the internal structure of the Hans-Han formation. Their efforts seemed to bear some fruit. Abel, on the other hand, lived much more comfortably than the two elders. Rhett didn't worry about breaking the formation, feasting and sleeping well each day. Due to lack of exercise, he even gained some weight over these few days. Every time Kaylee passed by, she would gnash her teeth in hatred. However, she didn't expect Abel to be able to break the Hans-Han formation. Setting aside those impractical ideas, the two elders of Joan Palace were more reliable. At this moment, Abel leaned against a pillar with his eyes closed, visualizing the scene through the Scout Bee's eyes. Before leaving, he left one Scout Bee at the Lord's mansion and kept two by his side. Everything was normal at the Lord's mansion. Isaac had fully recovered and appeared even stronger than before. Red inspected a batch of tree-planting squads at the mansion gate, appearing quite imposing while giving orders. Even the servants in the mansion looked at Zach the manager with admiration. Not far from the Lord's mansion, a new training ground had been established. Within it, Selma swung his massive hammer vigorously, causing a group of teenagers to stare in awe. Each time they watched him wield the hammer, they felt suffocated. With a loud boom, the hammer smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater as dust rose up. If anyone was hit by that, they wouldn't survive. But that wasn't all. As Selma moved the hammer, a stream of orange, spiritual energy flowed from his body through his arm into the hammer. With a crackling sound, a bolt of blue lightning shot out from the hammer, blasting away a branch from a distant tree and turning it into charcoal. Such lightning. Sweat trickled down the foreheads of the teenage boys as they struggled to swallow. They must listen to Captain Selma. They should never anger Captain Selma. As for Zoltan, Abel curled up a slight smile. Rhett was safe now. All Abel needed to do was stall for time. Only 10 days had passed since the Simeon army sent a message but hadn't returned yet. Rhett had to wait, occasionally playing dumb without aggravating Kaylee too much. The violent elder of the Blood Alliance was someone he couldn't deal with right now. If he angered her, a single punch might finish him off with nowhere to seek justice. And as for his third brother, Carter, what kind of girlfriend was that? Would he dare to bring Northeast? Moon high in the sky? Really? Kaylee asked urgently. Hawk stroked his beard proudly, saying, "We'll need to test if we can truly exit, but I have an 80% confidence." Abel frowned after listening for a while and asked, "But how will we know when the moon is directly overhead?" Inside the hall, unable to perceive day and night, how could they tell when the moon was directly overhead? Hawk's confident expression suddenly froze. His face turned grim as he looked around. Clearly, using the moon's power to solve the formation wouldn't work here. However, absorbed in the formation, he had never considered this factor. Hawk's face turned somewhat ugly. Abel consoled him, "Hawk, don't be too concerned. You've already grasped the characteristics of the formation. I believe, given a few more days, you'll surely be able to break it." Hawk sighed deeply, forcing a bitter laugh. What a disgrace. Kaylee then added, "The Hans-Han formation is indeed complicated, and people like us who are slow-witted find it difficult to figure it out. For Hawk to grasp its essence in such a short time makes him a true hero of formations." Kaylee spoke kindly, allowing Hawk to regain some face. After resting for a while, Hawk began studying the formation again. In the air, faint songs echoed, lingering faintly, making the atmosphere seem very unreal. Taking advantage of the absence of others, Abel released a Scout Bee from his sleeve, directing it to fly northeast. If you walk northeast when the moon is high, can you really exit the formation? Then I'll use a Scout Bee to test it. Did Abel know when the moon was high? Of course not. But does not knowing the exact time when the moon is high actually affect exiting the formation? Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. It might work in other formations, but not necessarily here. Hawk had said, just walking northeast when the moon is high, you can exit the formation. Therefore, even without knowing when the moon is high, constantly moving northeast should eventually coincide with the moon being overhead, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that naturally lead to exiting the formation? If this method really works, Abel could simply dispatch the Scout Bees continuously northeast to find a way out. Abel could think of this, but Hawk might not have turned the corner quickly enough. After all, those trying to break the formation often get stuck in a rut, thinking of conditions necessary for breaking it, rather than exploring other possibilities. When conditions can't be met, they try to find alternatives. Since the condition of the moon being overhead couldn't be satisfied and Hawk couldn't create a moon either, he abandoned the old method and explored others. The spatial shifting techniques of the Hans-Han formation were indeed wondrous. The Scout Bee just kept flying northeast but repeatedly flew past Abel. Wait, hold on, that Kaylee. It seemed like she had been jumping around in front of him all the time. Could it be? Yes, she had also been running towards the northeast direction all along. Abel's heart was jolted with surprise. Had she also discovered this? Was Kaylee planning to test Hawk's findings as well? Or perhaps, was she trying to shake off the two elders from Joan Palace to head deep into the secret place alone? Chapter 239. Floor tiles? Running, for someone at Kaylee's level of strength, was as simple as breathing. It turned out the two elders from Cloudy Palace were quite reliable. Kaylee's luck was exceptional. After running for what felt like half a day, she suddenly felt her legs weaken. She stepped out of the mist and found herself standing on damp sandy ground. Turning around, she saw that the hall behind her was enveloped in a thin layer of mist, with an outer layer of light membrane beyond it. Inside the hall, there were actually only 36 spirit stone pillars. The hall wasn't large. With her strength, she could have stepped out of it in one move. Yet, earlier, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't leave. The two elders, clearly not far from the edge, neither saw the edge nor could they walk out. One had to marvel at how incredible the Hans-Han array formation was. People outside the formation viewed those inside like turtles in a jar. Looking at Abel, he still faced a spirit stone pillar, looking as dazed as ever. Haha, just thinking about it made her chuckle. What sort of wasteland lord? A complete fool. Thinking this way, Kaylee suddenly felt much better. However, she should still thank them. Without them, she might really not have been able to enter. But from here on, their help wouldn't be necessary. Kaylee waved her hand and moved forward. Underfoot was sand and mud, while ahead lay an ocean. A bright moon hung in the sky. The sound of waves rolled in, rocks lined the shore, and faint singing drifted over from a distance. Kaylee felt a bit surprised. Was there actually an ocean within this secret site? She cautiously approached the shore, where the seawater felt slightly cool. The boundless expanse shimmered under the moonlight. Beach and ocean? Kaylee paused and thought. Could it be that Shangtian Circle is hidden beneath this sea? Qi Yin opens the door. Hans-Han hangs the array. Gold Lion blocks the path testing one's courage. Blue Snake blinding eyes tests one's soul. The next obstacle should indeed be the Golden Lion. Just as Kaylee's thoughts ended, she saw a massive whirlpool appear in the sea. The whirlpool spun faster and faster until, with a loud crash, a huge lion's head burst forth. The waves were pushed far away and surged toward the shore. The waves stood nearly 30 meters high, threateningly advancing. Kaylee drew her sword from her waist and casually slashed out. A wave of sword energy split the water into two parts, which then passed by Kaylee's sides. The lion stared at Kaylee with round eyes, suddenly opened its enormous mouth, and roared loudly. The sound wave triggered another massive wave. Golden Lion? A smile appeared at the corner of Kaylee's lips. In the next moment, she leaped up and stomped on the massive wave. Retro figure flew over the wave, instantly arriving beneath the Golden Lion's head. The lion's head was about 50 meters tall, making Kaylee standing under its jaw look like a small bean. Yet, this unassuming little bean emitted a powerful and sharp sword energy. As the sword energy swept across, the seawater was immediately split in half, and the Golden Lion struggled in disbelief before losing control of its body and slowly falling back into the sea. One sword strike. Enemy defeated. This was the power of the Water Mist Divine Sword. Kaylee returned from the waves, standing on the shore with an air of supremacy. Golden Lion? Haha, for her, it was just one sword strike. After the Golden Lion fell into the sea, red blood spread across the water. The bright moon illuminated the now calm surroundings once again. Golden Lion blocks the path testing one's courage. Blue Snake blinds the eyes testing one's soul. Kaylee repeated the phrase to herself. Next, should be the Blue Snake? As Kaylee looked around, she saw a palace rise from the spot where the Golden Lion had fallen. The palace was entirely silver white, gleaming in the moonlight. That must be the place. Kaylee gathered her speed and dashed towards the palace. She was one step closer to Shangtian Circle. Meanwhile, the patrol bee continued flying northeast without stopping. It too had exited the array, but the scenery before Abel left him stunned. This is... In the hall, Abel suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Coulter. Kaylee seems to have run into trouble. Coulter nodded indifferently, showing no surprise. You knew all along? Abel asked curiously. Coulter nodded and whispered. She was too reckless. So you've known all along, Abel realized. Maybe this is our chance. Abel stood up and walked towards Hawk. Hawk, is it true that the method to leave the array is to run northeast when the full moon is in the sky? Hawk, lost in thought, took a while to respond. Rhett blinked and looked back at Abel with surprise. Didn't we already discuss that we couldn't determine the exact time when the full moon would appear? Why bring it up now? Hawk frowned and said, I already know this method won't work. Why do you keep repeating it? I'm thinking of other solutions. Abel shook his head. No, I'm not talking about that. I want to ask if we continuously ran northeast for a day and night, could we break through the array when the full moon appears? Run for a day and night? Such an unconventional approach? Hawk chuckled dryly. I can't believe you came up with such an idea. Arrays are usually based on yin-yang balance, especially complex ones like the Hans-Han array. How could you use such a risky method to break it? When the full moon appears, you can use its power to find the weakest point of the array. But if you encounter intense sunlight or strong yang qi, the northeast corner would be the strongest part of the array. Blind attempts could backfire. Backfire? How? Abel probed further. Rushing is the greatest taboo in breaking an array. Hawk shook his head. Many young people eager to prove themselves often attempt breaking arrays without proper conditions, resulting in deeper entrapment. Deeper entrapment? Though Abel's knowledge of formations was limited, he knew some formations had more than one layer, similar to pagodas with many levels. Hawk warned, especially with large formations like Hans-Han array, caution is vital. Each deeper layer adds new changes, making it harder to escape. Your questions never end, Hawk complained after explaining some basics. Why did you suddenly come to me with these questions? I was deep in thought, solving a problem. Hold on, Hawk realized. Given your prowess in formations, teaching a Darwin like Zoltan, shouldn't you already know this? These odd ideas, if Claire had such thoughts, it would make sense. Where is Claire? Hawk looked around. Abel pointed northeast. I kept seeing Kaylee moving in that direction and haven't seen her for quite some time. What? Hawk exclaimed. She went alone? Indeed, it was Kaylee who proposed this. She acted on it without discussing with us. Yes, Abel confirmed. That's dangerous. Hawk's face darkened. Why did Kaylee do this? Trying to shake them off? So reckless? If she's lucky, she might exit. If not, she might. Abel speculated. Breaking an array relies on precision and preparation, not luck, Hawk stated firmly. It's too late now. She's no longer in the hall. Damn, I should have known she's unreliable, Hawk growled. Isn't it better she's gone? No one will compete for Shangtian Circle, Abel grinned. Hawk was taken aback, unsure whether to feel relieved or worried. It was one thing that no one would be competing, but without Kaylee, they would also lose their guide. Hawk ignored Abel and immersed himself in studying the array. The top priority was to find a way out of it. Abel didn't mind. He returned to the spirit stone pillar and began feeling around the floor tiles beside it. After searching for a long time, he pointed to a tile near the pillar and said to Coulter, Coulter, input your spiritual energy into this tile. Remember, the frequency is 3 long, 4 short, 5 long, 6 short, followed by 3 long, 4 short. Repeat this 5 times, got it? A mechanism? Coulter looked at Abel in surprise. These past few days, he had been sitting around the pillar, going back and forth, and had discovered this mechanism? This kid did all that without a peep. Even I couldn't figure out what he was doing. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Coulter nodded, crouched down, and placed his palm on the tile, inputting his spiritual energy. After 5 consistent inputs of spiritual energy into the tile, Coulter withdrew his hand. Slowly, an image of a sea of flowers began to emerge on the tile. In the center of the flower field, a swarm of bees flew past, with Abel's patrol bee leading them, looking as majestic and invincible as a general. Abel said, Found it. This is the right one. What is this? Coulter couldn't contain his curiosity and asked in a low voice. You'll know soon enough, Abel replied, pointing to another tile nearby. Coulter, do the same with this tile. Input spiritual energy with a frequency of 4 long, 5 short, 6 long, 7 short. Coulter nodded and pressed his palm against the tile, starting to input spiritual energy. As soon as Coulter withdrew his hand, the tile revealed a different scene. In the image, a Marissa wielding a sword was battling a group like a child playing hide and seek in the white mist, difficult to grasp yet ethereal. Abel leaned against a pillar, eyes closed, listening intently. It sounded like a sad story. Truckloads of saplings were being transported to Divine Mountain Town, forming a long line that astonished the wandering knights from Qingzhou. I've seen plenty of caravans loaded with gold and jewels, but I've never seen trees being delivered with such grandeur, one knight remarked with a smile. It seems the Lord of the Barren Mountains has no other hobbies except planting trees. Truly a tree enthusiast. This area has been desolate since the birth of the 9 continents. Wanting to change the environment here is really like a fool's dream. The sapling squad received the young plants from the caravan, pulling them by carts along the river descending from the sky, planting trees as they went. Unlike the jesting between the knights and Eastons, the townspeople of Divine Mountain observed the rushing heavenly river and the gradually greening earth daily, feeling compelled to sigh in amazement. The transformation of the Barren Mountains was like a dream. This lord was truly powerful. They could feel the environment slowly changing. Birds from cloud-shrouded mountains occasionally flew down to frolic in the newly planted forests as they spotted the emerging greenery. Occasionally, they could hear bird calls. The world was indeed wondrous. As the weather turned colder, tree planting continued without pause. Green fairies flitted across the sky, sprinkling sweet dew. Thus, Divine Mountain Town remained quiet yet vibrant. Half a month later, Amnon returned, accompanied by 3 others. After spotting Amnon and the trio through surveillance bees, Abel knew Amnon's mission was successful. In the secret side hall of the Shangtian Circle, Abel opened his eyes. Everything is ready. Rhett smiled slightly to himself. After 10 days, while the 2 elders of Zhou and Palace still hadn't found other ways to breach the formation, Abel seized an opportunity. Standing up, he pointed to a distant pillar and said to Carrie, this pillar, 3 long, 4 short, for 21 times. Carrie understood and approached the pillar, pressing his palm against it. The moment he withdrew his hand, a black vortex appeared at the junction of the white pillar and the ground. The vortex rotated slowly, drawing the surrounding white light into its swirl, distorting nearby light and scenery. The entire hall rippled like wrinkled fabric. Confused, the 2 elders looked around. Upon realizing what was happening, they rushed toward Abel. What happened? Hawk shouted. As if pulled by a force beneath the vortex, the surroundings were instantly drawn inward. The hall was left in empty darkness. Shocked, the 2 elders exchanged glances. However, the darkness did not last. In blur, yet his body was comfortable, as if soaking in warm springs. When his sight cleared, he saw himself sitting in a silver-white space, facing a golden figure. You, Abel hesitated, unsure how to address him. Call me the spirit of the artifact, the golden figure said. My master seeks you. Your master? Abel asked cautiously. Is he still here? Rhett's gone, but he left this. The golden figure waved, summoning a luminous screen. An elderly man with silver hair sat within it, frail and aged, wearing loose robes. Because of me, the ancient martial clan has fallen so low. I am their sinner, Hiroshi tearfully lamented. I buried Shangtian Circle here. If any clansmen find it, they must restore the ancient martial clan's honor. I have failed as their chief, he continued mournfully. I brought ruin upon us. Our allies abandoned us. I was too naive. If not for me, the ancient martial clan wouldn't be in this state. Shangtian Circle is our clan's greatest treasure. Clan member, if you obtain it, remember to restore the ancient martial lineage. Never trust easily again. I've instructed the spirit to assist you. From today onward, you are Shangtian Circle's master. The image slowly faded. The spirit told me, Abel nodded, feeling melancholic. What a sorrowful tale. Though he'd listened to the songs for weeks in the hall, which recounted this story, seeing Hiroshi's sorrowful face on the screen deeply touched him. Are you the spirit of the artifact? Abel asked. The golden figure nodded. I'll do my best to fulfill his wishes, Abel assured him. The golden figure nodded again. Bring me Shangtian Circle, Abel requested. Shangtian Circle is here, the golden figure replied. Where? Right here, the golden figure simply stated. Redder? Where exactly is it? Abel looked around, asking. Right here, the golden figure said. From the moment you entered the gate, you have been inside Shangtian Circle. Abel frowned. But if I want to take Shangtian Circle with me, how can I possibly carry something so enormous? The golden figure stared at Abel blankly for a while before replying, wherever you go, I will follow. What about Shangtian Circle? Abel asked. Shangtian Circle? The golden figure pondered for a moment, and then said, Shangtian Circle follows me. Abel replied, all right. Why does this artifact spirit seem so dim-witted? Can't Shangtian Circle transform into something like a bracelet that I can wear on my wrist? Abel asked. Sure. The golden figure waved his hand, and instantly a golden bracelet appeared on his wrist. Let me see it. Abel said. Oh. The golden figure slipped off the bracelet and handed it to Abel, adding, the bracelet is a bit heavy. How heavy? Abel reached out to take it. The bracelet weighs 36,000 pounds, the golden figure replied. Whoa. Abel quickly withdrew his hand, drawing in a sharp breath and forcing a laugh. All right, you keep it then. Oh. The golden figure casually waved his hand, and the bracelet vanished instantly. Chapter 241. The Redovan Suppressing Silk. In the secret side hall, Abel could understand the song played there. Understanding lost languages wasn't a challenge for Abel because he had a language spirit. On that day, Kaylee recited the incantation to open the stone door, yet it remained immovable. The unknown text on the stone door reminded Abel that perhaps Kaylee's incantation wasn't wrong, nor was the stone door damaged. It was just that Kaylee's pronunciation was off. Since the stone door used some form of lost script, then the incantation should naturally also be in this language's pronunciation. Kaylee was using Jujo language, which couldn't open the stone door. Abel immediately exchanged for a language spirit within his system, spending 100 tree planting points for a level 1 language spirit. However, even the level 1 language spirit failed to identify the script on the stone door, suggesting this writing was indeed rarely recognized today. Abel promptly upgraded the language spirit to level 2, after which the characters on the stone door were effortlessly identified. The stone door read, Ancient Martial Lineage, honed through trials, ascend Redovan's realm, tempering heart and body. Brave warriors fear not, wise sages are invincible. Ancient Martial? Ascend Redovan? From these words, Abel could only grasp minute information. Not until opening the stone door and entering the hall did he slowly understand its meaning. The sorrowful, ethereal song in the secret side hall was specially arranged by its former owner. Knowing the ancient martial lineage was fragmented and reuniting with kin would be extremely difficult, he left this song hoping if any descendant heard it, they could find him. The array formations and floor tiles hints came from the song's information. Later, when the golden lion appeared, Abel shouted in ancient martial script, Take me to see your chief. The majestic lion instantly transformed into a surprised fool, enveloping Abel in light and bringing him here. Now, Abel was acknowledged as the sole remaining member of the ancient martial clan and master of the Ascend Redovan Circle. Is Ascend Redovan Circle a massive maze? Abel asked the golden man. Can I control things within Ascend Redovan Circle? Of course you can, honest, replied the golden man. Good, let's see how they're doing now, said Abel. Sure, the golden man waved a hand, and a light screen appeared showing images from the secret side hall. Two elders were still unsettled, looking around nervously. That giant golden lion was terrifying. Its space-tearing ability suggested a Redovanly tier power level. They realized their arrogance and assuming Earth tier strength made them rare opponents, emboldening them to seek treasures. It was a divine artifact after all, not so easily claimed. Cold sweat drenched their backs as they trembled, fearing what happened next. Kaylee was trapped in an array. Abel vanished. Who was next? Carrie furrowed his brow in thought, breaking the tense atmosphere. Then suddenly, something puzzled him. Why did space change when they did nothing? Hawk turned towards Carrie. Was it them? What did Abel and this boy do? Worry turned into anger. Striding towards Carrie, Hawk angrily demanded, What did you do? Why did the space change? Just broke the array. No need to make a fuss, Carrie replied flatly, shrugging indifferently. No need to make a fuss? Hawk was taken aback by Carrie's response. Did he realize they nearly died? And now his master was swallowed by the golden lion with uncertain fate, while Carrie acted like nothing happened. Such a worthless servant, yet talking disrespectfully. Enraged, Hawk shouted, You brat, you almost killed us. Carrie retorted, Seeking ancient relics is fraught with peril. You underestimated it. Do you think this is a holiday trip without danger? Brat, how dare you speak like that? Exclaimed Trent, about to jump up but held back by Hawk. Golden lion? Rhett mentioned the golden lion, testing their bravery. Hawk pondered. Following the sequence of the incantation, they must have entered the next stage. So, Abel indeed broke the array? Hawk looked around. Indeed, the white mist had dissipated, confirming they had solved the puzzle. But how? Hawk gasped in disbelief. How did you do it? Carrie shook his head. Rhett too was baffled and wouldn't tell the elders even if he knew. Suddenly, the air rippled and a familiar figure emerged as if stepping out of a mirror. She staggered forward, steadying herself on a pillar, saying wearily, If not for this, I wouldn't have come out. It was Kaylee. Standing before the light screen, Abel exclaimed. She came out from the floor tile? Yes, the golden man confirmed. Abel glanced at the golden man, wondering how the artifact spirit could be so dull. Abel followed up. How did she come out? With a wave, another light screen appeared beside the first. Kaylee stood atop the cosmos, gazing at stars, sighing heavily. Holding the most powerful sword, capable of obliterating galaxies with a single stroke, she felt supreme loneliness, questioning her purpose in such a world. Sighing deeply, she closed her eyes. Suddenly, a bright red glow emerged from her chest, wrapping her entirely. Opening her eyes again, she saw a piece of cloth emitting intense red light. Images of the secret site hall floated before her mind. 2 Cloud Mist Palace elders and Carrie discussing. This scene seemed familiar. Recalling past events, she approached the secret site hall, flashing through 2 steps and arriving instantly, regaining full clarity. Phew, if not for this, I might not have come out, she said warily. Abel watched in astonishment. She can exit on her own? Yes, replied the Golden Man. Why? Asked Abel. Because she holds a fragment of the Redevin suppressing silk, explained the Golden Man. A fragment of the Redevin suppressing silk? Note, maintaining the structure and style while translating to English ensures continuity and tone consistency with prior content. The Golden Man nodded and said, the Redevin suppressing silk is a secret treasure that protects one's mind and spirit. It once belonged to the ancient martial clan, but was later lost. Anyone holding a fragment of the Redevin suppressing silk who ventures into the Ascend Redevin Circle's formations doesn't have to worry about being confused by the formations. Even someone with low strength can use the Redevin suppressing silk to exit the Ascend Redevin Circle. Really? Abel frowned. The Golden Man explained, the Redevin suppressing silk is inherently a secret treasure capable of traversing various formations and barriers. The Golden Man paused for a moment and added, moreover, it was originally meant to be used alongside the Ascend Redevin Circle. If possible, the Golden Man suggested, I recommend that you retrieve the Redevin suppressing silk, honest. Abel glanced at the dull and seemingly foolish Golden Man beside him. I didn't expect you to give such advice. Doesn't that mean I have to take it from Kaylee? In the secret site hall, everyone was astonished by Kaylee's sudden appearance. Hawk and Trent were even more shocked when they saw the cloth fragment in Kaylee's hand. Their mouths agape. Is that the Redevin suppressing silk? How did you come to possess a fragment of the Redevin suppressing silk? The Cloud Mist Palace's palace master had sacrificed countless elders' cultivation to repair the Redevin suppressing silk. They never imagined that the missing piece of the Redevin suppressing silk was in Kaylee's possession all along. Note, maintaining the structure and style while translating to English ensures continuity and tone consistency with prior content. Chapter 242. Spirit of the Artifact? The Churchill Tian silk and Shang Tian bracelet, when used together, could achieve marvelous results. Retents, people always felt that the 2 artifacts were meant to be a set. No wonder you dared to mess around in the Han formation. You had fragments of the Churchill Tian silk, Hawk said, finally understanding. Kaylee panted slightly. Rev caught. The Churchill Tian silk was no longer intact. Even though she managed to escape the Han formation, she was not unscathed. The Han formation had greatly depleted Kaylee's physical strength and spirit, making her appear fatigued. Hawk and Trent stared at the Churchill Tian silk in Kaylee's hand, unable to look away. Kaylee put the Churchill Tian silk back into her chest, saying, it's not quite polite to stare so intently. Hawk swallowed hard. Claire, where did you get the fragment of this Churchill Tian silk? Hardly easy, replied Kaylee succinctly. Hawk nodded reluctantly, then sighed as he shifted his gaze away. This Churchill Tian silk and Shang Tian bracelet originally belonged to Joan Palace. But due to the incompetence of our descendants, these treasures were lost. Kaylee smiled faintly. Is that really the case? Kaylee continued, from what I know, these Shang Tian bracelets and Churchill Tian silk were ancient martial clan treasures, only temporarily borrowed by Joan Palace. Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. Kaylee smiled again. I'm more concerned about when this formation will be broken. From the current situation momentarily and found themselves standing before a pond. In the center of the pond stood a huge rock, atop which rested a circular bracelet glowing brilliantly. It's the Shang Tian bracelet? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Trent leaped up instantly and lunged towards the Shang Tian bracelet. The pond wasn't large. An Earth-class powerhouse could almost step across it in one stride. However, just as Trent was about to land on the rock, a massive blue python suddenly emerged from the water. The python opened its enormous mouth and lunged at Trent. Beware! Shouted Hawk, wielding his sword to slash at the blue python. The python was slashed away and fell back into the pond. Beware, it might come out again from the water, warned Hawk. Kaylee leaped onto the rock, extending her hand toward the Shang Tian bracelet, but was stopped by Hawk grabbing her wrist. The Shang Tian bracelet naturally belongs to you. I just want what's inside, explained Kaylee. What do you want? Let me fetch it for you, said Hawk. You'll help me? Yes. Since you admit the Shang Tian bracelet belongs to us, it's fitting for me to help retrieve your item, Hawk added. What do you want? Seizing the opportunity, Trent grabbed the Shang Tian bracelet. Ultimately, the Shang Tian bracelet will remain with Joan Palace. Fine, please give me whatever is sealed within the Shang Tian bracelet legacy. Kaylee chuckled delightedly. This is the true power, Kaylee remarked. Sadly, most people don't know. Hawk frowned. Why is there something like this inside the Shang Tian bracelet? Because the Shang Tian bracelet originally belonged to the ancient martial clan. Having the legacy inside is not surprising, explained Kaylee. But, interrupted Hawk. The ancient martial clan disintegrated long ago. When we obtained the Shang Tian bracelet, we found no trace of the legacy. Why does it suddenly appear now? Have you ever wondered why the Shang Tian bracelet disappeared from Joan Palace? Asked Kaylee. 600 years ago, a thief stole the Shang Tian bracelet, and it vanished without a trace, responded Hawk. Do you believe that? Kaylee challenged. Actually, it was the original owner, the ancient martial clan Ephraim, who came to reclaim the Shang Tian bracelet, but was rejected by Joan Palace. Furious, the Ephraim reclaimed the bracelet by force. How do you know all this? Hawk questioned skeptically. Blood Alliance's intelligence network spans the 9 continents. If I couldn't obtain this information, how could I be a regional elder? Laughed Kaylee. but focusing only on claiming the Shangtian bracelet. Have you confirmed you can even leave this place? What? Kaylee smiled. Can you leave? This place is not just a simple pond. Suddenly, a light mist rose from the pond, revealing numerous blue snake heads densely packed together. So many giant pythons were under the water, they slowly surfaced, surging towards everyone. The elders' faces turned pale. Unfazed, Kaylee took out the fragment of Churchill Tian silk, infused it with spiritual energy, causing a bright red glow. Slowly, the red light condensed into a fully red figure standing beside her. Why did you go to such lengths to call me? The figure asked. This is artifact spirit? The two elders widened their eyes in shock. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The spirit of the Churchill Tian silk was actually here? No wonder the piece of Churchill Tian silk from Joan Palace could never be repaired. That piece from Joan Palace was actually a lifeless object without a spirit? The giant python in the pond, upon seeing the red figure suddenly appear, dared not come closer. Several that had already swum ashore immediately leaped back into the water upon sighting the red figure. Yes, this is the spirit of the Churchill Tian silk, Kaylee said proudly to the two elders. You didn't call me out just to show off, did you? The red figure asked. I expended a lot of energy, so speak quickly. Kaylee said, I want to get out of here. Is it possible? The red figure looked around and frowned. Why did you come here? Huh. This was the first time Kaylee saw such an expression on the artifact spirit. She asked, is there a problem? The spirit said, if I were at full strength, there would be no issue, but now, it might be a bit troublesome. Oh. Kaylee was somewhat surprised. It depends on whether that person will give us any face, the spirit continued. That person? Kaylee was puzzled. Who is it? The spirit stared down at the pond. Rhett's right there. As soon as those words were spoken, a golden figure stood up from the blue water. It's been a long time, Kirk Churchill. The golden figure greeted the red figure, rising from beneath the water and standing on its surface. I want to leave this place, the red figure said. Give us some face. Chapter 243. An old acquaintance. You can naturally leave. I can't defeat you, the golden figure said. I'm injured, the red figure replied. Your injuries haven't healed yet? The injuries aren't from our previous fight, the red figure clarified. Oh, you're so violent, who could possibly injure you? The golden figure asked. To explain would take too long. The red figure glanced at Kaylee and said, I need to go out now. The golden figure looked at Kaylee and the fragment of Churchill Tian ribbon in her hand, saying, I saw you as soon as you came in, but I didn't expect that you had changed your appearance. Everyone has their destiny, the red figure replied. We aren't humans, the golden figure pointed out. We have our own fate, the red figure responded. You aren't as tall as before, but taller does look better, the golden figure commented. Actually, your long hair made you quite handsome before, the golden figure said, looking at the fragments in Kaylee's hand, then added sarcastically, look at you now, truly ugly. Everyone was baffled by the back-and-forth conversation between the red and golden figures. If the red figure is the spirit of the Churchill Tian ribbon, then who is this golden person? They seem very familiar with each other. Are you about to leave? The golden figure asked. My condition isn't good. I've been hibernating for a long time, the red figure explained. I can only move around outside for a while, relying on this girl's special constitution and spiritual energy. Ah, then this is for you. The golden figure threw a bottle, which the red figure caught. What is it? The red figure opened the bottle. Spiritual water, the golden figure replied. It will help with your body. Opening the bottle, a strange fragrance wafted out, startling the red figure. How did you get such a precious item? You know, there are always some people who like throwing things around my territory, the golden figure answered. I'll consider borrowing it from you and return it later, the red figure stated. No need to return it, the golden figure responded. I must go. Open the door and let us out, the red figure commanded. The golden figure laughed. Fine. You usually break down doors yourself. This is the first time I'm opening it for you. The red figure glared at the golden figure. The golden figure grinned widely. The red figure looked at Kaylee, saying, looks like he's in a good mood today, willing to give me face. Kaylee was confused. Where's this place? Even the Churchill Tian ribbon can't transport me out? And who is this golden figure? Then, the golden figure pointed at the water pool, which instantly split down the middle, with surging waves rushing to either side, accompanied by the roaring sound of water. At the bottom of the pool, a wet muddy path was revealed. There is a door? Abel exclaimed. Abel saw it, and the two elders and Kaylee had already noticed it. Elders, Kaylee said, the exit is right here. If you give me the Shangtian circle, you can leave with me. Otherwise, even though you hold the supreme treasure, you'll stay here. Hawk and Trin exchanged glances, then stomped their feet, dashing toward the door like cannonballs. If the door is already open, what more is there to negotiate? Do you think we're fools? This door wasn't opened by you, Kaylee, and you still want to bargain with us? In the next moment, the two elders burst through the door and disappeared from sight. Kaylee stomped her foot in frustration, muttering, damn, they got away. She hadn't expected the spirit of the Churchill Tian ribbon couldn't leave. Just what kind of place is this? The door is open. Deal with the rest yourself. The red figure spoke to Kaylee, transformed into a red light, and entered the Churchill Tian ribbon. Kaylee put the Churchill Tian ribbon back in her bosom, looked back at Abel and said, my lord, let's go out. Okay, Abel nodded gladly. Remember to give me the water smoke divine sword after we go out. Of course, Kaylee smiled. Turning around, Kaylee used her technique to float lightly to the edge of the door, waiting for Abel. But Abel tied a rope by the water pool and began to climb down along it. Rhett clumsily descended the rope, then tiptoed carefully across the muddy bottom of the water pool, afraid of falling. After a tedious amount of time, he finally reached the door. Kaylee's patience was wearing thin. Once out the door, a flash of white light appeared, and they found themselves standing again at the initial stone gate. The group walked back. I'm very curious, Kaylee said. How did you find the way to crack the array in the hall? Abel smiled. Because I discovered a secret here. Oh. Kaylee's eyes lit up. What is it? Is this Lord someone with incredible luck? Did he discover another secret? Abel smiled. I can't tell you this secret easily. Kaylee didn't mind, smiling. Doesn't my lord feel unsatisfied? Unsatisfied? What do you mean? In this journey, Joanne Palace's two elders contributed almost nothing, but got the Shangtian circle in the end, Kaylee explained. Abel paused for a moment. You broke the stone door, cracked the hall's array, and I found the final path, Kaylee continued. They rushed forward to snatch the Shangtian circle. How ridiculous. Do Joanne Palace members really deserve the Shangtian circle? Abel thought for a moment, nodding. You make a good point. However, before this trip, you had already promised to give them the Shangtian circle. They told you that? Kaylee sneered. This was an agreement between me and Joanne Palace. Telling it to a third party is unrighteous. We agreed if they helped me break the Hanshan array, I'd give them the Shangtian circle. But they didn't break it, yet claimed it for themselves. Untrustworthy. These two elders of Joanne Palace are both unrighteous and untrustworthy. Abel frowned in deep thought. Kaylee continued, therefore, Joanne Palace obtaining the Shangtian circle is neither justified nor proper. You make sense, Abel nodded. Kaylee went on. I know they approached you, but Blood Alliance stands firm on the Jojo continent based on trust and righteousness. Compared to us, Joanne Palace falls short. Abel seriously examined Kaylee, asking, you mean Joanne Palace doesn't deserve the Shangtian circle? Exactly, Kaylee affirmed. Then, who deserves it? Abel asked. This secret location, I obtained at great cost. In terms of effort, no one can match me, Kaylee replied. You want me to help retrieve the Shangtian circle? Abel guessed. It's easier speaking with a smart person, Kaylee smiled. Based on what you say, my contribution in this trip should be significant, Abel remarked. Shouldn't you give me the Water Smoke Divine Sword? Of course, Kaylee replied. I will definitely give you the Water Smoke Divine Sword. When? Abel asked. Kaylee pulled out a transparent crystal from her bosom. It's here. Abel reached out and took it. But what I need isn't this, Abel said. I need a complete Water Smoke Bamboo Jade, and I need you to place the Water Smoke Divine Sword back into it. I can't do it now, Kaylee replied. This method can only be performed when I'm energetic. Seeing that Kaylee was indeed fatigued, Abel nodded. Do it as soon as possible. Kaylee smiled. If you help me retrieve the Shangtian circle, I will have other rewards for you. But what can I do to help? Abel wondered. I'm just a regional lord with no particular skills. Compared to Joanne Palace's two elders, I fall far behind. Far behind? Still able to find the solution to the array? No one would believe it. Kaylee smiled. If you arrange a meeting between the two elders and me, the rest won't trouble you. Is it that simple? Abel asked. Very simple, Kaylee confirmed. Kaylee nodded. Those two guys will want to leave the Divine Mountain town as soon as possible after getting the Shangtian circle. If they see me, they'll certainly try to avoid me. You just need to help me call them out. I have my own ways. Abel said, my Water Smoke Divine Sword. Kaylee replied, don't worry. I'll give it to you along with everything else when the time comes. No, Abel insisted. You should give me the Water Smoke Divine Sword first. Our blood alliance is very trustworthy, Kaylee smiled. Abel responded, then I'll be reassured. Sure, like I would believe that. Translation note. This last line carries a sarcastic tone implying distrust. Kaylee nodded. Those two guys, after getting the Shangtian circle, can't wait to leave the town of Divine Mountain. If they see me, they will certainly try to avoid me. You just need to help me call them out, and I'll have a way to deal with it. Abel said, my Water Mist Divine Sword. Kaylee replied, don't worry. I'll return it to you at that time. No, Abel insisted. You need to give me the Water Mist Divine Sword first. Our blood alliance is very trustworthy, Kaylee said with a smile. Abel replied, then I'm reassured. Yeah, sure. I'll believe that when hell freezes over. Chapter 244, The Ancient Martial Clan. Abel slowly trekked through the cave. Kaylee, after speaking, vanished at the cave entrance using her agility. Inside the cave, only Abel and Carrie were left. Did she really leave? Abel asked. What if she's hiding somewhere, eavesdropping? Carrie nodded and confirmed, she's gone. Abel sighed in relief. Well, I didn't expect dealing with a young girl would require such caution. Carrie spoke in a hoarse voice. I wonder what kind of person could raise someone like her. The Blood Alliance was becoming more formidable. Kaylee, Abel smiled. You're right. The person behind her is probably even more difficult to deal with. We should minimize contact with them, Carrie said. Can we? They've already found us. Abel laughed bitterly. If she finds out I plan to trick her, she won't let it go easily. How do you plan to trick her? Carrie asked curiously. Using the Water Smoke Divine Sword, of course, Abel replied. An eye for an eye. Carrie frowned. This is a feud between Donghua and the Ding family. If unresolved, it will continue endlessly. Abel agreed. Indeed. If this isn't resolved properly, it will cause trouble. If she hands over the Water Smoke Divine Sword this time, it might end here. Otherwise, she'll bring more trouble upon herself. Carrie smiled. You always have other ideas. By the way, how did you break the formation in the secret hall? It's quite simple. The key to the entire formation lies in who left it and for what purpose. The owner of this place? Carrie asked in surprise. Abel nodded. I recognized the owner and heard his tragic story. I see, Carrie said. Let's talk as we walk. Aren't you going to carry me out? Abel asked. When will your summoning ability return to normal? Carrie asked, frowning. Soon, Abel replied. After returning to the Lord's mansion, Abel sent someone to invite the elders from Joanne Palace, but they had already packed up and left Shan Mountain Town early. They're allies, Amnon sneered upon hearing this. Everyone acts in their own self-interest. Who can be a true ally? Don't blame them. With such powerful treasures, they naturally fear being robbed. Abel waved a hand and laughed. But this time, their efforts will be in vain. Oh, Amnon leaned in curiously. You tricked them again? What are you saying? Do I often trick people? Abel felt wronged. Am I that kind of person? Definitely, Amnon replied without hesitation. People in town speak highly of me, Abel laughed. They're blind, Amnon retorted bluntly. Do you believe you're someone who willingly suffers losses? I do suffer losses often, you know. Come on, tell me, how did you trick them this time? Amnon lied a bit about it. Amnon replied, considering her background in the Blood Alliance, it's not surprising. Abel asked, do you know the difference between the ancient martial clan and the ancient martial arts of today's 9 states? Amnon took a deep breath. It's a long story. Abel shrugged. Then let's take our time. The ancient martial clan has a direct lineage, but keeps its traditions hidden. Few people on the 9 states continent know much about the clan. However, Joan Palace's secret classics describe it in great detail, because the 5th generation palace master had a close relationship with the clan's chief at the time. The ancient martial clan originated from an island where generations lived. They called it Ancestral Island. 1,000 years ago, Ancestral Island sank. The clan relocated and gradually became known to the public. Later, by chance, the clan received guidance from a high-level expert, who gifted them the Redheavenward Circle and the Redheavenly Suppressing Ribbon. But this prosperity was short-lived. 600 years ago, the clan suffered a catastrophic disaster and could no longer protect the 2 treasures. They entrusted the Redheavenward Circle and the Redheavenly Suppressing Ribbon to Joan Palace for safekeeping. The 5th generation palace master sensed the containing mountain formation within the Redheavenward Circle, evolved it, and created the current protective barrier for Joan Palace. The 6th generation palace master discovered the Phantom Divine technique within the circle, making Joan Palace renowned in the martial world. Abel listened quietly. So, the Redheavenward Circle holds great significance for Joan Palace. Indeed, Amnon agreed. Joan Palace Darwins consider the circle their treasure, but only a few who read the secret classics know it originally belonged to the ancient martial clan. Abel said, because the palace master can't bear to return it. Amnon glanced at Abel and smiled awkwardly. That's true. Abel asked, doesn't it seem contradictory that the palace master deceived everyone yet left behind secrets about the ancient martial clan and the origin of the circle? There's no contradiction, Amnon explained. Joan Palace needs someone who knows the full story to make decisions. If everyone were kept in the dark, who would make these choices? So, you're also a decision maker? Abel asked. Amnon's smile faded. Rhett sighed. Past events can't be undone. Do you know who made the Redheavenward Circle disappear from Joan Palace? Abel asked. The chief of the ancient martial clan, Amnon replied. Sadly, the last trace is about to vanish. Once the circle reappears, whoever gets it, all traces of the ancient martial clan will be gone. Maybe not. Just a few days ago, the ancient martial clan gained a new chief. Abel rubbed his nose sheepishly. Joan Palace never got the Redheavenward Circle. Not surprising, Amnon grinned. You tricked those 2 old men, didn't you? Am I really that kind of person? Abel shot him a look. Amnon chuckled in response. Aren't you? Translation completed according to the provided instructions, maintaining tone, style, paragraph structure, and coherence. Abel opened the bundle, inside which was a golden bracelet. Abel tapped the bracelet, and it emitted a wave of golden light before slowly suspending in the air. The golden light, akin to falling snowflakes, emerged from the bracelet and then converged to form a golden figure. Shangtian Circle? This thing weighs 36,000 catties. How did you manage to bring it back in that Puabalgala? Amnon marveled inwardly. Naturally, it floated back on its own, Abel said. I just placed it in the bundle, and it followed me floating back. If it returned like this, it must have recognized its new master. Amazing. This is unbelievable. If I tell others, who would believe it? Note, the last 3 lines seem to be commentary or internal thoughts and weren't included in your initial translation attempt. Edited for fluency and accuracy. Shangtian Circle? This thing weighs 36,000 catties. How did you manage to bring it back in that shabby bundle? Amnon marveled inwardly. Of course, it floated back on its own, Abel replied. I just put it in the bundle, and it followed me floating back. So, it has already recognized its master. Goodness, this is truly unbelievable. If I told others, who would believe it? Of course, it floated back on its own, Abel explained. I just put it in the bundle, and it followed me floating back. So, it has already acknowledged its master. Amazing, truly unbelievable. If I told others, who would believe it? Abel opened the bundle, revealing a golden bracelet inside. Abel tapped the bracelet, which emitted a burst of golden light, and then slowly Shenfu should be translated as levitated instead of Shenfu since Shenfu is in Chinese. Following this adjustment, Abel tapped the bracelet, which emitted a burst of golden light and then slowly levitated. The golden light emerged like snowflakes from the bracelet, then coalesced into a golden figure. The Sky Circle? This thing weighs 36,000 catties. How did you manage to bring it back in that shabby bundle? General Clarissa marveled. It floated back on its own, Abel replied. I just placed it in the bundle, and it followed along. So, it has already recognized you as its master. Amazing, truly unbelievable. If I told others, who would believe it? Wolf cemeteries on Desolate Mountain? Kaylee sat in a tea house, listening intently to the discussions about Zoltan. Do you think when Abel will go to the Xingshui sect to demand him back? Kaylee asked. The head of the Qin family replied, if I were Abel, I'd come find you first. Why? The Donglu Mountains affair isn't settled. If she goes to Bingzhou now, what about Donglu Mountains? So, she'll come to you first. Kaylee nodded. I agree. The head of the Qin family continued, so, there's no rush. She'll come looking for us. Kaylee shook her head slightly, discouraged. The Fulton questioned, though we didn't get that object, we have the book. Why are you still troubled? Kaylee shook her head. This local lord is very peculiar. Oh. These past few days, I've thought deeply and feel increasingly uneasy. How so? Even the 2 elders from Joan Palace couldn't crack the formation, yet Abel did. His strength seems to surpass my 2 elders, but he let them leave with the Shangtian Circle without comment. The Fulton pondered. Perhaps, he dared not. Dared not? Rhett knows the Shangtian circle is something you want. If he tried to seize it, you'd be displeased. Rhett fears me? Kaylee shook her head. Had he contested it, then used the circle to trade for the water smoke divine sword? Wouldn't that be easier? What if he failed? If he failed and had previously contested the circle, you wouldn't give him the water smoke bamboo jade, right? Right, Kaylee confirmed. So, the Fulton concluded, he fears you, which is why he didn't act. Since he fears you, we don't need to worry about him. It seemed logical. Kaylee nodded. But, Kaylee continued, I still feel unsettled, as if something is amiss. As the Fulton was about to respond, a figure approached from the staircase. Miss Kaylee, the man greeted. Manager Zach? Our young master invites you. Isaac smiled and gestured politely. Please follow to the Lord's manor. Honored indeed, Kaylee stood up, exchanged glances with the Fulton, and followed Isaac out. Unsurprisingly, Abel had invited Kaylee. In the meeting hall of the manor, Kaylee sipped the tea. Only in the Lord's manor can one enjoy such fine tea in Yuzhou. Abel got straight to the point. Claire, about the water smoke divine sword. Oh, Kaylee remembered and smiled. The water smoke divine sword, yes, I should return it to you. Yes, exactly. Abel quickly agreed. We handed over the water smoke bamboo jade wrongly before. Now, having built this friendship, it's time to return the sword and give an account to the ancestors. Kaylee nodded. You're right. Retter's the sword. She pulled out a crystal stone. This is? Abel asked curiously. I've stored the sword in this crystal. Just channel spirit energy into it to retrieve the sword, Kaylee explained. Very convenient. I see, Abel nodded. Claire has always been reliable. I remember you mentioned the ability to restore the water smoke bamboo jade to its original state. Do you want me to help restore it? Kaylee offered. That's possible though. Though what? Abel asked, concerned. I lack some materials and collecting them will take time, Kaylee smiled apologetically. How long? Some items aren't available in Yuzhou. Abel frowned. Like what? One particularly challenging item is the Shilon flower, which only grows in Bingzhou, Kaylee explained. Bingzhou? In Bingzhou, they bloom in abundance, but elsewhere, finding one is almost impossible. Abel sighed after a long pause. Could you list the needed items? We can search together to save time. Of course, Kaylee agreed. Servants brought writing supplies, and Kaylee wrote down the list. Abel reviewed it, frowning. Many items are only found in Bingzhou. Kaylee nodded. Since I'm from Bingzhou, these are naturally things I use. Well, Abel conceded. I plan to visit Bingzhou soon. Because of Zoltan? The Fulton asked. Do you know? Abel questioned. The news of Zoltan's disappearance has spread. If it's the Xingshui sect, the Lord must travel to Bingzhou to retrieve him, the Fulton explained. Kaylee suggested. Since we also need to return to Bingzhou, why don't we travel together? That's perfect, Abel agreed. Claire, with your influence in Bingzhou, the Xingshui sect won't dare be reckless. Absolutely, Kaylee nodded. I have some standing there. After setting plans to leave for Bingzhou in 2 days, Kaylee and the Fulton left the manor. Everything is under control, the Fulton laughed. Kaylee nodded lightly. Once in Bingzhou, it will be our domain, the Fulton boasted. At the Thousand Alliance conference, with our ancient martial and summoner legacies, we'll surely win. Kaylee frowned. Abel remains a wild card. Variable? The head of the Chen family asked. Everything has been going smoothly. How can she be a variable? Aren't you overestimating her? Kaylee remained silent. After Kaylee left, Abel exited the reception room and opened the door to an adjacent room. Inside, 2 individuals were seated face to face. One was the Grand Elder of Donglu Town Mountain, dressed in white, while the other had a rugged appearance with small braids tied on his head. These 2 were brought back from Donglu Mountains by the Simian army. As Abel opened the door, both men stood up and walked towards the reception hall. The man with braids immediately picked up the crystal that Kaylee had left behind and infused it with spirit energy. A holographic screen projected onto the wall, displaying a figure practicing martial arts. The movements became increasingly rapid, creating only afterimages if one lacked sharp eyesight. Indeed, it is the water smoke divine sword. The man with braids rejoiced inwardly. Finally, we've found it. The others present felt relieved. Kaylee hadn't played any tricks? That's good. However, the man's smile froze in the next moment. What's going on? The braided man exclaimed. Why is it only half complete? What? Everyone was alarmed by his outburst. Half? Abel asked in confusion. What do you mean? Did Kaylee only give me the first few layers of the water smoke divine sword? No, just half, the braided man said with wide eyes, bewildered. The first layer of sword technique is only half complete, the second layer as well, and the third layer. Everything is only half. What? Had they been tricked by Kaylee? They had anticipated that she wouldn't be so generous, but they hadn't expected her deceit to be this swift. If they hadn't understood the water smoke divine sword beforehand, they would have been easily fooled by Kaylee. Fortunately, they had someone who knew the value of the item. The water smoke divine sword is no longer in our hands, Abel said to the braided man. If the ancient clan wishes to retrieve the water smoke divine sword, they should seek out the shop elder of the Blood Alliance in Bingzhou. Isn't that right, ancient clan elder? The braided man glared at Abel and retorted. You're trying to shirk responsibility. It was your fault that the water smoke divine sword was lost. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Hashtag chapter 246. Very troublesome. Abel smiled and assured them. Of course, the Lord's mansion will do its best to help the lost clan retrieve the water smoke divine sword. Humph. The man with braids tucked the crystal into his chest, looking displeased. I still need to report this matter to the clan Ronnie. Abel nodded and said, certainly, if you need any assistance in the future, just let us know. The man with braids and the elder grandfather left on a hunt-twinned eagle borrowed from the Lord's mansion. With this, the crisis for the lost clan is largely resolved. Abel stood on the roof of the Lord's mansion, watching the hunt-twinned eagle carrying the lost clan elders and elder grandfather disappear into the distance. Rhett chuckled. You asked me to deliver a message to Donghua Mountain back then. The wind blew against Amnon's robe, his thin body like a bamboo pole. What if the people from the Lost Clan hadn't found their way to Donghua Mountain yet? Abel took a deep breath, gazing at the distant barren hills where new forests were slowly expanding. If the Lost Clan people haven't found Donghua Mountain yet, I would have to keep stalling Kaylee until they eventually show up. Fortuning wide-eyed at Abel. You plan to use this to attract business? Why not? Abel laughed. I promised the Rani of the ancient martial clan to help find their kin, which benefits both sides. So, you're going to spread news about the sky-embracing circle? Amnon asked. Not the sky-embracing circle specifically, but the existence of ancient martial techniques. Abel grinned confidently. Let everyone on the 9 continents know we have the inheritance of ancient martial arts. This will attract many Spiritonists and possibly even the remaining members of the ancient martial clan. By then, the development of Shinshan Town wouldn't be a problem. If my guess is correct, you want to set up a maze using the formation within the sky-embracing circle? Exactly. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Ordinary people or sects might hide such a treasure if they obtained it. Only you would openly display such a secret treasure to everyone. Amnon marveled, half in admiration and half in surprise. Indeed, whether in words or actions, Abel never played by the rules. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like others could steal it, Abel replied. In the distance, a swallow chirped. A black and white rain swallow flew in, accompanied by its chirping, bringing light drizzle from the sky. Amnon looked up, feeling the cool raindrops on his face. Although Shinshan Town is completely under our control now, the 9 continents are vast, and there are still many formidable forces beyond our reach. For example, the Lost Clan. Abel tilted his head back, smiling as he watched the incoming rain swallow. This was freshly summoned with 10,000 points. Fresh rain splattered on his face, making the air refreshing. I don't intend to publicize it as the sky-embracing circle. I'll just say it's a place with ancient martial arts heritage. Unless someone is extremely skilled, they wouldn't recognize it anyway. Even if they did, could they take it away? Abel smiled. After all, it had already recognized him as its master. The river flowed by with a rushing sound. Teams of tree planters worked diligently along its banks, planting saplings that added a fresh green hue to the yellow earth. Beside a newly planted forest, there was a small hillock, behind which lay a hidden cave. Despite working nearby every day, the tree planters had never ventured close to the cave. Therefore, they couldn't imagine the wonders inside it. Deep inside the cave, a torch burned, filling the air with the smell of burning incense oil. On a crude stone bed, covered with bedding, sat. Come to think of it, Zoltan looks quite like him when demanding food. The usher nodded, still puzzled. You're truly Abel's Darwin, Kaylee laughed. Your silly expression is very similar to his. Zoltan paused, then said, I'm not keeping everything to myself. I've told you a lot. Rhett's just hiding it from you. Told a lot? Oh. Kaylee glanced sideways at the patriarch. The usher turned flustered, quickly defending himself. Nonsense. You only talked about servants, which is utterly worthless information. Value? Didn't I mention treasures buried in the Lord's mansion? Zoltan asked. Is that not valuable? What treasures did you tell me about? The usher jumped up, loudly refuting him. Zoltan glanced calmly at Kaylee. Your steward is hiding things from you. Why don't you buy me some delicious food, and I'll tell you more. Kaylee smiled broadly. Never thought this little guy could be so cunning. Chapter 247. Urgency and Anxiety. 2 days later, Abel brought Sage to meet Kaylee and the Xander at the town entrance. The 4 of them rode a level earth hunting wind eagle towards Bingzhou, where the water movement sect was located. Bingzhou lies west of Yuzhou, quite a distance away. From Yuzhou, it takes 15 days, riding a level earth hunting wind eagle to reach Bingzhou. The water movement sect is situated in a valley surrounded by mountains in the eastern part of Bingzhou. These mountains have springs flowing down into this valley, converging into a vast lake that stretches as far as the eye can see. In the middle of the lake stands a colossal island with a towering peak rising 1,000 meters high. The summit is often shrouded in heavy clouds and mist, giving it an ethereal appearance. The water movement sect resides atop this mountain peak. Ordinarily, one would need a token from the water movement sect to cross the lake and land on the island. However, Abel circled around the peak on his hunting wind eagle. The water movement sect is indeed magnificent, Abel mused aloud as they flew. Our Donghua has also been a prestigious family for 1,000 years, but compared to the water movement sect, we fall short by a long shot. Donghua is a renowned mountain near Donghua town in Ezhou, considered a feng shui treasure land. Yet, compared to the water movement sect, it pales in significance. The water movement sect is a first-class sect, the Xander said. Its foundation is not something that small or ordinary sects can compare to. First-class sects are second only to the 5 major sects on the continent of Jiuzhou. However, the sect Rani of the water movement sect treated our Claire respectfully, the Xander said arrogantly, casting a glance at Abel with disdain. Ever since he learned that Zoltan's deceitful skills were learned from Abel, his impression of Abel had plummeted. How could he and the others? This? Abel hesitated and turned to look at Kaylee. Not being able to enter. Wasn't it said that even the sect Rani of the water movement sect would treat Claire courteously? Now it seems they can't even get past the front door. The Xander sneered. Lord, you don't expect us to help you enter, do you? This is such a trivial matter. Needing my assistance? If you're willing to help, I would appreciate it, Abel replied with a smile and a nod. The Xander raised an eyebrow, smiling broadly while crossing his arms. Want me to help? And what if I don't want to? Abel laughed. It doesn't bother me much. After all, I'm just a little-known wilderness mountain lord. But the guard here barely reacted when hearing Claire's name, which I find surprising. The Xander scoffed, dismissing the guard's lack of knowledge. Kaylee, however, watched Abel curiously. Her purpose in causing trouble at the water movement sect was to publicize Zoltan's kidnapping. But if she could use this opportunity to gauge Abel's strength, it would be even better. Though Abel had unraveled the formation in the Redheavenly Circle secret site and opened a path before her, she had never accurately assessed his capabilities. Recently, she had been restless, feeling uneasy because of Abel. She hated this sense of losing control. Now, seeing Abel about to clash with the water movement sect, she couldn't interfere but decided to fuel the conflict from the sidelines. This was a prime chance to test his abilities, and she wouldn't let it slip by. Kaylee remained expressionless, saying nothing. The name of Claire from the Blood Alliance doesn't seem to grant us entry, Abel chuckled, turning to the Xander. But if I shout a few words, several dozen people from the water movement sect will come to greet us. Do you believe me? The Lord certainly has his ways. Feel free to demonstrate, the Xander responded with a grin. Abel nodded. Indeed, I have my ways. However, it might upset some people. You should be prepared. All right then, Abel sighed. Let me try. Sage nodded, gathering her spiritual energy. She then called out loudly, Elder Kaylee from the Blood Alliance of Bingzhou comes to pay respects. Please ask the sect Rani of the Water Movement sect to meet at the sect entrance. Retro voice echoed far and wide, rousing immediate attention. Figures appeared swiftly from all sides of the mountain, rushing toward the area. The figures arrived, staring warily at Abel and his group. The guard was stunned. Not only did they impersonate Elder Kaylee, but shouted so loudly that they startled several elders. What do they think they're doing, inviting punishment? The guard raised his spear to chase them off, but several elders stepped forward, bowing politely. We apologize for not recognizing Claire's arrival earlier. Please forgive us for not meeting you sooner. Is this really Elder Kaylee? The guard rubbed his eyes, unable to believe bad news, that elder sighed. The guard paused upon hearing this, suddenly feeling a chill down his back. Elder, aren't you going in with them? The guard asked. Why should I? There are so many elders inside already. One more or less makes no difference, the elder replied. Elder, are you also afraid? The guard cautiously asked. Nonsense, the elder said somewhat angrily. Watch the door properly and don't guess wildly. The guard nodded meekly. Elder, isn't the Blood Alliance's reputation among outsiders one of fear? They should be the common enemy of righteous people. But why do even our Waterflow sect's elders show respect when they see them? Well, what would you have them do? The guard recovered some courage now, softly saying, shouldn't they just charge up with weapons? Charge your head off, huh? The elder smacked the guard's head viciously. Do you think you can fight them? But we're a top-notch sect. Shouldn't we be able to defeat their alliance? The guard argued. You know nothing, the elder cursed. Do you think those who dare not act against the Blood Alliance are afraid of the alliance itself? Huh, aren't they? Of course not. Then, as everyone knows, the Blood Alliance isn't easy to deal with. If there's no irreconcilable conflict, we wouldn't entangle with the Blood Alliance. Oh, the guard felt somewhat disappointed. Is the Waterflow sect so weak? The elder sighed. Think about it. If we clashed with the Blood Alliance, resulting in mutual destruction, who would benefit in the end? The stronger party, the guard answered without thinking. No, the elder corrected. Our mortal enemies will reap the benefits. Huh, what does that mean? The guard blinked in confusion. A few years ago, a large sect got into a conflict with the Blood Alliance. Both sides were deadlocked, and that large sect ended up being raided by its old rivals. Hiss. The guard sucked in a breath. Now you understand, the elder remarked, a look implying the guard's naivety. But doesn't the Blood Alliance have enemies? The guard asked. When they clash with someone, won't anyone take advantage of it? Enemies of the Blood Alliance? Ha, you say that because you haven't grasped the essence of the Blood Alliance, the elder chuckled. The essence of the Blood Alliance? The elder sighed. Many people think the Blood Alliance is an evil cult, but only those who've interacted with them truly know they are a dark organization accepting various missions. Ah? The guard's mouth dropped open in disbelief. But that's not the essence of the Blood Alliance, the elder continued, sighing. Just like how they refuse to defend themselves while posing as an evil cult, it's a cover-up. Behind their mission acceptance lies another hidden identity. Ah, the guard was taken aback. It's so complicated. The essence of the Blood Alliance ensures it has no real enemies, the elder explained. You asked why I didn't follow in. If you understood even a fraction of the truth like I do, you'd stay far away too. The guard secretly shivered. Could the reason be this complex? The elder shook his head. Indeed, a feeling of despair. Despair. The guard trembled, swallowing hard. Elder, what exactly hides behind the Blood Alliance? Some see the big picture, some the small. Years ago, the Star Sect saw it, and later, the Blood Alliance also noticed, just with entirely different methods, the elder sighed. What's this Star Sect? The elder gave the guard a serious look, then laughed lightly. Almost forgot. I shouldn't say so much. Why ask such detailed questions? Knowing too much only brings more troubles, right? Saying this, the elder ran downhill. The guard remained bewildered. Does this old man scare me with ghost stories? Rhett's pretty mischievous. Abel and the three others entered the Waterflow sect's grand hall, and walked directly up the mountain. They stopped near a small blue house just short of the peak. Up ahead is the Grand Honest's Hall, the leading elder introduced. Abel looked at the small house, somewhat surprised. This is the Grand Honest's Hall? Isn't your Grand Honest being a bit too low-key? Abel asked. After all, the Waterflow sect dominated such beautiful mountains and waters, with an imposing and grand entrance. Surely, the main hall wasn't just a small house. This house wasn't even as large as his own manor. Had he been too luxurious? Should he learn from the simplicity of the Waterflow sect's Grand Honest? Silly fellow, this is extreme luxury, Kaylee sneered, resentful of Abel using the Blood Alliance's name to enter the sect earlier. Luxury? Abel chuckled. From what he could tell, Isaac's bedroom alone was larger than this place. Our Waterflow sect has a 1,000-year-old heritage, historically rich, and all past Grand Honests resided here. How could it be inferior? The leading elder retorted with a smile. Yet standing before him was clearly a small blue house. Ji-Chi's secret realm. Kaylee whispered 4 words softly. Ji-Chi's secret realm? What does that mean? As Abel pondered, A voice came from within the house. Honored guests are here, please come in. Was someone inside the small house speaking? Immediately after these words, the door of the small house opened on its own, revealing everything inside plainly, showing nothing extraordinary, just a table and some chairs. The leading elder gestured invitingly from outside the door. The Grand Honest is inside. Please come in. Abel nodded to the elder and stepped inside the house. The moment he crossed the threshold, everything changed. Friend? That person was somewhat surprised, then laughed. To be considered a friend by Claire is quite rare in Bingzhou. I wonder if someone like me can be called your friend, Claire? You flatter me. I have many friends, Kaylee replied. And I get along well with people. You need not worry about that. So that's how it is. That person suddenly laughed, then turned to Abel. May I ask for this friend's name? I am the Lord of Barren Mountain, Abel. Is the one before me the honest of Waterflow sect, Maurice? Indeed. I didn't think my reputation had spread so far as to reach even the ears of the Lord of Barren Mountain. Haha, Maurice warmly replied. May I ask which Barren Mountain you are the Lord of? Yozhou, Dahuang Mountain. Oh, Yozhou. Yozhou? Maurice's smile froze the next moment. His gaze flickered between Abel and Kaylee, suspicion evident on his face. Yozhou's Dahuang Mountain. Wasn't that where the Star Sect used to be? Who dared to become the Lord of that place? How could someone dare to assume the position of Lord there? Hashtag Chapter 249. The Lord of Great Wasteland. In the world of martial arts, the Star Sect, which was no longer mentioned by anyone, still had secret records in its 1,000-year-old lineage. Maurice, the patriarch of Xing Shuai sect, sized up Abel and laughed as he waved his hand. You jest. The Great Wasteland Mountain in Yuzhou is perilous and barren. How could there possibly be a lord there? Rethe, young friend, don't make such jokes. However, he is indeed the Lord of Great Wasteland Mountain in Yuzhou, Kaylee said seriously. Maurice's smile froze on his face as his expression turned serious. So it seems. It appears I've spent too much time in this Yiqi's secret realm, and I wasn't aware of the significant changes happening outside, Maurice muttered, glancing at Kaylee with renewed interest. The landscape of Jiuzhou has begun to change again? Abel was momentarily stunned. What is he talking about? The land of Jiuzhou must have been thrown into turmoil, right? Maurice looked at Abel earnestly. One who becomes the Lord of Yuzhou must be extraordinary. Abel felt utterly bewildered. Maurice shook his head, furrowing his brows. What did I miss? Why didn't anyone from Xing Shuai sect inform me? You're overthinking it. The patriarch of the Ding family couldn't bear to watch any longer and interrupted. Yuzhou remains the same Yuzhou, and nothing significant has changed in Jiuzhou. It just so happens that the Lord visiting you today comes from Yuzhou. From Yuzhou? What does that mean? Lords can come from anywhere except Yuzhou. So what's the coincidence here? Do you not know what kind of place Yuzhou originally was? Maurice remarked. Claire, are you trying to trick me? Whether or not you believe it, you can go out and ask around. Kaylee waved his hand. I've traveled 1,000 miles here not to argue with you over this. Maurice looked at Kaylee suspiciously. Could something be more important than Yozhou's Great Wasteland gaining a new lord? Maurice asked. Then why did you come here today? Of course, for my friend, Kaylee replied. Friend? Isn't he referring to the one claiming to be the Lord of the Wasteland? Am I misunderstanding something? Maurice responded. We were just talking about your friend. It is indeed my friend, Kaylee confirmed. Oh, then that's settled. Maurice spoke authoritatively. But I don't believe he's the Lord of Yozhou's Great Wasteland. I'm not here to argue that with you, Kaylee said. Then why are you here? My friend. Yes, I was just mentioning your friend. Suddenly, Maurice thought Claire might have a problem. Kaylee said irritably, my friend lost to Darwin. Your people from Xing Shuai sect captured him. Oh. Maurice paused, saying, hold on. Rhett stood on the water surface, waving his hand. Instantly, the river surged upward, forming a water screen displaying the image outside the small hut. Maurice called out, Joab, please come inside. His voice, though not loud, echoed across the entire water domain. In the screen, the lead elder bowed respectfully, responding affirmatively before stepping into the hut. A moment later, Joab appeared on a rock. Honest, Joab bowed respectfully. Maurice nodded, asking seriously, do you know about the Lord of Yozhou's Great Wasteland? Joab hesitated, nodding. Honest, I've heard about it. You do? Maurice asked anxiously. Why didn't you report this to me? Reporting to Honest, the Lord of Yozhou's Great Wasteland is from the Chun family of Donglu Town, Joab said. Chun family? Maurice glanced at Abel in surprise. So he's from the Chen family. Joab observed his master's reaction and added, furthermore, the successor of the Chen family, the Lord of the Wasteland, is the eldest legitimate son without spirit veins. Maurice looked at Abel in surprise again. Eldest legitimate son without spirit veins? Something seems off here. It's not like Yozhou's Great Wasteland or Jiuzhou has seen some upheaval. Perhaps it's something happening within the Chen family. This storyline feels like someone being cast aside by their own family. Phew, scare me there, thinking something big was happening with the Chen family of Donglu Town. Alright, I understand, Maurice sighed in relief. Please inform me promptly next time. Yes, Joab bowed. Before he could straighten up, Maurice waved his hand, sending a wave to engulf Joab back outside. Abel marveled inwardly at this amazing spatial teleportation technique. It seems he holds absolute dominance over this aquatic domain. Maurice turned to Kaylee, laughing. Now everything is clear. There is indeed a Lord of Yozhou's Great Wasteland. Oh, and he's from the Chen family of Donglu Town. Turning to Abel, Maurice softened his tone. As a lord, you're surely an important person. Young man, don't feel limited by where you serve as lord. With effort, there's always hope. This patronizing tone. This sect Ronnie sure knows how to add drama. Abel cleared his throat. Honest one. I'm here because I have urgent matters. Urgent matters? Oh. Tell me. Maurice reacted, smiling. Julius are always welcome. Just ask if I can help. Oh, you're looking for your Darwin, right? Exactly, Abel nodded solemnly. My beloved Darwin, Zoltan, was kidnapped by your people and hasn't returned. Kidnapped? Maurice asked, puzzled. By our people? Abel nodded. Who? Maurice inquired. Don't know who? Abel admitted. How do you determine it was done by our people? Maurice questioned. Because they left this behind. Abel pulled out an identity token from his bundle and tossed it to Maurice. Take a live? Yes. Hiss. Maurice's eyes lit up. How can this be? How can someone eat the poison sunfruit and still be alive? What happened exactly? Tell me quickly. Brandon, we came here to retrieve a person. Abel couldn't help but speak out. Oh. Maurice suddenly realized. Right. You're here to retrieve a person. Maurice turned his head and loudly called, Joab, please come in again. In the next moment, Joab appeared on the rock. Joab, there's something I need to verify with you, Maurice said seriously. Please tell me, Zhengzhu. Someone ate the poison sunfruit but is still alive. How could this be? Maurice asked solemnly. Abel. Kaylee. Was it eaten raw? Joab frowned and asked. What? Is there a difference between eating it raw and cooked? Maurice asked. No, Zhengzhu misunderstands. Joab explained. The poison sunfruit contains a large amount of yang energy, which disrupts the yin-yang balance in the human body, so it cannot be eaten. Even touching its surface can be dangerous for ordinary people. When the people from Medicine Gaston Valley use the poison sunfruit to adjust the yin-yang balance in the human body, they use formations to extract a small portion. The way you describe eating it does not exist. Maurice nodded. What you say aligns with what I know. It's not a mistake on my part. Of course, how could the poison sunfruit be eaten? But this lord says his steward ate it and survived. Isn't that a lie? Well, Joab glanced at Kaylee, hesitating to give an opinion. Maurice directly addressed Abel. You kid, you're not being honest. Abel. Kaylee. Brandon, our purpose isn't to discuss this. We're here to retrieve a person. Kaylee gritted his teeth. Can you focus on the main point? Maurice suddenly realized. Oh, you came here to find someone. But the matter of the poison sunfruit still seems quite important. Kaylee. After some thought, Maurice turned to ask, Joab, did any of our water sect Darwins capture someone's Darwin? Capture a Darwin? Joab was confused. Which Darwin? Maurice pointed at Abel. This lord says one of our Darwins captured his Darwin. What was the name? Zoltan. Abel replied. Zoltan? Joab paused, then his face changed dramatically. Zhengzhu, this? Joab cautiously glanced at Kaylee, asking, Are you here to find Zoltan? Exactly, Abel replied. Red is indeed here, isn't he? Oh? Joab knows about this? Maurice asked. Joab's face stiffened, and he involuntarily shuddered. Zhengzhu, may we speak privately? Huh. Maurice glanced at Kaylee and Abel, then smiled. Our water sect always acts openly. Why hide anything? Speak freely without needing privacy. Go ahead. No, Zhengzhu, this matter should not be heard by outsiders, Joab said with difficulty. Maurice looked at Kaylee and Abel. Claire and this Lord Abel. We have had pleasant discussions, so they are not outsiders. Speak your mind. Zhengzhu. Joab shouted. This is serious. Stop pretending to be courteous. Let's speak privately. Maurice was stunned by the shout. Then he gave an awkward smile to Abel and Kaylee. Haha, Joab is getting old and sometimes has a strange temper. Never mind. Let's respect his wishes. With a wave of his hand, a huge wave surged up from the water, enveloping Abel and Kaylee. In the next moment, they appeared outside the small house. Huh? We were sent out? Abel looked around. Rhett stood outside the small house, surrounded by elders who dared not leave without orders from the Zhengzhu. Inside the hidden realm, Morris's face darkened. Joab, shouting at me in front of everyone makes me lose face. Do you understand that? Joab apologized. Zhengzhu, I didn't mean to do this, but this matter is extraordinary. Maurice sighed. Joab, as our chief elder, you should set an example. If you start yelling at me, others will follow suit. Then, what kind of Zhengzhu would I be? Zhengzhu, I have no choice. Those two shouldn't be present for this discussion, Joab said. I just wanted to build an image of our sect being upright in front of others. Now it's all ruined. Sigh, what will people think? With such a prestigious legacy and a century-old major sect like ours, if people say we are uncivilized and barbaric, would we even have a reputation left? Maurice felt melancholic. Fortunately, I cleverly said you're getting old and bad-tempered. Otherwise, they'd think everyone in our water sect is like you. But, will they think I'm a considerate Zhengzhu or see me as weak? What do you think, Joab? Zhengzhu, I must report something to you. Joab gritted his teeth. A while ago, we received an anonymous letter. It said a group of people would soon visit to look for a Darwin named Zoltan. This involved a conspiracy. Oh, a conspiracy? Maurice jumped up, frowning. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Maurice stared at Joab with wide eyes. Zhengzhu, when I first read the letter, I didn't believe it. Only now, after you mentioned that Claire from Blood Alliance was looking for a Darwin, did I realize the danger, Joab explained. Maurice nodded. This matter indeed needs attention. Joab, do you know who wrote the letter? My Zhengzhu. Joab's tears streamed down. It's an anonymous letter. If I knew who it was, it wouldn't be anonymous anymore. Oh, that's true. Maurice hurriedly nodded. Seeing Joab's dejected appearance, he smiled. Joab, I already know it's an anonymous letter. Joab wiped his tears and nodded. Thank you, Zhengzhu. Joab, tell me in detail what the letter said, Maurice said seriously. Chapter 251. Whereabouts. Maurice listened intently as Joab finished speaking, his frown deepening. Kaylee wants to use me to lure out Zoltan's parents? That letter indeed says so, Joab anxiously replied. If that letter is true, our waterflow sect will have big trouble. Since the letter is anonymous, could it be someone deliberately trying to frame Kaylee? Maurice speculated. We can't rule that out, Joab pondered for a moment. Since Kaylee has come, we'll soon find out. However, we should prepare ourselves in advance. Would Kaylee do such a thing? Maurice shook his head. She's so beautiful. She can't be like that. I think. Reddit Master, Joab interrupted, blushing. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. If we were to compare appearances, wouldn't Joe and Palace's master also be outstandingly beautiful? How can anyone from Joe and Palace compare to Kaylee? Maurice glared at Joab, unyieldingly. Pervert. Joab, frustrated, stamped her foot. Please consider our water flow sex situation more carefully, Reddit Master. What about our sex situation? Maurice asked. I don't see how Kaylee could be involved. But the young man who followed her today seems very irritating. Rhett is from the East Stream Town Shin family, descendants of Braden. Nonetheless, we must show respect to Braden. Joab sighed. The conversation was veering off track. Reddit Master, Joab changed her tone. If that young man uses Zoltan's story to falsely accuse us and lure out Zoltan's parents, what should we do? Unacceptable, Maurice said angrily. We should expel him. Clearly, he was starting to believe it. Expelling him solves nothing. Joab's forehead creased, annoyed with his straightforwardness. If they're not in our sect, their actions become harder to track. Maurice hesitated. What should we do then? Joab suggested, key is to determine what evidence they have that proves we kidnapped Zoltan. What can make everyone believe Zoltan is here? Maurice thought. Rhett mentioned one of our Darwins dropped a token in his lord's mansion. Token? Joab shook her head. A single token? What does that prove? Rhett also mentioned the incident started because of the Tok Sun fruit. Maurice frowned. Tok Sun fruit? Joab pondered. Only a few knew about the wager between Reddit Master and Medicine Gaston. Practically no one knows we possess the Tok Sun fruit. Who can confirm this fruit is ours? So, they can't prove we kidnapped Zoltan? Maurice suddenly cheered up. Joab shot a glare at Maurice, exasperated. Reddit Master, we did not kidnap Zoltan. Oh, right. Maurice hurriedly agreed. Correct. So, this is false accusation. The problem lies here. Joab found talking to him exhausting. We don't know how they'll frame us. We might be caught off guard. Maurice nodded, troubled. This is difficult. Since we don't know what they'll do, how can we devise a countermeasure? Lock them up? Joab's eyes lit up. Right. Why didn't I think of that? Think of what? Lock them up. Is this feasible? Maurice asked. This is foolproof. Joab perked up. Reddit Master, let's do this. Oh, if Joab says so, it should work. Maurice nodded, suddenly smiling. Elder, remember this idea came from me. Haha, it shows our Reddit Master is very clever. 15 minutes later, Abel and Kaylee re-entered the secret realm. I now understand your intentions clearly. Maurice cleared his throat. You were looking for a Darwin named Zoltan, correct? Finally figured it out. Abel nodded. Exactly. Although Waterflow Sect and our Mount Divine Lord's mansion have some misunderstandings, my Darwin is merely a 10-year-old child who doesn't deserve to be harmed. I see, Maurice replied. However, according to my understanding, our Waterflow Sect has never interacted with Zoltan, let alone kidnapped him. Abel's expression darkened. Reddit Master, we came specifically to resolve this issue, not to escalate enmity. Without investigating, how can you conclude so hastily? Hastily? Maurice raised his voice. I've already asked Joab, who denied any involvement. How is that hasty? But as I understand, Waterflow Sect has vast numbers, just the inner Darwin's number 5,000. How can Reddit Master or Joab know all their activities? Abel coldly asked. Could you possibly investigate these Darwin's recent whereabouts within 15 minutes? That? Maurice hesitated, turning to Joab helplessly. Indeed, drawing such a conclusion too easily was rash. Why didn't I think of this earlier? Joab smiled. Little brother, you may not know, but our Waterflow Sect has special methods to keep track of our inner Darwins. Very well, Joab speaks truly, Maurice agreed. We indeed have such methods. Really? Kaylee smiled. I've never heard of such a method. Could Reddit Master demonstrate? Demonstrate? You're forcing me into a corner. Rev, Claire jokes. This is a secret technique that can't be used casually. After each use, it requires significant rest before being used again. Joab quickly responded, giving Maurice a smug glance. See, this is called wisdom. Win through intelligence. Reddit Master, you need to learn. Maurice nodded understandingly. Joab is indeed cunning, lying without blinking an eye. So, Abel said, does Reddit Master know the whereabouts of all Darwins? Naturally, Joab replied. Then please tell me, where is Aiken? Abel suddenly asked loudly. Aiken? Maurice was taken aback, looking at Joab. Joab frowned tightly. Unexpectedly, he would call names. This guy is indeed well prepared. Does he know where Aiken is? Or is he trying to trick me? How should I answer correctly? Joab gave Abel a suspicious look, then smiled. Little brother jokes. Aiken is an esteemed elder of Waterflow Sect, so we cannot track him using such methods. Elders should retain their privacy rights. Maurice nodded repeatedly. Yes. We can't apply such methods on Waterflow Sect's elders. This way, I appear wise, benevolent, and moral, he thought. Kaylee glanced at Abel, chuckling. So, except for elders, you know the whereabouts of all Darwins? Joab nodded. It's true, Claire can rest assured. Ah, I see. Abel nodded. Then let me ask you, where is Ollie, a Darwin of Waterflow Sect? Another name drop? This time it's a Darwin. Do you think you can stump me? Joab curled the corners of her mouth into a smile. Dayon Ollie has been dispatched by me to carry out a mission and hasn't returned yet. Haven't returned yet? Abel asked. Then does Joab know where he is now? Joab smiled. Of course I do. Then what mission did you assign to Ollie? Abel pressed further. Joab shook her head. This is an internal matter of Waterflow Sect, concerning secrets that cannot be easily disclosed to outsiders. If you can't tell me, how can I be sure you're not lying? Abel pressed again. Humph, young friend. Some things shouldn't be publicized. Please understand, Joab explained. Even the location of Ali is a secret? Abel laughed. Joab, I have a way to prove whether what you say is true. Abel continued, to be honest with you, Ali is currently at our Divine Mountain Town Lord's mansion, and he previously got into a fight with someone from our mansion. Do you know who this person is? Joab was momentarily speechless. Chapter 252. Stance. Joab stared blankly at Abel, thinking to himself that this guy was indeed well prepared. It seemed certain that he would pin the kidnapping of Zoltan on the watercourse sect this time. Joab said, young man, you're so convinced that someone from the watercourse sect took your Darwin? You accuse us of making hasty conclusions, but aren't you just as hasty? Without knowing who kidnapped him, you come here demanding his return. As you said, our sect alone has 5,000 inner Darwins. How can we possibly know which one of them visited your lord's residence or fought with anyone? So, Joab is admitting that he misled me before, Abel asked. Ha, if anyone just barged in demanding a person and we went all out searching, wouldn't we be fools? Joab sneered. We have no proof that Zoltan even exists or disappeared at your lord's mansion. Everything you've said is just your side of the story. Abel was momentarily stunned. The watercourse sect had received letters from Simeon army earlier and should be prepared. Now, Abel played the role of someone seeking his Darwin. Rhett needed to tread carefully without being overly aggressive, given the enormity of the watercourse sect. A small lord of Spirit Mountain Town couldn't afford to offend them. Arturo was behind framing the watercourse sect for Zoltan's disappearance, not Abel. Abel only needed to cooperate and act as an anxious teacher whose apprentice was kidnapped. Some parts still needed Arturo's personal involvement. Abel looked at Arturo for help. Immediately, Arturo said, Emerson 1, please release Zoltan. Maurice replied, Claire, I haven't captured anyone. I didn't say it was you. I mean someone from the watercourse sect, Arturo said. Can you guarantee that no one in the watercourse sect has done such things? Indeed, none could guarantee whether they did or did not do it. After all, what Darwins do outside the sect was beyond their control. Maurice hesitated. Joab, growing impatient, said, if they haven't, then they haven't. Unless you have concrete evidence, don't try to pin this on us. Arturo retorted, Joab, you admit you cannot fully monitor where your Darwins are or what they've done. How can you be sure they didn't do it? Uncertainty meant guilt? This sounded like bandit logic. Arturo was indeed the mastermind behind this incident. Joab snorted, you have no evidence to show it was us. But we found a token of the watercourse sect, Arturo argued. Isn't this significant? Don't you think that's too presumptuous? Joab responded. Arturo shook his head. Joab, Emerson 1, your sect has been negligent over the years, leading to many unruly Darwins. You should understand this. My friend came to seek his kidnapped apprentice. A major sect like yours should extend courtesy. Why don't you issue an order to investigate within the sect and give my friend some answers? Maurice appeared swayed by this. As expected, Maurice casually waved, sending a massive wave crashing toward Arturo. This entire ocean was under the sect master's control, leaving Arturo powerless. Yet, Arturo smiled lightly, reaching into his robe. A red light flashed, and Arturo vanished before everyone's eyes. Teleportation? Joab was shocked. No, Maurice frowned. A secret treasure, a fragment of Anna. Arturo has such a thing? Joab exclaimed. No wonder he dared to attack here. But even with this treasure, it can only be used to escape, not to defeat the enemy. His purpose was to escape using an attack as a cover, said Maurice. So he prepared to flee? Joab nodded. Possible. But we gave an expulsion order, and he still drew his sword, which, if we genuinely issued an expulsion order, a single wave would have washed them out. Words were meaningless, Maurice explained. Arturo must have seen through our intent to trap them here. Not likely, Joab remarked. Maybe it's coincidence? Maurice shook his head. Though my secret realm is powerful, it pales compared to Anna. The realm lacks its own spirit, so I can't trap her with Anna. Joab said, Emerson, Anna doesn't allow teleportation. She merely left the room. Many elders are outside. Many elders? Maurice chuckled. Who dares stop Arturo? The water screen revealed the scene outside the room. Red light flashed, and Arturo appeared outside, sprinting away with no elders stopping her. Maurice watched Arturo's receding figure and said, I admire such spirited individuals who follow their own path. Joab sighed, true, few dare offend someone from Blood Alliance. Only a fool would invite trouble. Unless they're crazy, who likes Arturo? Maurice shook his head. Perhaps she's right. I've been neglecting management while in this secret realm. See how some elders greeted Arturo? They didn't even attempt to stop her. Joab also shook his head. Don't blame yourself entirely. I share the responsibility. Abel wanted to speak, but couldn't interject. They seemed to ignore him, continuing their chat. They didn't believe Abel had a fragment of Anna. But, Abel finally spoke up. Won't you catch her even if she escapes from here? True, why didn't we think of that? And maybe the elders outside don't know about your intention to stop her, Abel added. They don't know what happened inside. Indeed, shouldn't you inform them? Too late now, you just kept chatting and watched her walk away like that? Maurice and Joab exchanged a startled glance, then turned to glare at Abel. You, which side are you really on? How can you be so indifferent? Chapter 253, United Efforts. Abel rolled his eyes and said, Of course I'm on your side. Nonsense, Maurice snorted. Humph, what kind of tricks are you playing now? Joab glared at Abel. Suddenly he seemed to have an epiphany. Oh, I get it. You saw Kaylee leave and abandon you here alone, so you're turning against us now? So that's how it is. Maurice also caught on. I didn't expect the Chun family of Donghua Town to produce such a cunning individual. Humph, if your ancestor, Barren, could see this, I wonder what he would think. Barren? The first ancestor of the Chun family in Donghua Town? Why did the conversation turn to him? Abel was somewhat surprised. Few people mention Braden by name when talking about the Chun family in Donghua Town. This Maurice was truly an unusual person. Honest one, do you know much about the Chun family of Donghua Town? Abel asked tentatively. Humph. Maurice glanced sideways at Abel with disdain. The Chun family of Donghua Town has had a lineage stretching over 1,000 years. Back then, Braden was quite a character. It's really unimaginable how your generation turned out. Humph. One worse than the last, actually colluding with Blood Alliance to frame our watercourse sect. Joab twitched his eyebrows. Red had just praised Kaylee, but now criticized Abel for colluding with the Blood Alliance. The sect Ronnie changed his stance rather quickly. But it's for the best. The sect Ronnie finally sees Kaylee's true colors. Ha, worth celebrating. Tell me, is it you? Maurice pointed angrily at Abel. Did you corrupt Kaylee? Abel. Joab. Alright, it's impossible to make anything useful out of mud. Joab massaged his forehead. Kaylee is an elder from the Blood Alliance store. She doesn't need someone like me, a mere governor of Shinshan Town, to corrupt her. Abel explained. She must have been inherently bad. Or perhaps, the person training her in secret was wicked. Maurice retorted firmly, nonsense, it must be you behind all this trouble. It's too bad that no matter how many schemes you devise, you can't pull them off in my secret dimension of near distance. Maurice looked at Abel smugly. This secret dimension of near distance was his territory. It was more secure than any prison in the world. Without supreme power or a treasure like the Redovan stabilizing silk, there was no way out. Maurice casually flicked his wrist, and the water churned violently. Waves roared as endless torrents rose like buildings, surging toward Abel overhead. Maurice shouted loudly, considering you are Braden's descendant, I'll show mercy. Stay in this tumultuous water, and don't cause any more ripples outside. Abel watched the waves surge toward him and felt alarmed. Raising storms? Isn't that you? Hold it. Abel shouted loudly. Do you have something else to say? Maurice waved his arm lightly, halting the wave inches above Abel's head. If delayed by even a fraction of a second, the huge wave would engulf Abel. Abel smiled and said, Honest one, did you receive an informant letter? I once sent a letter through an envoy, informing your sect that someone would come seeking trouble recently, Abel said. Surely you've received it? What? Maurice froze, his confidence faltering instantly. That letter was from you? Joab exclaimed in shock. Abel nodded. Impossible. Joab couldn't believe it. Maurice was also stunned. Naturally from me, Abel declared loudly. If Honest doesn't believe me, I can recite the contents of the letter right now. If still not convinced, I can write it down again. That letter was written by my own hand. Well, Joab exclaimed, you aren't? I came here merely to deceive Kaylee, Abel shouted. I'll explain everything to you step by step. Maurice paused, looking at Joab. Joab remained silent for a moment before nodding. Maurice awkwardly waved his hand, causing the waves to recede with a roar, crashing into the water and stirring up white mist. Why didn't you sign your name on the letter? Joab asked. I was merely putting on a show for Kaylee, Abel replied. If I sign my name, you might treat me differently after reading it, tipping Kaylee off. Joab asked. So what is your true objective? Zoltan, Abel answered. Zoltan? What do you mean? Joab's alertness heightened. The Blood Alliance is targeting my Darwin, trying to use my Darwin to draw out the person behind him, Abel explained. Everyone in Qingzhou knows that Zoltan has ties to a summoner's legacy. Kaylee intended to use Zoltan to uncover this line. Not only did she use Zoltan, but she also used our watercourse sect, Joab noted. Yes, as I wrote in the letter, she wanted to investigate this line of summoners without getting involved herself. Thus, she used our watercourse sect as a shield. This way, regardless of whether she could eventually uncover this line, she could always back out safely. Joab nodded and looked at Maurice. Honest, that's exactly what was stated in the letter. It seems he did write it. Phew. Maurice shot Abel a glare. I knew from the start you weren't honest. You really are a sly one. Fine, since you're on our side, let's go inside for a detailed discussion. Maurice sighed, slightly disappointed. Sigh, it would have been better if Kaylee were on our side. Why is it you instead? With a step, Maurice levitated into the air, heading toward the giant island in the middle of the water. The rocks under Abel and Joab rumbled like a speeding boat, moving all transformed into a comfortable reception room, furnished with rustic wooden furniture. Maurice sat at the head of the table and smiled. Come, have some tea. Rhett patted the table, and 2 cups of steaming tea appeared on the seats below. Joab, unfazed by the spectacle, found a seat and sat down, followed by Abel. Note: the chapter translation aims to retain the original tone and structure while ensuring clarity and fluency in English. I've stayed in this secret dimension of near distance for too long, almost forgetting the deceit and treachery of the world. Ah, alas, there is not a single serene place in this realm. Maurice drank his tea leisurely. Joab smiled helplessly. The Alwyn was praising himself unnecessarily. Rhett hadn't forgotten the dangers of the world. He had always known how perilous it was, which was why he preferred to stay within the secret dimension of near distance, dedicating himself to arduous cultivation. Over time, he'd even refined whatever intellect he had left into muscle. Ha, what a fortunate day for the Riverflow sect. Their powerful Alwyn was, in reality, rather foolish. Fortunately, only a few close elders knew this secret. Oh, and the Medicine Gaston from the Medicine Gaston Valley also knew. That's why the Medicine Gaston often came over to make bets with him, winning some trivial items each time. Joab's thoughts wandered, and when he snapped back to reality, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Rhett cleared his throat twice and then said, I would like to know the Lord's plan regarding this matter. You sent someone to deliver the message, clearly wary of Kaylee. So, what are your next steps? Abel smiled and replied, these matters will require much assistance from Alwyn Wan and Joab. Joab couldn't help but smile wryly. The sect Ronnie was flattering himself. Rhett wasn't forgetting the deceit and treachery of the world. He always knew the world was dangerous, so he preferred to stay within the secret dimension of near distance to cultivate. Until he had cultivated even the little intelligence in his head into muscle. Truly a blessing for our watercourse sect. A powerful watercourse sect Ronnie who is actually a fool. Fortunately, only a few close elders know this secret. Oh, and the Medicine Gaston from Medicine Gaston Valley knows as well. So the Medicine Gaston often comes over to place bets with him and wins some small items back. Joab's thoughts wandered off, but when he came back to his senses, he felt a bit embarrassed. Rhett cleared his throat twice and said, I want to know, what are your plans regarding this matter? Since you sent someone to deliver the letter, you must have been wary of Kaylee. So, what do you plan to do next? Abel smiled and replied, these matters will require much assistance from Alaire Juan and Joab. Note, I retained the original tone and structure while ensuring clarity and fluency in English. The paragraph and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 254. History? Kaylee left the Jiqi secret realm but did not take the Ding family Alwyn with him. The Ding family Alwyn had witnessed the conversation between Abel and the Xingshui Dominic, and was stunned, unable to say a word. They had originally planned to scheme against Abel, but never expected to be outwitted by him. It seemed they were preparing to join forces to deal with the Blood Alliance. The heart of the Ding family Alwyn thumped wildly. When the Xingshui Dominic brought Abel into the central giant island, he also wanted to go, but was stopped outside. Red had no way of knowing what Xingshui Dominic and Abel discussed, and felt very anxious. It seems I underestimated him. The Ding family Alwyn gazed at the vast waters and sat down on a rock dejectedly. Abel knew all along we were going to deal with him, yet remained inactive, using our strategy against us. This kind of strategic thinking and depth is no less than that of Kaylee. Now, I can only hope Kaylee has enough luck. In the Grand Hall, Abel and Sage sipped tea while discussing how to counteract Kaylee's plans. After listening to Abel's plan, the Xingshui Dominic said, isn't this approach too unkind? The Xingshui Dominic was physically robust with a muscular build, but his head wasn't good at thinking. Joab, standing nearby, said, the Blood Alliance is always troublemakers besides. This time they came to us first. Honest, think about it. If the Blood Alliance succeeds, wouldn't that trouble fall on us? We're just returning their troubles. Really? Maurice was somewhat hesitant. Elder, don't be too merciful, Joab urged. These years, the Blood Alliance has caused countless bloodsheds in the martial world. This time, they are targeting our Xingshui sect. Maurice shook his head and said, Joab, actually, there's something I've never told you. In fact, back then, during the selection of children from that place, my master and Kaylee's master were assigned to the same group, Maurice sighed. What? Joab jumped up from his seat, eyes wide open. Honest, you participated in the child selection from that place? Maurice smiled slightly. I was young then. Joab. Abel. Sage. This relationship is so complicated. Maurice looked at Abel and asked, how did you and Kaylee meet? Oh, she used to be my brother's ex-girlfriend, Abel replied. Jay-Stung and Joab were speechless and dumbfounded. This relationship seemed even more complex. Is this, selling out your brother's ex-girlfriend? Abel thought for a moment and said, to be precise, she was previously my brother's fiancée. For a moment, silence reigned. Rethy, it looks like there's a story here, Maurice laughed. His expression towards Abel had changed. Can you tell me more about it? Joab coughed dryly. Honest, this is their family matter. Perhaps it's not convenient. No, this is important, Maurice interrupted. Due to these connections, we need to avoid suspicion. If one day your brother and Kaylee reconcile, wouldn't we become outsiders? Can you guarantee they won't team up against our Xingshui sect? When did the Honest get so smart? Joab looked at Abel. Well, what Honest says does make sense. Seeing the gossip flames in Joab and Honest Juan's eyes, Abel smiled and said, this matter starts from when Elderberry of Donglu Town failed to break through to the higher Earth Realm. Elderberry of Donglu Mountain failed to break through to the higher Earth Realm and was severely injured? Maurice frowned. Your Donglu Mountain spirit methods are quite peaceful. Logically, it should not result in severe injuries after failing a breakthrough. Honest Juan seems to know a lot about Donglu Mountain. Abel was surprised. Even he didn't know the characteristics of Donglu Mountain's spirit methods, yet Maurice did? Maurice frowned. I fear Elderberry sought rapid progress and practiced other cultivation methods. Maurice continued. Perhaps even you don't know the origins of the Chen family of Donglu Mountain. The origins of the Chen family? Abel asked. The first ancestor, Braden, established the Donglu Chen family in Donglu Town over 1,000 years ago. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about before the Chen family was established. Maurice waved his hand proudly. Where did this first ancestor, Braden, come from? Abel frowned and shook his head. The history of the Chen family started from there. As for before, well, no wonder. It's said that only the family patriarch and a few elders know about this. Therefore, the specific spirit method Elderberry practiced, leading to his failed breakthrough, must also be known by only a few. Though I'm not part of your Chen family, I have guessed it, Maurice said. So, there's more complexity to this? Abel was somewhat bewildered. Learning family matters from an outsider felt odd. Abel asked, why does Honest One know so much about our Chen family? Maurice replied solemnly, as the Dominic, knowing things others do not is natural, right? What does being a Dominic have to do with it? You, as the Xingshui Dominic, how do you know about our Chen family? Joab explained smilingly. Actually, our Xingshui sect and your Chen family have some historical ties. Some items in our scripture library are accessible only to the Dominic and a few senior elders. Among them is the history of the 9 continents, which mentions the origin of your Donglu Town Chen family. The history of the 9 continents mentions our Chen family? It turns out the history of the 9 continents is only accessible to the Dominic and a few senior elders? Then what about the history of the 9 continents that he read before? Abel pulled at the corners of his mouth and asked, why is this so? Isn't the history of the 9 continents supposed to be public knowledge? Not necessarily, Joab replied. Some things are better known by only a few. If everyone knows, the world would be different. Mysterious talk. Abel thought in his heart. But he also remembered what Senior Coulter mentioned. The history related to the Star Sect is lost. The 5 major sects together sealed this piece of history. Only a few thousand-year-old families and sects retained historical documents from a millennium ago. And among these families, only a few people could access those documents. Could this also be related to the 5 major sects? However, now wasn't the time to delve deeper. What intrigued him was whether Elder Barry really failed to break through because he practiced other spirit methods. Seeing Abel deep in thought, Joab smiled and said, "We've already said enough. Saying more would violate rules. If you really want to know more, ask your family patriarch. Perhaps he knows." Maurice proudly stated, "Even if he goes back and asks his patriarch, breaking the rules would still be required. Only if he becomes the next patriarch might he know those secrets." Joab gave Maurice a sidelong glance. Wasn't he hurting this young man's feelings? A person without any spirit power, dispatched to Yojo's great desolate mountains as a lord, had any chance of succeeding the patriarch? Joab shook his head secretly. Kaylee rushed down the mountain and found Abel's Huntwind Hawk. Riding the Huntwind Hawk, she headed toward Shun Mountain Town in Yuzhou. Her task now was to inform the Shun Mountain Town lord's residents that Abel had been captured by the Xingshui sect, causing a commotion. She covertly summoned many knights to come to her aid. In this way, the news of Abel being imprisoned by the Xingshui sect would spread throughout the martial world. The matter concerning Zoltan would naturally be publicized as well. By doing so, her goal would be achieved. Those behind Zoltan would surely come out because of this. Additionally, the 5 major sects, who were envious of the summoning inheritance, would also make their move. Chapter 255, The Monster. Abel had been inside Morris's hidden realm for over 10 days. This grand hall must be the center of this hidden realm, right? Abel asked. Maurice replied, "You're making that assumption based on the many arrays you see here. But in fact, this hall is merely a place where I rest and cultivate." Maurice pointed into the distance, saying, "That sea area over there is the core of the hidden realm." With a snap of his fingers, the sky outside became dark and gloomy. The weather and water currents here were all within Morris's control, essentially forming his domain. Redder, he was the king. However, even so, you couldn't stop Kaylee? Abel asked. "That's because you don't understand the power of the Churchill tea on silk," Maurice said. "The piece of Churchill tea on silk that Kaylee has is extraordinary. It possesses a sentient spirit. So it can't be stopped?" Abel asked. "If my Chi-Chi hidden realm developed a sentient spirit, Kaylee wouldn't be able to leave," Maurice explained. "But soon, deep within these waters, the realm's sentient spirit will be born." Abel nodded in understanding. Maurice turned back to Abel, saying, "A few days ago, you mentioned that several Darwins from our watercourse sect came to cause trouble at your place, and Corbin Venom was there as well?" "Yes. Can you release them out of consideration for me?" Maurice politely requested. Abel, now an ally in the fight against the Blood Alliance, hesitated only slightly before nodding, even though he felt closer to Kaylee emotionally. "I can do that, but they damaged quite a lot of things," Abel said. "They'll pay for it accordingly," Maurice quickly responded. "Did watercourse sect lack money?" "Problems solvable by money were no problems at all." Abel nodded. Since they were going to join forces with watercourse sect, holding their people captive did indeed look bad. "I'll release them when I return," Abel said. "But why are the watercourse sect members so arrogant and tyrannical outside?" "It's my fault for not supervising them closely enough," Maurice said. "In recent years, I've been staying within this hidden realm, rarely interfering with the outside world." "The outside world doesn't speak highly of watercourse sect," Abel remarked. Morris's expression turned displeased. "Arrogant and tyrannical? Because their bodies were injured by their training. Watercourse sect's cultivation methods were originally water element focused. This kind of cultivation made one as calm as still water when at rest, gentle like flowing water when moving, and awe-inspiring like the ocean during bursts of power. But now, the Darwins of watercourse sect had lost the calm and gentleness, retaining only the overpowering force and arrogance. This was a troubling sign and extremely dangerous. Yet he could find no solution to this problem. "Since you've brought up this issue, come, let me show you." Maurice rose and walked out of the palace, jumping into the waters. Abel and Sage followed closely behind. After diving into the water for a short while, Abel felt the scene brighten up before him. They had appeared in front of a small hut. Maurice led Abel and Sage up the towering peak. At the summit, strong cold winds blew, and the top of the mountain was covered in white snow. "Achoo!" Abel sneezed. "This path isn't easy to traverse," Maurice commented, emitting spiritual energy around him, isolating the coldness within a 10-meter radius. It felt just as warm beside Maurice as it did inside the Hidden Realms palace. Even so, Abel struggled to walk forward. Step by step, he climbed higher, with Maurice slowly leading the way without urging him. "You really have no spiritual power at all?" Maurice asked curiously. Abel nodded. "In this world, only spirit onists can achieve great things," Maurice sighed. "Powerful spirit onists can withstand harsh cold and intense heat. Ordinary people may live 100 years if healthy, but spirit onists can live several times longer." "Well, that is a problem," Abel laughed. "But I'll find a way to solve it." "Find a way?" Maurice asked. Some ways might not be the right choice. Abel was puzzled. Maurice led Abel and Sage to a cave entrance not far from the peak. "We're here," Maurice said. "What's in here?" Abel asked. "This is the root of watercourse sex troubles," Maurice answered. Follow me." Maurice led them inside the cave. Various colorful minerals embedded in the cave walls illuminated the entire space. So, this was also a mineral vein? Indeed, a prime feng shui location, with clear mountains and beautiful rivers, plus a huge, spiritual stone mine. Abel marveled. "Prime feng shui location? Soon, you won't think so," Maurice smirked. "Oh." Abel was confused. After walking for a long time, the scenery opened up. However, this openness induced fear. Ahead, a massive abyss appeared. Cold wind howled up from the bottom, carrying strange roars. This is the middle of this mountain hollow? Abel exclaimed. Without speaking, Maurice continued forward. Stairs had been carved along the edge of the abyss. They slowly descended the stairs. Although faint light emitted from the rock walls, it was impossible to see the bottom. As they went deeper, the strange roaring sounds grew louder. Along with the feeling akin to nails scratching a chalkboard, Abel's skin involuntarily broke out in goosebumps. What is that sound? Abel shivered. It's Lu. Maurice stopped and turned serious. A celestial-grade beast, Lu? Celestial-grade beast? Abel's mouth dropped open. You have a celestial-grade beast imprisoned here? Abel stammered. Sage also trembled, looking incredulously at Maurice. Indeed, Maurice confirmed. This is Watercourse Sect's curse. Are you scared? A celestial-grade beast can be contained? Well, even you know how difficult it is to imprison such a beast. Maurice suddenly felt melancholic. Come, let me show you. Even I know. Is that surprising? As they went further, the sound grew louder. Abel gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to flee. That sound was unbearable. You've just arrived here. While we have endured this torment daily, Maurice pointed below. Finally reaching the bottom, Abel saw a large platform below, with a huge pillar standing in the center. A monster as tall as a dozen-story building was chained to the pillar, struggling fiercely to break free. Each violent struggle resulted in a mournful cry. The heavy iron chain scraped violently against the stone pillar, producing a grating sound echoing through the abyss. Cracks appeared in the stone pillar under the immense pressure. Whenever cracks appeared, beams of light would rise from the ground beneath the pillar. An array activated, illuminating the entire space and repairing the pillar instantly. No matter how hard the monster tried, it couldn't escape the pillar. To have an array repair a pillar so that a celestial-grade beast cannot break free is truly unbelievable, Abel commented. That is the price we pay, Maurice pointed outside the array. Outside the array, Watercourse Sect Darwins formed concentric circles, sitting cross-legged and continuously pumping spiritual energy into the array. The monster never ceased its struggles. The pillar never ceased breaking, and the Darwins never ceased replenishing the array with energy. A Darwin collapsed on the spot, and another Darwin promptly carried him away, with yet another Darwin taking his place. Abel watched, his pores tingling with unease. Now, would you still say this is a prime feng shui location? Maurice gave a sorrowful smile. If we had known this place sealed such a monster, would we have ever chosen this land? Hashtag chapter 255. The monster, continued. The Darwins of Watercourse Sect had no choice but to endure this torment daily. They had to maintain the array that contained the beast, even at the cost of their own well-being. Abel couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The sheer relentlessness of it all was overwhelming. Every day, Maurice continued, pointing below, our Darwins rotate in shifts, ensuring the array never falters. If it were to fail even for a moment, the consequences would be catastrophic. The immense pillar, reinforced by the array, stood steadfast against the celestial-grade beast's struggles. Yet, each time the beast thrashed, the ground seemed to tremble, and the light from the activated arrays flickered ominously. This is the price we pay, Abel murmured, realizing the true extent of Watercourse Sect's burden. Maurice nodded solemnly. Yes, the curse of our sect. But there may yet be a way to break it. Hashtag chapter 256, suppression. After being in front of the monster for only a while, Abel's complexion turned pale. Sage channeled spiritual energy into him from behind, and Abel felt somewhat better. Maurice frowned as he watched Abel, sighed, pulled him up, and sprinted away from the abyss. Don't force it if you can't become a spirit honest, Maurice said after they were out of the abyss, placing Abel at the entrance. I know many people are unwilling to accept it, but whether or not one has a spirit meridian is destiny, and it cannot be resisted. What did Maurice mean by this? Abel was a bit confused. Maurice took a deep breath and said, however, there are those in this world who refuse to admit defeat and use all sorts of methods to gain power. In the end, they create a force even they cannot control. A force even they cannot control? Do you mean that monster? Abel seemed to understand. Maurice nodded. That monster was actually created by humans? Sage was both shocked and puzzled. How could that be? That was a Redovan-grade spirit beast. Maurice said, have you heard of the Scarlet Whip? Scarlet Whip? The name sounded familiar. Sage thought for a moment and immediately paled. In Book Mountain City, they had encountered the Scarlet Whip once before. It was used by the mastermind behind the kidnapping of the entire mayor's residence of Changzhou City. Behind that secret cave, there was also a Redovan hammer beast hidden. Can the Scarlet Whip create a Redovan-grade spirit beast? Abel doubted. After all, the Scarlet Whip was made from the sinews of a Redovan hammer beast, which was just an Earth-grade spirit beast. Maurice said, the giant beast you saw earlier was indeed created using the Scarlet Whip. The reputation of the Haimonts of the 10,000 Qi sect is well deserved. 10,000 Qi sect. We thought this piece of feng shui treasure land was hard to come by. Later, we realized it was all part of the calculations of the Haimonts of the 10,000 Qi sect. Maurice looked at Abel and said, Rhett deliberately let us obtain this place so that we would use the power of our sect to suppress that monster. What? Abel and Sage listened with wide eyes. Didn't you approach the 10,000 Qi sect? Abel asked. Approach? What good would it do? Maurice smiled bitterly. The 10,000 Qi sect is one of the 5 great sections. Although we Walking Water sect is a top-notch large sect, we aren't considered significant enough by the 5 great sections. Besides, pressing silk? Abel asked. Young friend, although you don't have spiritual power, your plan was eye-opening, Maurice said. After thinking it over these few days, I believe this method is the most reliable. Abel frowned and asked, didn't you have the Inchue's secret realm? Can it suppress the monster? Maurice shook his head. I'm not sure. If my Inchue's secret realm could refine a soul weapon, maybe it would work. But now? Soul weapon? Abel raised an eyebrow and said, then what about the Supreme Redovan ring? The Supreme Redovan ring? What do you mean? Maurice asked. One of my friends has a Supreme Redovan ring, Abel said. Maybe he can lend it to us. The Supreme Redovan ring? Lend it? Maurice was taken aback. At this moment, Joab came out of the cave. Honest, the situation is not optimistic. Joab walked up to Maurice. Oh, Maurice responded lightly. The Redovan grade spirit beast has noticed that the force restraining it is weakening, so it struggles more frequently recently, Joab added. Oh. Joab thought for a moment and then said, if we can't refine a soul weapon within a month, we might have to relocate the Walking Water sect. What? Maurice's eyes widened. A month? That soon? Joab thought again and said, maybe 2 months. Maybe 3 months, Joab said. How long exactly? Maurice demanded angrily. The exact timing depends on the temperament of the monster, Joab conceded. So please return quickly and refine the soul weapon, instead of loitering around. Loitering? Am I loitering? I brought 2 guests to understand our plight, and hopefully, they will think of a better solution. Is this loitering? The earliest soul weapon in the Inshuai secret realm can be refined in 6 months, Maurice said. Kaylee from Blood Alliance will certainly cause trouble during this time. This will delay us further. So, please return as soon as possible and refine the soul weapon, Joab urged. Every day, we waste means more danger for the Walking Water sect. Maurice glared at Abel. Rhett mentioned the Supreme Redovan ring. What? Joab stared blankly. What Supreme Redovan ring? Of course, it's the Supreme Redovan ring, which is equally famous as the sky-suppressing silk, Abel laughed. Joab stared wide-eyed at Abel, trying to speak but unable to form words. Abel laughed and said, so, Honest has been staying in the Inshuai secret realm to refine the soul weapon? And refining the soul weapon is to suppress the monster? Maurice nodded. Originally, the Inshuai secret realm was just a place for me to cultivate my spirit technique. Later, I found that if I could refine a soul weapon, perhaps I could trap this Redovan grade spirit beast in the secret realm, preventing its escape. I see, Abel said. But currently, there is no soul weapon in the Inshuai secret realm, Maurice nodded. If I recklessly trap the monster inside, it might destroy the secret realm and break free. Then we won't be able to control it again. Abel nodded. Alright, I'll ask my friend. Perhaps he can help. Who is it? Little Jean, come out. Abel put down his bag and opened it. A golden light jumped out and slowly formed into a golden man in the air. Hashtag chapter 257. Bring it to me for a look. What on earth is this? Maurice and Joab stared blankly at the golden figure. The golden figure looked at Abel and said, I heard everything you two were saying. I didn't expect that after so many years, I would return to the Flowing Water sect. For better readability and consistency in terminology, Waterzone sect has been changed to Flowing Water sect. The term, Flowing Water sect, is more natural and consistent with how sect names are typically translated in English within this context. From his tone, it seems he's an old acquaintance of the Water sect. Note, Waterzone sect was changed to Water sect for natural English fluency and consistency. Maurice and Joab were momentarily stunned. However, they didn't recognize this dazzling golden figure. Joab scrutinized the golden figure up and down and asked, have you been to the Water sect before? The golden figure nodded and smiled. That was a very long time ago. A very long time ago? Joab smiled amiably. So, we're old acquaintances. Since he's an old acquaintance, wouldn't borrowing the Shangtian circle be more convenient? Joab thought happily. The golden figure nodded and asked, indeed, an old acquaintance. Is Goran still around? Goran? Joab's expression stiffened. Maurice was also taken aback. Goran? Rhett was the 6th generation patriarch of the Water sect. Rhett had disappeared over 600 years ago. Then who is this person in front of us? Do you mean you knew the 6th generation patriarch of our Water sect? Joab asked skeptically. Note, Waterzone sect was changed to Water sect for a more natural and consistent reading in English. How could that be possible? Maurice frowned. Although top-tier spirit masters could extend their lifespan, no one had ever lived past 600 years. Rhett naturally didn't believe what the golden figure said, but in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the golden figure, his body trembling slightly. I still owe him something. The golden figure took out a golden leaf from his chest and said, I only intended to borrow it for a few days, but it ended up staying with me. Is he still here? This? Joab looked at the golden leaf in the golden figure's hand in disbelief, speechless. If they weren't mistaken, this flying dart looked exactly like the 6th generation patriarch Goran's golden leaf dart. It can't be wrong. Maurice trembled as he took the golden leaf, excitedly exclaiming, it can't be wrong. This is Alwyn Yan's golden leaf. Though centuries had passed, the golden leaf still retained Goran's unique spiritual power and formidable aura. Rhett wouldn't mistake it. Joab's eyes widened as he stared at the golden figure in shock, his voice hoarse. How do you have this? I borrowed it from him, the golden figure said. Is he still around? I need to return this to him, the golden figure murmured. Alwyn Yan has been missing for nearly 600 years, Joab sighed. Missing? The golden figure nodded and retrieved the golden leaf from Maurice's hand. Then it should remain with me. Maurice refused to give it up and dodged the golden figure's hand. Won't you give it to me? The golden figure looked at Maurice in confusion. Maurice clutched the golden leaf tightly and said excitedly, since this belongs to the Water sect, it would be most fitting for it to remain here. Note, Waterzone sect was slightly inconsistent in terminology. I adjusted Waterzone sect to Water sect for consistency and natural flow. Oh, the golden figure asked, who are you? I am the current patriarch of the Water sect, Maurice replied. Note, the word zhong seems to be a remnant from the original Chinese text and doesn't belong in the English translation, thus it's removed for fluency. You're the patriarch? The golden figure furrowed his brow, muttering, Goran once told me he was the patriarch, the highest ranking official in the Water sect. Seems that boy was just bragging. to ensure the translation reads more naturally and fluently in English while maintaining consistency. You're the patriarch? The golden figure frowned, saying thoughtfully, Gorin once told me he was the patriarch, the highest-ranking official in the water sect. It seems that boy was just bragging. Joab chuckled. Senior, you jest? Alwyn Yin was indeed the patriarch. After his disappearance, subsequent patriarchs took over. Ah. The golden figure nodded vaguely and said to Maurice, in that case, I'll leave this in your hands. Maurice beamed. Thank you, Senior. Joab saluted the golden figure. May I know Senior's name? Should he tell the truth? The golden figure glanced at Abel. Abel smiled. Red is my friend, named Aaron. Jinren immediately felt embarrassed by the name. The Darwin stammered. Gone? There was no sign of worry on Maurice and Joab's faces, only excitement. Quick, tell us more. The Darwin rushed. Alwyn, just now, when the monster was struggling fiercely, we were about to strengthen the formation when suddenly there was a flash of golden light. We didn't manage to reinforce the formation in time, and the monster vanished right then and there. We let the monster escape. Escaped? Haha, no, it didn't escape. Joab's eyes bulged, his body trembling with excitement as he turned to Jinren. Senior, it? Jinren nodded, holding a golden bracelet. Redder. Shang-Tian circle. Maurice and Joab's eyes lit up. It won't be able to come out again, will it? Joab asked hurriedly. Unless it can break through the formation inside, Jinren nodded. Can it break through? Maurice asked urgently. Considering its current strength, it's absolutely impossible, Jinren thought for a moment and replied. Phew, Maurice and Joab instantly relaxed. The heavy burden lifted off their hearts. Send the message. Maurice channeled his spiritual power and shouted. The water sect will host a 10-day feast, inviting all martial artists to celebrate this joyous occasion. What festival? The Darwin asked, still bewildered. Maurice exclaimed joyfully. Today is the most memorable day in the history of the water sect over the past century. Note, the word Zhong was not translated properly in the user's input. It should be translated as sect to maintain consistency and accuracy with the rest of the text. Joab joined in, equally excited. Brody has done us a great favor. Let's commemorate today in his honor. Good idea. Morris's eyes sparkled. Let's call it Quan Jinren Day. Abel. Jinren felt embarrassed. Joab sized up Abel and leaned in closely. I knew there was something odd about you. How could an ordinary person without any spiritual power dare to scheme against Kaylee? You've had Brody protecting you all along, haven't you? Abel was speechless, unsure how to explain. There's a lot to this story. Joab winked. Don't hide it from me, I understand. What do you understand? You must have met Brody at some secret place, didn't you? Joab whispered into Abel's ear. You know? Abel frowned, feeling a twinge of unease. Yes, maybe he was too obvious. Summoning the spirit directly was indeed too conspicuous. Joab laughed slyly. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone, not a soul. Oh well, thank you, Elder, Abel said. I understand, Joab winked and nodded. You've helped our water sect so much. Why would I betray you? Only someone with exceptional fortune could have such an encounter. Note, the term Waterjong sect was slightly inconsistent, so it was changed to water sect for better fluency and consistency in English. Rev, indeed. In my Montague, I dreamed of having a senior guide me. Too bad you encountered Brody but lacked spiritual veins. Otherwise, you'd likely have grown faster. Translation completed with all provided guidelines adhered to. Joab slyly leaned in close and said, Ready, about that ring of yours, could I take a look at it? Huh? What ring? Jinren asked. Joab looked at him with anticipation. Don't play dumb. Brody, as the elderly gentleman inside the ring, must have a ring, right? Come on, don't be so stingy. Let me see it. Translation completed adhering to all provided guidelines. The tone and style are maintained, and the text is natural and fluent in English. The paragraph structure and line breaks mirror the original text. Hashtag chapter 258. For the Zhouan Palace. The Xing Shui sect had prepared an exquisite guest room for Abel, an independent courtyard. Inside the courtyard were pavilions, terraces, flower halls, and water pavilions with painted beams and grand structures that exuded both magnificence and meticulous craftsmanship. This was the level of hospitality reserved for esteemed guests, and Abel owed it all to the golden person. In one of the courtyard side rooms, Abel and Sage stood in astonishment, staring at a mirror. Within the mirror, a butterfly flitted joyfully among flowers, looking extremely content. This is the celestial grade spirit beast? Sage asked incredulously. How did a celestial grade spirit beast turn into a butterfly? Could the golden person have made a mistake? It entered its own dream within the Shang-Tian circle, the golden person explained succinctly. Abel asked, did Kaylee also enter this array earlier? Yes. If I'm not mistaken, this array creates different illusions based on the intruder's desires, Abel speculated. The illusion in front of Kaylee was her becoming the greatest martial artist, making her invincible within the Shang-Tian circle. Indeed, the Shang-Tian circle's illusionary array has 6 categories: desire, anger, fear, greed, orientation, and confusion. Normally, one must pass through all 6 arrays to break the formation, the golden person explained. 6 categories? My goodness. Kaylee didn't even clear one of them. Abel suddenly realized he hadn't fully grasped the power of the Shang-Tian circle. Is this celestial grade spirit beast dream to be a butterfly? Sage asked in disbelief. It seems there might be some truth to that, Abel said hesitantly. Not everyone wants to be the strongest. Just as Zhuangzi said, you are not a fish, so how can you know the joy of a fish in our universe? However, we cannot reach them, nor can they come here. So, how did you get here? Abel asked excitedly. Someone pulled me here, the golden person frowned, thinking for a long time before replying. Someone pulled you here? Yes. Worlds are separated by thick barriers of space-time. I couldn't break through on my own. Someone had to shatter the barrier for me to come through. I see. Abel asked, who broke the space-time barrier for you? The golden person tried to recall but shook his head. I don't remember. My memories are limited from when I first formed as a spirit. Abel felt a moment of disappointment. The golden person added after a pause, however, if you want to know more, you could ask Churchill Tianli. Churchill Tianli? She knows? Abel asked, surprised. The golden person nodded. She is older than me and knows more. She used to bully me when we were younger. So, you and Churchill Tianli come from the same place? Sage asked in shock. The golden person nodded. Thus, the renowned divine artifacts Shangtian Circle and Churchill Tianli were not originally from the 9 provinces. Abel felt an immediate surge of excitement. If he followed this lead, could he discover a way to cross space-time? If he found a way, could he return to Earth? Churchill Tianli. Kaylee. Next time he met Kaylee, he would have to figure out a way to borrow Churchill Tianli. Palace Master coldly watched the 2 elders. Ha, what Shangtian Circle? You've been tricked. Tricked? The 2 elders stopped and stared dumbfounded at the bracelet. Had they been tricked? Was the Shangtian Circle they went to such lengths to obtain actually fake? Had it been switched? The Palace Master laughed coldly. Losing the Shangtian Circle and coming back empty-handed. Do you understand your crimes? The 2 elders looked at each other sharply. You switched it? Their expressions turned fierce and menacing. Spiritual energy surged as they prepared to fight. Why did it work initially but fail now? Hawk glared at Trent. After returning, you were holding it the whole time. Who else could it be? Trent shouted, his face red with rage. I am loyal to the Palace Master and brought it back immediately. If I had taken it, why would I return with you? Hawk's face flushed, veins throbbing on his forehead, spiritual energy gathering in his hands. Trent roared, you've been hiding in Yuzhou all this time. What have you been up to? I was searching for the 10,000 bones for our Palace Master. Do you know what the 10,000 bones are? The strongest physical body. I risked everything entering the water burial array, almost not escaping. How dare you, old man, question my loyalty. Hawk bellowed. Translation notes. Names and specific terms, like Xing Shui sect, Shangtian Circle, are kept in pinyin. The original tone, style, and paragraph structure are maintained. Efforts were made to ensure the translation is natural and grammatically correct. That old scoundrel, I traveled far and wide to find you, and was even injured by Blood Alliance's Kaylee on the way. If it weren't for you saying that the Shangtian Circle and Churchill Tianli are equally renowned and highly beneficial to Zhou and Palace, would I have agreed to cooperate with the Blood Alliance? That's Bingzhou Blood Alliance, not Qingzhou Blood Alliance. They have no connection to us Zhou and Palace, so why can't we cooperate? I went through great lengths to infiltrate the secret site, almost getting trapped in the secret site's array. All of this was for our Palace Master. You old reprobate, do you not feel ashamed when speaking such sycophantic words? Why should I feel ashamed? This is my loyalty. Nonsense, you dirty old man. How wicked you are. Take this punch. The 2 elders channeled their spiritual energy into their fists and fiercely struck at each other. Suddenly, a flash of red light appeared. Before their fists hit, both elders were forcefully knocked backward, and the spiritual energy around their fists dissipated with a puff. This is... The 2 elders looked at their fists in shock, disbelief etched on their faces. Palace honest? Hawk turned to the Palace Master, stunned. Palace honest, you've achieved it? At least you still have some discernment, the Palace Master said arrogantly. Redovan rank, this is Redovan rank power. Trent, emotional and teary-eyed, exclaimed loudly, Palace honest, with you here, our Zhou and Palace will remain prosperous for millennia. Pa, you shameless old fool. That's what I wanted to say to the Palace Master. Why did you steal my words? Nonsense, why should only you get to say those words? Enough. The Zhou and Palace Master shouted, stopping them. No more arguing. I know you're both loyal to Zhou and Palace, and your trip to Yuzhou was hard work. Go rest. Yes, we'll withdraw, the 2 elders said as they retreated. The Palace Master gazed at the golden bracelet on the ground, frowning. She casually released a sword chi, splitting the bracelet into 2 halves, trying to deceive Zhou and Palace with fake goods. Ha, Blood Alliance, this is the second time you've tricked me, the Palace Master coldly remarked. Hawk and Trent sped down the mountain as soon as they left the Palace Master's hall. After descending the mountain and running several dozen miles, they finally stopped. Trent, thank goodness we were smart, otherwise... Thinking of punishment, Hawk shivered. Yes, Trent also shuddered. Zhou and Palace will eventually be ruined by that Marissa. If it weren't for the former Palace Master, I would have left long ago. Why did the former Palace Master suddenly disappear? And her daughter and Chief Darwin? Sigh, to tell you the truth, I once sent people to secretly search for them, but they were never found, Trent confessed. You sent people to search? Hawk's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't the Palace Master strictly forbidden from discussing them? She forbids it, but do you just comply? Trent retorted. Is Zhou and Palace really hers? Well, she is the Palace Master. So, the Palace Master can act however she wants? Trent jumped up angrily. Zhou and Palace has stood for 1,000 years. If things continue like this, everyone will leave. Redovan rank. So what? Hawk sighed, rubbing his forehead. Redovan rank is formidable. Except for the 5 major sects, which other sect has ever produced a Redovan rank cultivator? Certainly there is one, Trent scoffed. Blood Alliance. Hiss, please don't mention Blood Alliance. We were deceived by Kaylee. Just thinking about it makes my teeth ache, Hawk complained. I think Blood Alliance is better, Trent said unusually. What do you mean? Hawk turned to look at Trent, puzzled. Trent explained, the Palace Master's actions have chilled my heart. Even if we accomplished nothing, at least we endured hardships. Speaking of punishment, HMPF. While Blood Alliance is our enemy and must be watched closely due to their cunning, it's reasonable. However, the Palace Master's treatment of us doesn't seem fair. Hawk was silent for a moment before sighing, To outsiders, Joan Palace is a first-class sect, but it's no longer the same Joan Palace it used to be. If only we could find the former palace master sooner, Trent muttered, looking into the distance. Hawk opened his mouth to speak, then murmured, you should stop sending people to search. It won't benefit you if the palace master finds out. Ha, discover? Trent turned around. I plan to leave Joan Palace. You don't seem surprised, Trent noted. You're not the first? Hawk replied. The palace master already suspects our loyalty. If it weren't for the show we put on just now, we might not have made it off the mountain. I've heard Blood Alliance has accurate intelligence, Trent said calmly. What, are you joining Blood Alliance? Hawk jumped up, eyes wide. As a Redovan rank spirit master, I can still join Blood Alliance, regardless of their high standards, Trent laughed. Are you sure? Hawk asked uneasily. For intelligence? If it can help find the former palace master, joining Blood Alliance is worth it, Trent smiled. Everything is for Joan Palace. Hashtag chapter 259, bearing the news. If, Hawk steadied his emotions and said, if the former palace honest has already, alive or dead, we must find out, Trent firmly stated. A moment of silence followed. Hawk quietly looked at Trent, suddenly feeling insignificant. Rhett was still hesitant. Rhett didn't want to step into the mire of power struggles within Joan Palace. Self-preservation had always been his creed. But Trent, I have been greatly indebted to the previous palace honest, yet the current one, Trent continued, she might destroy Joan Palace. Though her strength was formidable, surpassing that of the previous palace honest. If, Hawk carefully chose his words, if the former palace honest is no longer with us, and her descendants do not wish to be disturbed, choosing to live in seclusion somewhere, would you still dig them out? Trent shook his head. If I found them, and they wished to remain undisturbed, I wouldn't force them. I will only do what I can. Trent sighed deeply, as if recalling something. Do you know anything? Rhett turned to look at Hawk. Hawk moved his lips slightly and said, I don't know for sure. It's just a guess. After all, the current palace honest is at the Redovanly level. To take the position of Joan Palace honest from her, how many people in this world could achieve that? But threads of thunder began seeping out, drilling into his palm. Amnon enveloped his hand with thick spiritual energy, showing no fear. With a strong pull, he tried to snatch the hammer from Selma. Thrown forward by the sheer force, Selma almost let go but managed to grip the hammer tightly. Amnon gave an in surprise, looking at Selma. Selma squatted awkwardly on the ground, struggling to pull back the hammer, but it wouldn't budge. Looking up at Amnon, Selma saw tremendous power hidden within his slender frame. Amnon smiled at Selma and pulled again, this time to the left. With a bang, Selma was thrown backward but managed to land on her feet, clutching the hammer tightly. Again, Amnon failed to dislodge Selma. Frowning, Amnon realized Selma was progressing too quickly. Rhett wasn't sure whether to be happy or wary. Biting his lip, Amnon grabbed the hammer and swung it to the right. Still couldn't shake her loose? Once is not enough, so twice. Twice not enough, then thrice. One more try, one more. Selma was losing her balance, half kneeling on the ground, looking up at Amnon. His strength was overwhelming. All she could do was hold onto her weapon tightly. Rhett's hands, gripping the hammer, had lost all sensation, blood seeping through. You've improved, Amnon finally conceded, letting go of the hammer and walking away with a long sigh. Watching him leave, Selma grinned. Improved? He says I've improved? This time, he couldn't make me release my weapon. Next time, he won't have the chance. From afar, the cry of a hunting wind eagle sounded. The eagle landed in front of the manor lord's residence, and Kaylee, dressed in white, jumped down. Your manor lord Abel has been imprisoned by the Xingshui sect, Kaylee shouted loudly. Using his spiritual energy, his voice echoed throughout the manor, reaching everyone's ears. Xingshui sect? Selma lifted her head, staring blankly at Kaylee. Isaac and others hurried over. The Xingshui sect abducted Zoltan, and now both Abel and Sage are detained by the sect Rani, Kaylee announced. We must organize a rescue party and invite our fellow spirit honest to join us at the Xingshui sect. Otherwise, the outcome is unpredictable. Why did you come back alone? Isaac wailed shrilly. Where is Perry? Kaylee took a step back, explaining, the sect Rani is resourceful. Not only did they refuse to release Zoltan, they imprisoned Abel and Sage as well. I barely escaped to report this news. Honest, Isaac turned around, dazed, then suddenly glared at the servants behind him, shouting, grab your weapons, we're going to the Xingshui sect. Grab weapons? Everyone was stunned, looking at each other in No, I must go this time, Isaac shouted, shaking Senior Coulter's arm. Senior Coulter, you're the strongest here. Take me to the Xingshui sect. Rettering Isaac's words, Kaylee narrowed his eyes. This Montague is the strongest here? No wonder Abel brought him along last time. Senior Coulter looked up at the sky. Nearby, a patrol bee hovered around. Smiling, Senior Coulter nodded. All right, I'll take you. Hashtag end of chapter 259. Chapter 260, obtaining a portion. During his stay at the Xingshui sect, Abel enjoyed excellent food and drink, and it seemed he had gained some weight. Every day, the Xingshui sect would send a chef to ask what Abel preferred to eat, preparing each meal with great care. Abel was treated as a distinguished guest, with the best of everything provided according to the highest standards of the Xingshui sect. A bowl of snow lotus soup was served as an appetizer. Girls are in the prime of their growth, they need to eat more, Abel said, ladling a bowl of snow lotus soup for Sage. Rhett smiled with satisfaction. Among all the dishes we've had these past few days, this soup is the most flavorful. You work hard every day, practicing martial arts and enduring rigorous training. We should enjoy this to the fullest. Sage couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the meals at the Lord's Manor were slightly inferior compared to those at the Chun family residence in Donglu Town. And comparing the 1,000-year-old Chen family, a prestigious lineage, to the Xingshui sect was like comparing earth to sky. While happily ladling more soup, Abel continued, this snow lotus is a specialty of Bingzhou and is far superior to those from other places. It's especially suitable for water ice elemental spirit masters like you. Don't underestimate its small size. A single flower is quite valuable. A bowl of this snow lotus soup easily costs over 1,000 silver taels. TSK, TSK, TSK. This Xingshui sect sure has deep pockets. Sage mimicked Abel's mannerisms, making clicking sounds and smiling. Teacher, we must eat more of it then. That's right. Abel grinned. You're teachable indeed. 1,000 silver taels? That's over 1,000 tree planting points. Why waste such an opportunity? They must indulge without hesitation. Abel poured another large bowl for Sage, who accepted it solemnly and drank heartily. Abel laughed contentedly, pouring himself a bowl as well and gulping it down eagerly. Rev, so satisfying. Abel wiped his mouth, eyes crinkled in joy. Shu Yun, the next few days, the Xingshui sect will invite various sect spirit masters from Bingzhou to celebrate here. TSK, TSK, there will be plenty of— The Alwyn waved his hand, dismissing him. Abel and Sage entered. Soft sunlight filtered through, shimmering on the pond. The light reflected off the water, highlighting the Alwyn's serious expression. These past few days, I've been contemplating something. Unable to contain my curiosity any longer, I summoned you. The Alwyn turned around, staring quietly at Abel, voice slightly raspy. Rhett gestured for Abel to sit. 2 cups of tea, golden in hue, already sat on the tea table, emitting a faint fragrance. They had just been brewed. Alwyn, feel free to ask, Abel responded politely, mindful of the lavish hospitality they had received. Answering a few questions wouldn't be a problem. As they sat down, Abel noticed only 2 cups of tea on the table. The Alwyn approached, looking at Abel with a puzzled expression on his chiseled features. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, causing ripples of spirit energy to spread like water waves. What was that? Abel asked curiously. A simple spirit spell for spatial shielding, the Alwyn replied casually, just to prevent eavesdropping. Abel was surprised. Using such precautions within the Xingshui sect? Who could possibly dare eavesdrop here? Just in case, the Alwyn replied, noting Abel's surprise. Isn't this too cautious? Alwyn's conversation. Someone dares to eavesdrop? Sage also looked perplexed. Our discussion involves significant matters, the Alwyn explained gravely. Therefore, please have your Darwin wait outside. Abel raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Even Sage cannot stay? Rhett glanced around. Indeed, all sounds from outside the pavilion had been blocked out, even the gentle sound of running water. Rhett wondered what significant matter the Alwyn wanted to discuss. Abel nodded at Sage. Please wait outside. Understanding, Sage swiftly left, stopping at the entrance to observe. Rev, a remarkable Darwin you have, the Alwyn commented, admiration in his eyes as he watched Abel's back. Abel smiled lightly. She's simply diligent. Not just Sage, the Alwyn continued, still watching Sage. These past few days, I had people investigate Shun Mountain Town, discovering many unusual aspects. For instance, many residents seem more capable than those from other places. Investigations? Abel became alert. It wasn't strange to be investigated. To thoroughly understand someone, sending investigators was standard practice. Even if Abel couldn't verify certain details, he would do the same. However, being called for a chat after the investigation seemed unusual. Was there something about the findings that displeased the Alwyn? Abel smiled easily. Alwyn jokes, our lord's manner is modest compared to Xingshui sect. Now we may not compare, the Alwyn said seriously, but who knows about the future? Did he fear Shin Mountain Town would outshine them? Abel chuckled. Alwyn jests. The Alwyn gave a wry smile. Abel, perhaps I can guess what you're up to. Abel tensed, confused. Alwyn, why do you say that? I've been thinking about this for days, the Alwyn sighed. I want to confirm it with you. Abel spread his hands. Alwyn, please be straightforward. The Alwyn stared at Abel hesitantly. This concerns you, Zhou. Abel took a deep breath and nodded. The Alwyn paused, then continued slowly. It also concerns the Chen family of Donghua Town. Abel listened intently. The Alwyn hesitated, then drained his teacup, slamming it down on the table with force. Rhett glared at Abel. Abel, have you inherited the headship of the Chen family? Abel froze. This? Rhett never expected such a question from the Alwyn. Was this important to him? Abel laughed nervously. Why does Alwyn take interest in this? The Alwyn scrutinized Abel's expression, frowning. Rhett didn't answer? Was he changing the subject? The Alwyn frowned. Content. Paragraph structure and line breaks match the original text for readability and flow. Hashtag chapter 261. Trump card. What did they get? These cryptic words left Abel baffled. Rhett couldn't understand what the sect Rani of Xingshui sect was driving at. Abel frowned. The important matter the sect Rani spoke of was beyond him. The sect Rani gazed into the distance, speaking to himself. That day, when I confirmed you were the Lord of Barren Mountain, I was incredibly excited. I thought that the Chen family of East Flow Town was finally about to make a move. But then I heard you were a useless waste with no spiritual energy, and I was rather disappointed. The sect Rani turned his head to look at Abel calmly, his eyes gleaming. But in the end, facts proved me right. You aren't a waste after all. Abel was stunned. Why was it brought back to him again? Whether I have spiritual energy, or whether I'm the Lord of Barren Mountain, does it really matter so much for this issue? Seeing Abel's bewildered expression, the sect Rani frowned. I've already said so much, don't you? Red out of the Chen family, want to say something now? Honest, you're mistaken, Abel stammered. I am not the head of the Chen family. The current head is my father. The sect Rani didn't believe him. If you're not the head of the Chen family, then how do you possess the Shangtian ring? Having the Shangtian ring makes someone the head of the Chen family? Abel replied. Then you should go find Brody. Brody? The sect Ronnie stared intently at Abel. Do you think I would believe you? Abel shrugged. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The sect Ronnie placed his palm on the table, leaning closer. The Chin family of East Flowtown indeed made a brilliant move. What do you mean? Choosing such a young successor effectively evaded those prying eyes. The sect Ronnie smiled. Fine. He's set on believing I'm the head of the Chin family. How could explanations change his mind? Honest, why did you summon me here today? Abel asked, slightly impatient. What important issue are you talking about? What did Qingshui sect obtain back then? The sect Ronnie sat up straight and said in a deep voice, we've reached this point. You don't need to hide anything from me anymore. The Chin family wants to enter that door by their own means, don't they? Abel was perplexed. Door, what door? Our sect can help with that. The sect Ronnie looked intently at Abel, his gaze burning. Abel felt helpless. Rhett pondered for a while and then smiled, asking, honest, does this matter have anything to do with me, the Lord of Barren Mountain? The sect Ronnie nodded. Is this related to the Chen family of East Flowtown? The sect Ronnie nodded again. Does this concern Qingshui sect and the 5 major sects? The sect Ronnie nodded once more. Does this relate to that door? Abel asked. The sect Ronnie nodded. And does it relate to what we obtained back then? Naturally, the sect Ronnie immediately replied. What did you obtain back then? Abel asked earnestly. The corner of the sect Ronnie's mouth twitched. If Abel wasn't so weak in martial arts and lacked spiritual abilities, he might have slapped him. After all this talk, it feels like playing music to a cow. At the headquarters of the Blood Alliance, an elderly man sat on a grand stone-carved chair, draped in a gray robe. Only half of his face was visible in the darkness. You went to the Chin family? His voice was old and hoarse. Yes, Jerry stood below, his head bowed in acknowledgement. To protect the Chen family? The elder chuckled sarcastically, his hoarse voice punctuated by coughing. Given how the Chin family treated you, why would you still rush back? Jerry shook his head. From now on, I owe nothing to the Chin family. The elder laughed softly, then sighed. You said the same thing last time, yet you couldn't let it go. Jerry lowered his head. You should know the consequences of disobeying orders. The elder's voice lowered. The Darwin, accept punishment, Jerry whispered. Accepting punishment so easily? The elder's low laugh sounded like the scraping noise in the dark. Truly fitting of Jerry. Tegan. The elder raised his voice, sharp and piercing, echoing through the hall. A figure flew inside instantly and landed beside Jerry. Elder, Tegan bowed respectfully. Take Jerry to the Gaston sacrifice cauldron, the elder ordered sternly. What? Tegan's face changed dramatically as she fell to her knees anxiously. Elder, isn't the Gaston sacrifice cauldron too harsh a punishment? Too harsh? The elder looked at Jerry with a laugh, his voice hoarse. What do you think? When Jerry heard Gaston sacrifice cauldron, his body shuddered, but he gritted his teeth. Elder's arrangement is appropriate. Reth, I've always been fair and strict. There must be a reason for this arrangement, though you may not understand the hidden reasons. The elder took 2 steps forward. Your actions completely disrupted my plan. Uttering this, Jerry was shocked. Honest, did you plan something concerning our Chin family? Our Chin family? Coldness flashed in the elder's eyes, followed by a sharp laugh. You still consider yourself part of the Chin family? Daeon dares not, Jerry said fearfully. Daeon promises to sever all ties with the Chin family from now on. I hope you keep your word, the elder scoffed. Back then, the Chin family showed you no mercy, yet you still think of them. Humph, do you think a small remnant clan can pose any threat to the Chin family? You're over-worrying. When you were in trouble, the Chin family didn't protect you or your lover. Do you think it was due to their weakness? Or that they were avoiding the remnant's power? Haha, truly laughable. The Chin family is deeply calculating. They simply didn't want to reveal their trump cards to others. The ancestor of the Chin family, Braden, was a formidable figure. How could a tiny remnant clan harm the Chin family? The elder's voice suddenly rose sharply. Jerry stood motionless, dumbfounded. After a long pause, he asked cautiously, Honest, is what you say true? The elder sneered. Who do you think revealed the secret of the water bamboo jade to the remnants? Jerry stood rooted to the ground, as if struck by lightning. You? The elder smiled. When I learned that the third lady of the Chan household intended to give the water bamboo jade to an attendant of the Ding family, I planned to use this opportunity to uncover the Chun family's trump cards. Jerry trembled, whispering, So, you had the adoptive daughter of the shopkeeper's elder take Balthazar's place? The elder nodded and laughed. It seems you've realized that this Balthazar is not actually of the Ding family? His hoarse voice was like scratching ice, chilling and trembling. Jerry whispered, I just found out recently. The elder sneered. You needn't know the details. All you need to know is that the Chen family is not as simple as you imagine. If their trump card were revealed, even the entire 9 states continent would shake. I sent Balthazar in to test the Chen family using the remnants, but I didn't expect my plans to be ruined by you. Now you understand why you're being punished, the elder asked. Jerry clenched his fists tightly and nodded. The Chen family was indifferent to you, but I have been kind to you. Remember who stands close and who stands far. The elder's hoarse voice was especially uncomfortable to hear. You'll gradually see the true nature of the Chen family. Let's wait and see. Jerry remained silent. Tegan, take him to the Gaston sacrifice cauldron. Please let me know if you'd like any adjustments. Chapter 262, Old News. At the Water-Walking Sect's Waterside Pavilion. I thought that the secret discussion you wanted to have with me would certainly be related to Kaylee, Abel sighed. I didn't expect it not to be. Kaylee's movements made me feel the need to gain an ally, the Dominic chuckled. And you are the best choice. You're telling me that when the Star Sect collapsed, the 5 major sects, the Water-Walking Sect, and our Donglu Township family all received extraordinary legacies? Abel asked. But I've never heard anyone mention it. A secret of this magnitude can only be known by the head of a household or a Dominic, the Dominic replied. Why pretend ignorance? Because I'm not the head of the household, Abel said. The Dominic quietly stared at Abel. Where did your Shangtian circle come from? The Dominic asked. Brody's, Abel replied. Brody, huh? The Dominic paused and then said, then let me tell you where my Zhitianyuan came from. Zhitianyuan? The Zhitianyuan was found using our sect's legacy treasure, the Dominic explained. What? The legacy treasure has spatial properties allowing us to find items within the fractured gate, the Dominic continued. My Zhitian realm was taken from there. Spatial properties? Fractured gate. So, you assume my Shangtian circle also comes from behind the fractured gate? Abel felt it was a naive guess. Doesn't it seem like Shangtian circle could be a fellow traveler with his Zhitianyuan? Abel suddenly froze, realizing something. The golden figure of the Shangtian circle had once mentioned being pulled from another dimension. It seems like an acquaintance with Churchill Tianlian. Abel suddenly looked up, eyes wide, disbelief etched on his face. The fractured gate you mentioned, where is it? Why do you ask if you already know? The Dominic frowned. It's obviously in the Great Wastelands mountain of Yuzhou. Abel was stunned. Rhett began to understand why the Dominic sought him out. The Chen family has the legacy treasure. He is the lord of the Great Wastelands mountain, and then there's the Shangtian circle. So, you think I must be the head of the Chen family? Abel asked. If I laid everything out, how can you deny it? The Dominic countered. What if I'm not the head of the Chen family? Abel asked. Then where did your Shangtian circle come from? Even if your Zhitianyuan came from the fractured gate, what makes you sure my Shangtian circle did too? Remember, the Shangtian circle has been famous for a long time on Jiuzhou continent. It only recently came into my possession, Abel argued. The legacy treasures can locate secrets within the Jiuzhou continent as well as within the fractured gate. Didn't the Chen family know this? Locate secrets? Abel was momentarily stunned. Such power. This reminded Abel of the water-smoky bamboo jade ability the Relic clan had. Could it be? Does the Relic clan have a legacy treasure? Abel hurriedly asked. The Dominic nodded. They once did, but it was the weakest one, later stolen by the Blood Alliance elder. Phew. Abel sucked in a breath. The water-smoky bamboo jade was obtained through the Relic clan's legacy treasure from behind the fractured gate, the Dominic explained. Later, due to their greed, frequent entry into the fractured gate led to retaliation, weakening them. The Blood Alliance took advantage of the situation to seize their legacy treasure. How surprising, Abel breathed, truly amazed. Even if you aren't currently the head of the Chen family, you will be in the future, the Dominic said. With the Shangtian circle, no one in Donglu Town's Chen family can surpass you. Even if not now, eventually. The Dominic was confident. Abel hesitated, then smiled. Not necessarily. Huh. The Dominic clearly didn't believe it. My second brother, Nigel, also has treasures, Abel explained. But there is only one Shangtian circle in the world, the Dominic confidently stated. Does the Chen family have something even stronger than the Shangtian circle? The strongest corporeal body in the world, the 1,000-bone corpse, the single blood fiend sickle, and the rare skyward beast. They're all in my second brother's hands, Abel counted off, licking his lips. So, you've mistaken me from the start, Abel shrugged. The Dominic stared at Abel in disbelief. Your second brother has so many treasures? Abel nodded. But you're the lord of the wasteland mountain of Yuzhou. Lord of the wasteland mountain? Abel laughed. With such an outstanding younger brother, naturally, I'd be sent away to some desolate corner. Removing the spatial barrier, the Dominic appeared dazed. Abel walked out of the waterside pavilion calmly. Teacher. Sage looked uncertainly at the Dominic. Did you bully him? Abel glanced at Sage. A ground-level expert cannot be bullied by me. But, Sage looked back and said, Rhett seems thoroughly beaten. Ah. A loud howl erupted from behind. The Dominic burst upwards, shouting, Oh, what are divine artifacts, treasures, and magical arts, really, so important? Abel pondered. They are nothing more than fleeting clouds. The wind carried Abel's laughter far. Remember, you are but a speck of dust in this vast universe. Why should you be proud? Ha ha ha, what does it matter being a Dominic or a lord? Abel reflected on the revelation from the Dominic. Indeed, this world holds infinite mysteries and wonders. Even a sect can be wiped out in an instant. What can you truly hold on to? In such a case, what use is there for the world's splendor and brilliance? Abel suddenly felt as if his perspective had broadened greatly. Rhett turned to look at Sage and said with a smile, Let's go and see who else in this world is willing to risk life and death for these secret treasures and mystical techniques. Abel suddenly felt much more open-minded. Rhett turned his head to look at Sage and smiled. Let's go. Let's see who else in this world is willing to die for these secret treasures and mystic arts. A sect can be wiped out in an instant. What can you truly hold on to? In that case, what's the point of all the prosperity and splendor in this world? Abel suddenly felt much more enlightened. Rhett turned to look at Sage and said with a smile, Let's go. Let's see who else in this world is risking their life for these secret treasures and mystical techniques. Even a sect can be annihilated in an instant. What can you truly hold on to? In such a case, what use is there for the world's prosperity and splendor? Abel suddenly felt much more open-minded. Rhett turned his head to look at Sage and smiled. Let's go. Let's see who else in this world is willing to die for these secret treasures and mystic arts. Chapter 263, Gained Weight. The Xingshui sect extended invitations to guests, and martial artists from first-rate, second-rate, and third-rate sects in Bingzhou came pouring in. On the day of the celebration, the Xingshui sect was awash with visitors. Banquets were set up at the foot of the mountain peaks and on islands. The 5 leading Darwins brandished their swords for entertainment, and their dazzling spiritual techniques earned thunderous applause. Spectators could not help but marvel at the sword skills. A yellow-clad figure soared into the sky, a sword aura slicing through like a moon-turned blade, invincible in its path. It flew momentarily before bursting into stardust-like fragments. Xingshui sect indeed lives up to its reputation, Abel could not help but praise. The sword techniques were fierce yet tender, flowing as smoothly as water, leaving an indelible impression. Sage watched in awe and then felt disheartened. Teacher, I have disappointed you. Oh. Abel looked at her quizzically. Why do you say that? I should be on par with the Xingshui sect's Darwins, but I'm not, she replied sadly. Abel gazed at the fireworks and smiled. Shu Yun, look at how bright those stars are. It was daytime. They couldn't see any stars. Only the Xingshui sect's Darwins displayed colorful spiritual techniques in mid-air. Yes, they're dazzling, Sage sighed. But I mean the real stars, Abel corrected her. How can we see them now? Sage wondered aloud. Why do we see them at night? Is it because it's darker? Abel asked playfully. Maybe, she replied uncertainly. Darker nights let us see the stars. So why can't we see them in daylight? Abel continued. Do the stars still exist overhead during the day? He asked. Of course they do, Sage answered. But we never pay attention to the stars above us during the day, Abel noted. Xingshui sect Darwins performed graceful maneuvers in the air, forming colorful energy chains that mesmerized the audience. The colorful ball is beautiful, covering one's vision entirely, Abel remarked. Yet it will never outshine the real stars or last as long. Each star harbors a world. We stand on just one of these myriad stars. In this world and other worlds, people only focus on immediate matters, missing the bigger picture. Is it merely because it's daytime? It's all about perspective, Abel explained seriously. Our world is vast. There's no need to dwell on others' techniques or compare ourselves to them. Sage nodded thoughtfully, understanding partially. Although she didn't fully grasp it, she knew her teacher was guiding her. The Xingshui sect celebrations were lively, and Abel took Sage around, waiting for something unexpected to happen. Indeed, during the peak of the celebration, a disruptive voice echoed. Shameless Xingshui sect, release our lord. Using spiritual power, the voice carried far and wide. Everyone paused, looking in its direction. Kaylee led Ding family Retad, Senior Coulter, and Isaac onto the stage. Who's causing a disturbance? A Xingshui sect Darwin demanded. We are here to find our lord, Kaylee shouted. Ret has been detained by the Xingshui sect. Timing the confrontation poorly, Xingshui sect's chief Darwins rushed forward. Yellow shadows flashed past, sharp swordplay aiming towards Kaylee. Suddenly, everyone flinched as the scene unfolded. A series of sharp cracks sounded, and the intruders were sent flying back. Experts, the crowd murmured nervously. Clearly not ordinary individuals. Ordinary people wouldn't dare disrupt a Xingshui sect event. A loud roar echoed across the island. You finally showed up. With a thunderous impact, a robust figure landed on the stage, stirring dust. As dust settled, a hole appeared on the stage. From within, the Xingshui sect's Honest slowly emerged. Joab remained silent. Was this intentional? This omen did not bode well. The Honest's sudden appearance drew everyone's attention. People rushed over to investigate. What happened? What was that explosion? Were they using special effects? No, I heard someone demanding the release of someone. Redovans, are they fighting? Fighting among mages is called sparring. Just go see. People crowded towards the stage. Kaylee yelled loudly. You guessed correctly. The kidnapped Zoltan is the Zoltan from Qingzhou's Book Mountain City. Everyone paused, processing this information. That Zoltan from Qingzhou? Then a voice exclaimed. Is he the son of the summoner Saintus? Upon hearing this, faces changed dramatically. Was this information too sensitive? Suddenly involved in such a hidden affair? Kaylee continued. Zoltan learned under leader Abel. After being kidnapped, Abel also ended up imprisoned by the Xingshui sect. Today, I've come with the Rani's household to demand the release of both. Return my young master. Isaac shouted, filled with sorrow. Alerted by Senior Coulter, Isaac did not rush but kept shouting. Maurice, standing calmly, waited until they finished speaking before saying, Kaylee, you've turned bad. I had hoped to stand with you once. Kaylee was taken aback. Kaylee? This was Kaylee? Faces paled as they recognized her name. Suddenly, everyone backed away, terrified. Blood Alliance's Kaylee? In Bingzhou, who didn't know of Kaylee? Some even tried fleeing, stuck in the front row. Kaylee chuckled. Honest one. Your words are inappropriate. Abel is my friend. I must demand justice for his kidnapping. How can I side with you? Silence enveloped the area as all eyes fixed on the two Ranis. Maurice sighed. You don't stand with me? Don't you remember the favor I owe you? So long ago, why dwell on it? But I remember, Maurice insisted. Kaylee said, physique cultivators often lack common sense. Maurice shook his head. Not lacking sense, that's stubbornness. Kaylee and the crowd were speechless. Forget the past. Today, I'm here for Abel. Two Ranis stared each other down, and the crowd dared not speak. Maurice said, time flies and the world changes, but I never thought you would treat me, and the Xingshui sect, like this. Kaylee retorted without courtesy. Redhead won. Save your sighs. Let's get to the point. Maurice replied, from now on, I no longer owe you anything. Oh? Kaylee asked, when did you owe me? I long forgot about it. Maurice took a deep breath, his muscular body trembling slightly as he shouted loudly, fine and present, they could bear witness. However, even without the elders, Kaylee's actions still had an impact. Confronting him here, with everyone watching, meant that a conflict was unavoidable. Even if the Xingshui sect denied everything, they couldn't stop the rumors spreading through the martial arts community. After all, Zoltan and Sage had indeed gone missing. Gradually, various rumors would point to the Xingshui sect. Then, Kaylee fell silent. All she needed to do was stand here, facing off with Maurice, and her goal would be achieved. Isaac stepped forward and called out loudly, bring out my young master. Bray, where are you? Bray, where are you? Isaac is here. It was perfect timing. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Kaylee's lips. Retter goal was already reached. However, her smile froze when a voice sounded. I'm right here. The scene became eerily quiet, and the sudden voice quickly drew everyone's attention. People looked in unison, parting to make a pathway. Outside the crowd, a young man led a young girl, slowly walking in. In the young man's hand was a string of donghua. His cheeks puffed out round as he chewed continuously. It seemed that after some time apart, the young master had gained some weight. Isaac rubbed his eyes and grinned widely. Hashtag chapter 264, reversal. Honest. Isaac ran up to Abel, his face flushed, tears and snot running down his cheeks as he shouted excitedly, Honest, I finally found you. Good job, you've worked hard. Abel patted Isaac's head with a smile. You've grown taller. After consuming the poison young fruit, Isaac's body had undergone significant changes. Isaac sniffed, his concern showing. Honest, did they bully you? I'm the one who bullies others. How could I be bullied? Abel smiled, handing him the candied hawthorn skewer. This is made from top-quality spirit grass, have some. Isaac obediently took the candied hawthorn, then said fiercely, Good. I don't think the Xingshui sect has the guts for that. If they dared to neglect you, I wouldn't let it go. Isaac turned around, facing all the heroes present, lifting his head and shouting at Maurice. But it seems like the Xingshui sect knows what's good for them now. Rhett didn't forget to bite into the candied hawthorn with emphasis. Maurice. The crowd. The atmosphere became slightly awkward. No one spoke. Everyone looked at Abel, then quickly shifted their gaze to Kaylee. Kaylee's heart skipped a beat, sensing something was wrong. From the moment she saw Abel walk in casually from outside the crowd, she sensed that things were slipping out of her control. She frowned. Abel, you're out? Honest one never confined me. Abel stood still, not wanting to get too close to Kaylee, speaking loudly from a distance. Rhett just invited me to stay here as a guest. There's no need to make a fuss. A guest? Kaylee asked. When I brought you to the Xingshui sect earlier, it was to reclaim Zoltan. Why are you acting like a guest now? What about your Darwin Zoltan? Aren't you planning to take him back? Of course, I plan to take him back, Abel called out. But my Darwin Zoltan is clearly in your hands. How can I retrieve him from Honest One? Kaylee hesitated, frowning. Abel, what do you mean? How could Zoltan be with me? You know best whether he's here or not, Abel replied. Claire, you kidnapped my Darwin Zoltan, then shifted the blame onto Honest One. You only did this so that Honest One would take the fall. Such a petty trick. How could I not see through it? Kaylee froze. What's going on? Could he know? It's impossible. The information hasn't leaked. How could he know? Abel, don't joke, Kaylee urged. Since all the heroes are here, we can ask the Xingshui sect to hand over Zoltan. If you have any concerns, speak up. I already said, Abel replied. The one who kidnapped Zoltan wasn't the Xingshui sect but you, Claire of Blood Alliance. Abel emphasized Blood Alliance Claire. Kaylee trembled. Things seemed to be turning against her. Grinding her teeth in anger, she snapped, Abel, you're ungrateful. We came here to rescue you from the Lord Manor. Not only did you fail to appreciate it, but now you come to accuse me. What's your intention? Accuse? Abel wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Initially, it was you using me. You kidnapped Zoltan and framed the Xingshui sect to lure out those behind Zoltan. Is that not right? Turns out, you really are a bad Marissa, Isaac commented harshly. Everyone stared at Kaylee, their expressions shifting subtly. Their looks toward Abel changed as well. Wow, what kind of person dares to challenge Claire of Blood Alliance face to face? In Bingzhou, nobody would dare be so bold. Clearly, Claire was furious. She could be terrifying when angry. Those at the front slowly retreated. Kaylee narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Abel. When did you figure it out? Guess, Abel smiled at Kaylee. Oh ha, ha, ha. Kaylee suddenly burst into manic laughter, echoing throughout the Xingshui sect. Who would have thought I'd lose to you? She clicked her tongue. You truly are cunning. Abel lifted her head. If I'm not careful, Claire might eat me whole and not even leave the bones. Kaylee laughed heartily twice. Well done, Abel. Well done. So, you say Zoltan is with me? Do you have any evidence? Abel smiled. Aren't I? Previously, Kaylee had confidently stated that Abel, Zoltan's teacher, was the proof. Now, Abel was turning the tables. Kaylee's face turned red with embarrassment. Retra's expression turned pale, gritting her teeth. Abel, did you receive some benefits from Honest One? Regardless, the Xingshui sect is a top-notch reputable sect. How can it be compared to your Blood Alliance? Ask everyone. Whom would they rather believe? Ha, 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 ha. Kaylee laughed manically. Never thought you'd turn the tables on me. This round, she had lost. Not only would she face rumors in the martial world, but also troublemakers influenced by those rumors. Ordinary sects wouldn't dare challenge the Blood Alliance, but that didn't mean the 5 great sects wouldn't show up, nor the summoners. All the problems she planned to place on the Xingshui sect would now land on her own shoulders. Kaylee burned with rage, taking deep breaths to suppress her fury. Abel, you have guts. Abel looked at Kaylee without speaking. Actually, Kaylee didn't know there was someone else who wanted to confront her. The Remnant clan. Thinking of this, Abel grinned. Claire, I advise you to return Zoltan. Kaylee's face turned iron gray as she leaped up and flew away. Retra's parting words echoed ominously in the air. Abel, wait for me. The scene returned to calm once more. Kaylee left. Everyone present heaved a sigh of relief, yet they didn't disperse. They all turned in sync to look at Abel. They didn't know much about Abel before, not the sudden brightness, revealing the Xander behind the light. Seeing the visitor, Zoltan smiled. Mealtime already? Another treat? Treats? During this period, Zoltan had persistently asked for treats, acting like a true foodie, much to the frustration of the Howl. Was this still the clever boy who could break through formations? After eating, he would just sleep right away. Was he raising a pig? The Xander said, Your master Abel has angered Claire. Your good days are numbered. Oh. Zoltan stood up. What will she do to me? How can we fathom Claire's intentions? Would she dare to beat me? Zoltan retorted. That remains to be seen, the Xander replied. A gentleman uses words, not hands. I am a scholar, Zoltan said loftily. As they say, a scholar may be killed but not humiliated. Scholars should be treated with respect. Before he could finish, the Xander grabbed his wrist and dragged him out of the cell. This guy never stops talking. Besides eating and sleeping, all he does is talk endlessly. Who can bear it? What? How disrespectful. Zoltan screamed. Hemph, you've read yourself silly, the Xander snapped. Where's the respect when dealing with enemies? Whose brain is broken, yours or mine? Zoltan shouted, struggling. You fool, have you forgotten who kidnapped your daughter? The Xander froze, eyes wide with shock as he stared at Zoltan. Rhett then suddenly realized, looked around quickly, and, seeing no one else nearby, sighed in relief. Turning back, he gazed at Zoltan warily. How did you know that? His voice trembled slightly. Zoltan nodded. So it's true. What? Maurice mentioned he knew Kaylee from when he was young. Therefore, the current Claire is not your true Marissa, Zoltan analyzed. There must be someone else posing as Kaylee. The Xander swallowed hard, crouched down, and tightly grabbed Zoltan's wrists. You knew all along? How could this be? How did you meet Maurice so early? Did he mention Kaylee to you while he was at the Lord's Manor? Zoltan, after all, had been under their watch since 2 months ago. It hurts, Zoltan grimaced. The Xander abruptly released his grip, staring intently at Zoltan. How can this be? Zoltan moved his wrist. Forget how I know. We are allies, remember that? The Xander remained silent, gazing at Zoltan thoughtfully. Imagine being the Xander. How could you easily sacrifice all the talented Montags for something called blood pull? Zoltan questioned. Was it the Blood Alliance's Claire who forced you? The Xander sighed. What else do you know? Just this. Zoltan spread his hands. Isn't this enough? We are allies. The Xander brought Zoltan before Kaylee. Kaylee's gaze was sharp, her tone icy. I made a mistake. Soon, the news of Zoltan being in our custody will spread throughout the Bingzhou martial world. So, are you planning to release me? Zoltan asked. Perhaps not. Kaylee shook her head slightly, looking at Zoltan. If everyone knows I'm here, wouldn't it cause you trouble? Releasing me would free you from these troubles, Zoltan pointed out. You seem to know quite a lot despite being confined here, Kaylee noted. I only know this much, Zoltan smiled. That smile felt mocking to Kaylee. Not in a rush. If I release you, I'll need the right timing. What kind of timing? Since I've been publicly accused of kidnapping you, accepting that blame isn't something I'd admit easily. Handing you over would confirm the accusation. One day, I'll get out, and the truth will be revealed. Unless I never leave, Zoltan said. Then let it be as you say, Kaylee smirked. What? I'll keep you locked up. Is that wise? Why not? Kaylee laughed. We have another level in our dungeon, the safest place in the Blood Alliance. You can stay there for a long time. Kaylee watched Zoltan's troubled expression, feeling a surge of triumph. It felt like indirectly defeating Abel. But unexpectedly, Zoltan shook his head after a moment and said, this move of yours might not trap me. Reth, such audacity for a child. Can you really escape? Kaylee sneered. Why don't we make a bet? Zoltan suggested. Kaylee watched Zoltan quietly. Considering his age, Zoltan seemed like a mischievous child. If you can lock me back in the dungeon again, I'll obey everything you say, Zoltan smiled. If not, leave the Lord's Manor alone. Deal? Are you joking? Kaylee asked. I'm serious. Children speak without restraint. I won't hold it against you, Kaylee waved her hand. I'm serious. The Xander laughed. Locking you in the dungeon is a matter of minutes. Why bet on it? Forget it. Kaylee waved her hand. I'll personally escort you to the dungeon, but I don't expect you to keep your word. Zoltan grinned. Neither do I trust you to keep yours. Humph. Kaylee's face darkened as she coldly snorted. With a wave of her hand, a force pulled Zoltan towards her. However, her grasp met nothing but air. In an instant, Zoltan vanished into thin air, leaving not even a shred of clothing behind. Just like that, vanished? Kaylee shuddered, her expression incredulous as she swiftly inspected the area using her agility techniques. She darted everywhere, checking every corner, but found no trace. What sorcery is this? Kaylee's heart pounded with astonishment, beads of sweat forming on her could virtually go unchecked across the 9 provinces. This Marissa, revered like a superstar, humbly asked Clifton's daughter with a smile. Would you like to be my Darwin? Clifton immediately knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he thanked heaven. Finally, his ancestors were favoring him? Was this the start of the Ding family's rise? Kaylee instructed earnestly, your daughter has outstanding potential. She is a precious gem. But if she is to achieve greatness, she needs meticulous refinement. I will teach her spirit techniques, but she must focus solely on cultivation. From now on, you cannot see her, and her name will be changed to Kaylee. Isn't that your name? Clifton nervously replied. Having a Darwin share the same name as her master? How could this be acceptable? Regarding the requirements for Randy to concentrate on cultivation and not visit, Clifton naturally agreed without hesitation. Someone like Kaylee, an unparalleled expert, surely had her methods. Rhett was too grateful to raise any objections. Kaylee smiled faintly. This is my rule. Tell others that Randy has changed her name to Kaylee, but do not disclose that she has become my Darwin. Keep it secret. Clifton obeyed without question. Rhett never doubted her words or her intentions, even when she stayed at the Ding residence under the guise of being his daughter. She once warned him that the Chen family harbored ulterior motives. The piece of water bamboo jade and their subsequent actions were proof of this. Kaylee's wisdom and ruthless strategies overwhelmed even the supposedly resolute Clifton. Under her guidance, the Ding family rapidly expanded its influence and grew stronger. However, just as Clifton thought his family would thrive under his Raniship, he uncovered another side of Kaylee. In the secret cave beneath the Ding family estate, Kaylee sacrificed all the Ding family's young Darwins to create a monstrous entity. In the end, she abandoned the creature and left. It was just an experiment. There's no need to worry, she said nonchalantly. Experiment? Clifton's hair stood on end, his body trembling uncontrollably. She was like a ghost in the darkness, inspiring dread. I know what you're thinking, but achieving anything requires sacrifices, Kaylee remarked. Rest assured, as long as Randy remains my Darwin, your family's future will be bright. Faced with an elder of the Blood Alliance, what could he say? All he could do was hide his tears and regret deep within. Would his daughter, Randy, grow up to be like Kaylee? The thought sent shivers down his spine, weighing heavily on his mind day and night. One day, he was ordered to bring Zoltan from the dungeon. Zoltan smiled. Howl, we are allies. What does a child like you know? The Xander replied. It's time to show you my true strength, Zoltan said with a grin. I look forward to cooperating with you in the future. Strength? The Xander found it somewhat amusing. Do you think you're great just because you won against that poisonous scorpion elder from Qingshui sect? That was just a gamble. By real strength, you are far from his match. Any game has its rules. If you use them wisely, you can win anything, Zoltan explained. The Xander found some logic in Zoltan's words, but suddenly felt foolish. Red had been discussing how to deal with Claire with a child barely 10 years old. Claire looked young but wasn't a girl. She was a terrifying tiered-level powerhouse. This 10-year-old brat. Why don't we make a bet? Zoltan suggested. The Xander grabbed Zoltan's hand and let him out. Rhett wanted to rescue his daughter and flee far away, but he wouldn't place his hopes on a 10-year-old child. Zoltan persisted. Howl, you will see me escape with your own eyes. Don't forget my words. Silently, the Xander continued to lead Zoltan forward, not believing him. But now, he saw it. Rhett hadn't been bluffing. Watching Kaylee's uneasy expression, a hint of satisfaction rose in Clifton's heart. Yet, he buried it deeply, not daring to show it. Rhett lowered his head, hiding his expression. In the courtyard of Qingshui sect, Abel's room. Jorge, Sage exclaimed in surprise as Abel suddenly produced Zoltan out of thin air, magically making someone appear. Even racking her brain couldn't explain how it was done. Sage rushed forward, embracing Zoltan and checking him thoroughly. How are you here? She asked, puzzled. Weren't you in the Lord's secret chamber? Big sister? Zoltan grinned. Give me something good to eat. Something good to eat? Was he hungry? Sage hesitated, looking at her brother but feeling something off, though she couldn't pinpoint it. That's not Zoltan, Abel clarified. Take a closer look. Not Zoltan? Sage stared intently at the figure before her. Clearly, it was him. Who else could it be? Abel chuckled. Look more closely. As he spoke, Zoltan's body visibly began to grow taller. Sage gasped, stumbling backward. What was this? Before her eyes, Zoltan transformed into Abel's appearance. This? Her heart skipped a beat as she gaped, unable to believe what she saw. Two Abels? One moment Zoltan, the next moment Abel? Sir, what kind of power is this? Isaac exclaimed, eyes wide. Senior Coulter also showed amazement. This is a transforming monkey, Abel introduced. My latest summoned creature. Is there such a spirit beast? Senior Coulter marveled. You indeed have extraordinary abilities. I've never heard of such a summoner before. Abel explained. Zoltan has always been in the Lord's secret chamber, never leaving. I used this transforming monkey to deceive both Kaylee and the Xander. Rhett deceived not only the head of the family but even me, Sage murmured. Everyone circled around the transforming monkey, marveling at it. The transforming monkey grinned. I'll tell you a secret. Give me something good to eat, okay? Everyone. After observing for a while, Abel recalled the transforming monkey. It had one flaw, its insatiable appetite and constant request for food using phrases like, tell you a secret, give me something good to eat. It was embarrassing for it to ask people for food using his image. Abel cleared his throat to relieve the awkwardness, smiling. I deliberately made this monkey disappear right under Kaylee's nose. It should serve as a deterrent. She probably won't make a move against us until she understands our true strength. The third madam of the Chen family was very kind to Randy, presenting her with a priceless jade after confirming their kinship. Thereafter, Clifton nurtured Randy even more meticulously. However, at the age of 10, she encountered a turning point in her life. A Marissa named Kaylee appeared. She looked like a young girl with a regal demeanor, captivating everyone with her every gesture. Most importantly, she was a renowned Earth-grade spiritual honest. Such powerful individuals could almost treacherous intentions of the Chen family as evidence. Kaylee's wisdom and cunning tactics astonished even the supposedly brave Clifton. Under her guidance, the Ding family expanded rapidly, growing stronger. However, just as he believed the Ding family would flourish under his Ronnyship, Clifton discovered another side of Kaylee. In the secret caverns beneath the Ding estate, she sacrificed countless Ding family members to create a monstrous entity before discarding it and leaving. She dismissed it as merely an experiment, unworthy of concern. An experiment? The hairs on Clifton's body stood on end, trembling uncontrollably. She was like a malevolent spirit in the darkness, making him want to flee. Do you think anything can be achieved without sacrifices? Kaylee said calmly. Rest assured, as long as Randy remains my Darwin, the future of your family will be bright. Facing an elder of the Blood Oath sect, what could he say? All he could do was swallow his tears and hide his regret deep within. Would his daughter, Randy, one day become like Kaylee? The thought shook him to his core. It felt like a heavy stone pressing down on his heart, tormenting him day and night. That day, he was ordered to escort Zoltan from the dungeon. Zoltan laughed. Ret out of the Ding family, we are allies. What does a child know? Replied Clifton. It's time you saw my true strength, Zoltan said, adding, I look forward to future cooperation. Strength? Clifton found this amusing. You think winning against the Grimes of Qingshui sect makes you strong? That was just a gamble. You're no match for him. Every situation has its rules, Zoltan countered. If you use them wisely, anything can be won. Clifton found some truth in Zoltan's words, but then felt foolish for discussing strategy against the elder with a 10-year-old. Rhett pulled Zoltan's hand and led him away, intending to rescue his daughter and escape far away. But he didn't place his hopes on a child. Zoltan continued, let me show you how I escape, and remember what I told you. Silently pulling Zoltan along, Clifton couldn't believe it. Yet he observed with growing unease as Kaylee became visibly agitated. Rhett hid his satisfaction and bowed his head to mask his expression. In Abel's courtyard at Qingshui sect, Jorge, Sage exclaimed in shock as Abel summoned Zoltan seemingly out of thin air. A human transformation trick? No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't fathom how it was done. Sage rushed forward, hugging Zoltan and examining him thoroughly. Why are you here? Weren't you in the Lord's chamber? Big sister? Zoltan grinned. Give me something good to eat. Food? Hungry? Sage paused, sensing something off but couldn't pinpoint it. That isn't Zoltan, Abel explained. Look closely. Is this some illusion? Sage squinted at Zoltan, who began to grow visibly taller. A transformation? Sage stepped back in disbelief as Zoltan transformed into Abel. Two chins moo? Her heart skipped a beat as she watched in amazement. Tion marveled. What kind of magic is this? Elder Carrie also showed astonishment. This is a transformation monkey, Abel introduced. My newest summon. There's such a spirit beast? Elder Carrie murmured. Indeed, you have extraordinary talents. I've never heard of this summon. Abel explained. Zoltan never left the Lord's chamber. I used this transformation monkey to deceive Kaylee and the Xander. Not only the head of the family but me too, Sage whispered. Everyone circled around the monkey, marveling at its abilities. I'll tell you a secret if you give me something to eat, the monkey grinned. The group remained silent. After a moment, Abel recalled the monkey, explaining, I made it disappear right under Kaylee's nose. It should deter her from attacking us until she understands our true strength. Senior Carrie chuckled, nodding and saying, Indeed. However, since she was tricked by you twice, it seems the Lord's manner has thoroughly offended her. Abel shook his head and said, No need to worry. I'm confident that I can elevate the Lord's manor's strength to a new level. By the time she realizes this, we will already be beyond her reach. Everyone was overjoyed upon hearing this. Senior Carrie looked at Abel with sparkling eyes and asked, Your plan? Does it involve the use of the Redheavenly Circle? Ah, Senior Carrie also knows about this? Abel exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Senior Carrie chuckled, confirming his guess. This method is not recorded in any books. It's something I hypothesized. It seems your thoughts align with mine. That's excellent, Abel said happily. Everyone in the Lord's Manor can enter the Redheavenly Circle to enhance their strength. Enhance their strength? Isaac suddenly lifted his head, leaping up excitedly and shouting, Perry, I want to go too. Please let me join this time. Senior Carrie praised. That's perfectly fine. Isaac's current potential is frighteningly advantageous. If properly nurtured, he could achieve significant results. Abel turned to Isaac and said, Isaac, enhancing one's strength is an arduous process. Perry, Isaac, can endure hardship, Isaac shouted eagerly. In that case, you can come along, Abel smiled. Upon hearing this, Isaac beamed with joy. Chapter 267, Special Training. Abel bid farewell to the Alwyn of the Flowing Water sect, Maurice, and rode on the wind-hunting eagle towards Divine Mountain Town. Before he left, Maurice hesitated as if he wanted to say something. Alwyn, let's go back, said Joab. Rhett's already flown far away. This young man is quite interesting. It's just unfortunate that he offended the Blood Alliance. In the future, Maurice showed a rare worried expression. Didn't you promise him? Asked Joab. If anything happens, we will send someone to notify our sect. Well, he possesses treasures, so he shouldn't be too vulnerable. But this young man shows his sharpness outwardly, making it easy for trouble to find him. Maurice sighed. That's true. Joab said, most people would steer clear at the mention of Kaylee, but this young man charges forward. If he were like his ancestor Braden, it wouldn't matter, said Maurice. But there is only one Braden in this world. Kaylee isn't a bad person, but she has been led astray by others. Maurice lamented again. Joab questioned, Alwyn, do you still think Kaylee isn't bad? Be mindful of your position. Do you think she's very bad? How does she compare to other shop elders? Asked Maurice. Compared to other shop elders, she is relatively gentle, Joab paused and said, but she is still young compared to them. The future is uncertain. Maurice thought for a moment, hesitating, the Thousand Alliance Conference in 3 months. What? I want to attend it, Maurice stammered. Inappropriate, Alwyn. It's an internal conference of the Blood Alliance. What does it have to do with us? Joab quickly responded. We should receive an invitation. But even with an invitation, we cannot attend. It's up to you. I am going. The Flowing Water sect needs reviving. You need to stay here to lead, Joab urged. You few elders handle all the specifics. With or without me, it makes no difference, Maurice retorted. Not the same at all. With you here, the sect remains united. Joab, I've been cooped up in Jichi for many years. Can I go out for a stroll? Besides, I lost the poisonous young fruit from Medicine Gaston Valley. I must give an account to Medicine Gaston, Maurice added. Just send a letter. The poisonous young fruit is significant. Sending a letter would be disrespectful. Joab argued. Although rare, its uses are limited. Medicine Gaston Valley might not value it highly. Alwyn, you're just looking for an excuse to go play. Maurice looked silently at Joab, sighing. Oh, right. I forgot there are a few Darwins from Flowing Water sect imprisoned in Divine Mountain Town. When parting, I forgot to tell Perry Chan about releasing the prisoners, said Maurice. Maybe I need to visit Divine Mountain Town personally. Joab stared at Maurice. Maurice stared back at Joab. Joab helplessly rubbed his forehead. Even if you don't say it, Abel will release the prisoners upon return. Do these things require you to inform personally? Otherwise, how could we be sure he won't forget being so busy? Better to check personally. Yes, I must prepare thoroughly, Maurice replied. Suddenly, Maurice remembered something. Actually, no preparation is needed. I can set off immediately. Our Darwins are in Divine Mountain Town. I can't waste any time. Without waiting for Joab's response, Maurice leaped forward like a cannonball. Alwyn, come back! Joab shouted, but Maurice was determined, leaving Joab far behind. Rhett sighed, thinking about his past sins to have such a Alwyn. Well, let's say the Alwyn is in seclusion for now. The weather gradually turned cold, and several snowfalls occurred in Divine Mountain Town. Normally, This place didn't get snow, even in winter. It was the rain from falling rain swallows that turned into snow mid-air. The townspeople marveled daily at nature's wonders and their lord's greatness. A good omen for a bountiful year. Abel rubbed his hands together and sighed. Red opened his system interface. Host, Abel. Total tree points, 50,000 points. Remaining tree points, 17,000 points. Usable tree points, 17,000 points. Summoned spiritual creatures. Green fairy, level 3. Falling rain swallow, level 3. Transforming monkey, level 3. Patrolling bees, level 1, x3. In spring, when the snow melts, planted trees will grow lush. Then, the tree points will skyrocket. Thinking of this, Abel felt delighted. With 2 months until spring, neither crops nor trees could be planted during this period. Abel recalled everyone to Divine Mountain Town. Isaac, Amnon, Mercy, Zoltan, Sage, Senior Coulter, Gustav, and Irene from Divine Mechanism Palace gathered at the manor. Abel sat at the head of the meeting hall, announcing with a smile, "Special training starts today, ensuring rapid strength growth." Isaac clenched his fists excitedly and said aloud, "Perry, I'm ready." Sage tightened her grip on her sword, eyes sparkling with excitement. Zoltan blushed in anticipation. Amnon looked curiously at Abel, while Gustav gazed wide-eyed, full of longing. Irene from Divine Mechanism Palace wore a puzzled expression. She joined the manor because Abel had saved her in cloud-covering mountains. She didn't feel much belonging here, considering it merely a quiet retreat from the world. She smiled and asked, "Lord Manor, my cultivation mainly focuses on mechanical arts. If you're conducting special training, it may not include me." Not included? True. Who could teach Irene machinery here? Without a teacher, how could there be training? Everyone turned to look at Irene. Amnon watched Abel with amusement. Irene clearly believed Abel wasn't qualified to train her, but spoke diplomatically. Abel smiled easily and said, "Today's trainer isn't me, but another formidable individual." "Oh, a formidable individual?" Irene asked. Abel pointed to the table. There was a flower-wrapped package on it, unremarkable, except for Senior Coulter, Isaac, and Sage. Everyone else looked puzzled. Abel patted the table. The package trembled slightly. Before anyone could understand, the package suddenly emitted light. Huh? What's glowing? Curious, they watched as the package moved, as if something inside struggled to escape. Soon, a golden orb rolled out, slowly floating up and stopping mid-air. What is this? Irene widened her eyes in surprise. Then, the package emitted more golden light, another orb emerging. What treasures are inside this package? Gustav gulped, staring wide-eyed. Red had never seen anything so wondrous. Sneaking glances at Zoltan, Sage, and others, seeing their calm expressions, he relaxed. But his peace didn't last long. The orbs slowly converged, forming a human shape mid-air. Gustav instinctively took a step back, pointing at the golden humanoid figure. "My lord, I can't believe you actually possess such an artifact spirit." According to the Divine Mechanism Palace's record on artifact spirits, those that can transform into light and materialize into physical forms are top-tier artifact spirits. Such an artifact spirit stood right before her now. Irene still couldn't quite believe it. Abel smiled and told Brody, "For the next 2 months, you will be their trainer." Isaac ran forward, excitedly shaking Brody's hand. "Brody, I'm Isaac, servant to young master. Please take good care of me." "Light shower?" Brody looked at Isaac. "That's easy." With a snap of his fingers, a beam of light descended from above, shining on Isaac's head. "No need for formalities," Brody said casually. What was he doing? Everyone was confused. Zoltan suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, so this is what a light shower looks like." Seeing Isaac standing in the light, they finally understood. So this was the light shower Isaac had asked for. The atmosphere became oddly awkward. Everyone struggled to suppress laughter, holding back with great effort. Abel coughed lightly. "All right, let's get started." Brody understood and drew a circular door in the air. Through the door, one could see a vast white hall. "This is where you will undergo special training," Brody said to Isaac. "Got it." Isaac took a deep breath, back, pointing at the golden figure, and exclaimed, This is a spirit of an artifact?" Irene's eyes widened in disbelief. Unlike art, she had seen the world and recognized it immediately. Her words startled Abel. Abel hadn't expected that Irene could identify the spirit of an artifact. Rhett thought for a moment and felt alarmed. If Irene could recognize it, then surely the patriarch of the Flowing Water sect and Joab would also have a high chance of recognizing it? Hissing through his teeth. No wonder the patriarch of the Flowing Water sect, Maurice, was convinced that he was the owner of the Redevin Ascending Ring. It seems he had already identified the golden figure as the spirit of an artifact. As for Joab, did he really think the golden figure was Hiroshi inside the ring? Or was Joab pretending to be naive? Perhaps, by revealing the golden figure, Abel had completely exposed that the Redevin Ascending Ring was in his possession. Fortunately, the Flowing Water sect was now an ally. Thinking about this, Abel felt slightly reassured. The golden figure gradually solidified into shape. Red opened his eyes and looked at everyone. "This is Brody," Abel introduced, "who will be conducting special training for all of you today." Everyone greeted the golden figure with clasped hands. The golden figure nodded at them and said, "Greetings." Irene's state door appeared in the air, leading to a hall entirely white within. "This is where your special training will take place," the golden figure said, looking at Isaac. "Okay." Isaac took a deep breath, glancing excitedly at Abel. "Bray, I'll go now." "Go ahead," Abel smiled. Isaac cheered and stepped through the door. This moment had been long awaited. Finally, he could become stronger. Next, Senior Coulter, Sage, Zoltan, Amnon, and Art entered the door as well. Irene gritted her teeth and followed suit. The special training began. The golden figure nodded at Abel, transforming into points of light and disappearing into the sky. The door vanished along with him. The living room of the Lord's residence fell quiet again. "I look forward to your transformation," Abel chuckled. Stretching, He picked up a ledger and sat down to read it seriously. With Isaac in training, many tasks now required personal attention, which was quite troublesome. Bring me a cup of tea, Abel instructed while reading the ledger. An elderly hand extended with a cup of tea. Abel took the tea but sensed something off, quickly lifting his head to see. Hawk of cloud-enveloping palace stood before him, smiling broadly. Abel, long time no see. Chapter 268, Hawk's visit. Abel was taken aback. Hawk, how did you get in? I walked in, of course. Hawk sat down beside Abel and said, I thought the Lord's residence would have strict security, but I came all this way without anyone stopping me. It's quite surprising. Abel didn't believe that Hawk had walked in straightforwardly. There were plenty of servants and maids in the mansion. If he had walked in, they would have surely noticed. Of course, for a ground-level spiritual master, it was too easy to evade the notice of ordinary people. Abel smiled. They just happened to go out. Hawk squinted at Abel. You only knew I was here when I handed you a teacup? That's right. Abel shrugged. What can I do? I'm a worthless man with no spirit energy, so I naturally wouldn't sense you. Hawk rolled his eyes at Abel. If I believed you, I'd be a fool. It seems Lord knew I was coming. Hawk found a place to sit and asked, where are your 3 apprentices? Did they go out too? Seeing Hawk's sudden visit, Abel couldn't fathom his intentions and responded calmly. Why does Hawk suddenly ask about my 3 apprentices? Are you looking for them? Rev, just asking. Hawk turned away guiltily, looking towards the door of the reception room and changed the subject. The weather has been getting colder lately, and Shun Mountain Town has also become quieter. Coming all this way to talk about the weather. Ugh, feels weird. Abel laughed and said, winter is approaching, and no more secret treasures have appeared here. Many heroes have gradually returned home, so the town inevitably becomes quieter. Trees in the Great Wasteland Mountain. Then, Ref, just thinking about it gets him excited. It seems Lord finds it feasible? Hawk observed Abel's expression and smiled. If Hawk is willing to help me, I am deeply grateful. Abel changed his tone and replied enthusiastically. Naturally, Hawk laughed heartily. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Oh. Abel picked up the underlying meaning from Hawk's words and thought to himself that this must be his true intention for the visit. Pretending not to understand, Abel asked, an enemy's enemy? What do you mean, Hawk? Why pretend ignorance, Lord? Hawk chuckled. Kaylee. She tricked all of us. Indeed. He wants to use me against Kaylee? Abel sighed. If not necessary, he didn't want to deal with Kaylee for now. His current priority was developing Yuzhou and strengthening his power. As for someone like Boss Kaylee, it was best to avoid trouble. Don't think winning twice means you can be arrogant. Kaylee hadn't yet used force against Abel. If she did, how many moves could he block? Is there anyone in the Lord's mansion who could match her? Moreover, Kaylee's greatest asset wasn't her fighting skills but her deep cunning. A person like her should be avoided. Why approach her at all? Abel immediately shook his head and refused. Hawk. Kaylee is an elder of Blood Alliance Shopkeeper Guild. It's beyond my capabilities as a minor lord to deal with her. Huh. Hawk looked at Abel in surprise. Are you afraid of her too? Not fear, exactly. Abel forced a laugh. But everything involving her is complicated. I don't want to invite trouble. Hawk frowned. There's me, isn't there? You? If you were capable, why come to me? Hawk shook his head. Your personality suits pretending to be weak but powerful inside. Hawk, what nonsense, Abel immediately countered. I'm just the son of a family cast aside to lead in the wilderness. How powerful can I be? Hawk glanced at Abel, squinted, and smiled. Do you really see yourself as an abandoned child? That's the truth, Abel shrugged. I have limited abilities. As an expert in array formations, you've trained 3 prodigious apprentices and recruited many skilled people around you. Is this all you can do? Hawk wanted to reveal Abel's true strength to leave him speechless. Playing dumb before others was one thing, but in front of him, just lucky, Abel smiled. Those apprentices were born gifted. It has nothing to do with me. The friends around me have ties to the desolate mountains, so they temporarily stay in Shun Mountain Town Lord residence. They don't belong to the mansion nor to me. They're just staying temporarily. Hawk looked silently at Abel and sighed. Lord, you overdid it. What? You're overly modest, Hawk said, and towards me, you're overly cautious. This familiarity made Abel uncomfortable. I came to take away the circle of frost? Could it be that Kaylee intercepted you 2 halfway? This was impossible because not long after, Kaylee went with Abel to Watercourse Sect. Later, after several twists and turns, they met again at Watercourse Sect, and Abel thoroughly offended Kaylee. Kaylee never had the chance to intercept the circle of frost. She didn't intercept us halfway. From the beginning, she switched the items. That's the terrifying part about Kaylee. Hawk took a deep breath and said resentfully, everyone thought that Trent and I obtained the circle of frost, misleading everyone. That's also one of Kaylee's most fearsome tactics. Abel pondered for a moment and said, Hawk, are you overthinking this? Do you mean I made a wrong inference? Hawk glared over. No, that's not what I meant. Abel waved his hands frantically. Humph. Do you remember when Kaylee disappeared for a while in the main hall? Hawk asked. Abel recalled and nodded. At that time, she was sealed into a deeper layer of the formation. But she has the Redivin suppressing silk ribbon. With the Redivin suppressing silk ribbon, she can freely traverse every location within the Circle of Frost. She pretended to be trapped inside the Circle of Frost while, in fact, she had already obtained it using the Redivin suppressing silk ribbon. Afterward, she planted a fake Circle of Frost and incited our competition. This? Abel stammered. Is that really how it happened? It sounded quite plausible. So, the Circle of Frost is indeed in Kaylee's possession. But why did I end up with it? Abel couldn't help but find it amusing. Hawk nodded. Yes, that's right. If so, then I can't afford to provoke her, Abel hastily said. With the Redivin suppressing silk ribbon, how could we possibly be her match? Hawk chuckled and held up 3 fingers. 3 months from now, the Blood Alliance will hold the 1,000 Elders Assembly at Divine Sword Manor in E Province. How did this suddenly relate to an assembly? All the elders of the Blood Alliance shops from various provinces will attend, Hawk explained. They are all under the Blood Alliance, but are also in fierce competition. They don't get along with each other. Abel raised an eyebrow. Hawk smiled. I hope to cause some chaos at the Thousand Elders Assembly and obtain what I want. Abel held his breath and tensely asked, you want the Circle of Frost? No, what I want is the other half of the Redovan suppressing silk ribbon. Chapter 269. Borrowing the Eastern Wind. The Churchill Tion silk. Compared to the Shang Tion ring, the Churchill Tion silk is what Joan Palace urgently desires. Abel secretly nodded. Hawk believed he had been tricked by Kaylee and was looking for a chance to retaliate. However, would it be that easy to gain an advantage over Kaylee? What do you plan to do? Abel couldn't resist asking out of curiosity. Such Jianghu vendettas are like grand dramas. This sentence seems to be a direct translation, but doesn't fully capture the context and essence for an English-speaking audience. Retter's a refined version. Such martial world grudges and vendettas are like grand dramas. Or even better, to ensure it reads naturally in English. These kinds of martial world feuds are like grand dramas. The term Jianghu often refers to the martial world or the community of martial artists in Chinese culture, so translating it as martial world helps convey the correct meaning and context. Joan Palace's scheme against Blood Alliance Elder Kaylee targets the divine artifact, Churchill Tion silk. A legendary saga as spectacular as this, if narrated in taverns and tea houses, would surely fill any room. And this was just the plot before it even happened? Abel raised an eyebrow, straightened his back, and listened intently. Hawk stroked his beard and said seriously, the Qianmeng Grand Assembly is held at the Divine Sword Villa in Izhou. Elders from all provincial chapters will engage in fierce competition. By then, Kaylee will definitely exert every effort. Afterward, it will be our opportunity. Hiss. Abel gasped. Was there actually such a thing? A mantis stalking a cicada while unaware of the oriole behind. This time, Hawk intended to play the role of the oriole. Your news network is so efficient. You can predict that Kaylee will spare no effort at the Qianmeng Grand Assembly. This millennium-old sect is indeed remarkable. Informants must have long spread across the world. Hawk squinted his eyes and cast a satisfied glance at Abel. Ah, young friend, you may not know, but this information isn't exclusive to us Joan Palace. Hawk picked up his tea slowly and sipped it calmly. It seemed he was brimming with confidence in this plan. The Qianmeng Grand Assembly is where elders from various provincial chapters vie to showcase themselves. This is not only to demonstrate strength in front of heroes in the Anakinhu, but also to determine their future status within the Blood Alliance. All chapter elders will definitely give their all, especially Kaylee. Is the Qianmeng Grand Assembly really such an event? Abel found it hard to believe. Displaying strength publicly? Deciding the elders' positions? These crazy maniacs would openly display their power? And there would be people attending to support them? Were those people who attended stupid? Seeing Abel's astonished expression, Hawk chuckled. An elder's position in the Blood Alliance determines their speaking power. Their performance at the Qianmeng Grand Assembly decides how much weight their words carry in the coming members at the villa. She won't appear. But for you, it's different. How am I different? Abel asked. Hawk replied, if Kaylee stays inside the Divine Sword Villa, where many Blood Alliance members gather, we naturally cannot act. We need you to enter the Divine Sword Villa and lure Kaylee out, allowing us to ambush outside. No way, Abel gasped, waving his hands frantically. Such a dangerous and significant task can't be entrusted to me. The Divine Sword Villa is filled with ruthless and brutal individuals. How dare I go there? You don't need to worry. Hawk pulled out a small white invitation card from his robe and placed it on the table. With this invitation, we'll be guests. Blood Alliance won't attack guests during the Qianmeng Grand Assembly. That still won't work. Abel shook his head vigorously. Blood Alliance members are crazy. How can a normal person like me join in such chaos? Hawk, please find someone else. I can't handle this. Abel firmly refused. Hawk paused, looking at Abel seriously. I urge you to consider carefully. Hawk, Abel sighed helplessly. Joan Palace is a paragon of Qingzhou martial arts. For other matters, I would certainly cooperate wholeheartedly. But at the Qianmeng Grand Assembly, where so many Blood Alliance members are present, it's beyond my capacity. Hawk nodded, acknowledging, you have a point. Abel smiled widely. Absolutely. Hawk is so reasonable. You surely understand my difficulties. Hawk nodded, pondering. However, if Shin Mountain Town is to develop more rapidly, it will require Joan Palace's assistance. Abel sighed. Development can be gradual. There's no rush. True, it can be gradual, Hawk sighed. Currently, the road through the Zhiyun Mountains is passable, albeit rugged. So Shin Mountain Town can develop slowly. But if the road becomes impassable one day, the situation in Shun Mountain Town will change drastically. Abel's expression changed. I know the Lord is talented and farsighted, adept at playing both sides. Your future is boundless. Hawk took a deep breath. Surely you understand the value of more friends rather than enemies. This is a threat? Abel silently watched Hawk. Hawk smiled. In fact, Joan Palace has prepared. As soon as the Lord sets off for the Qianmeng Grand Assembly at Divine Sword Villa, Joan Palace will send skilled craftsmen to build a tunnel through the Zhiyun Mountains for Shan Mountain Town. Early plans for this tunnel began long ago in your office, but construction stopped recently. With Joan Palace's involvement, the tunnel will be completed swiftly. Refusal would likely cut off the road through the Zhiyun Mountains. Abel sighed, smiling. Worthy of a 1,000-year-old sect like Joan Palace. Excellent negotiation. Hawk remained unperturbed, pulling out a silver white invitation and placing it on the table. With our full support, this place will flourish into a paradise. Translation note. The term, Anakinhu, is used in the context of Chinese martial arts literature and refers to the world of martial artists and chivalrous societies. Qianmeng Grand Assembly and Shun Mountain Town are proper nouns, translated as per the original text. Character names like Abel, Kaylee, Hawk, and Joan Palace are kept as pinyin names. Chapter 270. Special Training. After Hawk left, he left behind a silver white invitation. Abel picked up the invitation to examine it. The surface was coated with a layer of platinum, and on it was inscribed, Shan Jian Manor respectfully invites, in round and square font. Upon opening the outer layer of the invitation, he pulled out the inner sheet where 2 lines were written in a square layout on the vermilion background. March 5th, being an auspicious day, we respectfully invite heroes from all over to attend the Thousand Alliances conference. We have prepared a simple feast and look forward to your esteemed presence. It was signed off as Blood Alliance Senior Elder. The neat and formal handwriting on the invitation surprised Abel. This did not seem like the Blood Alliance's usual style at all. Considering their domineering manner, this invitation should be written in cursive script instead. Abel put down the invitation and closed his eyes in contemplation. Hawk clearly harbored fear towards Kaylee and the Blood Alliance, but towards the Lord's Manor, he acted as a superior would, using both rewards and punishments. Life was tough. Surviving amid pressures was no easy feat. Abel smiled bitterly. Hawk left the Lord's Manor and headed straight for the cloud-obscuring mountain range. The Palace Honest of Joan Palace stood atop the mountain range in her striking red robe, gazing majestically down upon the entire Divine Peak town, like a queen surveying her realm. Palace Honest, Hawk greeted respectfully as he approached. The Palace Honest didn't turn around but asked in a calm tone, "How did things go?" "The Lord of Divine Peak Town, Abel, has agreed," replied Hawk humbly. The Palace Honest responded indifferently, "A minor lord. He wouldn't dare disobey my orders." Hawk lowered his head. "This Divine Peak Town isn't anything special," the Palace Honest said disdainfully. "It's not nearly as impressive as you made it sound. Since our business is done, let's return." Hawk paused, looking like he wanted to say something but held back. The Palace Honest turned around and seeing Hawk's hesitation, frowned slightly. "Do you have something to say?" "Don't dilly-dally." Hawk started, then bowed and spoke respectfully. "Palace Honest, while our plan against Kaylee is feasible, I feel that threatening Abel through the cloud-obscuring mountain range isn't wise." "What's wrong with it?" The Palace Honest glanced sideways at Hawk, frowning. Under her scrutiny, Hawk shivered and waved his hands hastily. "There's nothing wrong with it, nothing wrong. But I think there might be better ways without having to intimidate him. After all, this lord seems more complex than he appears. Why is he any different? Just a minor lord, what difference does it make if we threaten him?" The Palace Honest looked back at Divine Peak Town dismissively. "You must know what's important. Our real enemy is the Blood Alliance, which is the priority. As for a small place like Divine Peak Town, we don't need to give it too much attention. Being used as our pawn is already an honor for this desolate little town." Hawk looked up at the Palace Honest, speechless. After a long pause, he felt a wave of melancholy but quickly hid it, nodding and chuckling weakly. "As you say, Palace Honest. I must have misunderstood." Inside Shangtian Circle, smoke filled the grand hall. The golden figure stood in the center, staring at everyone present. Isaac rushed excitedly toward the golden figure, but Ernesto arrived faster, like a gust of wind, instantly reaching the figure. "Everyone here? The Patriarch wants me to train you. Are you ready?" The golden figure asked loudly, scanning the room. "The Patriarch?" Everyone looked puzzled. Ernesto asked, "Who is the Patriarch?" "The Patriarch Eshely. I want the toughest training." "Is that so?" The golden figure glanced at Isaac and nodded. "All right, I'll do my best. Let's start now." "Brody, please wait a moment." Sage stood up and asked, "Can you first explain how you will train us?" Everyone felt lost and unsure. As Abel's eldest Darwin, Sage felt it was her duty to understand Senior Golden Figure's plan and inform everyone. "People have different talents and cannot be treated equally," the golden figure replied. "What does that mean?" Sage asked curiously. "Sage, come here. This is the training space I specifically prepared for you." The golden figure waved his hand, and a circular archway appeared before them. Behind the archway lay another world. The land in that world was covered with thick ice and snow, vast and desolate. Towering ice mountains rose from the ground, piercing the sky, emitting chilling light. Red clouds hung low in the sky, and the air was filled with fierce blizzards, howling like ghostly cries. This world contained nothing but coldness. Without a doubt, any living creature stepping through the archway would immediately turn into an ice sculpture. "You possess ice spirit energy and practice ice spirit techniques," the golden figure explained earnestly to Sage. "This is the course I prepared for you." Everyone was stunned, staring in disbelief at the world behind the archway, unable to suppress gulps of shock. The power in Shangtian Circle was beyond imagination. A specialized world created just for training? Among them, only Senior Coulter remained calm, smiling and nodding. His speculation was correct. Shangtian Circle was indeed a powerful tool for cultivating spirit techniques. Facing the stormy scene behind the archway, Sage couldn't control her shivers. Seeing Sage's reaction, the golden figure hesitated. "If you find this training too harsh, I can reduce its difficulty." With those words, the golden figure waved his hand again, and beside the first archway, another appeared. Behind it was also a frozen world, but one filled with bright skies instead of dark clouds and raging blizzards. Occasionally, playful snow foxes ran across the snowy ground, chasing and playing with each other. Though still covered in ice and snow, this world felt almost spring-like. The difference was immense. "No, Senior, you misunderstand me. I don't want to reduce the difficulty," Sage said. "Oh?" the golden figure asked, puzzled. "But I saw you shivering in fear. Cultivating spirit techniques closely relates to one's mental state and talent. Although I prepared that place for you, if you can't endure the storms, we can change locations." "No, Senior Golden Figure, you misunderstood," Sage hastened to explain. "I'm not shivering out of fear. I'm trembling with excitement." "Excitement?" the golden figure repeated, perplexed. "Yes, it's excitement," Sage replied. "Do humans show excitement and fear the same way?" the golden figure asked, thoroughly puzzled. It seems that Abel was right. This golden figure is a bit slow on the uptake, Amnon thought to himself. "So, Senior Golden Figure, what kind of place have you prepared for me to cultivate in?" Isaac couldn't wait to ask. Note: the paragraph structure and line breaks are maintained as requested. Hashtag chapter 271. Special training 2. Growth always comes with a price. And how much more so when starting from scratch? Isaac, carrying a heavy pack on his back, trudged through the endless desert under a sky filled with sandstorms. The fierce winds lashed against him. If not for the weight of the pack, he might have been blown away entirely. The dense swirling sands stung his eyes, forcing him to shield his face and mouth with his hands as he bowed his head and pressed forward. Is this what Perry prepared for my special training? This is far too harsh. Isaac gritted his teeth. His muscles already chafed raw by the sand and wind. The weight on his back pressed him into the soft sand, each step a struggle. His physical strength alone was insufficient even to pull his feet out of the sand. Every motion required him to mobilize every last bit of his internal spiritual energy. With his face flushed red and jaw clenched, Isaac summoned all his remaining strength. Instantly, the tiny spark of spiritual energy within him burst forth, and with a swift movement, he pulled his foot out of the thick sand, taking one painful step forward before it sank again. Finally, just one step forward. Isaac tightened his fists, steadied himself, covered his mouth and nose, and inhaled cautiously. A violent storm of spiritual energy raged around him. While the air was rich with spiritual chi, it was far more impure than outside. Converting this ambient spiritual energy into something usable would be an arduous task compared to normal circumstances. Rhett paused to catch his breath, absorbing some spiritual energy from the surroundings, and then channeling it through his meridians to convert it into a minute amount of usable energy. Feeling a slight resurgence of strength, he let out another roar and managed to free his other foot from the sand, advancing yet another agonizing step. Maintaining his balance, he took another cautious step, sinking once more into the deep sand. Each step was a grueling ordeal. Come on, again. Isaac steadied himself, gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and continued moving forward despite the onslaught of sand and wind. Outside the storm, Irvin observed quietly and nodded approvingly. Remarkable. A novice spirit master can endure this long. Thornton stood beside him, clucking admiringly. I knew Isaac had astonishing talent, but I didn't expect such resolve. Impressive indeed. Irvin turned to Thornton. Each of them has their own cultivation realm. Are you sure you don't need any assistance? Thornton waved a hand. There's no need to be courteous, Irvin Sr. Although I practice spiritual arts, my specialization is in array formations, not directly enhancing my bone marrow or spiritual power. Let me simply explore these relatively array formations here. Irvin frowned. Years ago, there were indeed those who proposed studying formations within this relatively array circle, but they only learned superficial knowledge. Really? Thornton's interest was piqued. Who was that person? Rhett was an old friend of the previous clan Ronnie, Irvin replied. From Joan Palace. It must have been him. Thornton exclaimed. Rhett only mastered the basics? According to Irvin, this was terrifying. Just mastering the basics could make someone so formidable? Irvin continued. I know the entrance formation of Joan Palace. It's overly restrictive. Seeing Irvin's dismissive expression, Thornton felt an intense focusing on the chessboard, feeling a sudden excitement. Irvin Sr., did the person from Joan Palace ever challenge your formation chess? Certainly, Irvin replied. Rhett spent nearly 5 months working through it. 5 months? Thornton's gaze sharpened. Did he spend all that time deciphering the entire formation chess? How could he? Irvin scoffed. Rhett only made it through 20 levels. How many are left? Thornton asked. 30. More than half remain? Thornton looked astonished. Rhett really spent 5 months? In the Redevanly Array Circle, known for its intricate formations, ancient martial families didn't specialize in formations. Yet, these formations trained countless warriors, and the ancient martial traditions emerged from the depths of history. Selma stood before a mural, studying it intently. The mural depicted a sword manual identical to the Shadow Phantom technique. Seeing this, Selma was momentarily stunned. I've practiced this sword style for years, she mused, and while I've mastered it, it lacks true power. Even a mountain deity's enforcer was unbothered by it. Later, my teacher enlightened me that the Shadow Phantom technique is hidden beneath the manuals, requiring spiritual energy to unknowingly lifted her eyes, staring at her long sword in disbelief. The sword in her hand seemed to have become a little heavier. Was it just her illusion? Chapter 272. Release. The door to the underground chamber of the Lord's mansion was opened, and a sliver of light pierced through the darkness. The sudden brightness made the people inside squint their eyes. Come out, the Lord has requested you to go to the reception room, shouted the servant standing at the entrance, holding a torch high. The torchlight illuminated the figures inside, each disheveled and bedraggled. Aiken slowly stood up and sneered. What? Has someone from the Waterway sect come? If only we had known this earlier. Our sect isn't something to be toyed with as if it were a soft peach. No. The servant replied. It's not what you think. What? Aiken exclaimed. No one from the Waterway sect came, the servant clarified seriously. Our Lord wishes to see you, so I have been instructed to open the door and lead you to the reception hall. Rhett wants to see us? Aiken barked loudly. Then where is he? In the reception hall. Why doesn't he come himself? Aiken gruffly questioned. Asking me this, how would I know? The servant paused, then shrugged helplessly, saying, The Lord has prepared tea for you all. Astonished. This is unprecedented. If you release them, why wouldn't they leave? Have they grown fond of our Lord's secret chamber? That's not it. They want the Lord to come and personally invite them. The servant found it quite amusing. Interesting, isn't it? You didn't mishear? Want the Lord himself to come? Yes, exactly that. The person couldn't hold back laughter. Oh my, what kind of people are these? They look decent, but seem to have lost their minds in cultivation. Indeed, who could have guessed? The servant sighed. I previously considered sending my child to train at a sect. Now, it seems better not to. Agreed. Children are best raised by their parents. Who knows if they'll become like this elsewhere? Right, well said. The servant patted the person on the shoulder. Let's go. Since they refuse to come, we have no choice but to report back and see what the Lord says. Idiots, the person muttered pityingly as they walked away. Inside the chamber, everyone heard the conversation clearly. Aiken's face flushed with anger and embarrassment. His breathing quickened due to injuries, coughing violently. They mentioned letting us out just now, one waterway sect Darwin whispered, getting up and walking to the door. Yeah, why not leave? What's stopping us? Another Darwin agreed. Just moments ago, under Aiken's authority, they hadn't left. But now, with the door closed again, the chamber plunged back into darkness. If those people really left, it might be uncertain when they would return, or even if they would. Ready? Open the door, open it. The Darwin, welcome. Everyone, please sit. Humph, Aiken huffed defiantly, sprawling across a guest seat, drinking the offered tea. The waterway sect Darwins followed suit, settling down. Abel couldn't suppress a chuckle. These were the ones who disrupted everything and bullied others at the mansion gates. Ending up so miserable was entirely their own fault. Now, they acted as if he owed them money, sulking faces everywhere. Abel surveyed them and said, apologies for the inconvenience over these days. Today, please enjoy a meal here, freshen up, and then you may depart. Depart? Really letting us go? Did our sect send someone? A few Darwins hesitated, then stood up. No need for the meal. We will leave now. Abel smiled. Be on your way then. The waterway sect Darwins headed toward the door. Aiken seemed to have something to say, but seeing everyone leave, he rose and followed. With some remaining funds, they stopped at an inn in town after leaving the mansion. This humiliation demands retribution tenfold, hundredfold. Aiken raged, slamming the table in the inn. Indeed, Greg, hidden in the corner, stood up. We should report to the Grand Elder for justice. Humph, Greg, still got the nerve. Another Darwin rebuked angrily. You abandoned your peers and fled alone. The accounts will surely be settled once we return. I didn't flee alone, Greg defended. I sought reinforcements. I didn't expect them to be so powerful, even overwhelming Aiken. Everyone looked at Aiken. Translation ends here as per given content. Aiken's face alternated between green and red, feeling extremely uncomfortable. In the Bingzhou martial world, his poison techniques were almost unbreakable, allowing him to swagger for many years. Now, he had stumbled in this remote town. If word got out, wouldn't it invite ridicule from all over? I was just careless, Aiken fumed. If not for their underhanded tricks, how could I have fallen for it? Exactly. They used despicable means, Greg exclaimed loudly, as if testifying. I can vouch for that. Aiken was almost winning, but the opponent didn't play by martial rules, resorting to cheap tactics. That's why Elder was at a disadvantage. Aiken shot a glance at Greg, nodding angrily. That's precisely what happened. Initially, Aiken harbored some resentment towards Greg, but after Greg spoke up in support of him so emphatically, his grievances gradually dissipated. Greg continued, everyone knows Aiken's strength. The entire Shun Mountain town might not hold out more than an incense stick's duration against Elder's poison skills. We simply underestimated them this time. While the enemy proved cunning beyond expectation, Greg sighed sorrowfully, showing a remorseful expression. Aiken said fiercely, unfortunately, I'm injured. Otherwise, I'd storm their place and give the manor quite a show. The waterway sect Darwins immediately held Aiken back, comforting him with phrases like, please don't act impulsively, and a gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. They managed to keep him seated. Aiken finally calmed down. Phew, that's exactly the effect I wanted. Senior brother Greg secretly winked at Aiken, who glared back. They decided to stay at the inn for 2 days, buy several sturdy horses, and then head back to the waterway sect. However, during their stay at the inn and taverns, they heard many stories about Shun Mountain Town. You must be newcomers. Let me tell you, the 12 rudderless temples are our great wasteland mountains guardians. Our Lord of Shun Mountain Town is truly formidable. Have you seen the giant stone statue behind the Lord's manor? You should visit it. It's one of the must-see sights for outsiders. Let me tell you, it's not just a statue. It's a living giant stone god. Our townspeople have witnessed it walking, with the Lord riding on its shoulder. The 10,000 bone magic tool, left by the demon Gaston, is hidden deep in the great wasteland mountain. Countless heroes desired this artifact but ended up trapped in formations. If not for people associated with the Lord breaking the formations, those self-proclaimed heroes would still be trapped inside. The Lord's 3 Darwins are extraordinary. Remember the incident last month when someone from a water sect challenged the manor? Many martial artists went to watch, and it's confirmed. The sect members were thoroughly beaten and disappeared without a trace afterward. I didn't see it because I run this inn and couldn't leave, but many martial artists did witness it. The Bryant was eloquent, speaking non-stop. Whenever he reached a climax, guests would tip him generously. Listening in the tavern, the waterway sect members felt a mix of emotions. If what the Bryant said was true, they might be facing a tough situation. To reclaim their pride wouldn't be easy. Aiken's expression darkened. Just as Aiken fell silent, there was sudden commotion in the tavern. The waiter shouted, "Rogue, trying to dine and dash?" Turning toward the noise, everyone saw a small attendant holding onto Aiden's collar, yelling rudely, "You dare eat without paying? Do you know who my brother-in-law is? Rhett's a favorite of Isaac, the Ephraim Nolan at the Lord's manor. How dare you try to eat here for free? Pay up now." "I didn't mean to eat without paying," the Aiden quickly explained. "I've been traveling far and got hungry. Eating should always come with payment," the attendant insisted. "In my rush, I didn't bring money," the man defended himself. The attendant held the man's collar, adamant about getting payment. Doesn't that man look familiar?" A waterway sect Darwin put down his cup, eyeing the man suspiciously. "Yeah, I think so too," another Darwin chimed in. "Feels like we've seen him somewhere. Isn't that our sect Ronnie?" The first Darwin suddenly recalled, shouting and rushing forward. "Honest, what are you doing here?" Chapter 273, Small Village. Great Wasteland Mountain of Yuzhou. The weather gradually warmed up, and the snow on the ground slowly melted, gently nourishing the land. Green sprites danced back and forth, spreading droplets of sweet dew everywhere. New green patches gradually began to decorate the barren mountains, brimming with vitality. Occasionally, a few birds would fly down from the cloud-covering mountains and chatter noisily among the new buds. Spring had arrived. The granary doors of the Lord's manor were wide open as bags of seeds were carried out. Farm work was about to begin. At the same time, the commercial route through the cloud-covering mountains also became lively. Under the instruction of Joan Palace, caravans brought various grains and saplings. "Teacher, everything is ready," Sage said. Abel stood with everyone at the entrance of the town, watching the coming and going Easton teams and laughed. "It's still due to Joan Palace's influence. This spring, they've brought me over 10 caravans." Amnon remarked, "Joan Palace has stood in Qingzhou for 1,000 years. Even the most ordinary elder can make these Eastons who rely on running errands follow orders without question. Not to mention many of these Eastons usually depend on Joan Palace for their livelihood." "Seems like Amnon knows quite a bit." Abel asked, "Depend on Joan Palace for a living? Does Joan Palace really deal with businessmen? How could it not? Most sects need spirit stones, herbs, and grains," Amnon replied. Looking at Abel as if he were an idiot, Joan Palace is a large sect and always spends lavishly. There are huge profits to be made. Businessmen from all over Qingzhou scramble to have connections with Joan Palace. Abel nodded. It makes sense. After being in Joan Palace for so many years, Amnon naturally knew a lot about the inner workings. Amnon still harbored deep feelings for Joan Palace. Although he usually mentioned it casually or with disdain, his face would show pride when others praised its greatness. "Since Joan Palace is so powerful, we must certainly take more benefits," Abel smiled at Amnon. "You will help me advise when the time comes." Amnon looked at Abel coldly. "I'm not suited to appear in person. You only need to give us advice. Naturally, I won't expose you." Abel said seriously. "It sounds good, but will you really not expose me?" Amnon gasped. "Already this strong? Do you find it many?" Amnon's face was expressionless. "Isn't it enough already? Grimes is an upper-class heiress cultivator. Yet you claim you can handle 10, speaking so calmly? But then again, if not for this improvement, you would have stopped Selma from accompanying me, wouldn't you?" The increase in strength also boosted Amnon's confidence. Sage seemed to recall something and giggled. Everyone looked over. Sage blushed. "I suddenly remembered the scene where Grimes brought the sect Rani of Waterway, sect to cause trouble, and couldn't hold back laughing." "Oh," Selma said with sudden interest and laughed joyfully. "How funny it was. Grimes thought he had found a patron and brought the sect Rani to our manor. Yet, unexpectedly, the sect Rani scolded him publicly in front of teacher. Truly satisfying." "Ha ha ha." Everyone burst into laughter. Laughter reflected their newfound confidence. After 3 months of intensive training, everyone had improved. Selma's spiritual power had soared to heiress stage. Her body strengthened visibly due to the orange spiritual energy stimulating her muscles. Retra muscles were now larger and stronger, even more robust than those of the burly Bowden. Retra appearance took on a wild and violent look. With her muscular build, Selma carrying a massive hammer walked through the streets, turning heads more than a beautiful Marissa. Facing her increasingly muscular body and growing strength, Selma felt genuinely excited. This was her transformation, a sign of becoming a formidable expert. However, this musculature deeply disturbed Amnon. A well-bred young lady had become so muscular and now wielded a giant hammer. Thinking of this, Amnon glared fiercely at Abel. Abel gave a helpless smile. Nevertheless, because of her muscular physique, she differed vastly in aura from her mother. Retra's mother was gentle, while she appeared sturdy and powerful. If Selma were to return to Joan Palace, it might be hard to associate her with her mother. "Let's set off," Abel said. Rhett glanced back at the team. Muscular Selma wielding a heavy hammer, the thin and stern red-robed Amnon, Isaac dressed as a servant, Sage in a flowing white gown, Zoltan with a small snake around his neck, and young Carrie looking composed. They climbed onto their wind-chasing eagles and headed toward Shinjin Villa in Ijo. On the wind-chasing eagle, Abel opened the system. Total planting points, 75,000. Remaining planting points, 43,800. Spirit creatures, 2 scouting bees level 1. Language spirit level 2. Green sprite level 3. Rainy swallow level 3. Transformation monkey level 3. Abel recalled the sword spirit given to Sage had disappeared and needed replacement. After the Redevanly Ascension Circle training, Sage had improved to peak mid-era stage. Summoning a level 3 or 4 sword spirit would mean little. Village? Is it called Luojin Village? Zoltan interrupted. "No, it's called Shanjin Village," the vendor laughed. "Then, what about that sword?" Zoltan asked curiously. "It fell from the sky. Where did it go?" Everyone looked at the vendor. The vendor smiled and said, "I knew you'd ask that." It said that the divine sword was later obtained by the Lord of Divine Sword Villa and treated as a priceless treasure, passed down through generations. "Is Divine Sword Villa famous because of that celestial flying sword?" Zoltan pursued eagerly. The vendor waved his hand and replied, "Divine Sword Villa's reputation isn't just from the legend. Both the Lord and young masters of the villa have great fame in the martial world. See, all the travelers and Eastons passing through recently are headed to Divine Sword Villa." "Oh." Abel pretended to be surprised. "Do you know what they're going there for?" The vendor laughed. "At first, I wasn't clear, but with so many guests coming and going, I figured out a bit. What's it about?" "The villa is reportedly holding a martial arts assembly, inviting heroes from all over. These martial artists are all carrying invitations. Although I can't read, I've seen those invitations. They are exquisitely made." "Martial arts assembly? People passing through here are martial heroes. Just like you, everyone is carrying weapons. It's obvious," the vendor analyzed. Sage smiled. "This is good news for you. With more people around, you'll sell more tea." The vendor replied, "Of course, but not everything is as it seems on the surface." "Oh. The area becomes less peaceful when there are too many people," the vendor sighed. "Less peaceful?" Seeing the group's interest, the vendor lowered his voice and leaned in. I'll tell you quietly, don't shout. Some people have gone missing recently. Missing? Yes, missing travelers and Darwins from various sects, the vendor whispered. Really? It's true. So, I advise you all to be careful here and don't go out at night. Many incidents happen at night. After hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Are the missing ones mostly martial artists? Carrie asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, yes, the vendor stammered upon hearing Carrie speak. Rhett hadn't expected such an old-sounding voice from a handsome Montague. This is odd, Carrie muttered. These people were all supposed to attend the Thousand Alliance Assembly, yet they went missing outside Divine Sword Villa. Something was definitely wrong. Carrie clasped his hands and asked, Vendor, can you tell us if there's any place nearby to stay? The vendor pointed to the village ahead. In the village, ask around. If you pay, someone will let you stay. Thank you. After drinking their tea, Carrie led everyone toward the village. Honest, why don't we directly fly to Divine Sword Villa on our wind-chasing eagles? Zoltan wondered. It wasn't far to Divine Sword Villa, and they could arrive within half a day by flying. There was no need to stay in the village. Carrie turned around and explained. Something has happened in this village. Seeing everyone's confusion, Carrie pointed at the shelter behind him. This incident is suspicious, and we must get to the bottom of it. Suspicious? What did you notice, Senior Carrie? Abel asked promptly. I've heard of the Thousand Alliance Assembly. Blood Alliance always takes it seriously. If someone goes missing here, Blood Alliance wouldn't just sit idly by, Carrie deduced. Oh. Seeing everyone still confused, Carrie explained further. Blood Alliance might seem disorganized internally and only cares about achieving goals. But they take the Thousand Alliance Assembly extremely seriously. If invited guests start disappearing here, Blood Alliance would act immediately. They would intervene? Abel frowned. Certainly, but they haven't moved yet. What does that mean? Rev. Carrie's voice rasped. Blood Alliance's intelligence network is far more sophisticated than we think. They must have known about this situation but have remained inactive. How do you know Blood Alliance hasn't acted? Abel asked. If they had acted, this problem would have been resolved already. Glad you like it, Abel chuckled. Midway through dinner, Hiroshi suddenly remarked. I see you're all heading to Divine Sword Villa, aren't you? Yes, yes, Abel affirmed. I can tell, Hiroshi shook his head. My advice is this, stop chasing glory outside. Stay home and farm your land. It's safer and less stressful. Everyone was taken aback by the unexpected advice, momentarily speechless. Abel laughed and said, Old sir, we have no choice. We have a group of people at home who rely on us for meals, so we must travel around. A whole group to support? The old man was surprised by Abel's answer. You came to Divine Sword Villa